Chapter 1. Today, Sally experienced a day filled with joy. During lunch, she was fortunate enough to receive the largest slice of cake, lavishly adorned with cream, and was also presented with numerous gifts from her friends. Among these, the most cherished was a handcrafted plush toy, a delightful pink rabbit given to her by Miss Lucy. In the office, several teachers and the headmistress convened, poring over a letter in their hands. Beside them lay the opened envelope, crafted from thick parchment, devoid of a stamp, with the address inscribed in a vibrant shade of green ink. Moricat Star Orphanage, 77, Check Road. Sadi Porteur. Do you think this could be genuine? Inquired a younger teacher, absent-mindedly toying with the discarded envelope. The back of the envelope bore a wax seal featuring a coat of arms, with a capital H encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. It must be a hoax. A magic school? Pooh, do they think we're children? Scoffed an older teacher dismissively. Regardless of its authenticity, that owl is still perched there waiting, remarked another bespectacled teacher, eyeing the owl stationed at the window with caution. Then we can simply shoo it away, the older teacher retorted, rising to drive the owl off. Hold on, headmistress, Miss Lucy interjected. I believe it would be prudent to consider this matter further. The headmistress, a woman in her 40s with a gentle demeanor, finally spoke after listening to Miss Lucy. Miss Lucy, as Sally's direct teacher, what is your perspective on this? While this situation may appear quite extraordinary, let us not forget that Sally herself has been the center of many extraordinary happenings, so I believe it may very well be true. Upon her utterance, a hush fell over the office. Every teacher in the orphanage was aware of the peculiar events surrounding Sally. Thus, I think this matter should be left for Sally to decide herself. Miss Lucy mustered the courage to voice her opinion. The older teacher could not suppress a scoff. She is merely an 11-year-old child. What insight could she possibly have? I believe she is capable, the headmistress countered, her words serving as a definitive conclusion. Miss Lucy, please fetch Sally. I wish to speak with her. When Miss Lucy brought Sally into the headmistress' office, the other teachers had already departed, leaving only the headmistress seated at her desk. After signaling to the headmistress, Miss Lucy turned and exited. Hello, my dear Sally, the headmistress said softly. Did you enjoy your day? Yes. Miss Lucy baked us a gigantic cake, and I had a generous slice. The teachers also gifted me a fluffy big rabbit, Sally replied with exuberance. There is something I believe Sally is now old enough to decide for herself. Is that not so? The headmistress inquired. What is it? Sally asked, puzzled. The headmistress handed her the letter, and upon seeing her name clearly written on the envelope, Sally excitedly exclaimed, Did my parents write to me? Are they coming to take me home? Please read it first, dear, the headmistress gently urged. Sally unfolded the letter, which was brief, allowing her to finish reading it swiftly. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, Member of the Order of Merlin. Dear Ms. Porter, we are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed, you will find a list of required books and equipment. The term will commence on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl with your response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Sally then pulled out another sheet of paper detailing the necessary items, such as uniforms and textbooks. She skimmed through it, realizing she did not entirely comprehend the contents. I believe this to be authentic, the headmistress asserted. Even if it seems unbelievable, your very existence is filled with many marvels. Are you referring to my peculiarities? Sally queried. No, my child, I do not consider those to be peculiarities. Rather, it is possible that at a magic school, your abilities would be quite normal. What I refer to as extraordinary is the headmistress paused before continuing. Well, I have never shared this with anyone, for fear they would deem me mad. But I vividly recall how you arrived here. The headmistress fell into contemplation. 11 years ago, I was sitting right here, grading papers, when a man tattered and weary appeared out of thin air. He did not come through the window, nor did he walk through the wall or the door. In fact, the door was locked at the time. He simply stood before me, holding you, a fragile newborn. His demeanor was fraught with anxiety, his speech halting, interspersed with terms I could not comprehend. Eventually, I grasped his intent, implored me to take you in. I informed him that taking in a baby followed a procedure, and he needed to go to the police for verification. But he insisted he had no time. He approached me, and I was terrified. Yet he calmed slightly, kissed your tiny face, and, as you slept soundly, handed you to me, stating your name was Sally Porter and that I must care for you well, or he would not forgive me. Then he tossed me 2 strange coins I had never seen before, and vanished. Even after 11 years, the headmistress recalled the scene with clarity. I never shared this miraculous experience with anyone, knowing few would believe. I told the teachers and children that you had been left at our doorstep one night. Such occurrences are not uncommon, and thus, you have lived here for 11 years. The reason I am sharing this with you today is that I sense you are about to return to a normal life. Yes, Sally, I believe you belong to the world of that man who appeared so mysteriously that night, and I am certain that beyond the world we know, there exist many extraordinary places. Therefore, I respect your choice. The headmistress handed Sally a piece of paper and a pen. If you wish to go, please respond as they have instructed. If you are afraid and do not wish to go, I will understand, but you must also personally write your reasons for declining and express your gratitude. Sally gazed at the envelope in her hand, her young mind swirling with a multitude of thoughts, each one a voice clamoring in her head, creating a cacophony of noise. Headmistress, may I ask you 2 questions? Sally hesitated for a long moment before speaking. Of course, dear, the headmistress replied, her smile warm and kind. Are my parents also from that world? I cannot say for certain, as I am unsure. However, if your parents entrusted you to that man, or if that man is indeed your father, then it is very likely they belong to that world. And if I attend school there, can I return? You know I have always wanted to be a teacher here, Sally inquired. Of course, the headmistress chuckled. The stars always welcome each of their children back. Sally felt a wave of relief wash over her. Then I would like to go there and see, she declared, picking up the pen and neatly writing. Dear Professor McGonagall, I am honored to receive your invitation, and I wish to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I hope we can meet successfully on September 1st. Yours sincerely, Sadie Porter. Chapter 2. Hogwarts, 8th floor, Headmaster's Office. I fail to comprehend your meaning. Dumbledore, a diminutive woman with flowing gray hair, clad in a tattered robe, sat on a stool. In her hand was a letter, which could be discerned to be Sally's response to Hogwarts. I can understand Harry, he is so renowned, he would not let this slip by. But Sally, oh dear, we cannot even be certain that man is aware of her existence. If she attends Hogwarts and encounters her brother, this cannot remain concealed. Her agitation escalated, causing the letter in her grasp to crumple slightly. Calm yourself. Pomona, a woman with square glasses and dark hair fashioned into a bun, dressed in a deep green robe, soothed her. She conjured a cup of butterbeer and handed it to the professor known as Pomona, simultaneously reclaiming the letter, smoothing it out, and presenting it to the tall, slender man seated behind the desk, who possessed long silver hair and a prominent hooked nose. I believe Dumbledore has his reasons for acting in this manner. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore remarked as he accepted the letter. Professor Pomona, I fail to grasp your point. If Sally Potter's name has been on Hogwarts enrollment lists since her birth, what grounds do we have to deny her admission? You comprehend my meaning, Dumbledore, Professor Pomona replied, her composure having notably steadied. She casually set aside her empty butterbeer mug, rose to her feet, and continued, how many precedents have we established for that individual? If the girl has navigated the frailties of her first 11 years unscathed, it suggests that person may not even be aware of her existence. Perhaps she could continue to live in peace. On the contrary, Professor Pomona, Dumbledore countered, his blue eyes shimmering with an enigmatic clarity. The birth of the Potter twins was hardly a secret. Anyone acquainted with the Potters was aware of it. Yet, following that tragic event, the girl was rumored to have perished in a hospital, and thus she faded from public memory. However, that person, how foolish it is to refer to him in such a manner. I speak of Voldemort. Should he ever regain his former power, discovering the existence of this girl would merely be a matter of time. By then, she could very well find herself bereft of the optimal learning period and reduced to the status of a muggle. Do you truly expect a muggle to contend with Voldemort? Professor Pomona fell silent, for she could surmise this truth. What she was reluctant to acknowledge was not the girl's existence, but the potential resurgence of the Dark Lord. Yet, as the head of Hufflepuff, she recognized the validity of Dumbledore's words. It appears we are in agreement. Professor Snape, please remain. The rest of you may take your leave, Dumbledore said with a smile. Once the 3 other heads departed, Dumbledore retrieved a photograph from his drawer and handed it to Snape, who had been standing silently by, an expression of gloom etched upon his face. I believe you should familiarize yourself with this child, Dumbledore said with a smile. Snape glanced down at the image of the young boy before coldly retorting, Are you afraid I might not recognize him? I do read the newspapers. Did I give you a picture of Harry? Oh, indeed. My memory fails me. This one, is it? Dumbledore chuckled as he returned Harry's photograph to the drawer and produced another one from a different compartment. This is her photograph, which is not found in the papers. As Snape lowered his gaze, he felt as if he had been struck by a petrifying curse. The girl in the photograph was crouched on the grass, cradling a plush rabbit, her sweet smile illuminating her face, with almond-shaped green eyes that glimmered like crescent moons. She resembled her mother astonishingly. So much so that Snape needed no confirmation of her identity. He instinctively knew she was Lily's child. She was as beautiful, as endearing, as utterly captivating. "It seems prudent for me to give you a heads up," Dumbledore eventually remarked. "I needn't present you with photographs of the Potters. You already know how much she resembles her mother. Yet this is precisely what concerns me." Dumbledore's smile faded, his tone growing grave. "Do you think Voldemort would be more intrigued by a child who survived his unforgivable curse, or by the one who aided her survival? What do you imply?" Snape quickly grasped the implication. "Do not be alarmed. At least while at Hogwarts, she is undoubtedly safe. Voldemort has sustained severe injuries while I am confident he has not perished. It is unlikely he will possess the energy to wreak havoc here. This undoubtedly buys us time," Dumbledore articulated. "I understand your reasoning," Snape nodded, and theoretically, their discussion should have concluded, yet he lingered, still clutching the photograph. "Oh, I believe you should become acquainted with these two children. You may take their photographs." Dumbledore, ever perceptive, handed Harry's image to Snape as well. Snape hesitated for a moment before accepting it, then turned to exit the room. As the stone door closed behind him, the photograph of Harry disintegrated into confetti and fluttered into the nearby wastebasket. "Starlight Orphanage. Here, take this. I have nothing else to offer you, but this red dress is something I sewed overnight. It may not be elaborate, but it should fit you well. You're growing so quickly I'm not certain how long you'll be able to wear it. So I made it a bit longer." Lucy, the teacher, handed a parcel to Sally. "And this contains some cookies I baked for you. Take them along if the journey is long. Do have a nibble. Do not go hungry," another teacher added, presenting Sally with a bag filled with an assortment of cookies. The older teacher, who had initially been reluctant about Sally attending school, observed the scene in silence. "Finny, hurry and give your gift to Sally. There's only a quarter of an hour left before the family arrives to collect her," Lucy urged, her eyes growing misty. She gently embraced Sally, then replaced her sorrow with a smile. The teacher named Finny approached, offering Sally a few banknotes. Coming from slightly affluent background, she had deliberated overnight and concluded that cash would be more suitable. Sally grasped the new suitcase the headmistress had purchased for her. Although it contained few items, she had to make considerable effort to fit in the gifts from each teacher. She carried the cookies in her hand to avoid crushing them. While the presents from her friends were too numerous to fit, Lucy had kindly offered to keep them for her. These were mainly handmade trinkets of little practical use. With only 5 minutes remaining until the family's arrival, and since Sally had no direct relatives, the headmistress assumed the role of her guardian. However, none of them knew how to navigate that world or how to integrate into it. Therefore, when the school announced that a family would come a week in advance to collect Sally, take her shopping, and escort her to school, the headmistress readily consented. The headmistress approached Lucy, discreetly handing her 2 gold coins. "These were given to me by that individual. I suspect they are currency from that place. Keep them safe," she whispered. Sally nodded, placing the coins alongside the banknotes Finny had just given her. Just as she finished organizing everything, a vehicle pulled up at the entrance, and a man alighted, a man with bright red hair, albeit somewhat sparse, dressed in denim trousers. He entered the door and warmly shook hands with the headmistress. They exchanged a few words, but Sally did not pay close attention. She could feel the man's scrutinizing gaze upon her, yet all she truly wished was to observe her teachers and her friends peeking out from the nearby classroom. She felt a twinge of reluctance. "Sally, dear child, call Uncle Weasley," the headmaster urged. "Uncle Weasley," Sally responded obediently. "Good girl, you bear an uncanny resemblance to your mother," Arthur Weasley remarked as he gazed at Sally with admiration. "Well then, headmaster, I must trouble you, as we have quite a journey ahead of us," Arthur said, preparing to take his leave. "Very well," the headmaster replied with a smile, planting a gentle kiss on Sally's forehead. Observing Sally's tearful expression, the headmaster chuckled softly. "Do not cry. Have you forgotten our agreement? At parting, we offer only blessings, not tears." Sally's voice trembled with emotion, yet she valiantly restrained her tears. This is the true spirit of the headmaster's beloved child. Rest assured, when the holiday arrives, you may return at any time. We shall all be here waiting for you. Sally embraced each teacher in farewell, Lucy holding her tightly until the headmaster gently pried them apart. As the Ford car carrying Sally disappeared from view, Lucy could no longer contain her tears and leaned against the headmaster's shoulder, having nurtured the child as if she were her own for many years. Now, she is not gone forever. Why such sorrow?" The headmaster consoled, his hand soothing Lucy's shoulder. "Sally, may your new life bring you all manner of joy," he contemplated silently. Chapter 3. As Sally approached the car, Uncle Weasley assisted her with her suitcase before opening the door. To her surprise, she discovered two identical little boys inside. Upon seeing Sally, they chorused, "Hello, Potter sister." "Hello," Sally replied, slightly taken aback. Upon noticing their matching red hair, she quickly realized they must be Uncle Weasley's sons. "Now, let us converse as we go. Time is of the essence," Mr. Weasley stated. Once Sally settled into the car, she noticed another girl with similarly red hair sitting in the front passenger seat. "Hello, I'm Ginny Weasley. You can call me Ginny." The girl turned around and greeted her warmly. "Dad asked me to stay with Mom, but I was too eager to meet you, so I decided to come along." "Hey, Ginny, let us take turns, shall we?" One of the red-haired boys interjected. He then turned to Sally, saying, "Hello, I'm Fred, and this is George. We're twins, as you may have guessed." "Hello, I'm Sally Potter," she replied politely. "So you are the famed sister of Harry Potter?" George could not resist inquiring. This was the first time Sally had heard that name, and she instinctively asked, "Harry Potter? Who is that?" The car fell silent for a moment, and Mr. Weasley tactfully broke the awkwardness. "You will learn about him in due time, Sally. He is your brother." "I have a brother?" Sally asked in surprise. "Do you know where my parents are? You mentioned you knew them." The atmosphere in the car grew still once more. After a brief silence, Mr. Weasley finally addressed the matter. "I believe someone more suited than I will tell you about that later. For now, I must focus on driving, or we shall be late." Fred and George, perceptive as ever, swiftly changed the subject, regaling her with many stories Sally had never heard before, successfully diverting her attention. After over an hour of driving, they finally stopped in front of a shabby, narrow pub on a London street. "We have arrived," Mr. Weasley announced. "The congestion in London exceeded my expectations. We spent twice the time I anticipated. I hope we are still on schedule. Now, Fred, George, Ginny, you wait in the car. I shall return shortly." "Are we not going together, Dad? I need to buy school supplies too," George exclaimed. "Let us return tomorrow after I receive my paycheck," Mr. Weasley replied. "Sally, dear, step out, but do not grab your luggage just yet. You will need to ride back in this car." Sally exited the vehicle, holding Uncle Weasley's hand as they entered the dilapidated pub. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Are you the one taking me shopping?" "No, it is someone else. He should have arrived by now." Mr. Weasley called out to the pub owner behind the bar. "Tom, have you seen Hagrid? You were late by half an hour, Mr. Weasley. Hagrid came in for a pint and left this bag of gold for you before he departed," Tom replied, setting down the glass he had been polishing and retrieving a small pouch from behind the bar. Arthur accepted the pouch, saying, "Indeed, I underestimated London's traffic. However, Hagrid was originally scheduled to meet us in an hour. He advanced the time, which caught us off guard. He may have had other matters to attend to, otherwise. I doubt he would mind waiting for you," Tom noted. "By the way, he asked me to convey that the shopping for young Sally is in your capable hands. Of course, it is only natural. My brood will need to visit as well. It would be best to do it all together. I merely wanted her to meet." "Never mind. A few days' wait will not make a difference. Goodbye, Tom." With that, Mr. Weasley secured the pouch of gold and led Sally out of the decrepit pub. "Who is Hagrid?" Sally inquired. "He is the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, greatly trusted by Professor Dumbledore. You should be familiar with Dumbledore, correct?" Sally nodded, recalling his name from her acceptance letter. He was indeed the headmaster of Hogwarts, wasn't he? Precisely. Every child from the Muggle world likely first encounters him. That said, aside from him, I truly cannot think of anyone else worthy of such an introduction. He is a remarkable wizard, arguably the greatest of all. As they conversed, they returned to the car. After a brief explanation, they set off once more, this time toward the Weasley home, a place humorously dubbed the Burrow by the twins. They exited London, traversing fields and woodlands, even passing through a village, until Fred announced, "We are almost there." "I had no idea London was so far away, Mr. Weasley admitted excitedly. "I can hardly endure it. My backside has gone numb," Ginny complained. "Look, we've arrived," Fred pointed ahead. Sally looked and beheld a multi-storied house, built in a haphazard manner, and she worried that a mere jump from within might cause it to collapse. She whispered her concern to Fred, who burst into laughter, reassuring her that it was sturdy enough, barring a complete upheaval of the ground. The house boasted several chimneys, and as they drew closer, she spotted a crooked sign in the yard that read the Burrow. A few plump brown chickens wandered about the premises. "We're here, George Weasley. Help Sally retrieve her luggage from the trunk while I park. Your mother should have dinner ready by now, and I am famished," Wesley remarked, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had devoured most of Sally's cookies. As they had just unloaded their greetings from the car, A short, plump woman hurried across the yard towards them. She first embraced Sally warmly, then enthusiastically began to inquire about her well-being. "Mom, can we talk inside?" Sally interjected. "By the way, this is our mother. You may call her Mrs. Wesley," George introduced. Mrs. Wesley was evidently exceptionally hospitable, ushering Sally into the house. Upon entering, Sally was greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. The immaculate wooden table at the center was already laden with a sumptuous feast. Within the room, voices of George and Fred mingled with Ginny's complaints, while Mrs. Wesley called for the other children to come down for dinner, and Mr. Wesley's footsteps echoed as he entered. Despite the clamor, Sally faintly caught the words from an old radio by the sink announcing, "Next up is magic time." She could not discern the rest as Mrs. Wesley turned off the radio just as two more children descended the stairs, both sporting the same fiery red hair. "Sally, sweetheart, this is Percy, and this is Ron. Oh, by the way, Ron is also a new student at Hogwarts this year, just like you," Mrs. Wesley introduced. They exchanged greetings, and Mrs. Wesley enthusiastically invited everyone to dine. At the table, she informed Sally that she could share a room with Ginny if she didn't mind. Dinner lasted for quite a while, with the Wesley family radiating warmth. It was Sally's first encounter with such an atmosphere. She had feared she would feel out of place, but remarkably, she found herself quickly assimilating into it. Especially captivated by the whimsical sight of dishes and food floating in midair, filling her with anticipation for the life that lay ahead. Chapter 4. The best way to understand a place is to immerse oneself in its atmosphere. The Wesley household was undeniably a quintessential magical family, and Sally swiftly absorbed a wealth of knowledge, becoming increasingly accustomed to the wondrous and extraordinary sights around her. She even performed her feather-balancing trick for the Wesley brothers, receiving rather lackluster praise and admiration in return. On the third day, they traveled together via Floo powder to the legendary Diagon Alley. It was Sally's first experience with Floo powder, and she found it remarkably novel. Fortunately, they arrived without incident. They procured everything they needed, and Sally acquired her first wand, crafted from willow, 13 inches long, with a core of phoenix feather. She had initially wished to purchase a pet, but found nothing to her liking and decided against it. Mr. Wesley returned the unused gold coins to Sally, believing she should manage them herself. After some contemplation, she chose not to combine those 2 coins given to her by the headmaster with the others. Soon, the day of the school term arrived. Mr. Wesley, needing to work late, arranged for a car to take the family to the station. Although he had forewarned them about London's congested traffic, they arrived with merely 10 minutes to spare before boarding the train. "Don't worry, kids, take your time. One at a time. Fred, you go first and wait for Sally over there. Sally, just follow Fred's lead. There's no need to be nervous. Relax," Mrs. Wesley instructed. Having listened to Mrs. Wesley's explanations during the journey and spent days immersed in the magical atmosphere, Sally felt considerably less anxious. Once Fred passed through, she pushed her suitcase and jogged after him. Quite easy, isn't it? Just as she crossed the barrier to platform 9 3/4, she heard Fred's voice. She opened her eyes, which she had instinctively closed, and beheld a deep crimson steam engine station beside a platform teeming with travelers. The sign on the train read, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Soon after, George and Ron followed suit, with Ron exclaiming, "Fred, George, look, this is Harry Potter. Harry, this is Sally Potter, the sister I mentioned." The atmosphere was undoubtedly awkward, but a long whistle from the train shattered the tension. Fred and George helped Sally with her luggage onto the platform, and after assisting Harry, they discreetly led Ron away to an empty compartment, leaving the Potter siblings together. "I know you," Harry began. "Aunt Petunia told me about you. I wanted to find you, but they wouldn't allow it. Please don't hold it against me. In fact, it is only recently that I learned I had a brother," Sally confessed honestly. "I never knew how to confront you until now, and I must say, the feeling is quite pleasant. You will find having a brother to be a wonderful experience." "I mean, I will strive to be a good brother," Harry replied, visibly tense. He had envisioned numerous scenarios for their meeting and even drafted his words, but now, he could recall nothing. Instead, he inquired, "Did you receive that bag of gold coins? It should suffice. There's still plenty left. Do you want me to return some?" Sally responded, preparing to retrieve the pouch. "No, keep it. I have enough on me," Harry quickly countered. Another awkward silence ensued. "Why are you living with Aunt Petunia? What happened to our parents?" Sally asked, voicing the question that weighed heavily on her mind. Yet she received no immediate answer. Harry hesitated for a moment before deciding to reply, "They have passed away, Sally. They were cruelly murdered." Harry shared everything he knew about their parents, and to his surprise, Sally responded with unexpected calmness. After all those years in the orphanage, she had likely deduced that her parents were either abandoning her or had already departed from this world. She glanced once more at the scar on Harry's forehead. He had witnessed the tragic demise of their parents, while she could not even recall their faces. "I apologize for interrupting your conversation, but all other compartments are full," Ron interjected, peering through the door. "Just pretend I'm not here. I promise not to interrupt." "We've finished speaking," Sally replied. "You may sit here. I was just about to head to the restroom." With that, she stood and left. "Did I interrupt your conversation?" Ron asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Aware of his social faux pas. "No, we are indeed done. I was just a bit concerned," Harry began, but before he could finish, the door swung open again, and the Weasley brothers entered. "Where's Sally?" Fred inquired. "She said she went to the restroom," Ron answered. "All right. We're heading to the middle carriage, Harry." "It was a pleasure to meet you," Fred said, and after completing their introductions, they closed the door behind them. "Do you all know Sally?" Harry couldn't help but ask. "Oh, absolutely. She spent the days leading up to school with us," Ron replied, and the conversation flowed from there as they chatted amiably. Sally calmly washed her hands in the restroom, gazing into the mirror at her reflection, surprised by her own remarkable composure. After all, her long-held suspicions had merely been validated. Had she not prepared herself mentally for this moment? Yet, despite this, an emptiness lingered in her heart, a feeling she could not articulate. Exiting the restroom, she realized she had aimlessly wandered from her compartment and now had no idea how to return. She couldn't even remember which carriage it was. Would she have to search each one individually? "Hey, silly girl, what are you doing?" a familiar voice called, and she turned to see Fred waving from the doorway of a compartment. She approached him, saying, "I can't seem to find my original compartment." As Sally entered Fred's compartment, she confessed, "What a coincidence, George and I found the compartment but couldn't locate Lee. George went to find him, and I'm here to ensure no one else occupies the space." Fred replied, "Come sit beside me. Lee's spot is across from you. He managed to acquire a rather large spider, though I'm unsure where it's hidden. Best to keep your distance from that area. The carriage cannot be left unattended. Once they return, I shall escort you back." Sally quietly settled down, her gaze fixed on the empty chair opposite her, lost in thought. Fred, keenly sensing her unease, inquired, "How was your conversation with your brother? Is everything all right?" Sally turned her head to meet Fred's gaze, her tone unnervingly calm. "Harry told me our parents are dead." Years later, Fred would struggle to recall the exact words or actions from their first encounter. Yet he would vividly remember the expression on Sally's face as she uttered that line, like a drowning person, unable to swim, floating silently on the water's surface. Neither struggling nor calling out, merely waiting to either sink or drift ashore. Almost instinctively, perhaps unable to bear the fading light in her green eyes, Fred enveloped Sally in a hug, pouring all the tenderness he had accumulated before the age of 14 into his voice, softly urging, "Cry, let it out. If you cry, everything will be all right." Sally's eyes had been wide open since exiting Harry's compartment, afraid to blink lest her dry eyelids betray her with tears. During her time in the orphanage, if one child cried, others would follow suit, leading her to adopt the belief that crying was forbidden. Falling down, feeling ill, experiencing injustice. In parting ways, none of it warranted tears. In her memory, she had not wept since the age of 6. Yet now, someone was telling her it was permissible to cry. And she found herself at a loss, feeling her eyes grow drier. Finally, she could no longer resist blinking, and the moment the tears began to flow, she seemed to rediscover the instinct of a child. Her quiet sobs gradually transformed into loud wails. She cried for an eternity, long enough that her tears dried up, yet her body continued to shake with sobs. Long enough to release all the grievances she had bottled up over the years. Eventually, she collapsed against Fred's shoulder, falling into a serene slumber. "Sally?" Fred whispered, his arms now lacking sensation, yet he dared not move. "I think she is asleep," George announced as he opened the door, followed by Lee Jordan. Together, they helped Fred shift the sleeping Sally to a spot by the window before sitting opposite her. As Fred rubbed his arms, he observed his brother and their friend, knowing them well enough that he felt no need for explanations. "This has nothing to do with me. I didn't make her cry. Please don't use this as an opportunity to mock me," he stated. "Of course we know you didn't make her cry," Lee replied, blinking innocently. What girl would cry for so long in the arms of the boy who upset her? Despite his words, the hint of amusement was unmistakable. "You should be grateful for such an understanding brother," George chimed in. Not only did he cast a silencing charm on your compartment, but he also patiently waited outside for such a long time. All right, the snack trolley will be here soon, and I'll treat you all to something, Fred declared, finally rising as his shoulder regained feeling. Where are you going? George asked. To the end of the carriage to buy some food. Surely you don't plan on eating the sandwiches Mum made? With that, Fred exited the compartment. Chapter 5. Fred did not head directly to the end of the carriage for food. Instead, he took a detour to Harry's compartment, where he found not only Harry and Ron, but also a brown-haired girl. Harry, Sally is in our compartment. She asked me to tell you she is fascinated by Lee's giant spider. I'll make sure she comes to find you before we disembark, Fred said. I'll go check on her, Harry replied, rising from his seat. Although he had been enjoying his conversation with Ron, his thoughts remained with Sally. No need. There's a spider in the compartment. If you let a few escape, it could lead to chaos, right, Ron? Fred chuckled. Yeah, Harry, you should stay here. Don't worry, Fred and George will keep an eye on Sally. No one will bully her, Ron added, shivering slightly. Reluctantly, Harry sat back down. Satisfied, Fred departed from their compartment and made his way to the front where the food was sold. He haggled with the cheerful conductor for some pumpkin pasties and cauldron cakes, hesitating briefly before deciding to purchase some chocolate frogs for Sally. Upon returning to the carriage, he found Sally still peacefully asleep against the window. George and Lee were quietly discussing the spider they had acquired. Fred placed the snacks on the table, and as they began to eat, the train took a sharp turn, waking Sally. She had not been sleepy, she was merely exhausted from crying. After a brief moment of rest, she regained her energy. Spotting the pies and cakes on the table, she could not help but swallow hard. Here, George said with a smile, offering her a piece of cake. We should arrive in about half an hour. Eat up. You still need to change into your robes. Sally took the cake from George and noticed that, aside from her, the other three had already donned their black robes. Upon seeing Fred, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. When we arrive at school, Fred began. I expect you to take responsibility for washing my robes, all right? You're just a silly girl who only knows how to cry. You're the one who only knows how to cry, Sally retorted, nearly choking on a bite of cake. Fred stood up, declaring, all right, let us not eat our food in here. 3 big boys can't possibly share. Besides, your brother has been waiting for you for quite some time. I saw him and Ron buy an entire feast. They surely won't finish it all. With that, he tugged at Sally. Wait until I finish this piece, she protested. But her feeble strength yielded to Fred's pull, and she was eventually dragged out. Inside the compartment, George grinned at Lee. Did you see what Fred had hidden in his sleeve? Lee nodded, a broad smile on his face. Of course, that box of chocolate frogs is not easy to conceal. He values his sweets over friendships. Arriving at the door of Harry's compartment, Sally felt no inclination to say goodbye. Her earlier guilt had evaporated. Just as she was about to open the door, Fred handed her a box. What is this? She inquired, unable to help herself. Chocolate. It'll lift your spirits. Fred replied with a grin before turning to leave. Sally watched him walk away, unable to suppress a chuckle. As she opened the compartment door, Harry immediately stood up. Sally took a seat beside him, grabbing a cauldron cake from the table. I'm starving, she exclaimed between bites. Didn't you eat anything over there? Ron asked, puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. My 2 brothers are well off and wouldn't have resorted to Mum's sandwiches. Sally shook her head, offering no explanation. After finishing the cake, she turned to Harry and said, Brother, this cake is quite dry. Do you have any water? Yes, there's some pumpkin juice we bought just for you. What did you just call me? As Harry extended the pumpkin juice, his hand paused midway. Sally took the goblet, smiling as she spoke. What's the matter? Don't you like me calling you brother? Or would you prefer I call you Harry? Perhaps Potter? No, that's not it, Harry stammered. I quite enjoy calling you sister. No, I like it when my brother calls you that. Actually, you can call me brother. Ron looked at Harry with a bemused expression, having once idolized him, while Sally was not surprised. For she understood the fortune and joy of having someone so intimately connected in this world. Sipping her pumpkin juice, she beamed at Harry as he introduced the delightful array of food laid out on the table. Ron's keen eye spotted a box of chocolate frogs beside Sally's seat, and he inquired, How did you come by a box of chocolate frogs? Oh, this? Fred gave it to me, Sally replied, opening one, and a frog leaped out, quickly escaping its confines. He's never given me anything. I'm his own brother. Ron fumed, for the umpteenth time doubting their blood relation. Sally ignored him, instead grimacing at the mark left by the escaping frog. Had she ever mentioned her fear of frogs and worms? Gazing at the remaining chocolate frogs in the box, she hesitated, ultimately deciding against discarding them, placing them gently into her luggage. Chapter 6. The train slowed, finally coming to a stop. Passengers jostled one another, rushing toward the doors. Harry held Sally's hand tightly, fearing the throng might separate them, a plausible concern given the crowd's density. Once off the train, the night air sent a slight shiver through Sally, making her nostalgic for the warmth of their compartment. At that moment, a lantern swung above the students' heads, and a booming voice rang out, "First-year students! First-year students! Come this way. Harry, over here. How are you?" Harry squeezed through the crowd to Hagrid's side. "I'm well, Hagrid. This is my sister, Sally." Hagrid glanced at Sally, then blinked. "Of course, I can see that." They followed Hagrid along a narrow, extremely slippery path, stumbling slightly. Twice Sally felt she might fall, but Harry's grip on her hand kept her steady. At last, she heard Hagrid announce, "Just around this bend, you will see Hogwarts for the first time." A chorus of "oh" erupted from the group. Sally couldn't help but exclaim, gazing across the dark lake at the majestic castle looming atop the hills. Was that Hogwarts? "Each boat can carry no more than 4, Hagrid declared, as Harry, still holding Sally's hand, moved slowly. He spotted Ron waving from a boat and prepared to join him. However, before he could reach Ron, he noticed Hermione and Neville had already climbed aboard. "Hey, there's Harry and his sister," Ron shouted. "None of our names are on the list, and we boarded first. Are you going to make us get off?" Hermione replied, her head held high. "Is everyone on board? Why are there still stragglers? Hurry up, we're going to be late," Hagrid shouted, taking a seat in a boat by himself. Sally noticed another boat nearby with only 3 people, so she tugged at Harry's hand, indicating they should sit there. Harry glanced at Hermione and Neville and reluctantly released her hand. Sally stepped into the back boat, where the 3 occupants included a very small boy whose pale face was visible even in the darkness, while the other 2 were quite robust. "Excuse me. Is there room for one more on this boat?" she inquired politely. "You may come aboard, miss," the small boy replied, standing up graciously to make room for her. As soon as Sally climbed aboard, the fleet set off. The boats glided across the mirror-like lake in silence, each occupant lost in their own thoughts, gazing at the towering castle above. Upon reaching the shore, they ascended the stone steps to a massive door. Hagrid knocked thrice with his enormous fist. The door swung open to reveal a tall witch in a long emerald green robe. She opened the door wide, and at that moment, Harry rejoined Sally, sharing a smile. She returned the gesture, and together they entered a small, cramped room where everyone gathered closely, each person anxiously observing their surroundings. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall said, promptly outlining the upcoming sorting ceremony in the House Cup, before departing without elaborating on how the sorting would occur or what preparations were necessary. Sally had previously inquired about the sorting from Mrs. Weasley, who had simply smiled and assured her not to worry, dismissing the need for any preparatory skills as unnecessary. "I believe you will be sorted into Gryffindor," Mrs. Weasley chuckled. "Our entire family belongs to Gryffindor, which shows how significant family lineage can be. Your parents graduated from Gryffindor. Undoubtedly the finest." "Don't say that, Molly," Mr. Weasley, reading a newspaper from his seat, interjected. "You don't need to be anxious, Sally. You will be fairly sorted into the house you belong in. As for lineage, it merely indicates that children often inherit traits from their parents. But I've seen many families with members in different houses. The house you belong to is not of utmost importance. What truly matters is your ability to remain true to yourself, Sally." Reflecting on this, Sally felt considerably reassured. They did not wait long before Professor McGonagall returned. "Now, form a single line," she instructed. "Follow me." Sally walked behind Harry, acutely sensing that her brother's legs seemed heavy and his gait somewhat peculiar. She contemplated asking, but with ghosts and classmates surrounding them, she hesitated and ultimately remained silent. Professor McGonagall placed an ancient, tattered wizard's hat on a stool. As Sally examined the hat, the great hall fell silent, and suddenly, the hat split open and began to sing. The tune was delightful, but it ended swiftly. Professor McGonagall unfurled a scroll of parchment and began to call out the names of the new students. When a name was called, that student would step forward to allow the hat to read their thoughts. Sally's hands grew clammy with nervousness. She was unsure of why she felt this way. Unlike Harry, who felt compelled to battle, nor like Ron, who was determined to be in Gryffindor, she was simply anxious. Her mind felt blank, and she feared the sorting hat might find nothing within her. What then would she do? As the list dwindled, she found herself remaining alongside Harry, Ron, and an unfamiliar, seemingly haughty boy. What if they forgot her? What if there was some mistake? Her thoughts spiraled from an initial blankness into chaotic musings. "Harry Potter," Professor McGonagall called out. And Harry stepped forward. Sherry, with her keen intuition, sensed a shift in the atmosphere below, prompting her to discreetly glance back. She observed that everyone on the floor was murmuring quietly, some even rising to get a better look at him. Once again, Sherry realized she had underestimated Harry's fame. The sorting had hesitated for a long time, longer than it had for several others, before finally proclaiming Gryffindor. Sherry could hear the thunderous cheers erupting from the Gryffindor table without turning around. Harry rushed past her, and she hoped for a glance from him. However, it was clear her brother was too startled and hurried to sit down at the Gryffindor position. Next was Ron, undoubtedly a Gryffindor, which led Sherry to believe she too might belong to that house. Following him was a seemingly arrogant boy, Blaise, who was sorted into Slytherin. This made Sherry consider that perhaps Slytherin was also a fine choice, should she be accepted. "Sherry Potter," Professor McGonagall announced, and the hall fell silent once more. Sherry, feeling somewhat stiff, walked to the stool and donned the hat. In that moment, she spotted Harry in the crowd, but then the hat obscured her vision. A voice whispered in her ear, "Another dilemma. Do you have a particular house in mind?" "Oh, you don't? How intriguing. Let me see." "Indeed. It is a conundrum. With all due respect, Gryffindor may not be the best fit for you. You possess courage, without a doubt, but it only manifests under certain circumstances. Well, I trust my judgment. After all, I have never been wrong. Therefore, Slytherin." The Sorting Hat's voice was particularly loud. Chapter 7. Snape recognized her immediately among the first years. In person, she bore a striking resemblance to Lily, with her flowing red hair and emerald green eyes. Even with all the mental preparation, seeing her alive before him made him wonder if she were a specter returned from the grave. With a self-deprecating smile, he took a sip of his drink and shifted his gaze to Harry, who resembled both Lily and that insufferable Potter, possessing Potter's features and Lily's eyes. He assumed Sherry would inevitably be sorted into Gryffindor. He held no hope for her to join Slytherin. Thus, when the sorting had announced Slytherin, he nearly crushed his wine glass. He sensed the astonished reactions of the other professors, likely excluding Dumbledore, yet he felt nothing but delight. No, ecstasy, though his expression remained unchanged. Sherry removed the hat and approached the Slytherin table, receiving the warm welcome typical of its house, akin to her fellow Slytherins. She spotted the pale boy who had shared the boat with her. "I didn't expect you to be the famous Potter's sister," he remarked as she settled beside him. "But being sorted into Slytherin indicates you are entirely different from him. Slytherins are of noble blood and exceptionally clever." His sentence trailed off as Albus Dumbledore stood, beaming with joy, arms wide open, delivering a uniquely heartfelt welcome. "Welcome," he exclaimed. "Welcome to everyone starting a new year at Hogwarts. Before the feast commences, I would like to share a few words. Imbeciles, crybabies, riffraff, twist." Sherry heard Malfoy snicker beside her, but she paid no mind, for at that moment, an abundance of food appeared on the table: roast beef, roasted chicken, and more. She was famished, particularly when she spotted her favorite pudding, which made her stomach growl even more. She selected a generous portion of steak and a serving of pudding. The atmosphere in the hall was lively. Apart from Slytherin, Gryffindor was the most animated, with everyone engaging in spirited conversation, punctuated by laughter. Next were Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, where students quickly became acquainted. Only Slytherin maintained an air of formality, with everyone sitting straight-backed, dining elegantly, speaking little, yet exchanging smiles or glances when eyes met. Sherry envied their unspoken camaraderie. She had a delicate stomach, so she couldn't indulge excessively that evening. After finishing her steak and pudding, followed by a strawberry-flavored donut, she realized she could eat no more. The first day of school should not be marred by overindulgence. She set down her utensils and surveyed the beautiful hall, watching the professors above enjoy their meals, filled with anticipation for the future. "I just realized I haven't introduced myself," the pale boy said. "I'm Draco Malfoy. You may have heard of my father." "I'm sorry. I used to live in the Muggle world and am not very familiar with this place," Sherry replied, returning her gaze apologetically. "That's all right. You will meet him eventually. My father is one of the governors of this school, and he has always favored Slytherin students," Malfoy said. "Perhaps I can call you Sherry. You know, I need to distinguish you from that Potter, but I don't want to call him Harry." "That's fine. You can call me Sherry. I thought you might look down on me for living in the Muggle world." Sherry recalled the rumors and curiously inquired. "That is a misconception about Slytherin. While we may value bloodlines, we do not concern ourselves with one's background. In fact, great figures often have unique origins," a brown-haired boy across from her suddenly interjected. Sorry to interrupt your conversation. I'm Gemma Fry. You can call me Gemma. Malfoy clearly possessed a knack for conversation, quickly engaging with the prefect on matters of bloodlines. It dawned on Sherry that Slytherins did not refrain from speaking. They simply preferred not to converse during meals. This notion would be validated in countless subsequent dinners. As the last of the pudding and desserts vanished from the table, Dumbledore rose to address a series of announcements, followed by the school song, only lyrics, no melody. With everyone singing in their own way. Even seated at Slytherin, she could hear Fred and George's funeral march rendition of the school song. Music, Dumbledore mused, is far more enchanting than anything we do here. Now it is time for bed. Everyone, return to your dormitories. Sherry had intended to seize the moment to speak with Harry, but found no opportunity. The Gryffindor dormitory was clearly upstairs, while they followed Gemma down the corridor. If she recalled correctly, the hall was on the first floor, suggesting that Slytherin's common room resided below. The group halted before a damp stone wall, and Gemma proclaimed, "Serpent." The wall slowly opened, allowing the Slytherin students to enter one by one. Upon entry, they found themselves in the common room, a semi-transparent lounge situated beneath the lake. With walls constructed of black Gothic marble and a ceiling of crystal-carved transparency, reflecting the shimmering water above. The ambience was tinged with green, and the intricately carved mantelpiece showcased a fireplace, accompanied by elegantly adorned chairs. Through the windows, they occasionally glimpsed enormous squids and other peculiar creatures. Once all had entered, Gemma requested the newcomers to remain in the common room, as most upperclassmen had retired, while a few sat in nearby chairs. Briefly, I would like to share a few words with the first years, Gemma stated, exuding a politician's unique charm that was undeniably persuasive. I am the esteemed prefect Gemma Fry, and it brings me great joy to extend a warm welcome to you all in Slytherin House. Our emblem is that of a serpent, the most cunning of creatures, and our house colors are emerald green and silver. The entrance to our common room is concealed in the depths of the basement, but with time, you shall discover it for yourselves. Through our windows, one can gaze directly upon the depths of the Hogwarts Lake, where we often observe a colossal octopus leisurely gliding outside. And occasionally, even more fascinating creatures make their appearance. We take pride in the enigmatic, aquatic ambience of our dwelling. Now, there are certain truths about Slytherin you ought to be aware of, as well as some unfounded rumors you should cast aside. Allow me to enlighten you regarding the fallacies. You may have encountered whispers asserting that we have an affinity for the study of the dark arts, or that Slytherin exclusively admits students from esteemed wizarding families. Such fabrications should not be taken to heart, for they stem from our rival houses. While I do not deny that our house has produced a number of dark wizards, it is worth noting that the other three houses have had their share of dark practitioners as well, albeit they are reluctant to acknowledge this fact. Indeed, while we do have a tendency to recruit descendants of illustrious wizarding lineages, you will also find that many Slytherin students have at least one parent who is a muggle. I must share an often overlooked truth that the other three houses conveniently ignore. The illustrious Merlin was also a student of Slytherin. Indeed, Merlin himself, the most renowned wizard in history, all his profound knowledge was acquired within the hallowed halls of Slytherin. Do you aspire to follow in Merlin's footsteps? Or would you rather trail behind the former Hufflepuff student, Eglantine Puffet, who invented self-cleaning rags? The answer, I believe, is rather evident. Let me dispel some rumors about us. It is time to share our remarkable achievements. We are the most formidable and sharpest house in this esteemed institution. Our purpose is victory. For we cherish the traditions of Slytherin's honor. Our peers hold us in high regard, albeit with a tinge of trepidation due to our reputation in the realm of dark magic. Yet, do you know? There is a certain thrill in being renowned in domains that others dare not tread. It allows us to subtly imply our superiority as we peruse the library's vast collection, while others hesitate to mar our belongings with their scribbles. However, we are not malevolent souls. We take great pride in our emblem, the serpent, symbolizing cunning, strength, and the frequent misinterpretations that accompany them. For instance, Slytherin students care for one another. Ravenclaw does so too, does it not? But unlike the bookish Ravenclaws, who are perpetually comparing their academic achievements, we Slytherins embody the bond of siblings. The corridors of Hogwarts are often fraught with little traps for the unwary, and if you have a Slytherin companion to guide you along, consider yourself fortunate. Once you become part of the elite within the Slytherin house, you understand what Salazar Slytherin valued in his students: greatness. You were chosen for this house because you possess the potential to become extraordinary. Now, observe the individuals around you in the common room. If you perceive them as unremarkable or lacking in distinction, I urge you to keep such thoughts to yourself. For if the Sorting Hat placed them in this house, there must be something remarkable about them. Do not forget this. Speaking of those destined for mediocrity, I have yet to mention Gryffindor. Many assert that Slytherin and Gryffindor represent opposing forces of the same world. Personally, I believe Gryffindor is merely a collection of individuals aspiring to be like Slytherin. Some claim that Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor valued the same qualities in students, suggesting a similarity between our houses. However, this does not imply that we seek to appease Gryffindor. They wish to conquer us just as we desire to triumph over them. There are a few things you ought to know. Our house ghost is the Bloody Baron. If you manage to befriend him, he might assist you in scaring those you wish to intimidate. Just refrain from inquiring about the origin of the bloodstains on his attire. He is not fond of that question. The password to our common room changes every fortnight, so be sure to check the notice board. It is forbidden to bring students from other houses into our common room or to divulge our password to them. Our common room has not permitted outsiders for 7 centuries. That is all I wish to convey. I believe you will take pleasure in our dormitory. Our beds are traditional 4-poster creations adorned with green silk drapes, and the bed covers are intricately embroidered with silver threads. The walls display medieval tapestries that narrate the illustrious adventures of Slytherin, while silver lanterns dangle gracefully from the ceiling. As you listen to the gentle waves of the lake lapping against the window, you will find a peaceful slumber. That is all I wish to convey. Should anyone have further inquiries, I would be delighted to assist. If there are no questions remaining, then I wish you all sweet dreams. As the crowd dispersed, Sally could discern the pride reflected on their faces, affirming her suspicion that, regardless of the veracity in Gemma's words, he had succeeded in winning their trust. Malfoy appeared to have more questions for the prefect, and after a brief farewell to him, Sally made her way to the girls' dormitory. Chapter 8, as McGonagall had described. Their dormitory was exceptionally cozy, with ample space and privacy between the beds. Upon her arrival, Sally discovered only one bed remaining, tucked in the corner by the window. Though slightly more confined than the others, it was the most secluded, surrounded by cabinets. She felt quite satisfied, especially when, after tidying her belongings, she lay on the bed and noticed a colossal octopus floating not far from her window. She gazed at it quietly, her mind wandering through numerous thoughts. "Are you well acquainted with Draco?" A voice interrupted her reverie. Sitting up, she turned towards the sound, spotting a girl with brown hair and brown eyes, whose ordinary appearance was contrasted by an air of haughtiness. "What defines well acquainted?" Sally replied, somewhat perplexed by her question. "I mean, how long have you known each other?" The girl appeared slightly impatient. Though Sally was unsure of her intent, she answered, "We happened to travel on the same boat to Hogwarts and sat together during meals." "Is that what you mean? It seems you are not very familiar," the girl remarked, satisfied. "I know you, sister of Harry Potter." "You may call me Sally," she replied. "Pansy Parkinson," the girl introduced herself. "If you are sufficiently honest and intelligent, I might consider making you my sidekick." Sally nearly laughed, momentarily transported back to her days at the orphanage when she had said similar things at the age of 6. "I apologize, but I am uncertain if I possess enough honesty and intelligence. However, if you wish to be friends, that is acceptable. As for a leader, I believe I can manage well on my own. As you mentioned, I have a rather famous older brother." Pansy had never encountered such a response before. She had anticipated agreement or refusal, but never expected Sally to deviate from the norm. "You may ponder it well," she said. Sally looked out the window, noting that the giant octopus had vanished, leaving only the tranquil waters of the lake and the rocks. She sighed and rose to retrieve her toiletries. "I'm going to wash my face and brush my teeth now. If you prefer not to join me, kindly make room." When Sally returned from washing up, she was pleased to find that Pansy had vacated her spot. She changed into her nightgown and lay back down, yet sleep eluded her. This was Hogwarts, a school of magic, and she was now residing in a dormitory beneath the lake. Tomorrow, she would learn astonishing and wondrous things, filling her with excitement. As the dormitory gradually quieted, the silence allowed her to hear the faint sounds outside. Unable to sleep, she decided to read. She grabbed a book at random, donned her coat, and prepared to sit in the common room for a while. She assumed the common room would be deserted at this hour. However, as she settled into a chair facing the window, she heard a voice say, "I hope I am not disturbing you." Turning her head, she saw Gemma and smiled, replying, "Not at all. In fact, I was just contemplating whether to exchange this book for another, as I cannot comprehend this one at all." Gemma pulled up a chair beside her and noticed the book was the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. He smiled, saying, "Transfiguration is indeed a challenging subject, yet undeniably useful. Professor McGonagall teaches this course. She is the head of Gryffindor, and while she may seem intimidating, she is quite adept in this field. I hope to be clever enough. She does not appear very approachable to me," Sally remarked with a wry smile, recalling Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor. Every first year harbors such thoughts. But you will soon discover that those who arrive at Hogwarts possess an innate talent for magic. Being sorted into Slytherin further attests to your intelligence. Gemma responded with a smile. "And should you encounter any difficulties, you are always welcome to seek my assistance. After all, I am in my 3rd year. And I believe I can help you with first-year fundamentals." "Who is the headmaster of our school?" Sally inquired suddenly. "Professor Snape. A highly respected individual with unparalleled talent and skill in potion-making. While students from other houses may harbor disdain for him, no one in Slytherin dislikes him. You will come to understand this in time," Gemma explained with a smile. "In truth, you need not worry. If you are not sorted in a Hufflepuff, these subjects will be a breeze for you. I suggest you read some interesting books. I will compile a reading list for you tomorrow. If time permits, I can accompany you to the library. You truly treat others with kindness, Prefect," Sally said sincerely. "In Slytherin, I believe every upperclassman and elder extends such care towards you. I can assure you, we are the most united and protective house at Hogwarts," Gemma replied, also smiling. "It is getting late. I recommend you retire for the night. You will have plenty of time to admire the scenery in the days to come. I hope you do not grow weary of it. By the way, the lights in the common room will turn off automatically when you leave, which is how I knew someone was still here," Gemma said as he stood up. "All right, Prefect. I understand," Sally replied. After Gemma departed, she gazed out the window, no longer seeing the giant octopus, only a few colorful fish swimming about. She observed them for a moment, then glanced at the book in her hands. Realizing she could not comprehend it, she closed it and returned to her dormitory. This time, she quickly drifted into sleep, and the night passed without dreams. Chapter 9. Although she had gone to bed somewhat late, the quality of her sleep was excellent, leaving her feeling refreshed the next morning. After a quick wash, she donned the green Slytherin uniform and ventured alone from the dormitory to the common room. There, she spotted Malfoy, who was not alone this time. He was flanked by the 2 burly boys she had seen on the boat. Upon noticing her, Malfoy stood, and Sally wondered why he awaited her presence, but refrained from voicing her curiosity. He walked ahead, with the 2 large boys acting as his bodyguards. "Good morning, Sally," Malfoy greeted. "This is Vincent Crabbe, and this is Gregory Goyle. You met them on the boat." He added that they were not particularly bright, but were loyal enough. In a single statement, Sally understood her initial impressions were correct. These 2 acted as his protectors. This thought led her to recall Pansy's words from the previous night, and she reflexively glanced towards the girls' dormitory door, finding no sign of her. "Are you waiting for someone?" Malfoy inquired. "Not at all. In fact, I intend to have breakfast," Sally replied, pleased to see them. "Hello, Crabbe, Goyle. Let's go together. We must have breakfast," Malfoy asserted. "Trust me, following me will spare you from unnecessary detours." The infamous winding staircases of Hogwarts posed a challenge, yet having visited with his father in his youth, he possessed a modicum of experience. Sally felt disinclined to inquire about the specifics of Malfoy's previous visit, but the 4 of them arrived at the dining hall without incident. The hall was always abundant with food. She spread butter on a piece of bread, savored a fried egg, and drank a glass of milk. Unable to resist, she indulged in a pudding, and at Malfoy's suggestion, tried a peppermint candy, reputed to refresh one's breath. Upon exiting the dining hall, she spotted Harry, who was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Every passerby seemed to be drawn to him, whether intentionally or not. Sally had much to convey to Harry, yet the atmosphere was evidently inappropriate. "We should leave," Malfoy remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at Harry before addressing Sally. Feeling unable to speak, and uncertain of the potential traps they might encounter on their way to Transfiguration class, she was reluctant to be tardy on her first day. Thus, she turned to depart. But just a few steps away, she heard Harry call out, "Sally, wait." She turned back to see Harry making his way through the crowd, approaching her with a similar look of distaste directed at Malfoy. In a hushed tone, he said, "I'll be waiting for you by the lake during lunch." He seemed poised to say more, but Ron interrupted, pulling him away. Transfiguration class proved less daunting than she had envisioned. Professor McGonagall's explanations were indeed clear and engaging. Sally found herself genuinely interested in the subject, so much so that even the 2 consecutive periods seemed to pass swiftly. Following the class, lunchtime arrived. Rather than dining, she proceeded directly to the lakeside, where she indeed found Harry and Ron, neither having partaken in lunch. At that hour, the castle was bustling with students, leaving the lakeside deserted. Upon seeing Sally, Harry quickly stood and approached her, anxiously asking, "Are you doing well in Slytherin? Has anyone been unkind to you?" Before she could respond, he continued, "The Sorting Hat must have made an error. I'm in Gryffindor, and our parents are also Gryffindors. How could you possibly be in Slytherin?" "Calm down," Sally interjected, interrupting her brother's anxious ramblings. "I am doing quite well in Slytherin. The upperclassmen are very considerate of the newcomers, and no one has bullied me. What about you?" Before Harry could answer, Ron scoffed from a distance. "I told you not to worry. Your sister is thriving in Slytherin. Did you not see how Malfoy and his bodyguards escorted her to breakfast and class? I assume you sought his permission before visiting us?" "I dislike your tone, Ron," Sally said firmly. "I am merely friends with Malfoy. If you choose to continue speaking to us in that manner, you will not remain my friend." "Did you hear that, Harry? She's ready to abandon us for Malfoy. You know our families are rivals. Have you forgotten how warmly welcomed you have been? Is this how you repay our mother?" Ron exclaimed, his voice rising in agitation. Sally's expression darkened. "I care for every member of the Weasley family, including you, but I cannot harbor unwarranted animosity towards Malfoy simply because you dislike him. In truth, he has been quite considerate towards me in the house, since he has not distanced himself due to my relationship with you. I will not do the same because of you. You may have your grievances, but please do not involve me." "Listen, Harry, do you have anything else to say to her? Let us go. It's not worth staying here while she starves," Ron urged, attempting to pull Harry away. Harry seemed to want to say something, but was rendered speechless as Ron led him away. Sally stood by the lake, lost in thought, when unexpectedly, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Since her first bout of crying, she found herself more prone to tears. Ron's words had wounded her deeply, despite her calm exterior. "What are you doing here instead of eating?" a mature male voice inquired from behind her. Sally quickly wiped her tears and turned to see a tall, slender man clad in a long black robe and cloak, with black hair and eyes that seemed both cold and unfathomable. "Professor, she stammered, uncertain of his identity, but surmised he must be a professor at Hogwarts. She was at a loss for how to respond without risking house points. "I do not wish to hear your explanation. If you are not going to eat, you shall remain hungry today," the professor interrupted. "Why are you still here?" "Then I shall take my leave," she replied, fearing he might change his mind. She hurried away, the brief encounter alleviating some of her earlier distress. Unbeknownst to her, the man's seemingly indifferent demeanor concealed the fact that his hands, hidden within his voluminous sleeves, were damp with perspiration. As she approached the dining hall, she encountered the inseparable Weasley brothers, prompting memories of Ron's earlier tone, which soured her mood anew. She feigned ignorance and prepared to enter the hall when she heard George's voice. "Fred, look. Our lovely little friend is pretending not to see us now. Have we donned an invisibility cloak?" "We have no invisibility cloak," Fred interjected. "Perhaps someone is too ashamed to be associated with the impoverished Weasley family?" "I'm not," Sally retorted, realizing George and Fred's playful expressions indicated they were intentionally jesting. Though she felt a twinge of embarrassment, it was softened by the realization that they did not share Ron's prejudices against her. "We know you're not," George said, draping an arm over her shoulder with ease, as they towered over her. "We're simply apologizing to our thoughtless little brother. He cares too much about you." "I feel none of it, neither your apology nor his concern," Sally replied sarcastically. "I thought we were friends." "You are indeed friends, which is why he feels upset about your new acquaintances, especially when those friends will never befriend us," Fred clarified. "And what about you?" Sally inquired. "We will not lessen our animosity towards him simply because you are close to Malfoy," George stated. "Thus, we will not diminish our fondness for you because of him." "Will we, Fred?" "Indeed, that is our sentiment," Fred affirmed. "I wish Ron could think like you," Sally sighed. "He will. I have written to Mom, subtly mentioning Ron's comments and your hurt feelings. I believe she will take action, for she holds you in such high regard," George assured her. "Now, we want to keep you from your meal. I recommend the lamb chops for lunch. They are superb." Sally sat at the Slytherin table, where few remained. The roasted lamb was still available. She enjoyed a piece along with some mashed potatoes and indulged in 2 servings of pudding. Sally felt a wave of relief wash over her. Humph, that Ron fellow. If he doesn't apologize, she would never speak to him again. The afternoon's history of magic class was a nightmare, with Professor Binns droning on in a monotonous manner. Fortunately, The subject lacked any complex concepts that required deep thought. It merely entailed memorizing textbook content. Despite her efforts to stay alert for several minutes, Sally eventually succumbed to distraction, pulling out other textbooks to flip through. Upon returning to the common room after dinner, Malfoy feigned casual interest in her midday conversation with Harry. After considering her words, Sally relayed a softened version of what Ron and the Weasley brothers had said. Malfoy scoffed upon hearing it. They think too highly of themselves. I teach you, my friend, because of you, Sally Potter, not because of your illustrious brother, nor due to the ridiculous Weasley family. However, they do have a point. I will not harbor any fondness for them because of you, but likewise, my association with you will not diminish due to them. You can rest assured of that, Malfoy stated. His words did indeed lift Sally's spirits a bit, and they proceeded to discuss other matters, sharing reflections on the day's events. She realized that although Malfoy's words could be harsh, sometimes laced with arrogance, he possessed a remarkable clarity and objectivity regarding situations, likely tied to his upbringing. Nearby, Pansy Parkinson observed everything intently. Chapter 10. Everything progressed in an orderly manner. Throughout the week, Sally attended all her classes. Though some proved challenging, the Slytherin upperclassmen were quite willing to assist, provided one was mindful of the context and timing. Sally discovered a burgeoning interest in transfiguration. Among the teachers she had encountered, Professor Quirrell struck her as particularly peculiar. His manner of speech was disjointed and somewhat stammering, imbued with an odd essence, and he only seemed capable of diverting topics with bizarre, implausible stories. At long last, Friday arrived, marking her first class with Harry. Over the past few days, she had exchanged greetings with him, and if time permitted, they would engage in conversation. However, if Ron was present, their discussions were always brief. As he had previously attempted to speak with her, which she had chosen to ignore, she understood that to ensure Ron truly learned his lesson, she must wait until he resolved his inner turmoil and offered an apology. It's a splendid day, Malfoy declared, his voice brimming with excitement. We will attend potions class with Gryffindor, under the esteemed Professor Snape. Unable to suppress her amusement, Sally inquired if Snape truly was as protective as they claimed. Malfoy smugly replied, "You shall see." To her astonishment, during potions class, Sally discovered that their head of house and potions instructor was indeed the same teacher who had reprimanded her by the lake. A knot formed in her stomach, but she quickly reassured herself that after so many days, he might have forgotten her. Sally found that Malfoy's assertions were not exaggerated. Professor Snape was not only protective but also exceedingly biased against Harry, with Ron suffering collateral damage. Within 10 minutes of class, Gryffindor lost points over a trivial matter. Malfoy and Sally were paired together for an experiment, and she could distinctly sense Malfoy's elevated spirits. However, Sally felt unusually flustered. Potions required utmost focus and absolute precision, qualities that she found lacking in herself. For instance, if she aimed to carefully chop clover, she could not simultaneously monitor the temperature of the boiling water. Similarly, when adding porcupine quills, the prescribed amount must be exact, no more, no less. Overwhelmed, she struggled to manage multiple tasks at once. In this moment, she was grateful for Malfoy's presence. He kept an eye on her, preventing her from making critical mistakes. Unlike the other students, only she and Malfoy escaped Snape's ire. Even as she prepared to submit her potion, bracing for criticism, especially since a preceding student's work was evidently superior, yet still faced Snape's scorn. Snape merely raised an eyebrow, waved his wand, and stored her potion without either praise or reprimand. Exiting the potions classroom, Sally's head buzzed from the mental exertion she rarely experienced. Malfoy waved to her at the door, and as she nodded in acknowledgement, a girl rushed past, colliding violently with her, shattering the ink bottle in her hand. "Sally." Malfoy quickly crossed the distance, grasping her arm. "Are you all right, Sally?" It was Harry and Ron, emerging from the classroom a bit later. Ron shoved Malfoy aside, while Goyle and Crabbe immediately squared up to Malfoy, ready for confrontation. Harry looked anxiously at Sally. "Are you okay?" Before she could respond, a cat screeched, followed by Filch's furious bellow. "Who is causing chaos here?" Look at this, ink on the tapestry. Who did this?" "It was me, Mr. Filch, but it was unintentional." "Someone," Sally stepped forward. "Unintentional? Is that your excuse for spilling ink everywhere? Do you not see this rule in the school code? While I cannot deduct points, I will require you to clean the tapestry yourself, without magic, and also pick up the glass shards and ink stains from the floor, all by hand. What are you waiting for? Should I put you in detention?" Sally clenched her books tightly, inhaling deeply. At that moment, Ron spoke. It's all right, we'll help you. Yeah, I'm here, we'll sort it out in no time, Harry added, squatting to gather the shards. You all must stand back. Let her handle this herself. She should learn a lesson, Filch arrogantly proclaimed, a smug smile creeping onto his face. Enough, Filch. A voice, though quiet, resonated clearly in every ear. The crowd parted to allow Professor Snape passage. My student. I believe I can manage this, Snape asserted, and without waiting for Filch to respond, waved his wand, erasing all traces of the chaos. Humph. Filch, clearly displeased, recognized the futility of opposing Snape and huffed away, limping off with his cat. What are you all staring at? Potter, Weasley, your conduct in class has already cost Gryffindor points. Do you think I should deduct more? Snape snarled, before turning his gaze to Sally. As for you, report to my office at 7 o'clock tonight. After speaking, he strode away. Sally felt a deep sense of grievance, particularly since the cause of her distress stemmed from her failure to notice who had deliberately bumped into her. Throughout the journey, Harry and Ron offered her much comfort. Ron sincerely apologized for his words, and the two reconciled. Nevertheless, Sally's spirits did not improve. Lost in thought, she skipped lunch, and by evening, she had consumed nothing at all. She sat in the common room, and as the clock approached 7, she found herself standing before Professor Snape's office door. She knocked a few times, and Snape's voice beckoned her in. Professor Snape's office was also underground, resulting in dim lighting. Various peculiar substances bubbled in bottles of all sizes, some repulsive, others exquisite. Numerous cauldrons of varying sizes occupied the workbench alongside countless glass vials. Upon seeing Sally enter, Snape rose and retrieved a vial from a shelf. She recognized it as her potion from class. The water temperature is 3 degrees too high. You stirred it 4 times less than required when adding the knot grass. The alfalfa was not chopped finely enough, and you omitted a drop of gecko blood. Did you jot all this down? Snape spoke rapidly, then fixed his gaze on her. I noted it down, Sally replied, though she had scarcely remembered much. If you have remembered, repeat the experiment until you succeed. With that, he brought forth a prepared cauldron and the necessary ingredients, returning to his writing without further ado. Sally, in a daze, approached the table and examined the materials Snape had prepared, only to find one crucial ingredient missing. After much hesitation, she finally spoke. Professor Snape. Yes, he replied without looking up. I might need my textbook, she said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Snape paused his writing, then after a moment said, Shall I bring it to you, or do you expect me to deliver it? Sally hurried over, accepting the book he handed her. Opening it revealed that it was Snape's own textbook, filled with detailed notes and annotations in various colors, each page densely written. Unbeknownst to her, Snape's books were never lent out, as he was an absolute authority in potion making, and his notes bore immense value. After attempting the potion once, she was unsuccessful. He dismissed her. The second attempt yielded better results, yet the alfalfa remained insufficiently crushed. On the third try, she finally earned Snape's reluctant approval. Very well, you may leave, he stated, regarding the pale blue potion with satisfaction. But the punishment, Sally couldn't help but voice her lingering concern from the previous night. I never stated you were here to be punished, Snape replied sternly. Now, I expect you to return before lights out. Otherwise, you may indeed face repercussions. Yes, Sally exclaimed, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped a calamity. However, just as she spoke, her stomach grumbled audibly, plunging the atmosphere into silence once more. Professor Snape, I shall take my leave now, she said, turning to exit. Stop. Snape's voice halted her in her tracks. Turning back, she noticed a plate of honey pancakes had mysteriously appeared on the table. You have 10 minutes to eat them, he instructed before returning to tidy the workbench. Sally was overjoyed and began to devour the pancakes. Professor Snape, do you have something to drink? These pancakes are rather dry. Do you have any summer pudding? While you are speaking, you should be leaving, Snape exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Had he been too indulgent with this student, allowing her to eat pancakes and drink tea in his office? Sally secretly stuck out her tongue, curious to see how far Snape's patience would stretch. She realized that he had a harsh exterior but a soft heart, a revelation that would make it difficult for her to maintain her awe of him in the future. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Draco, who remained in the common room, worried deeply for Sally. Chapter 11. I knew you would be fine. Upon returning to the common room, Sally informed Draco that Professor Snape had merely instructed her to redo the day's experiment. Draco replied, Doing today's experiment will benefit you. Frankly, your potion class is utterly unbearable. Would you like some of the sweets I brought from home? Sally refrained from mentioning her recent lavish dinner in Snape's office. Yet the beautifully wrapped sweets Draco presented looked enticing, prompting her to nod in appreciation. What flavors do you prefer? I recommend matcha and chocolate, Draco said, producing 2 pieces of candy. Sally shook her head. I prefer sweet flavors, or even milk. Matcha and chocolate are too bitter. Such a pity, Draco lamented, returning the 2 pieces to the box. Perhaps you could try this. Vanilla. It is said to be quite sweet, though I have never tasted it myself. Sally accepted the candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth, immediately greeted by a rich, creamy flavor. Delicious, she exclaimed. I recommend you try it. Feel free to take it, Draco said, shoving the entire box into her hands before she could refuse. I have plenty at home. I can always have our house elf send more. Besides, this box is for you. Perhaps you'll enjoy the matcha and chocolate flavors after all. Sally examined the exquisite box, noticing the candies appeared nearly untouched, as if brand new. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, Thank you. I'll make sure to return the favor at Christmas. Consider it a Christmas gift, not a repayment. It's just a box of candy. Draco replied dismissively. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he said, The head boy mentioned he would take us to the library tomorrow. There are several books he wants to recommend. He asked me to inquire about your opinion. But tomorrow is the weekend. Sally reflected. That is fine. What time? Whenever you wake up, Draco chuckled. Sounds good. We shall meet in the common room then, Sally affirmed before rising. I'll head back to freshen up now. Thanks again for the sweets. Draco stood as well. No need to mention it. See you tomorrow. They each returned to their dormitories, and Sally casually placed the candies in her drawer, catching sight of the box of chocolate frogs, which reminded her of Fred and George. She resolved to visit them if the opportunity arose tomorrow. After freshening up in the common bathroom, Sally returned only to find someone standing at the foot of her bed. Parkinson, what do you want? If Pansy Parkinson had any discernment, she might have noticed that Sally now referred to her as Parkinson instead of Pansy. Alas, one of her many shortcomings was a lack of intelligence. I believe you owe me an explanation, she stated, arms crossed, her head held high as she glared at Sally. I distinctly recall you claiming to be unfamiliar with Malfoy. Firstly, I never claimed to be unfamiliar with Malfoy. I merely stated the nature of our relationship, which you misinterpreted as unfamiliarity, Sally replied, organizing her toiletries. Moreover, I find it rather vexing that you incessantly bring up matters concerning Malfoy. If your intention is not to cultivate our friendship, then perhaps it would be best for us to remain strangers. Years hence, when we encounter one another post-graduation, we may choose to act as if we are unacquainted. However, you, Pansy Parkinson, visibly irritated, clenched her fists at her sides. Sally, not allowing her the opportunity to respond, asserted, The person who bumped into me at the potions classroom door today was you, was it not? Pansy's bravado instantly dwindled. Do you possess any evidence? She retorted. I have no evidence, otherwise I would not be standing here calmly conversing with you, Sally replied. You ought to be grateful that I am in good spirits tonight. She took a couple of steps toward Pansy, gazing directly into her eyes, her voice softening. Listen. If you fancy Malfoy, you should confess your feelings to him. Only once you have become his girlfriend will you have the right to accuse me and inquire about our relationship. At that point, if you disapprove of our friendship, I can withdraw. But tell me, on what grounds do you stand here with such arrogance? After all, they were not the only two in the dormitory. Sally thought it prudent not to act too harshly, considering they were both girls. You. Pansy's face flushed crimson with anger. She drew her wand from behind her, aiming it at Sally. Sally's heart raced. She hoped she had not said anything particularly egregious to provoke such a reaction. All right, Pansy. It's time to return and rest. At that moment, a voice echoed from somewhere, and Sally dared not turn to look, for Pansy's wand glowed ominously red. After enduring an intense glare from Pansy, she finally exhaled deeply and stormed away. Once Pansy returned to her bed, Sally let out a sigh of relief. Collapsing onto her own bed, through the window, she observed a massive octopus gliding back and forth, and a sense of insecurity began to envelop her. I brought Pansy to apologize to you. At that moment, a girl with brown hair approached. I am Sheila, a fourth-year student and a friend of Pansy's brother, William. He instructed me to look after his sister. Sheila's eyes seemed hollow, or perhaps devoid of emotion. Out of courtesy, Sally stood up and said, I am unclear as to how I have offended her. Our families have a good relationship. She is the youngest in both families and has inevitably been spoiled. Before entering school, she developed a crush on Draco. Now, seeing you both getting along, it's natural for her to feel discomfort. Sally sighed and responded, I have no intention of making enemies. Please convey to Pansy that my relationship with Malfoy is purely platonic. She is simply overthinking it. Perhaps, Sheila said, offering no further commentary. I just wanted to express my apologies for her behavior tonight. She was indeed reckless. However, rest assured, with her current abilities, it would take her at least a decade to master magic within Slytherin's boundaries. Slytherin's boundaries? Sally inquired, perplexed. Yes, all forms of offensive magic cannot be cast here. Sheila explained. Did you not know? I did not, Sally admitted, her tone growing colder. So she did not merely hold back. She had already initiated an attack against me. Albeit unexecuted, correct? That is the very reason I am here to apologize to you, Sheila replied. This is not your fault, so you need not apologize repeatedly, Sally countered. I believe I have come to my own conclusions. Sheila, unsure of what else to say, simply wished her a good night and departed. Sally returned to her bed, feeling on the verge of explosion. What a perplexing situation this was. She anticipated that her anger would prevent her from sleeping. Yet she unexpectedly slumbered soundly until after 9 the next morning. Rising, she washed up, dressed, and made her way to the common room, where Gemma, Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe were already seated. She felt a bit sheepish. It was one thing for the 3 boys to wait, but she had kept the prefect waiting as well. My apologies for my tardiness, Sally said. It seems we must set a time henceforth. I had assumed we meant around 7 when we spoke of waking up. Malfoy remarked with a hint of sarcasm. In my view, to be fully awake means between 10 and 11, Sally replied gently. I did not sleep well last night. All right, Gemma chuckled. Let's be on our way. Chapter 12. The group arrived at the library, and perhaps due to it being the weekend, it was bustling with students, many of whom wore expressions of excitement, clearly first-year students. Numerous tables had already been occupied. Gemma led them to a table by the window, where several upperclassmen from Slytherin were seated. A few adjacent seats were strewn with books but unoccupied, suggesting Gemma had arranged for them to reserve a few spots. Goyle and Crabbe, evidently uninterested in reading, settled into their seats and began to share their assignments from class. Gemma gestured for Malfoy and Sally to follow him, quietly outlining the library's classifications and strongly recommending some particularly useful or intriguing books. He informed them that if they wished to avoid frequent visits to the library, they could opt to borrow books, each of which bore a mark indicating to the librarian who possessed it, thus preventing any books from being surreptitiously removed from Hogwarts. There is only one exception, he said, approaching a locked door guarded by a witch. These are the restricted books, which students are generally prohibited from viewing. Should one require a specific book for a valid reason, they must obtain the headmaster's signature, and a librarian will retrieve it from the restricted section. What kind of books are behind that door, so shrouded in mystery? Malfoy scoffed. I have never borrowed from there, so I cannot say, Gemma replied. However, I have heard from graduates that it contains everything you desire. The group selected a few books and returned to their seats. Goyle and Crabbe had already compared their work, and as Sally passed by, she inadvertently glimpsed their transfiguration assignment, which could only be described as atrocious. She contemplated offering a bit of guidance, but reconsidered. Given their academic level, such an assignment was to be expected. Thus, she pursed her lips and said nothing. She noticed that Malfoy shared her sentiment. The two returned to their seats with their books, but neither could settle their minds. Sally pondered whether to inquire about Pansy's conduct. Do you have something to say? Malfoy prompted first. Perhaps, Sally began. Do you happen to know a girl named Pansy Parkinson? Malfoy contemplated for a moment, his brow furrowing in displeasure. I have some recollection. I have heard my father speak of the Parkinson family, but their notable member is their son, William Parkinson, who is said to be working at the Ministry of Magic and has a promising future. However, our families do not interact much, so I am not well acquainted with them. He then asked, what brings this question on? Nothing much, Sally smiled. Just a small curiosity, but it is of little consequence. Let us take the books back. I am feeling rather hungry. Malfoy observed her, realizing she truly did not wish to elaborate further, and replied, very well. Goyle and Crabbe are nearly dozing off as well. I will inform the upperclassmen. The 4 departed from the library and headed to the dining hall for a bite to eat. Sally had some matters to attend to, so she parted ways with Malfoy and the others. She arrived at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room on the 6th floor, wearing Slytherin attire. She knew she would not receive the best treatment here, but fortunately, her identity as Harry's sister was well known, and thus a boy agreed to fetch Harry for her. After waiting for a while, she saw Harry emerge from behind the portrait, closely followed by Ron. "Sally," Harry inquired. "Snape didn't impose any excessive punishment on you last night, did he?" "No, Professor Snape merely assisted me with my potions homework," Sally replied. "I told you not to worry. Snape is notorious for protecting his own house," Ron added. "Your brother was so worried he couldn't sleep all night." "Shut up, Ron." Harry's cheeks flushed slightly. "Brother," Sally said, "I'd like to borrow Hedwig from you. You know, the school SLs require a request, which is quite a hassle." "Of course, but what do you need Hedwig for?" Harry asked curiously. "I need some ink. I only brought 2 bottles, and that is probably insufficient." "Especially since I broke one," Sally shrugged. "That is fine. I also need some parchment, so I'll bring some back for you," Harry said. "That is splendid. By the way, I have a few book titles that I found quite good. You can check them out at the library when you have time." Sally handed Harry a list of books she had copied from the library. Harry accepted it, saying, "Ron and I are heading for lunch. What about you?" "I've already eaten. You two go ahead. I'll head back to the common room first," Sally replied. The 3 of them walked down to the first floor and then parted ways. Sally returned to her dormitory, completed her assignments, reviewed her lessons, and immersed herself in the books she had borrowed from the library, reveling in the boundless beauty of life. Weeks passed in this simple, yet surprising manner until one day a notice was posted in the Slytherin common room announcing that flying lessons would commence on Thursday, alongside the Gryffindor students. Sally was greatly looking forward to it, as riding a magical broomstick was undoubtedly an essential skill for a witch in her mind. However, on Wednesday afternoon, she sustained an unexpected injury during Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class. The incident occurred so swiftly that no one had time to react. A puffkine, which had unexpectedly awakened from its slumber while Professor Quirrell was demonstrating, dashed towards Sally, clawing at her leg. The puffkine's speed was remarkable, and although Professor Quirrell eventually subdued it, 3 students were injured as a result, 2 of whom were hurt while trying to evade the creature. "I am truly sorry," Professor Quirrell said in the infirmary, his fingers intertwined in a display of pitifulness. "I believe it must have been the anesthesia. The potion should have kept it asleep for 3 days and nights." "I am not blaming you, Professor Quirrell," Sally stated for the umpteenth time, hoping he would maintain some distance from her, as his scent was more unbearable than the wound on her leg. "Stay away from her," Severus Snape commanded, his voluminous black robe swishing as he strode briskly across the room. "I said, keep your distance." Professor Quirrell, startled, retreated considerably. Snape positioned himself before Sally, shielding her from Quirrell's gaze. "I didn't intend to harm your house as student," Quirrell stammered, his trepidation evident. "We shall ascertain the precise cause," Snape replied coldly, gripping his concealed wand tightly. I. Quirrell attempted to continue, but Madame Pomfrey entered, interrupting him. Sally shivered involuntarily, recalling how forcefully Madame Pomfrey had pressed down while tending to her bleeding. It was not very gentle. "Professors, you both need to leave if you wish to spare this innocent girl any further distress," Madame Pomfrey stated brusquely. "I'll leave immediately," Quirrell replied, casting a timid glance at Snape. Snape turned to face Sally, towering over her. "Being injured by such a lowly creature as a puffkine is a disgrace for Slytherin," he remarked. "Nevertheless, I shall grant you leave until next Monday. You are to remain in the infirmary and go nowhere." After exchanging a glance with Professor Quirrell, the 2 departed. "Really, you need not stay so long. You could be discharged on Saturday," Madame Pomfrey expressed her dissatisfaction. "If it weren't for the slight toxicity in the puffkine clause, you could leave right now. But since your head of house insists you remain until Monday, I suppose you must." She handed Sally a bowl of unpalatable potion. "Drink this now, and have a good sleep." Chapter 13. Unbeknownst to Sally, the potion contained unknown ingredients, and she slept soundly until noon the following day. Upon awakening, aside from a slight headache from her prolonged slumber, her leg appeared relatively unharmed, merely feeling a bit weak. Madame Pomfrey delivered her lunch, bluntly commenting on how soundly she had slept, while also reassuring her that her leg was normal and advised her to move about a bit to regain strength. Just as she finished her meal, Harry and Ron visited her, animatedly recounting how exhilarating Quidditch was, sharing tales of Malfoy's antics during practice and Harry's remarkable performance. Finally, Ron, feigning secrecy, revealed to Sally that Harry had been exceptionally chosen as Gryffindor's seeker, elaborating on the challenges he had faced to achieve this honor. As they spoke enthusiastically, Fred and George arrived, bringing Sally some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, informing her that they were the best way to pass time while hospitalized. The 4 of them grew increasingly animated, their voices rising until Madame Pomfrey intervened to shoo them away. During her time in the infirmary, Sally endured several excruciatingly dull days. As both Harry and Ron had their own assignments to complete, and Madame Pomfrey restricted their visiting time, they did bring her a few books. But Malfoy never came to visit. Finally, on Sunday evening, she was discharged. With Halloween approaching on Monday, a time notorious for student pranks causing various mishaps in the school, Madame Pomfrey needed to prepare in advance, prompting her to send this patient off the bed. Sally felt immense gratitude for this action, having come to understand that Madame Pomfrey was, in fact, a very kind-hearted individual, also an alumnus of Slytherin. Upon returning to the common room, she did not find Malfoy but rather noticed the imposing figures of Goyle and Crabbe. She approached them. "Where's Malfoy?" Sally inquired. "You're back," Goyle exclaimed in surprise. "We heard you weren't being discharged until Monday." "Madame Pomfrey sent me home early," Sally replied. "Where's Malfoy?" "In the dormitory. We'll go get him," Crabbe said. And the two dashed towards the boys' common room while Sally waited on the sofa. After a while, they returned at a jog. "Malfoy says he's already asleep," Goyle reported. Crabbe nudged him hard, but the statement had already been made. "All right, I see." Sally rose and returned to the girls' dormitory. On Monday morning, she awoke early and waited in the common room for an extended period, yet Draco and his companions did not appear. She proceeded to the dining hall, finished her meal, and entered the Transfiguration classroom, only to find Draco already seated, flanked by the self-satisfied Pansy Parkinson. After a fleeting glance, she opted for a different spot to sit. After class, she deliberately took her time packing her belongings. As anticipated, by the time she was ready, the classroom was deserted, and Draco's group had vanished. Pondering Draco's peculiar behavior, she found herself at a loss for an explanation. As she resolved to cease her musings, she realized she had wandered aimlessly to an unfamiliar location. Last Friday the staircase had just shifted, and she had still been confined to the hospital. Just as she contemplated wandering in hopes of fortune, she spotted a familiar figure disappearing around a corner in the hallway. The unmistakable large cloak identified him instantly. Unfortunately, before she could call out, the figure vanished once more, prompting Sally to hasten her pursuit. She silently thanked her restraint as she concealed herself behind the corner wall, observing Professor Snape engaged in conversation with Professor Quirrell. Quirrell appeared to be pleading, while Snape stood resolutely before a door. Suddenly, Quirrell drew his wand, prompting Snape to do the same. The two simultaneously incanted spells. Snape struck Quirrell, yet Quirrell managed to force open the door behind Snape, shoving him inside before hastily closing it with his wand and fleeing. Once she confirmed that Quirrell had retreated, Sally rushed to the door. She heard no sounds from within, but sensed an ominous atmosphere. Drawing her wand, she recalled all the spells she had learned, ultimately settling on one, Defendo. The door splintered open. With a swift kick, she was met with a shocking scene. A gigantic three-headed hound was grappling with Snape. One head clamped onto his leg, while Snape fought the other two, utterly preoccupied with their assault. What on earth should I do? She stood frozen, her mind racing with countless ideas, none of which seemed feasible. Suddenly, a spell she had glimpsed during her hospital stay flashed through her mind, though she had never attempted it before, Protego. Fortunately, it was not a particularly complex incantation. While not altogether successful, it sufficiently deflected a few attacks from the hound's head. In that brief moment, Snape found the opportunity to cast a powerful curse at the head biting his leg, causing it to release its grip. Sally cast the spell again, this time with noticeably greater success. Seizing the moment, she dragged Snape out of the room. "Restoration," Snape commanded, his wand waving to restore the door to its original state, returning the scene to tranquility, save for Snape's labored breaths and his bloodied leg. "Professor Snape, are you all right?" Sally asked, a wave of apprehension washing over her as her legs buckled, forcing her to sit on the ground. "I will not perish just yet," Snape replied, steadying his voice. "What are you doing here?" "I distinctly recall Professor Dumbledore stating that this is forbidden ground." I lost my way," Sally responded. "But isn't your injury of greater concern? We should see Madame Pomfrey, and as for any points you wish to deduct, I have no objections." "That is unnecessary." Snape cast a simple blood-replenishing charm and rose, his flowing black robe concealing his injured leg. "I have matters to attend to. You will proceed down this staircase. Turn right at the end, and that will lead you to the Slytherin common room without detouring. I will not deduct points, but I require your solemn vow to keep today's events a secret, not divulging a word to anyone, including Potter." "I swear to keep it secret," Sally affirmed. "But what could possibly be more important than your injury?" "Very well, now return to the common room," Snape instructed. offering no further explanation as he made his way down the corridor, striving to walk upright despite the limp. Sally followed Snape's directions and successfully returned to the Slytherin common room. Upon entering, she was struck by the unusual lively atmosphere, with students animatedly discussing trolls and Professor Quirrell. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast, clearly intended for the dining hall but delivered here instead. She spotted Draco, Goyle, Crabbe, and Parkinson, who were deeply engrossed in conversation. Not wishing to disturb their merriment and lacking the appetite for food, she decided to retreat to her dormitory to sort through her thoughts. Why would Hogwarts harbor such a dangerous creature? What tensions existed between Professors Quirrell and Snape? It seemed Snape was trying to thwart Quirrell's intentions. No. Judging by Quirrell's action of shoving Snape into the room, he certainly did not appear to be the same. Lost in contemplation, she suddenly felt a firm grip on her arm. Turning, she found herself face to face with Draco, flanked by Goyle, Crabbe, and an irate Parkinson. Where have you been? You didn't show up in the dining hall. Do you realize we were worried sick? Draco exclaimed angrily. His grip was firm, causing Sally to wince and utter a small cry. Draco immediately released her, resuming his haughty demeanor and awaiting her response. Rubbing her sore arm, she glared at Draco and retorted, Where have I been? You didn't check on me even once while I was in the hospital. And today you've been avoiding me at every turn. As for why I wasn't in the dining hall, I lost my way. Is that answer satisfactory? With that, she turned to leave. Parkinson stepped forward, seizing her arm with a fierce glare. How dare you speak to Draco that way? Let go, you lunatic, Draco interjected, breaking Parkinson's hold. This matter between Sally and me doesn't concern you. By now, several students had taken interest in the unfolding drama, and Parkinson, clearly embarrassed, stomped her foot and stormed off in a huff. I believe I can explain, Draco said, his voice softer. Sally turned back, remaining silent but not departing. Draco hesitated, unsure how to approach the situation regarding his relationship with Harry. Although Sally had already heard Harry's account, she listened intently to Draco's version, ultimately sighing. Do you recall what you said about handling my relationship with Harry? Sally asked. Had I been present, I might have intervened directly. To be frank, you had no need to risk expulsion merely to mock a pitiable boy. However, since the matter has passed and Harry has benefited from it, I believe it is time to move on. Yet, should a similar situation arise, I hope you will exercise more restraint. You are not typically this impulsive. Draco remained silent, grappling with his own frustration at the thought of Sally being related to that insufferable Potter. His instincts urged him to maintain distance from her. Yet, within a day, he found himself unable to resist, especially after hearing about the troll incident in the girls' restroom and realizing Sally was nowhere to be found. All his reservations evaporated in an instant. Letting fate guide his steps, he resolved to see what would unfold next. Observing the silhouette that vanished at the girls' dormitory entrance, Malfoy remarked, I hope it is merely a figment of his imagination. Chapter 14. The following evening, at the insistence of Sally, they convened in the dilapidated teacher's lounge. This time, in addition to Harry and Ron, there was a girl with unruly, voluminous brown hair, whom Harry introduced as one of the central figures in this incident, Hermione Granger. After listening to the trio recount their experiences, Sally's mind began to weave a more intricate tapestry of thoughts regarding the events. Harry spoke of his Quidditch book that had been confiscated by Snape and expressed his determination to retrieve it. Ron and Hermione opposed the notion, yet Harry proceeded. Returning shortly thereafter, breathless and empty-handed, but bearing a significant secret, he divulged everything he had witnessed to the others. Do you realize what this implies? He stated. On Halloween Eve, he intended to pass by that three-headed dog. We saw him heading there, searching for something guarded by the beast. I wager my nimbus that he was the one who allowed that troll into the castle to divert attention. No, it was Professor Quirrell who sought that item. And Professor Snape disrupted his plans. All the pieces of the puzzle finally coalesced in Sally's mind, yet she remained silent. Aware that Harry and Ron held a distinct bias against Professor Snape, she had promised Snape to keep this matter confidential. Rising from her seat, she departed the teacher's lounge without uttering a word, leaving the three Gryffindors in a state of bewilderment. Isn't it rather inappropriate for us to speak ill of the head of Slytherin in her presence? Hermione cautiously suggested. Surely not, Ron replied, though uncertainty crept into his thoughts, for Snape did indeed exhibit a certain fondness for his Slytherin students. Sally was not angry. She was merely striving to restrain herself from revealing the truth to the trio. She feared that the moment she spoke, her tone would betray her emotions. And she had more pressing matters to attend to. She made her way to the infirmary on the second floor, fabricating a tale about a friend being mauled by a cat, seeking remedies from Madame Pomfrey, despite Madame Pomfrey's insistence that such injuries could be healed in mere moments. Sally continued to offer excuses until the matron, exasperated, tossed her 2 vials of medicine, instructing her to apply one topically 3 times a day and to consume the other to stave off infection. Then, in a huff, she ushered Sally out. Clutching the 2 packages of medicine, Sally approached Professor Snape's office on the ground floor with satisfaction. She knocked a few times, and indeed, the door opened. Professor Snape was seated at his desk, cluttered with books. Noticing Sally's entrance, he frowned and inquired about her presence at such an hour. "I procured some ointment for pet bites from Madame Pomfrey. Rest assured, I kept it confidential, stating that my friend was bitten by a cat," Sally replied, raising a vial and a paper package in her hand. "Unnecessary," Snape stated. "I have already attended to my own injuries. If you prefer to trust filched remedies over Madame Pomfrey's, then indeed you have managed," Sally retorted without hesitation. "I believe you have forgotten that I am your professor and also your head of house, Sally Potter." This was the first time Snape addressed her by her full name, causing a flicker of uncertainty in her heart. However, recalling Snape's bloodied leg and Harry's words, she resolved to take a bold stance. "I have not forgotten, Professor," she declared. "Thus I am currently doing what a Slytherin student ought to do, caring for our collective." Snape and Sally locked gazes, and countless methods of punishment raced through his mind, deducting points. Yet she was one of his own. A light punishment would be ineffective, yet a severe one would weigh heavily on his conscience. After several tense seconds, he sighed, "Leave it." However, Sally remained motionless, as if she had not heard. Snape raised his voice. "I said leave it." Adhering to her principle of responsibility, Sally stubbornly insisted, "I think it would be better for you to use it now." "Sally Potter." Snape's irritation began to surface, and he stood up. Sally placed the topical ointment on the desk and hurried to the workstation, determined to prevent Snape from ejecting her. "May I use this cauldron? It appears somewhat unclean. What about this one?" She rummaged through a dozen cauldrons, searching for one that seemed suitable for potion making while evading Snape's piercing gaze. Finally, after igniting one and bringing water to a boil, Snape resignedly returned to his chair. Observing her clumsy attempts at measuring the water temperature, he scoffed, "Given your performance in potions class, I am skeptical about the efficacy of this concoction. Madame Pomfrey stated that I should simply add the powder once the water is boiling and stir until it dissolves completely," Sally replied, tossing in the powder. "I measure the water temperature to assure you, Professor Snape." "Humph," Snape scoffed, picking up a clear vial and examining it, inhaling its scent and recognizing it to be far more effective than filched concoctions. "Professor Snape," Sally brought the cauldron closer, realizing she had no suitable bowl. "Where would you prefer I place this?" Snape gazed at her, noting her striking resemblance to Lily, though Lily had never expressed such concern for him. Her attention had always been focused on Potter and his friends. Those eyes, yes, those emerald eyes, had never regarded him so. "Professor Snape?" Seeing that he did not respond, Sally called out again, prompting him to awaken from his reverie. With a hint of self-mockery, he cleared a space on the table, saying, "Place it here." Sally was overjoyed, as this indicated that Professor Snape intended to use the potion. She set the cauldron down on the table, reiterating that it should be applied 3 times a day, careful not to let it come into contact with water. Before she could finish, Snape seized her by the collar and tossed her out. "TCH. Not even a word of thanks," she muttered, straightening her collar and making a face at the door as she left, satisfied. Inside, Snape reapplied the topical ointment. Madame Pomfrey's remedies were consistently reliable. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, his leg would return to its original state within a week. Yet, frowning at the steaming black concoction on the table, he could not suppress another furrow of his brow. After a moment of intense contemplation, he lifted the cauldron. It was not large, so the potion was scant, yet even so, he downed it in one go, unable to stave off a wave of nausea. In his lifetime, he had not anticipated consuming Madame Pomfrey's potion. Even though he recognized it was intended to caution the children against making mistakes that could lead to injuries, its practical use was limited. Chapter 15 in November. The weather turned abruptly cold, as if each day hovered below zero. Thankfully, Hogwarts was replete with roaring fires, rendering even the chillier corridors bearable. Quidditch match? In the warm Slytherin common room, Sally sat before the fire, perusing the most fundamental guide to 1,000 transformations, while Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe engaged in conversation at the circular table behind her. "Yes, it's tomorrow. Did you not know?" Goyle replied incredulously, staring at Sally. "I genuinely did not know." Sally set down her book and approached the round table, where Malfoy handed her a steaming cup of cocoa. After taking a small sip, she remarked that flying outdoors in such frigid weather was akin to a form of torture. "You wouldn't understand," Malfoy replied. "Everyone gets exhilarated and sweats. Whether they are competitors or spectators, no one cares about the cold." "I would, if it weren't for Harry participating," Sally countered, her aversion to the cold evident. If possible, she wished to remain indoors altogether. Malfoy scoffed, a hint of disdain on his face, yet he refrained from further comment. Aware of the tension between him and Harry, Sally chose not to elaborate. "Will it last long?" she inquired. "Not necessarily. Sometimes it concludes in less than an hour, and at other times, it can extend for 3 days and nights, which means we could have 3 days without classes," Crabbe chimed in, his enthusiasm palpable as he struggled increasingly with the advancing curriculum alongside Goyle. "I would prefer it to end in an hour," Sally replied, choosing silence thereafter as she listened to their various discussions about Quidditch. Once her cocoa was finished, she returned to the hearth, engrossed in a fundamental guide to Transfiguration, determined to master at least half of its content by the semester's end. The following day, as anticipated, the weather was bitterly cold but thankfully devoid of wind. After breakfast, she and Malfoy arrived early at the stands, presuming they were quite ahead of time, only to find that a significant portion of the seating had already been occupied. Malfoy navigated through the crowd until they reached the prime spot at the front. "I had someone reserve the seats in advance," he explained. "If we have seats, why arrive so early?" Sally questioned, noting that there was still half an hour until the match commenced. "You'll see soon enough," Malfoy replied. Barely 10 minutes had passed before the students gathered in droves, and shortly thereafter, professors began to arrive. "The enthusiasm is palpable," Sally remarked, observing the rare sight of all Hogwarts students assembled. Her gaze instinctively settled on Professor Quirrell, who was mingling with the Hufflepuff crowd, chatting amiably with students despite his lackluster teaching abilities. His tales of legendary exploits evidently charmed his audience. However, Sally regarded him with caution, having distanced herself since the events of Halloween. During defense against the dark arts classes, she always sat at the farthest point from him, despite his attempts, both direct and indirect, to express his regrets about the harm caused by Quirrell's actions. Nevertheless, she could not rekindle any fondness for him. As the match commenced, Sally easily spotted Harry at the back of the Gryffindor team. His small stature and evident anxiety were apparent. Yet, once he mounted his broom, much of his nervousness seemed to dissipate. She noticed his genuine passion for flying. As the game progressed, boredom began to creep in. Her interest in such competitive events was notably lacking. Her attention drifted, once again landing on Professor Quirrell, who appeared increasingly tense, not from the match itself, but due to his unwavering gaze fixed upon Harry. "May I borrow your telescope?" Sally asked Malfoy, who reluctantly obliged. Just as she focused on Quirrell, a chorus of screams erupted around her, while cheers erupted from her immediate vicinity. Harry's broomstick seemed intent on throwing him off, and Quirrell was muttering incantations directed at him. This revelation was telling enough. She tossed the telescope back to Malfoy, who eagerly used it to observe Harry's predicament, completely unaware of Sally slipping away from Slytherin. To avoid drawing attention, she left her green Slytherin scarf on her seat and donned only a thin sweater, making her way through the Hufflepuff crowd. In her haste, she nearly collided with Hermione. Listening to the escalating screams from the pitch, she quickened her pace until she finally reached Professor Quirrell's side. Standing behind him, she drew her wand and discreetly aimed at his turban, casting a transfiguration spell. To her surprise, the turban remained unaffected. Intrigued, she attempted a spell she was confident would succeed, but suddenly felt an icy chill envelop her, as though she had plunged into frigid water, piercing her bones like needles. Unable to suppress a cry, she drew the attention of nearby Hufflepuff students, one of whom approached her in concern. Clutching herself, Sally's eyes remained fixated on Quirrell's turban. "Shatter!" she suddenly exclaimed, waving her wand at Quirrell, and as a burst of yellow light struck him, causing him to topple from his chair, Sally succumbed to unconsciousness. In the hospital wing, she overheard Madame Pomfrey's voice. "I don't know. The child appears physically fine. Perhaps she caught a slight chill. Anyone would in this weather wearing only a sweater." She wished to open her eyes, but found herself unable to control her body. She had been in this state of unconsciousness for half a month. Has she truly been out for so long? There must be an explanation. She heard Professor McGonagall's voice. "I will do my utmost," Madame Pomfrey replied wearily. "But I must say, her condition may not stem from illness. It could be due to some form of magic or a deeper cause. After all, she is Sally Potter. That. I believe we are all aware of her identity," Snape coldly interrupted. Moments later, Sally heard the sound of Madame Pomfrey pushing her cart away. She strained to move, but her body remained unresponsive. Poor child, McGonagall said in a tone Sally had never heard before. It is said she attacked Professor Quirrell before losing consciousness. Perhaps you have some insights. I have relayed all I know to Dumbledore, Snape replied, followed by the sound of footsteps. McGonagall murmured something quietly before departing. Sally experienced an unsettling sensation. She could hear and feel everything occurring around her, yet she was incapable of responding. She wished to inform the professors about the issue beneath Quirrell's turban, but found herself utterly powerless. Days passed in this manner, with visitors coming and going swiftly. She survived on the nutritional potions administered by Madame Pomfrey, calculating the time based on their frequency. Finally, on the evening of the 6th day since regaining consciousness, a voice filled with hope reached her ears. Sally, dear child, can you hear my voice? Dumbledore's voice resonated beside her. If you can hear me, try to move your finger. The moment he finished speaking, she felt a release throughout her body, and in an instant, she regained control, straining to move her index finger. She moved. Snape exclaimed. It seems our suspicions were correct. We mustn't draw any premature conclusions, Dumbledore cautioned. However, I believe we can attempt something. Should we not take measures regarding Professor Quirrell? Snape's voice brimmed with anger. Are we to leave him unaddressed at Hogwarts? Be reasonable, Snape. We cannot dismiss a teacher without just cause, especially one who has consistently portrayed the image of a pitiable victim. Moreover, we have not discovered, I am certain. Snape's voice momentarily trembled with emotion, only to be swiftly suppressed. I am certain. We are all convinced, Professor, Dumbledore remarked, but we are powerless to act. We examined his headscarf. There was no issue. Very well, Snape replied. If there is nothing to be done, then I shall find a solution. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, plunging the room into silence once more. Just when Sally despaired at the thought of this state of affairs continuing indefinitely, she suddenly experienced an odd sensation. Her consciousness, or rather her soul, was gradually detaching from her body, and soon, she found herself hovering in midair, observing her own form lying on the bed. What is happening? Has she become a ghost? A being akin to Peeves? She helplessly surveyed her surroundings, attempting to touch her cheek, only to find her hand effortlessly passing through. This is the end. She drifted around the room until she heard someone approaching, and instinctively floated out through the window. She was oblivious to whether the separation of her soul from her body posed any danger, pondering who might assist her. The answer was evident. Along the way, she had to not only evade the patrolling filch but also various wandering spirits until she finally reached the potions professor's office. There was no need to knock, for she could not, passing through the door instead, and in her despair, she discovered that Professor Snape was not present in the room. With nowhere to go, she floated in midair, awaiting his return. After approximately half an hour, Snape finally entered. Sally swore she had no intention of frightening Snape. It was merely that hiding in her current form would likely be even more alarming, hence she floated conspicuously in the center of the office. They locked eyes, both taken aback, until he broke the silence with a hoarse voice. Lily. Chapter 16. So, you mean to say you have no idea how your soul detached from your body? Snape inquired, seated in his chair, observing Sally as she floated around his office with abandon. Yes, Professor Snape, Sally replied curiously. Strangely, the moment she saw Snape, her previously anxious heart relaxed, replaced by a burgeoning curiosity about this new state of being. Is this form rare? In fact, you are the first person I have heard of whose soul has separated from the body while still alive, Snape mused thoughtfully. Moreover, it is evident that your physical body remains alive. Otherwise, Madame Pomfrey would certainly have informed me. What should I do now? Sally drifted closer to Snape. I feel as though I might starve. There are a few methods we could try, Snape suggested, distancing himself from her. I possess knowledge of potions related to soul consciousness. Although I have not encountered your particular situation before, we might be able to experiment. Not receiving a response from Lily, he turned to the bookshelf, only to find the office empty. He hesitated for a moment before striding out of the office. He hurried to the hospital wing, disregarding Madame Pomfrey's objections, and pushed open the door to Sally's room. The bed was empty, devoid of any presence. His gaze scanned the area, and behind the curtains fluttering in the cold wind from the open window, a shadowy figure appeared. Good evening, Sally said. Professor Snape. The hospital room was rarely so lively. After Madame Pomfrey examined Sally and assured everyone that her condition was stable, albeit slightly weakened from the chill, she tactfully departed. Sally relayed her entire situation to Dumbledore, McGonagall, and the already informed Professor Snape. And then, as if recalling something, she said, Professor Dumbledore, there is something I must tell you. Hmm? Dumbledore appeared exceedingly interested, gesturing for her to continue. Professor Quirrell is dangerous. He is filled with something unnatural. This we indeed suspect, Dumbledore acknowledged. But there is no proof that he is a Death Eater, and Voldemort it is not that simple. Sally exclaimed, he cannot merely be a Death Eater. I sense a familiar fear emanating from him, Professor, a sensation I believe I have experienced before. Sally could not help but embrace herself. Moreover, at the instant my soul returned to my body, I heard his voice. I do not know who he is, but I recognized his voice, raspy and insistent, urging me to leave, to escape, professing his love for me. You need to rest, child. Dumbledore stood, his expression momentarily grave, though it quickly softened into a gentle demeanor. I will grant you additional time off to recuperate. After all, you have already missed so many classes. A few more days will not matter. He signaled to Professors McGonagall and Snape, then once more wished Sally good night before departing, with McGonagall following closely behind. Snape approached Sally's bedside, gazing down at her from above. You find me peculiar as well, do you not? Sally's voice quivered slightly. She curled into a ball, resting her head on her knees. Unprovoked attacks on professors, an out-of-body experience, strange voices. You must think I'm a nuisance. Sally felt her mind swirling, overwhelmed by a multitude of questions. At that moment, she sensed a hand upon her hair, gently massaging it. She looked up in astonishment as Snape quickly withdrew his hand, clearing his throat. Professor Snape? Sally began, her emotions a tumultuous mix. An air of awkwardness enveloped them as Snape turned to leave, prompting Sally to call out, Professor Snape. Snape paused, and after a moment's hesitation, she ventured, perhaps you could provide me with some food? In the empty hospital room, Sally indulged in an endless feast of beef pies, mashed potatoes, roast lamb, and Yorkshire pudding, washing it down with tea, and as she ate, she began to feel that perhaps none of this was so dire after all. The following day, upon learning of her recovery, the Weasley twins, Malfoy, and others came to visit her, yet Sally noticed the absence of Harry and his friends. When she inquired with Fred, he could only offer vague and amusing excuses for their absence. Sally suspected it was due to the approaching end of term, so she did not dwell on it too much. She was instructed to rest for 3 days, a request from Madame Pomfrey, who assured her that under her care, she would be much safer. Snape readily agreed, and thus, Sally returned to the monotony of her hospital stay. Harry and the others had visited, with Harry moved to tears. Yet they could not linger for long, citing the overwhelming demands of their end-of-term studies. The trio's visit instilled a sense of urgency in Sally, and that night, unable to sleep, she retrieved her textbooks and began to study diligently. So engrossed was she that she failed to notice anyone entering until a familiar scent wafted through the air, causing her to look up in terror, only to see Professor Quirrell with a sinister expression. Not uttering a word, she once again lost consciousness. Chapter 17. When Sally awoke, she found herself lying on the cold ground, the surroundings chillingly bleak. She was dressed in her pajamas and could not help but shiver. It is a pleasure to see you awaken so swiftly, Sally. Professor Quirrell's voice echoed behind her, causing Sally to abruptly sit up against the wall, facing him, only to realize he was engrossed in the reflection of a mirror, completely oblivious to her presence. I was worried you might sleep for half a month again, he remarked, pacing around the mirror, scrutinizing it meticulously. You would miss so much. You, Sally began, but was interrupted by a shift in the blue flames beside her. And then Harry appeared at the entrance. Harry, she called out, rising unsteadily, leaning against the wall for support. Sally. Harry noticed her and rushed over to his sister. What are you doing here? I brought her, Professor Quirrell asserted. I was just wondering if you would come, Potter. You have not disappointed me. Professor Quirrell? How could it be you? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. You thought it was Snape, didn't you? Quirrell laughed heartily. Indeed. Snape does not seem like a good person, does he? He flits about like a giant bat, but he has been quite helpful to us, with him around. Who would suspect poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell? Shut up, Sally shouted. You have no right to speak of Professor Snape that way. He is 1,000 times better than you. At least he does not hide behind a mask of hypocrisy, lurking among the crowd engaged in unspeakable deeds. Ah, I almost forgot about you, Quirrell said, abandoning the mirror to face the two siblings. You are a clever child. I do not know when you began to doubt me, but your suspicions are undoubtedly correct. If it were not for your blow to me on the Quidditch pitch, your brother would now be a corpse. You intended to harm me on the pitch, but Snape, Harry said, bewildered. Professor Snape was protecting you, Sally interjected. I believe, had it not been for Snape's intervention, Quirrell could have easily knocked you off your broom in seconds. Clever child, Quirrell remarked, waving his wand casually, binding them tightly with ropes. This is also one of the reasons I brought you here, child. Have you ever thought about one day mastering powerful magic? You possess talent and intelligence. If you could, you would become the right hand of my master, who would help you obtain everything you desire. After all, you belong to Slytherin. Don't, Harry began, but Quirrell silenced him. We will discuss you later, Potter. Your master refers to Voldemort, does he? Sally said, laced with sarcasm. The one who murdered my parents? Do not speak thus, child. They cannot align with the thoughts of the great master while opposing him at every turn. You must understand, opposing the master leads to dire consequences. But Voldemort is dead. Sally countered. Everyone knows it. No. Quirrell began, but another voice interjected. Let me speak with her. Master, no, you cannot. You are too weak. Let me. Quirrell appeared frantic, and the voice seemed to command him as he removed the turban from his head. Sally had never witnessed such a horrifying sight. She understood why the professors found nothing amiss when examining Quirrell's turban, for the issue lay not with the turban itself, but with the minuscule head revealed beneath it. Bearing a face she had never seen before, ghastly and terrifying. Its chalky white complexion and blood-red eyes glimmered, with two snake-like nostrils positioned below. Delighted to meet you. My young sister, the face spoke in an eerily shrill voice. I wish to converse with you properly, but due to time constraints, I can only ask you one question. Will you assist me? Voldemort. Sir? As the words escaped her lips, Sally felt a dissonance, and indeed, the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Ahem. What I mean is, you are Voldemort. Sally rephrased, having been momentarily brainwashed by Quirrell's incessant references to Master. I believe I have come to understand. Voldemort's ghostly visage grinned ominously. Now, Harry, let us discuss our matters. You should be aware of my intentions. I certainly am, Harry said, now free from the silencing spell. You seek the Philosopher's Stone. What is the Philosopher's Stone? No, Voldemort had learned something. Had he misunderstood? Voldemort released Harry's bindings, instructing him to approach the mirror to assist him. The immediate concern was to free herself from the ropes that confined her. Voldemort was conversing with Harry, but from her distance, Sally could not discern their words. She was also disinclined to listen. If she did not free herself, she would be a liability to Harry. As Harry's emotions surged, Sally resolved to take a desperate gamble. She inched closer to the fiery gate and felt relieved at its searing warmth. Slowly, she brought her hands closer, the heat scorching her palms. Yet the ropes began to loosen gradually. Just a little longer, Quirrell screamed as he lost control, seizing Harry's hand, his fingers corroded as he cried out. In that instant, Sally's bindings finally gave way. Harry, she yelled, rising, but no one acknowledged her. Harry clutched Quirrell's face with both hands, his grip like a searing iron, holding on until he succumbed to unconsciousness. Sally stood frozen, paralyzed with fear, as Quirrell collapsed over Harry, his features grotesquely distorted. She then heard that voice again. Waste. Unable to kill a mere child. Voldemort was still alive. Sally felt her body stiffen. Unlike their previous conversation, where she felt no fear, now Harry lay nearby, with Quirrell looming over him. Child, do not fear. Come help me. Voldemort's voice resonated once more. Assist me this once, and you shall become the greatest wizard. My judgment has always been sound. You resemble your mother, both in looks and in intellect, yet you differ in one way. Yes, I can see it. You are far more astute, better at assessing situations. I am weak now, but I will not die. I shall never die. Yes, just like that. Reach your hand to my face, a little closer, then. Potter. At that moment, Dumbledore appeared suddenly at the entrance of the flames, surveying the scene with his wand raised high. Voldemort let out a piercing scream as a beam of white light erupted from Quirrell's body, passing through Sally and vanishing. In that instant, as the light coursed through her, Sally lost consciousness once more. Chapter 18. Upon awakening to familiar surroundings, she realized she had returned to the hospital wing. How many students had spent 3 terms in the hospital during their first year for various reasons? You are awake, earlier than I anticipated, Dumbledore said, seated at her bedside, examining a box of sweets. You appear remarkably unfazed by my presence. Professor Dumbledore, Sally said, meeting his gaze, hoping to decipher some emotion. Voldemort wanted me to help him. And I. She hesitated to continue. What are your thoughts? Dumbledore inquired, his tone devoid of anger. I initially refused, yet in the end, I felt as if I were bewitched. For a fleeting moment, I envisioned myself standing beside him. Sally refrained from continuing, understanding that Dumbledore grasped her meaning. In terms of confusion and manipulation, I have yet to discover anyone more adept than Voldemort. Dumbledore spoke gently, thus, my child, it is not surprising. Many wizards far more accomplished and mature than you have fallen under his spell. However, she paused and confessed, I was sorted into Slytherin. Dumbledore remarked. I assumed you would have gleaned some wisdom after spending a year in Slytherin. The houses are neither good nor bad. They merely foster individuals of diverse personalities and abilities. I have spent nearly my entire life at Hogwarts and have encountered villains from Gryffindor as well as individuals of great integrity from Slytherin. It is unjust to generalize an entire house based on a few individuals. This perspective had always resonated with Sally, yet after encountering Voldemort, her views shifted. Voldemort is not solely interested in your character, but rather in the potential within you. Do you remember what you mentioned about the soul departing the body? Dumbledore continued. If anyone in my lifetime could achieve such a feat, it would be Voldemort, though it remains a possibility. What is certain is that he has dedicated himself to the study of souls. Whether he has succeeded, I personally believe he has accomplished a significant portion of it. He claimed he would never die, Sally remarked. Upon uttering this, she noticed Dumbledore's knowing smile. What are you smiling about? Sally inquired, perplexed. If you were questioning whether you would ally with Voldemort, I can assure you that, at least for now, you will not. You just divulged to me something Voldemort told you without a moment's thought, and undoubtedly, this revelation holds great significance for me. After all, my own musings cannot compare to his direct admission. Dumbledore picked up a box of sweets. The exquisite packaging caught her eye. She noted, Draco Malfoy. The Malfoy family always has the finest things. Sally, may I indulge in a piece? Of course, feel free to eat as many as you like, she replied. At my age, if I were to consume the entire box in one go, I fear my teeth might fall out. I shall exercise caution. He selected one, popped it into his mouth, and expressed satisfaction. Not the taste of booger, but authentic toffee. Sally chose not to dwell on why Dumbledore perceived it as resembling booger. How is Harry? I am delighted you inquired about him, Dumbledore replied. He is well. He awakened 2 days before you. If you have the time, perhaps you could visit him. To be honest, I believe you appear far healthier than he does. Just then, Snape entered the room. Upon seeing Dumbledore, he immediately prepared to leave, but Dumbledore interjected, Come in. My conversation with Sally has concluded. He took another candy from the box. Thank you for the sweets. Rest well. Professor Snape. Observing her headmaster, Sally keenly sensed his troubled expression. She watched as Snape raised his arm, believing he was about to strike her. She closed her eyes, resigned to the blow. Yet the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. The scent within the embrace was less than pleasant, a medley of various herbs. Yet Sally had no desire to push away. You spoke with him? Snape seemed to address Sally. It also appeared to be speaking to himself. Professor Snape? Sally queried, confused by his intent. In the next instant, Snape released her, gazing into her eyes as he firmly stated, From now on, you are not to engage in such perilous activities. It was not my choice. I was taken, Sally defended. This was my oversight, Snape replied. There shall not be a next time. With so many Slytherin students, can you truly keep track of them all? Sally murmured, interpreting the earlier embrace as Snape's celebration of her survival. Though it was difficult to imagine him acting in such a manner, Snape remained silent, rising to depart. As he opened the door, he turned back, his tone laced with schadenfreude. There are 6 days until the final exams. With that, he exited, leaving Sally to hear her own wail echoing down the hallway. Quite spirited. It seems all is well. The following day, visitors began to arrive in droves. Even those Slytherin students who usually kept their distance sought excuses to drop by. Few from other houses came, but the Weasley brothers delivered a sweater knitted by Mrs. Weasley. Pure white in hue, Fred remarked jealously. Her color is the most authentic of all. Sally expressed her delight at this belated Christmas gift. Ron, Hermione, and Harry also visited. Hermione mentioned she had compiled a comprehensive study guide for the exams. If she memorized it all, the test should pose no problem. This revelation endeared Hermione to Sally. After exchanging a few words, Hermione and Ron discreetly took their leave. I have something to discuss with you, Sally said, addressing the topic they had long avoided. Just as I suspected, Harry replied. But I must speak first. He inhaled deeply and admitted, When I heard you were sorted into Slytherin, I truly worried for you. When I heard you calling Voldemort my lord, I harbored doubts about you, and I felt guilt for that. Though we are siblings, sharing the same blood, we remain strangers. My understanding of you and my feelings for you are even less than those I have for Ron and Hermione. Yet, Dumbledore's words awakened me. Sharing the same blood is the most stubborn and indestructible bond. I rejoice that you exist as my kin, regardless of who you may become. Sally gazed at Harry's earnest words and smiled. That is precisely what I wanted to convey to you. As for our acquaintance, I believe opportunities will arise. She retrieved a letter from the side table. Professor McGonagall gave me this. She advised that during the holiday, I should meet our aunt and uncle, as well as that infamous cousin of ours. I believe his name is Dudley. You will not take a liking to him, Harry replied. I was just fretting about how to endure this holiday. Being with you will surely make it much more pleasant. In the ensuing days, they immersed themselves in frenzied study. Fortunately, during the final exams, both she and Harry soared through, achieving several E's. She even received a 0 in her Transfiguration class, which greatly surprised her. The House Cup was awarded to Gryffindor, and the Slytherin students felt that Sally should receive some points for her involvement in the events. However, this outcry was swiftly quelled by Snape, and thus, no one mentioned it again. Passing through Platform 9, Sally bid farewell to her companions. Noticing Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia awaiting her at the station, their expressions one of astonishment. She knew another chapter of her story was about to commence. Chapter 19. The Dursleys at number 4 Privet Drive were, as usual, going about their day. Mr. Dursley, with his ample girth, sat at the dining table, feigning elegance as he sipped his coffee while perusing the morning newspaper. Mr. Dursley's wife, Petunia, was busy frying plate after plate of bacon in the kitchen. Their son, Dudley, a chubby little boy with a belly that rivaled his father's, ambled sleepily into the dining room in his oversized striped pajamas, silently taking a seat at the table and waiting for his mother to bring out breakfast. Unbeknownst to them, 2 children were nestled snugly in a modest little room upstairs, sleeping soundly. They huddled together on a bed roughly 1.5 meters wide, until the owl in its cage emitted a sharp, clear hoot, prompting the boy to lazily open his eyes. "Good morning, Hedwig," Harry said as he sat up and carefully climbed off the bed. Sally rolled over, continuing her peaceful slumber. "Is your wretched sister still asleep?" Mr. Dursley remarked, his tone dripping with discontent and malice. "Lazy as a pig," Aunt Petunia added. Harry chose to ignore their scornful jibes. In truth, he felt pity for them, knowing they would never dare speak so in front of Sally. Taking some bacon from the plate and buttering a piece of bread to take back to the little room, Dudley suddenly piped up, "Mom, I don't have enough bread." Harry glanced at the mountain of bread on Dudley's plate but said nothing. "Just put down the bread and take some bacon. Isn't your sister supposed to be quite capable? How can she not manage to get a few slices of bread?" Petunia exclaimed almost immediately. Upon hearing his mother's words, Dudley leapt off his chair, lumbering over to Harry and snatching the plate from his hands. Harry, seemingly accustomed to this behavior, returned to his room with the plate of bacon. "Sally, wake up and eat something," Harry called out. Sally opened her eyes, yawned, and glanced at the plate in Harry's hands, asking in confusion, "Is that all?" Perhaps we have some pies left," Harry replied, preparing to check for leftovers. "Leave them, they've been around for a couple of days. Just give them to Hedwig," she said, chuckling as she watched Hedwig flit around in her cage. She tore off a small piece of bacon and approached the cage, where Hedwig eagerly accepted the morsel, affectionately nuzzling her fingers. "She likes you more than she likes me," Harry said, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Sally couldn't help but laugh at her brother's childish remark. "What are your plans for today?" she asked as she settled back onto the bed, munching on the bacon. Perhaps I could show you around the neighborhood. After all, you've been here for a week now," Harry suggested. "A week? Has it truly only been a week?" Sally sighed. "It feels like a month." "I can relate to that," Harry said, taking a few more bites of bacon. "Perhaps we should buy some Muggle food." Sally had somehow acquired a fair amount of Muggle coins, which was why they were faring somewhat better in the Dursley household. On her return from school, Sally had brought back a bounty of food from Hogwarts. The Dursleys had intended to confiscate everything, but Sally firmly believed they had no right to take her belongings, especially without disturbing her. She threatened to call for help if they persisted, and the Dursleys, wanting to avoid a scene, ultimately confiscated only their wands, robes, cauldrons, and Harry's broomstick, allowing them to keep their personal items and textbooks. Sally was different from Harry. She was bound to stay here. It was merely Professor McGonagall's request that she remain, and upon witnessing Harry's circumstances, she chose to stay. They donned Muggle clothing. Harry could still wear Dudley's old clothes, while Sally had only the red dress made for her by Miss Lucy before school started. She didn't expect Aunt Petunia to buy her clothes, so she planned to purchase a few when they went out today. With her hair tied up high, she descended the stairs alongside Harry. The Dursleys were gathered around the dining table, eating their meal while watching television. When they saw Harry and his sister, they acted as if they were invisible. After Harry finished washing the dishes, Sally had been waiting in the living room for quite some time. "Shall we go?" she said as Harry emerged with clean hands. "Where are you off to?" Uncle Vernon inquired, though he seemed more focused on the television, his small eyes glancing at Sally with a hint of suspicion. To the department store, Sally replied casually as she changed her shoes at the door. Where did you get the money? It's not stolen, is it? Aunt Petunia sneered. After putting on her shoes, Sally stood up. Stealing? I have no need for such things, especially not stealing from you. I fear it would soil my hands. With that, she shut the door behind her and left. Harry never dared to imagine speaking to the Dursleys in such a manner. Seeing his sister do so filled him with a profound sense of defeat. You need to feel disheartened, Sally remarked, clearly noticing her brother's mood. You and I are different. I am destined not to belong here. So I'm not afraid of falling out with them. But you, I cannot fathom why Professor Dumbledore insists you remain here. I'm sure he has his reasons. Is it by bus? The two made their way to the department store, purchasing bread and biscuits. Sally was against buying too much fruit, as it wouldn't last long. She bought herself a few practical outfits and a suitable shirt for Harry, despite his protests. Sally had been troubled by not gifting Harry a present for Christmas. He had given her a beautiful feather quill, and felt the need to rectify that. They had lunch out and returned home in the afternoon. Aunt Petunia was taken aback to see the bags filled with items. She was aware of Sally's wealth but hadn't anticipated such a sum. As far as she knew, her sister had left them nothing. Upon returning to their room, they ate some of the food they had bought and then began their homework. Just as they opened their books, and all landed on the windowsill. Uncle Vernon would not take kindly to it. Harry approached the window, untying the letter from the owl's leg and letting the pure black owl rest in Hedwig's cage. You might as well rest here until dark, and then I'll let you go. He glanced at the envelope, which was addressed to Sally, and handed it to her. It's for you. Sally took the letter and instantly recognized the familiar handwriting, smiling as she said, Finally. I thought he had forgotten. Who? Harry asked curiously. Professor Snape. Sally replied with a grin, opening the letter. Ah, splendid. It seems this owl belongs to me. You had Professor Snape buy you an owl? Harry exclaimed in disbelief. The same Professor Snape from Potions class? Is there another Professor Snape? Sally inquired, walking over to the proud black owl that was taking up half of Hedwig's cage. Much to Hedwig's irritation. Be quiet. I promise I'll get it a new home soon, all right? She tore off a piece of bread to feed Hedwig, then offered some to the pure black owl. Why did you have Professor Snape buy you an owl? Harry still couldn't comprehend. He unexpectedly bought you a gift. To be precise, it should be considered my Christmas present, she remarked. Did Snape purchase gifts for everyone in Slytherin? Harry inquired. I don't think so, Sally replied. Perhaps I was the only one who asked him. Why are you so surprised? His residence is quite close to Diagon Alley. I merely requested him to pick up a Christmas gift for me. Otherwise, when would we have the opportunity to visit Diagon Alley? Harry fell silent, realizing that his perception of Snape was entirely different from Sally's. He was perplexed as to why Snape favored Sally so much, considering that, as far as he knew, her proficiency lay in transfiguration. Well, let us name you Les, she said, gazing at the black owl. This shall commemorate that you were gifted to me by Professor Snape. Harry was left speechless. The days passed blandly for a month, and at the beginning of August, Sally decided to leave first. I'm going to check on the stars, she stated. I promised the headmaster a long time ago. Will you return? Harry asked. I'm not sure, Sally replied. It depends on the situation. Harry was reluctant to part with Sally. Truth be told, her companionship made his life here considerably less miserable. Yet he understood Sally's attachment to the orphanage, and for both emotional and rational reasons, he felt he should not impede her. Let us keep in touch, Harry said. I'll send Hedwig to find you when the Dursleys aren't paying attention, and in a couple of days, I'll let Les go to seek you out. All right, Sally replied, and then she simply packed her belongings and bid farewell to the Dursleys. The Dursleys were surprisingly eager to purchase her train ticket, which astonished Sally. Stay in touch, she reiterated to Harry before boarding the bus. Once the bus turned the corner and was finally out of sight, Harry returned to number 4, Privet Drive. Noticing Dudley's malicious expression, knowing that everything had reverted to the previous state. However, in his pocket were all the muggle coins that Sally had left him, ensuring that he wouldn't go hungry. Chapter 20. Sally stood before a sign that read demolition and hesitated to leave. The reason for her reluctance was that she was uncertain of her next steps. The Stars orphanage was being demolished, yet no one had informed her, and no messages or signals were left for her. After questioning a few passers-by, they all claimed ignorance regarding the demolition and had no idea where it was relocating. Sally left most of her money with Harry. It was the pocket money given to her by a wealthy family that once fostered her. And now the remaining funds were insufficient to purchase another ticket back. Yet, this was not the crux of her dilemma. Even if she managed to scrape together enough for a return ticket, then what? Her confidence during her stay with the Dursleys stemmed from having a fallback option. A support system. She could always return to the orphanage. She still remembered the headmaster's words. "We will always wait for you. You can return whenever you wish." But now, she had become utterly homeless. As night fell, she resolved that her immediate priority was to find a place to stay. Dragging 2 large suitcases, she walked for half an hour before discovering an affordable inn. The surroundings were not worth mentioning, but at least she had somewhere to rest. All her money barely covered 3 days of lodging, and she planned to think of other options once Les arrived tomorrow. Lacking funds, she could only rely on sleep to avoid mealtimes. Her luggage contained sweets from the Weasleys and Malfoys, which prevented her from feeling faint from hunger. She had no intention of returning to Privet Drive and was hesitating whether to go to the Burrow. She knew she would be warmly welcomed there. But did she truly want to trouble Mr. Weasley to drive her and provide her meals for the summer? In truth, she was only familiar with Fred and George at the Weasley household. Even Ron had become somewhat distant due to their house affiliations. It seemed her only option was the Malfoy residence, or perhaps Professor Snape. However, Sally was uncertain if he would permit her to visit, and even more uncertain if she should go. Although she had often used Snape's bias towards her house as an excuse, deep down, she was aware of his special treatment towards her, even if she did not understand the reasons behind it. In the evening, Les accurately located her position. Sally secured the letter she had written to Malfoy to its leg. Soothing its little tantrum, Sally felt embarrassed. Having only allowed Les a few sips of water without any food, and watched as it soared back into the sky, letting out a sigh of relief. She hoped that even if Malfoy did not take her in, he might still send her some muggle coins out of their past friendship. By 10 o'clock on the 4th morning, Les had yet to return with any news. She had to check out by noon, and her pocket held only 2 candies, which would serve as her lunch. Lying on the bed, Sally felt hollow, realizing she had no options left. After all, she was unsure of whom she could rely on in this world. Knock, knock, knock. A faint sound of knocking at the door brought her to attention, filling her with hope. She sat up, and the door knocked 3 more times. Someone was looking for her. Had Malfoy come to pick her up? She opened the door, only to find 2 unfamiliar men in suits standing there. "Who are you?" she asked, confusion evident in her voice as she instinctively prepared to slam the door shut. "Sally Potter," one of the men said softly. Sally nodded, and suddenly, the man whipped out his wand from his sleeve. In a reflexive response, she forcefully closed the door, hearing it shudder violently in protest. The men outside began pounding on the door, and Sally locked it, grabbing the hotel phone only to discover it was a mere prop. With no phone line connected, she dashed to her suitcase, pulled out her wand, and pointed it at the door. The knocking ceased abruptly, and then, with a violent crash, the door shattered into pieces. "Who is fighting?" "I've already called the police." The landlady downstairs finally heard the commotion and rushed up, only to be swiftly knocked unconscious by one of the suited men, while the other guests hastily locked their doors. "Who are you?" Sally demanded, her wand aimed at one of the men. "Come along with us," the suited man said, "if you don't want to get hurt." Sally's nerves were frayed. Her hands trembled, and her stomach felt like a tight knot. She had a history of stomach issues, and having not eaten for days brought her to her limit. At that moment, she felt utterly powerless. Standing against them had already drained her of all energy. "The master wants her alive," another suited man said. "It's best if she is unharmed." "She is just a little girl. It's no problem," the suited man replied, lowering his wand. The other remained pointed at her. As the 2 men advanced towards her, Sally's hand shook more violently. "Disarm all your weapons." Suddenly, behind the 2 suited men, 2 casually dressed men appeared, raising their wands. Caught off guard, the suited men were instantly disarmed and petrified in place. "Sally, are you all right?" The 2 men rushed towards her, but Sally felt her vision blur, and she ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. 12, Grimmauld Place, attic. "We cannot keep her here indefinitely," one man's voice declared. "She is still too young, and her stance is not yet clearly defined. However, she is Lily's daughter." Another female voice faintly echoed. "Look at her appearance." The mysterious figure sought Harry with lethal intent, yet sought her alive and intact. "Do you comprehend the implications of this?" The man continued. Yet she resisted, another voice interjected. "We all witnessed it." A silence enveloped the room for a moment. "When will Dumbledore arrive?" Sally rose, still slightly dizzy, though her stomach felt better. She leaned against the wall, descending step by step. It was a spacious sitting room, dimly lit by only a few candles and drawn curtains. Nevertheless, Sally could discern 6 or 7 individuals present. "Child, you are awake." A woman with flowing golden hair was the first to notice her, approaching to assist her. "You shouldn't be down here, dear." "I apologize," Sally replied. "I was merely hoping to find something to eat. I am famished." "I almost forgot," she added. "Return to your room for a moment. I shall fetch you something to eat and bring it up." "Thank you, but I can manage on my own," Sally insisted, leaning on the wall. Unable to resist glancing back as she ascended, recognizing the man who had defeated one of the dark-clad figures seated there. After a brief wait in her room, the woman returned with a warm bowl of honey porridge and some pancakes, apologetically stating, "This is all I could find in the kitchen." "It's quite all right, thank you." "I don't know how to address you," Sally inquired. "Oh, there's no need to know my name," the woman replied. "In fact, the less you know, the better." As she was about to exit, she seemed to remember something. "Dumbledore, your headmaster, will be arriving shortly. He will tell you where you should spend the remainder of your summer." With that, she closed the door and departed. Sally sipped the honey porridge slowly. Even though her hunger was intense, years of experience taught her that consuming food too quickly was detrimental to her delicate stomach. The voices from below faded away, and before she realized it, she fell asleep once again. "Child, wake up." A familiar voice roused her, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Dumbledore, with his glasses and a bushy beard, smiling kindly. "Headmaster," Sally felt tears welling in her eyes. "I can't find my home. The stars have vanished. Can you help me find them?" "I fear I am powerless in this regard, child," Dumbledore replied. "However, if you wish, you shall have a new home. Put on your shoes. I shall wait for you downstairs." With that, he stepped out first. Sally donned her shoes and followed him into the hall, which was now illuminated by several more candles, creating a brighter atmosphere. Seated in the chairs was a pale, ragged figure, and leaning against the wall, observing her intently, was Professor Snape, with no one else present. Sally trailed behind Dumbledore, not daring to meet Snape's gaze. She feared she had caused trouble. The headmaster might expel her. "I believe no one is more suited to be a witness than you, Lupin," Dumbledore stated, pulling a letter from his sleeve. "I have been searching for an opportune moment to announce this matter. I can think of no better time than now. The will of Lily Potter." Dumbledore unfolded the letter, reading, "To her most beloved child, Sally." Lily Potter? Her mother? Sally stood frozen, as if under a spell. "My dear Sally, forgive me for writing this letter in advance. In these tumultuous times, I entrusted it to the most trustworthy and reliable Professor Dumbledore for safekeeping. If, by unfortunate chance, you hear or see this letter, child, I wish for you to know that your father and I will always love you. My greatest regret may be that I cannot witness your growth. But I remember your birth vividly, your tiny hand gripping my finger tightly. From that moment, I knew I would give everything for you. I have so much to say. I wish to see you blossom into a lady and a skilled witch. Your father says you resemble me greatly, and I believe so too. Countless times, as I watched you sleep, I imagined our family on outings, you sweetly calling me mother. I would lift you high and hold you close, and sometimes I envision your wedding day. For in my heart, I have lived a lifetime with you. I love you, and if I must depart, I will entrust you to whom I deem most trustworthy, Severus Snape, my friend. I cannot ascertain if this decision is correct, but I believe no one will strive harder to protect you. Let him be your godfather. It at least ensures your safety. Child, I only wish for you to be healthy." Dumbledore paused, wiping away the tears from behind his glasses. The letter concludes here. "Child, although it reflects your parents' wishes, I would still like to hear your thoughts. Do you wish for Severus Snape to be your godfather?" The hall fell into profound silence. No one spoke. Only the quiet flicker of the candles could be heard. After what felt like an eternity, Sally finally mustered the courage to speak softly. "Professor Snape, do you want me?" In the shadows of the room, Sally could not discern his expression. Time passed, long enough that she thought he had not heard her, until at last, a single word pierced the silence, returning her heart to its rightful place. "Yes." Chapter 21. Headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Lupin gazed at the letter in his hands. The familiar handwriting assured him, even without a signature, that it belonged to his dear friend Lily. "I cannot believe," he stated, "that she would consider such matters so far in advance." "I too was incredulous the moment I received the letter," Dumbledore replied earnestly. "It appears that perhaps the one who understood Snape best was Lily. In fact, I have another letter here, one that Lily wrote to Harry and Sally, entrusting Sirius Black to be their godfather. Thus, I have hesitated to share these letters with anyone. But now it seems this is the best course of action. At least with Snape, she is now safe. Yet I fear Snape's identity." Lupin's words trailed off. He knew Dumbledore understood his concern. "That is precisely what I worry least about," Dumbledore smiled. "In fact, the moment I laid eyes on Sally, I knew Lily's intuition was correct. Reading this letter was the best choice. In a modest brick house at 19 Spinner's End, Sally finally received a reply from Malfoy. He was currently out with his father on business, far away, which had delayed his response. Sally allowed Les to rest for 2 days before finding another owl to send a message back to Malfoy, assuring him of her safety and urging him not to worry. She also had Les deliver a letter to Harry, informing him that she was well, without mentioning anything else. Spinner's End was a street where wizards resided, offering some everyday supplies for living, but Sally discovered that she could not procure what she needed for Hogwarts here. She would still need to venture to Diagon Alley for those items. Professor Snape had brought her here, giving her the key to her room and some coins before departing. It had now been 3 days since she last saw him. Indeed, even the dust that has settled in this room is aware that it is typically uninhabited. The dwelling is simply a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout, featuring an open kitchen, with each bedroom accompanied by a modest bathroom. The living room is furnished in an exceedingly minimalist manner, adorned only with a fireplace, 2 stools, and a coffee table. There is no dining area. And the kitchen's stark emptiness suggests that a dining table is superfluous. For 3 full days, Sally dedicated herself to cleaning this place, exhausting all the gold coins Professor Snape had given her, until the room was rejuvenated. She reminisced about the ease of managing everything with magic at Hogwarts. The curtains were replaced with a warm beige, the chairs donned floral-patterned covers and cushions, and a large bohemian-style blanket, purchased from a passing traveler, lay across the floor. The kitchen underwent the most significant transformation. Pots, pans, and utensils were all present, and various ingredients were neatly arranged. Though Sally was not adept at cooking, she procured a basic recipe book, determined to learn. After all, she had dined at several restaurants in this alley, and the flavors left much to be desired. On the 4th day at noon, she stood in the kitchen, perusing the recipe book while contemplating a trip to Diagon Alley for supplies. Professor Snape had explicitly stated that she must not venture beyond this alley, and though he did not elaborate, Sally had always been obedient. However, with less than 2 weeks until the start of school, she felt an urgency to prepare for her studies. Alas, her wandering thoughts led to an unfortunate accident. She sliced off a significant portion of her fingernail, causing blood to drip onto the potatoes and the cutting board. After a prolonged attempt to wash the wound, she resolved to simply apply a bandage. Just as she entered the bedroom, the living room door swung open. Snape, appearing weary, strode into the room, momentarily taken aback by the sight of fresh flowers on the table and boiling water in the kitchen. However, upon noticing the bloodstains on the cutting board, his expression darkened. "Professor Snape, you're back," Sally exclaimed, waving her freshly bandaged hand. Noticing his glum demeanor, she hastily explained, "I saw the place was a bit dirty, so I decided to tidy up. Once that was done, I thought I might add some decorations. If there is anything you find unsatisfactory, we can discuss it." "That is not the issue," Snape replied curtly. "It is your hand." "Oh, this? I just cut myself while chopping potatoes," Sally replied nonchalantly. "See, it's already stopped bleeding. Why not dine out?" "I believe I provided you with enough money," Snape stated. "Indeed, it is sufficient, but the food outside is quite unpalatable. I noticed the kitchen and thought I could give cooking a try, believing it wouldn't be too difficult." Her voice trailed off, and suddenly, she stepped past Snape into the kitchen, intent on concealing the evidence of her culinary mishap. "Since you are back, I cannot allow you to be my test subject. Let us dine out, or I shall procure something for us to eat," she suggested while tidying up. Snape observed her flurry of activity and sighed, removing his coat and setting it aside. "Step aside, do not be in the way." "Professor Snape?" Sally said incredulously as she watched him roll up his sleeves and wash his hands under the running water. "Are you going to cook? Unless you wish to take over?" Snape retorted. No, I prefer you to do it." "I'll just learn from the side," she quickly replied. With a flick of his wand, the knife began to chop the potatoes autonomously, and with another wave, the batter started to mix itself. Once the batter was ready, he poured it into the pan and placed the mashed potatoes in the oven to heat. Everything was executed with such precision that Sally could only watch in awe. "Professor Snape, do you often cook for yourself?" she inquired, admiration lacing her tone. "Do I appear to be someone who frequently cooks?" Snape replied with a hint of sarcasm. "Not particularly, but your movements are remarkably adept," she continued, her admiration growing. "If one can master multitasking while grasping the underlying principles," Snape remarked. "Though based on your performance in potions class, it is evident that you are more suited to focusing on a single task." He trailed off as he noticed Sally had already scurried to the coffee table to set up for their meal. Was she annoyed by his lecturing? Snape felt a twinge of frustration. Before long, the scallion pancakes and mashed potatoes were ready. Sally assisted in bringing the dishes to the coffee table. And by the time she finished tidying up, Snape had emerged in a fresh set of clothing. They shared a comfortable silence as they ate the pancakes and potatoes. Once they had nearly finished, Sally spoke up, "Professor Snape, a letter from the Academy has arrived. I need to go to Diagon Alley to purchase some items." While Snape continued to eat his mashed potatoes, he finally responded, "In a few days, I will take you to the Leaky Cauldron, after you acquire your supplies. Meet me there." "Very well," Sally replied. They finished their meal in silence, and Snape excused himself to wash the dishes. With nothing else to occupy her, Sally began perusing a book she had borrowed from a small bookstore on the street. As Snape passed by her twice, he caught a glimpse of the book's title and unhesitatingly expressed his skepticism regarding her choice of reading material, which surprisingly brought Sally a sense of warmth. Ever since she learned that Snape was her godfather, she had felt a bit awkward. That evening, Snape prepared a large pot of food before departing again. Judging by the quantity, it seemed she would not see him for at least 3 days. Sally was perplexed as to why he remained so busy during the summer break. And Al delivered a lengthy letter from Harry, recounting his encounter with the house elf Dobby and how Ron had rescued him. He informed Sally that he was now residing in the Dursleys' home and was doing well, having just accompanied the Weasley family to Diagon Alley to gather school supplies. He asked if Sally had managed to collect everything and if she needed him to accompany her. In response, Sally reassured him not to worry, as she was well prepared and had arranged to go shopping with someone in a few days. After finishing her reply, she entrusted the letter to Lestrange, instructing it to rest for the night before delivering it to Harry. 3 days passed, and true to form, Snape did not return. It was only a week before school began that he reappeared, looking as weary as ever. He informed Sally that they would depart at 9 o'clock the following morning and then retreated into the house without further ado. The next day, at 8:30, Sally awaited in the living room, and with just a quarter of an hour to spare until 9, Snape emerged. "Hold on to my arm," he instructed. At his words, Sally clasped her hands tightly around his arm, and Snape glanced at her, perhaps with a hint of resignation. Apparate. A wondrous sensation enveloped her. And when Sally opened her eyes again, she found herself standing within the Leaky Cauldron. "What spell is this?" Sally exclaimed excitedly. "Can I learn it?" "You are still quite far from that," Snape replied, retrieving a pouch of money from his waist and handing it to her. "I will wait for you here in 3 hours. "I have money," she declared, noticing Snape's raised eyebrow, prompting her to swallow her remaining words and obediently tuck the pouch at her waist. After independently purchasing all her supplies, Sally on her way back indulged in 2 large slices of cream ice cream cake and some delectable-looking candies. Upon returning to the Leaky Cauldron, she spotted Professor Snape sitting in a corner and hurried over to show him her purchases. "Let us discuss this later." Snape interrupted as Sally pulled out a large slice of ice cream cake from her bag. "Oh." Sally only then realized that a small group of patrons in the tavern had turned their gaze towards them. Snape stood up, preparing to apparate, when he caught sight of a man at the bar discreetly drawing his wand from his sleeve, aiming it at them. "Get down," he shouted, and a green light emanated from his wand, colliding with the light from the man's wand. The entire bar was stunned. No one had anticipated that a fight would break out in such a place. The Leaky Cauldron, known as one of the busiest junctions between the Muggle and magical worlds, was under the strict surveillance of the Ministry of Magic, with various Aurors stationed there daily. After unleashing the first spell, the man had no time for any further action before being subdued and disarmed by 2 men. Once Snape was certain there were no further threats, he pulled the bewildered Sally to her feet. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Sally instinctively nodded. "Let us discuss this later." Snape noticed one of the Aurors approaching him, so he stepped forward. The Auror was quite short, requiring Snape to bend nearly at a 90-degree angle for them to hear each other. Soon after, Snape returned to Sally, taking her by the hand. "Let us go." Sally cast a regretful glance at the ice cream cake, now a ruined mess on the floor, and sighed. "They operate back to Spinner's End." "They are." Sally began to ask, but Snape interrupted, instructing her to change her clothes and tidy up first. "Professor Snape, I believe you do not need to hide this from me. They were after me, and I have the right to know," Sally asserted firmly. "You have the right. But it is unnecessary," Snape replied with equal firmness. "You are safe in Spinner's End, and even more so at Hogwarts. Hence you do not need to be privy to such matters. What if I insist on knowing?" A peculiar silence enveloped the room as Snape regarded the stubborn girl before him, her eyes reflecting a familiar determination and confidence. "Even if you knew, what would you be able to do? You have spent a year at the Magical Academy, and you would struggle to face even your peers," Snape stated. "Sally, you are too weak." Not knowing is for your own good. Sally understood the truth in Snape's words. She had lived too comfortably. At Hogwarts, she had been well protected, unaware that the outside world had begun to change around her. No, even if she were aware, what could she do? She could hardly cast the most basic spells. During her first year at Hogwarts, she had been immersed in all the new and exciting experiences, fretting over friendships, assignments, and trivial matters. It was only now, faced with danger and encountering adversaries, that she recognized her own vulnerability and fragility. "I understand," Sally whispered, disappointment evident in her tone. She gathered her belongings and returned to her room, locking the door for the first time. Snape sat on the sofa, staring at the closed door, lost in thought. Chapter 22. From their return to Diagon Alley until Sally boarded platform 9 3/4, Snape remained by her side. Sally diligently reviewed all her textbooks, perhaps except for the one assigned for the new Defense Against the Dark Arts class, which Snape openly dismissed as a pile of rubbish, not worth even a glance. Having a professor, especially one as accomplished as Snape, proved beneficial. Not only did Sally effortlessly catch up on the previous year's material, but she also grasped about 80% of the current year's curriculum. The reasons behind her diligent efforts were understood by both, yet remained unspoken. On the eve of their journey to Hogwarts, Snape gifted her a ruined ice cream cake from Diagon Alley, wishing her a happy birthday. The next day, Snape accompanied her to the station, but since many in the academy recognized him, he opted to appoint some distance from the station. "Why don't others do the same?" Sally inquired, puzzled. "If such a convenient method existed," he replied, "what about my luggage?" "Only professors are permitted to use apparition in these areas. Your belongings will be taken to Hogwarts along with others. You need not worry." Snape spoke with ease, while Sally felt a sense of privilege as a staff member's relative. To avoid others, Snape arrived with her earlier than the rest. Sally claimed a compartment early and waited 15 minutes before someone entered. She sat quietly, perusing a book purchased from the bookstore, until she realized that the compartment contained only her and a black boy, who was quietly observing her. Aware of his gaze, she couldn't help but ask, "Is there something you need?" Before the boy could respond, the compartment door swung open, and Goyle stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Sally, he exclaimed loudly, "Malfoy, Blaise." "I found Sally." Shortly thereafter, Malfoy and Blaise entered the compartment, but due to its limited capacity of 4, Malfoy rudely scrutinized the black boy. "Hey, which house are you from?" Malfoy asked arrogantly. I don't know yet," the boy replied. "Huh, a first-year newbie," Malfoy laughed. "Our compartment is at the front, number 36, spacious enough for you. If you're wise, and if you end up in Slytherin, perhaps I'll be kind to you." The boy picked up his belongings and left without a word. Malfoy, satisfied with this outcome, sat beside Sally. "My father took me to visit a distant cousin in Houghton," he explained, "which is why I didn't see your letter in time." "That's all right. I found my godfather," Sally replied. "Thanks to your candy. I survived those torturous 3 days. This is a belated Christmas gift." She pulled out a feather quill, its ring delicately engraved with the word happy. "I carved it myself." Sally admitted, "It may look a bit rough." "I don't mind," Malfoy chuckled. "In fact, I never expected to receive a Christmas gift, after all. The New Year's Christmas is just around the corner. Then consider this a premature Christmas gift," Sally laughed. "I really struggle with picking gifts for others, by the way. I also have gifts for Goyle and Blaise, but I can only give them to you once we arrive at school." At that moment, the snack vendor knocked on the compartment door, inquiring if they wanted any food. The 4 of them ordered a table full, with Malfoy generously paying the entire bill. Even when Sally insisted on contributing, Malfoy simply remarked that their family had never allowed girls to pay. Sally relented, knowing that most of the food would ultimately end up in Goyle and Crabbe's stomachs. The 4 shared stories about their summer vacations. Sally succinctly recounted her life in Spinner's End, merely mentioning that her stepfather was an ordinary wizard whose identity was shrouded in secrecy for various reasons. As the 4 of them conversed, they arrived at Hogwarts Station. Sally intentionally scanned the crowd in search of Harry, but due to the overwhelming throng of people, they hastily boarded a carriage and departed. During the Hogwarts feast, Sally observed the young ones being carefully ushered into the hall by Professor McGonagall, each one awkwardly donning the sorting hat, which struck her as somewhat amusing. Reflecting on her own similar experience from the previous year, she felt a surge of nostalgia. She noticed Snape seated at the edge of the staff table, next to the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Sally recognized him, for his large portrait adorned the cover of every book she purchased, even if she hadn't perused them. He was, of course, Gilderoy Lockhart. Snape's evident disdain for him was unmistakable, and Sally silently mourned for Professor Lockhart. Ginny Weasley, as a first-year student, was undoubtedly sorted into Gryffindor. Sally clapped wholeheartedly, harboring a tinge of envy for the Weasley family being able to look out for one another in the same house. She did not spot Harry and found it unremarkable, given the distance between their two houses. A young black boy was sorted into Ravenclaw. Sally didn't catch his name until he removed the hat. But it mattered little. Being in different houses meant their encounters would be infrequent. As soon as the sorting ceremony concluded, Snape vacated his seat, which came as no surprise to Sally. Enduring Lockhart until the end of the ceremony was a feat in itself. As she savored the bountiful food at Hogwarts, her fondest memory of the place, she returned to the dormitory, where the prefects addressed the new first years as was customary. Rising early, having not rested on the train, she distributed the gifts from Goyle and then retreated to her bed. Outside, a massive squid glided past her window, and gradually, she drifted into a fragrant slumber. As the new academic year unfolded, Sally's transformation was evident. Even the most oblivious of her peers, Goyle, noticed it. Although she still attended classes with them, her leisure time was no longer spent idling in the common room, but rather in the library. Her routine became almost mechanical, rising early, attending meals, classes, more meals, and the library. She would return just in time for curfew, remaining in the common room until the last moment. Malfoy expressed confusion over her unusual behavior, to which Sally merely smiled, offering no explanation. It was until the first weekend that she realized she had yet to check on Harry. Thus, on Saturday morning, she arranged to meet Harry, Ron, and Hermione in the staff lounge. "I can't believe you don't know about their remarkable exploits," Hermione exclaimed incredulously when Sally inquired about her week. She proceeded to regale Sally with the details of how they had arrived at school in a flying car. "Absolutely thrilling," Sally exclaimed. "But how could the wall prevent you from entering?" "How should I know?" Ron retorted, rolling his eyes. "I still find it unbelievable." "Well, what is done is done." "Oh. And please convey my congratulations to Ginny for entering Gryffindor as she wished." "She'll be delighted," Ron replied. "She really likes you. Perhaps it's because she is surrounded by boys in her family." And Hermione, "Well, you know, when Harry came to our house and she didn't see you, she was a bit disappointed, weren't you, Harry?" "Well, I'll have to visit her sometime," Sally said, surprised by her own popularity. After discussing amusing summer anecdotes, they dispersed. Sally returned to the library, for her week of reading had revealed just how little she truly understood about the world. Fortunately, it was not too late to start. She absorbed knowledge like a sponge, ravenous for learning. So engrossed was she that she remained unaware of the swirling rumors around campus, the incident involving Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, being petrified in the stairwell. "So you're saying there is a chamber of secrets in our school and it has been opened?" Sally heard Malfoy declare in the Slytherin common room. "What chamber? And who is this heir you speak of?" "If you keep studying like this, you'll eventually become disconnected from society," Malfoy remarked bluntly. "This happened yesterday. The whole school knows. Oh, except for you." "Because it has nothing to do with me," Sally replied. "In fact, if the library hadn't been so crowded today, I wouldn't have come back early to listen to your story." "This is not merely a story, Sally. It concerns all of Slytherin. Do you know why the library is so packed today? Everyone wants to learn about the Chamber of Secrets and everything related to Slytherin. Let them go search." "So, you know who the heir of Slytherin is?" Sally inquired, then gasped, "It can't be you." "I wish it were," Malfoy said, a hint of disappointment in his tone. "But alas, it is not. Perhaps I'll write to my father. Then let me know when this matter pertains to me," Sally said, her interest waning. "I've decided to retire early tonight. Good night, Malfoy." And with that, she returned to the girls' dormitory under Malfoy's exasperated gaze. Chapter 23. Time flew swiftly, and before long, the semester had passed its halfway mark, ushering in December. Sally had quietly begun studying the courses of fourth-year students without alarming anyone. She had procured all the textbooks and several high-achiever notes from Fred and George, which undoubtedly aided her studies. If any class felt like a waste of time, it was undoubtedly the defense against the dark arts. After hearing from someone that she was Harry's sister, Professor Lockhart always sought opportunities to take pictures with her and insisted on giving her his autograph. Fortunately, this phenomenon did not last long. After Snape's firm yet kindly warning, he finally treated Sally with the regard he would a regular student. However, Sally's opinion of him deteriorated significantly, especially after he caused Harry's arm to lose all its bones during Quidditch practice, which only heightened her disdain. Consequently, attending his classes became a mere exercise in sleeping or perusing other books. "Dueling club?" Sally queried, perplexed. as she turned to Malfoy. Did I hear you correctly? You heard right. The peacock did indeed say that, Malfoy replied, aptly dubbing Lockhart a peacock in Sally's eyes. Since your house's head, Professor Snape, will assist me. I hope to extend some special considerations to his students. You are among the first to learn of this exhilarating news, Lockhart declared with exuberance. Are you going? Malfoy asked, followed by a self-deprecating chuckle. You must be heading to the library. Not necessarily, Sally laughed, sitting up and resting her chin on her hand, gazing at Lockhart. It sounds rather intriguing. Malfoy watched her profile, captivated by her bright green eyes, her elegantly defined nose, porcelain skin, and the cascade of red hair flowing over her shoulders. Her lips curving into an enchanting smile. For a moment, he found himself completely entranced. Sally, lost in her book at the library, arrived at the auditorium only to realize it was already 8:15. Almost all the students had gathered, and she settled into a spot that seemed slightly less crowded. The duel between Professor Lockhart and Professor Snape resembled a farcical comedy, lacking any real competition. Sally even wondered if Lockhart currently possessed more magical knowledge than she did herself. As the demonstration concluded, the two professors wove through the crowd, pairing students into duos. When Snape approached Sally, she looked up at him with hope, curious about her partner. However, Snape merely glanced at her, as if she were invisible, and walked past without assigning her an opponent. Boring, she muttered under her breath. At that moment, laughter erupted from the crowd. Feeling idle, she maneuvered her way through the throng to find Draco Malfoy sprawled on the ground, laughing boisterously without a hint of decorum, while Harry danced beside him in a ridiculous, comical manner. Unable to suppress her amusement, she turned to a nearby Gryffindor student with a camera, asking him to take plenty of pictures to share with her later. Truth be told, the boy had not ceased snapping photos from the start. Freeze, Snape commanded, and instantly, the two halted their antics. It was then that Sally noticed. Aside from Harry and Malfoy, Ron and Seamus, Hermione and Millicent, as well as other Gryffindor and Slytherin students paired off, none of whom were faring any better. Lockhart hopped around the injured students like a toad. Goodness gracious, he exclaimed. I believe I must teach you how to counteract unfriendly magic. He shot a glance at Snape before wisely diverting his attention. How about a volunteer pair, Longbottom and Finnegan? What do you think? That's a terrible idea, Professor Lockhart. Snape replied. Longbottom could wreak havoc with even the simplest spell. We might as well send Finnegan's remains in a matchbox to the hospital wing. What about Malfoy and Potter? Sally felt a sense of dread. Malfoy had Snape at his back. While Potter was under Lockhart's supervision, there was no need for a duel to determine the victor. 3, 2, 1, begin, Lockhart shouted. Malfoy swiftly raised his wand and bellowed. Serpent's surprise. The tip of his wand exploded. Harry stared in horror as a long, black snake suddenly emerged, landing heavily on the floor between them, raising its tongue in preparation to strike. Don't move, Potter, Snape drawled lazily. Let me. Lockhart interrupted, raising his wand and threateningly waving it at the snake. With a loud bang, the serpent did not shrink as expected. Instead, it leapt up to an impressive height, crashing down right next to Sally, who barely managed to evade it. Clearly enraged, the snake slithered near her feet, sending shivers down her spine. Leave him alone, she heard Harry say, turning to the snake, which showed no signs of retreat but merely flicked its tongue at her. Sally locked eyes with the creature, and she could hear Harry insist, get away from her. Only then did the snake coil itself and collapse on the floor. With a furrowed brow, Sally couldn't help but exclaim, further away. Remarkably, the snake seemed to comprehend her words, slithering a short distance before pausing. Sighing in relief, Sally looked up, only to discover that she and Harry were now alone, the crowd having retreated to whisper among themselves. She read the same bewilderment reflected in Harry's expression. Sally, come to my office, Snape commanded as he strode away. Casting a glance back at Harry, confused, Sally obediently followed in Snape's wake. As she passed her classmates, she caught fragments of phrases like Parseltongue and Slytherin. In his office, Snape sat in his chair, wearing an expression of rare anger and seriousness, his lips pressed tightly together as his dark eyes bore into Sally. Perhaps you should explain, he said, where your ability to speak Parseltongue originated. Perhaps you encountered it in those books you read? I don't know what Parseltongue is, Sally replied honestly. In fact, I had no idea what I was doing just now. I thought I was speaking normally. No, not at all normal, Snape retorted, rising to pace the confined space of the office. Parseltongue is a skill inherited by Slytherin's bloodline. There's no way you possess such a lineage. But Harry, Sally began. He is different, Snape shouted. He had direct contact with that person as a child. And you? Or perhaps, unbeknownst to me, like your foolish brother or that reckless, arrogant father of yours, you sneaked out of the castle to meet him? He sneered. How ironic. Sally's expression darkened as the lightheartedness of the evening vanished in an instant. She looked at Snape and blurted out thoughtlessly, You're not angry that I can speak Parseltongue. You're angry about this face that resembles my mother's. You cannot abide by the fact that its owner can act in ways entirely contrary to your recollections of her. She felt tears welling up, her eyes widening as she insisted, But I am Sally Potter, not Lily. Not. Is this how you speak to your head of house? Snape thundered. It seems I have afforded you too many privileges, leading you to lose sight of your position. I hereby command you to find Filch and request to be confined for 24 hours starting tomorrow morning. No need to wait until tomorrow. I can go now. It's just detention, isn't it? Do you think I would be afraid? Sally turned on her heel and slammed the door behind her. As it closed, the tears streamed down her cheeks. Snape stood in the room, breathing heavily. Panic, fear, and disarray coursed through him. It felt as though a deeply buried secret had been exposed to the harsh light of day. He could not deny it. Despite his constant reassurances to himself that Sally was not Lily and that Lily was gone, yet every time he gazed upon that familiar face, he involuntarily saw her as Lily. He believed he was concealing his emotions well, but in truth, he was the only one deceived. Sally found Filch and bluntly informed him that Professor Snape had sent her to be confined for 24 hours. Filch, ever eager to oblige such requests, did not even inquire about the reasons behind Snape's punishment as he hummed a tune while leading her to a dim, small room. Detention could be considered one of the most severe punishments at Hogwarts, a place for students who had violated major school rules yet refused to admit their misdeeds to reflect upon their actions. The small, dark room contained only a bed and a toilet, with no windows. Perhaps the tiny hole in the door could be deemed a window, as it was the sole source of light. Filch provided her with 2 bottles of water and a few pieces of bread, telling her that she would only be confined for 24 hours and that there was no need to prepare special meals for her. Sally paid little mind, in truth. She was indifferent to everything at that moment. In the darkness of the room, time seemed to lose meaning, with only the light from Filch's office candle illuminating the space. Silent contemplation enveloped her as she began to understand, albeit vaguely, why Snape treated her and Harry so differently. No, she had always known. She simply refused to confront it. She constantly reassured herself of her good fortune in encountering such a caring headmaster. It felt as though she drifted into a hazy slumber, only to awaken in a similarly foggy state. Her stomach roiled intermittently, sometimes in turmoil, and other times as if nothing were amiss. The bread lay within arm's reach, yet she harbored no inclination to grasp it. What was her current state? In her stupor, she seemed to pause at the sound of Professor Snape's voice, deep and somber. Sally had never heard him speak with joy or excitement. I am uncertain, Professor. After all, there are still 8 hours until she is released, said Filch respectfully. I heard a Gryffindor boy has encountered trouble with a ghost once more. Professor, you should advise the headmaster to confine Potter, at least this current Potter. There is no definitive evidence implicating Potter, Snape replied. Filch, I understand your meaning. Believe me, I too wish to confine him, but not at this moment. Snape observed Sally curled up on the floor through the small window of the door. She has been like this since she entered, Professor. I am uncertain, Filch stated. Clearly, Snape had not acquiesced to his request, as his tone shifted dramatically. Release her. But, Professor, there are still 8 hours, Filch exclaimed in astonishment. The confinement is lifted early. Snape said, his lips pressed tightly together. Release her. Chapter 24. When Sally awoke languidly, she found herself lying on a single bed, the familiar scent enveloping her, instantly revealing her location. She rose and noticed the clock on the wall indicated that Snape was teaching Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Without a second thought, she intended to put on her shoes and depart. Dinner was approaching, and perhaps she could return to her dormitory to wash her face and enjoy a bit of pumpkin soup, followed by some sweet pumpkin pie to forget her troubles. As she donned her shoes and prepared to rise, she inadvertently noticed that Snape had already left the classroom. Realizing she must avoid an encounter, she hurried out of the dark room and was about to pull open the office door when she encountered Snape's grim visage outside. Damn. If only she had been a few minutes faster, she could have slipped back to the Slytherin common room unnoticed. Sally remained silent, making no further moves, as Snape entered and closed the door behind him. Professor Snape, do you think I ought to return to confinement? Or will you graciously permit me to dine in the hall? Sally's tone dripped with uncontrollable sarcasm. She wagered he had caught on, yet he showed no sign of it. Your confinement has been lifted, Shortly, you may proceed directly to the hall for dinner, Snape stated, organizing his belongings from class. However, before that, I believe we need to have a conversation. I do not wish to, Professor. Sally instinctively clenched her fists, wishing to evade the discussion and prolong her escape for another day. I believe that, whether as the head of Slytherin or your godfather, both roles entitle me to speak with you, even if you are reluctant, Snape replied, now settled into a chair after gathering his things. I knew your mother, he continued, having formed a close friendship with her for a time, but that was the extent of it. Had it not been for your existence, I would almost have forgotten her. I despise your father, and that is indisputable given my attitude towards your brother. My fondness for you stems from the potential I see in you, which is how I treat any student I favor, such as Draco Malfoy. Furthermore, now that I have become your godfather, I bear a responsibility for your safety and growth, which is why I grant you numerous privileges. He seemed to sigh. Are you saying that your kindness towards me is not due to my mother? You mean to say you actually like me? Sally exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, Snape replied soberly. My concern for you arises solely because I am your godfather. You should have told me sooner. A smile returned to Sally's face. Your actions made my previous behavior seem foolish. I concur. Now you should go have dinner, he stated, rising and offering her no chance to refuse as he moved toward the bookshelf to consult a tome. Sally observed his serious demeanor, sticking out her tongue in farewell to Professor Snape as she headed toward the hall. Her heart lightened, the anxiety that had plagued her since the summer finally dissipating. After Sally departed, Snape remained at the bookshelf, perusing various volumes aimlessly until he felt utterly drained and gradually sank to the floor. Throughout his life, he had uttered countless lies and deceived many, yet those words he had just spoken felt as if they struck him in the heart, causing waves of pain. Lily Potter, how could he forget her? She had become intertwined with his soul, his very essence, the sole reason he persevered in this wretched, filthy world. Yet now, he found himself compelled to separate Sally from Lily in his mind. He could no longer deceive himself. He must extinguish his hopes with his own hands. He should have done this long ago. Life seemed to revert to its previous state, and as the growth of the radish continued, the petrified animals, students, and ghosts regained hope. At last, the term concluded, accompanied by a 3-day snowstorm, prompting most students to return home for the Christmas holiday. Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe remained at school, which surprised Sally not in the least. Their unprecedented interest in the Chamber of Secrets and Slytherin's air was palpable. And Draco believed that during a joyous occasion like Christmas, trouble was most likely to arise. Goyle and Crabbe had always followed Draco, hence the trio stayed behind. Harry, of course, would not be going home, and the Weasley children remained at school, not wishing to visit Bill in Egypt. To Sally's astonishment, Hermione also decided to stay behind to study, which gave her an inkling that the three were conspiring. However, no matter how much she probed, they merely smiled and refrained from saying more. She inquired about Snape's plans. Should he be returning to Spinner's Inn for Christmas, she would request a leave of absence. Yet it was evident that Snape held no interest in preparing the Christmas feast or any associated festivities. Thus, Sally too remained at school. On Christmas morning, she awoke to a sweetened atmosphere. Opening her eyes, she realized it was not merely her imagination. Numerous Christmas gifts adorned her bedside, and she was unsure when they had been placed there. Eagerly, she tore into them, discovering a necklace containing photographs of their parents from Harry. Sally had to admit she bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother. Ron gifted her a color-changing hat, but due to its lace embellishments that surpassed her aesthetic sensibilities, she planned to display it as a piece of art. Hermione presented her with several boxes of teeth-whitening strips. Her parents were both dentists, and she had often mentioned the importance of a beautiful smile for girls. Draco still sent her a large candy package filled with enough sweets to last her a year, as it seemed that since she had expressed her fondness for confections, he had taken to bestowing such gifts upon her. Goyle and Crabbe also contributed an array of magical snacks, which Sally intended to sample when time permitted. Ginny gifted her a beautifully crafted card, which she cherished. The Weasley brothers presented her with a thick scarf, clearly demonstrating a superior aesthetic sense compared to Ron. As Sally unfurled the scarf, a note slipped out, inviting her to join them for afternoon tea and to discuss important matters. Though she paid little heed, their important matters seldom amounted to anything of consequence. Mrs. Weasley continued her tradition of knitting her a red sweater, which bore the inscription Dear Charlie in yellow thread, unfortunately marred by a smudge from the large piece of raisin cake she had also gifted her. Feeling a pang of hunger, Sally indulged in a few bites of the cake, savoring Mrs. Weasley's ever-delicious culinary skills. In the afternoon, She engaged in a game of enchanted cards with Malfoy and his companions in the common room, where Malfoy clearly displayed his expertise, leading his team to frequent victories. At 3 o'clock, she excused herself, claiming to have some matters to attend to, and made her way to the agreed-upon rendezvous with the Weasley brothers, a vacant storage room, where she found not only George and Fred but also Ginny, who appeared considerably more haggard than Sally remembered. "You've arrived, Sally," George remarked, standing to graciously pull out a chair for her. Sally suppressed a laugh and sat down, noticing an array of unfamiliar yet delectable items on the table. "I recommend some butterbeer. It's delightful for warming up, though I wouldn't advise overindulgence. Perhaps you might try some lemonade like Ginny," Fred suggested, pouring her a small cup. "I personally vouch for these gummies and chocolates." "How marvelous!" Sally exclaimed with genuine wonder. "Where did you acquire these?" "That's rather a sensitive inquiry," George replied with a feigned air of mystery. "We always find a way." "How stingy," Sally remarked, popping a gummy into her mouth before adopting a serious tone. "I am contemplating the methods of interrogation to extract your secrets. Perhaps I should consume all the remaining gummies?" "That hardly threatens us," Fred chuckled. As they exchanged banter, Sally keenly sensed Ginny's unusual silence, a stark contrast to her previously vivacious demeanor. "I'll just step away for a moment," Ginny said before leaving the room. Once Ginny departed, Sally shifted her playful tone. "Now, what is the matter that necessitated my presence?" "It concerns Ginny," Fred stated directly, without circumlocution. "She has changed significantly lately, and I am certain you have noticed. No matter how we inquire, she refuses to divulge anything. After much deliberation, we thought it best to enlist your help. Given that you are Harry's sister and share a rapport, after all, you both are girls. Why not have Hermione ask her?" "They share a room," Sally suggested. "She has tea," inquired. George sighed. "The truth is, Hermione and Ginny aren't particularly close, and Ginny harbors an inexplicable animosity towards her, likely due to Harry. Moreover, as you know, we fear that if our little sister has indeed breached any school regulations, we would prefer that someone offers her assistance rather than report her to the teachers." Just as George finished speaking, Ginny returned. "I can help you inquire. But you both must leave. Otherwise, I won't be able to learn anything," Sally whispered quickly. George made an okay gesture, and shortly after Ginny resumed her seat, the two brothers excused themselves to prepare for the evening's Christmas feast. With only Sally and Ginny remaining, Sally inquired about any discomfort Ginny might be experiencing at school. During her probing questions, she perceived a distinct pause when she asked if Ginny had made any good friends. "Have you encountered anyone of note?" Sally inquired, striving to maintain a gentle and calm tone. "If you wish, you can confide in me. I'm not a Gryffindor. I want to report you to the headmaster. If you prefer, I can promise not to tell anyone." Ginny hesitated, clearly burdened by the weight of her troubles. "If you need my assistance, I can do my utmost to help you," Sally offered. "Sharing the load is far better than bearing it alone. Wouldn't you agree?" Finally, Ginny broke down, burying her face in her arms and weeping, eventually recounting her experiences to Sally in a fragmented manner. After Ginny had finished her disjointed narrative, Sally felt a tingling sensation at the back of her head. There were references to a sentient notebook, to being covered in paint and feathers during Halloween, and a thread of implication that the culprit behind the petrification was none other than Ginny herself. Sally forced herself to regain composure. "Have you disclosed any of this to anyone else?" "Only Riddle, no one else," Ginny replied, her tears subsiding but still choked with emotion. "Do you have the diary with you?" "Yes, but I'm uncertain where to conceal it so that no one finds it." She produced the diary from her sleeve, revealing a feather quill tucked inside. "I've written far too much in it. I don't want anyone to discover it." Sally examined the diary, noting its slightly more tattered appearance compared to others. "You mean you found it nestled within a book that your mother gave you?" "Yes," Ginny confirmed. "Perhaps, if you wish, you could try writing in it." Sally glanced at Ginny, hesitated, and then picked up the quill. After a moment's reflection, she inscribed, "Who are you?" The words gleamed vividly on the page for a fleeting second before seemingly being absorbed, and then another line appeared. "Who are you?" Sally paused, then wrote, "Sally Potter. I am Tom Riddle. It is a pleasure to meet you. How did you come by my diary?" Sally glanced at Ginny, who shook her head, panic evident in her eyes. "Please don't say it was me." "I found it," Sally wrote. "That is a lie, but it is of little consequence." The notebook quickly revealed another line. "Would you like to tell me?" Sally then realized that her initial question had been, "Who are you?" Thus, it was clear that the notebook was aware of its own function. "I wish to know who you are, what this diary is, and what connection there is between Ginny's recent odd behavior and you." Since the other party was already aware, she dismissed the need for subtlety. The response took a while to materialize on the page. "I can take you to see what I have recorded in the diary, if you wish." "Thank you, but no," Sally decisively wrote, closing the diary and turning to Ginny with a serious expression. "Ginny, if you trust me, you must rid yourself of this diary as soon as possible." "Why?" Ginny asked, alarm flooding her voice. "Because it is evident that this diary possesses its own consciousness. Initially, I believed it merely to be a sophisticated form of magic, responding automatically to your words. However, from our recent exchanges, it is apparent that the diary not only has its own thoughts, but can also engage in actions beyond our comprehension." A shiver ran down her spine at the notion of the diary suggesting it could show her something. Any entity that possesses thought yet remains unseen is inherently dangerous. I now harbor suspicions that it is steeped in dark magic. What should I do?" Ginny's eyes brimmed with tears. Sally approached gently and embraced her, assuring her that it was all right, and fortunately, they had discovered it in time. "You can no longer rely on it. Either burn it or discard it. However you choose to dispose of it is fine. Just don't hold on to it any longer." After a pause, she added, "If you have any worries that you cannot share with anyone, you can always come to me. I believe I understand Harry better than Riddle does, especially if what you wish to know pertains to him." "How dreadful!" Ginny exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. The atmosphere lightened considerably, and they chatted for a while longer. Ginny mentioned that she would bid farewell to Riddle upon her return, for she found it impossible to burn him, as he was, in her heart, a friend. Nevertheless, she resolved to dispose of him, throwing him away to a place where he would not be discovered. Although Sally could not comprehend why Ginny felt the need to say goodbye, she could think of no good excuse to prevent it. At that moment, George knocked and entered, informing them that the Christmas feast was about to commence. They made their way to the Great Hall, which appeared particularly grand that day, adorned with a dozen Christmas trees glistening with silver frost and thick garlands of mistletoe and holly suspended from the ceiling. Enchanted snow gently fell, warm and dry. Almost every student received a turkey filled with delicious stuffing. There was also figgy pudding, a traditional representation of Christmas. While Sally was savoring her third piece of pudding, Les brought forth a special Christmas gift she had purchased, which she had seen in a newspaper. Unlike the other gifts that could be prepared in advance, this one was not possible to do so. After Schiller tossed the package onto the table, it did not fly away but affectionately rubbed against Sally. She retrieved some owl treats from her pocket, and after Schiller elegantly finished them, he departed from the hall. Sally picked up the package and noticed that the seat at the teacher's table where Snape usually sat was empty. She lost her appetite for the remaining half of her pudding and decided to leave for the Slytherin common room. Upon opening the package, she discovered that, besides her own gift, several cards she had sent to the Star Orphanage had been returned. Holding the gift, she knocked on Professor Snape's door. "Come in," he replied. Upon seeing Sally, who could only be Sally, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Christmas gift," Sally said, her demeanor oddly uncharacteristic. "Are you here to request a Christmas gift?" Snape asked, pondering how to explain his lack of preparation for such customary exchanges, having nearly forgotten that it was Christmas Day. "No, I am here to give a gift." Sally's face grew increasingly crimson. "Professor Snape, please grant me a moment. Set aside your work and look at me." Snape initially intended to refuse, but found himself swallowing the words as he beheld her face, red as an apple on a Christmas tree. He turned to face her. Clearing his throat, Sally tossed a small milky sphere she had concealed behind her back into the air, and it burst into a flurry of snowflakes cascading gracefully down, accompanied by a melody. As the background music played, she began to sing softly. "We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings we bring to you and your kin. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Oh, bring us a figgy pudding. Oh, bring us a figgy pudding. Oh, bring us a figgy pudding and bring it right here. We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some, so bring some out here." "Professor Snape, Merry Christmas," she said, her voice trembling slightly from nerves at first. But eventually she closed her eyes, finding that this action alleviated her anxiety considerably. Snape watched as the young girl, her cheeks flushed, completed the carol with her clear and innocent voice. He had always believed he had long outgrown such childish matters and had dismissed them with disdain. Yet as Sally finished singing and opened her eyes to look at him earnestly, saying, "Professor Snape, Merry Christmas," he felt a fissure crack open in his once encased heart. As the music concluded, the snowfall ceased and silence enveloped the room. Unable to withstand the stillness, Sally broke the silence with a nervous chuckle. "Well, I've delivered your Christmas gift, so I shall take my leave now." With that, she turned to flee, a hint of panic in her demeanor. Are you not going to keep your Christmas gift? Snape's words halted her in her tracks. My Christmas gift? Have you prepared one? Sally exclaimed joyfully as she bounced over to Snape's side. Snape waved his wand towards an empty space on the table, and a figgy pudding materialized. Sally gasped, then pouted at him. Is this your Christmas gift? It lacks any sincerity. Do you not want it? Snape feigned as if to take it away. I do want it. A piece of pudding is better than none at all, Sally remarked as she devoured the pudding within mere moments. Its taste and appearance strikingly reminiscent of the festive delicacy served during the Christmas feast. She harbored a faint hope that this particular pudding had been crafted by Snape himself. With the dessert now consumed, she felt free to depart. Upon witnessing Sally finish her treat, Snape collected the plates from the table, casually erasing the traces left by the recent snowfall. As Sally exited, she grumbled about the lackluster Christmas gifts, yet a smile she could not conceal adorned her face. Once the room was once again left in solitude with Snape, he found it impossible to regain the focused state he had maintained prior to Sally's arrival. The empty chamber seemed to echo the melodies of the earlier song in an endless loop. After several fruitless attempts to concentrate, frustration welled within him, prompting him to toss the book from his hands and lean back in his chair, staring at the ceiling where the small sphere had burst moments ago. Bring us a figgy pudding and bring it right here. Good tidings we bring to you and your kin. We shall indulge in fig pudding. Bring it here, and we shall not depart until we have tasted it. A faint smile played upon Snape's lips. It seems that preparations for next Christmas must commence early. On the day following Christmas, Hermione found herself admitted to the hospital, covered in cat fur and sporting whiskers on her face. Sally inquired about the circumstances once more, and at long last, the three divulged the entire story to her. You may inquire of me, Sally said, both amused and exasperated. I cannot believe you would steal from Professor Snape's office, especially knowing I am friends with Malfoy. It is precisely because you are friends with Malfoy that we refrained from questioning you, Ron muttered. Hermione had contemplated transforming into Sally, but Harry advised against involving her. For if the truth emerged, it would not concern her. Sally regarded Harry and Ron, uncertain of how to respond, and after a moment's thought, she sighed. Malfoy is not the heir of Slytherin, she asserted confidently. Despite Ron's evident disbelief, she patiently continued, I will commence an investigation into this matter. Initially, I thought it did not pertain to me, yet it appears I underestimated its significance. When Sally declared her intent to investigate, she truly meant it. She scoured every tome in the library concerning the Chamber of Secrets, yet found no useful information, prompting her to contemplate the restricted section. What is it that you wish to research? Snape interrupted, halting his pen mid-signature, incredulously gazing at her. The Chamber of Secrets, she replied. Indeed, the professor said, ruthlessly tearing the partially signed note into shreds and casting it into the wastebasket. Return to your studies. The Chamber's affairs are of no concern to you, and you need not be privy to them. But Sally attempted to interject, only to be cut off by Snape's brusque dismissal. I have spoken, it is unnecessary. Disheartened, she exited the office, yet Snape's attitude did not quell her curiosity. Rather, it intensified her resolve regarding the matter. She decided to approach it from another angle, specifically through Ginny's diary. Unfortunately, when she sought to borrow the notebook from Ginny, she was informed that it had been discarded. Consequently, Sally began to investigate Tom Riddle instead. Time passed slowly until one day, she overheard Malfoy boasting in the Slytherin common room that Headmaster Dumbledore would soon be dismissed. This remark sparked an idea. Perhaps she could consult Dumbledore himself. Enter. Dumbledore's office exuded a distinct atmosphere, markedly different from Snape's, particularly when she caught sight of the magnificent phoenix. Is there something you require? He inquired kindly, noting that it was uncommon for students to visit him directly, perhaps due to his infrequent presence in the office. I have several questions I wish to pose to you, Sally stated forthrightly, regarding dark magic. I believe you possess a deeper understanding than Professor Lockhart, purely out of curiosity. Child, why not approach Professor Snape? Dumbledore inquired with a smile. Because I am uncertain whether he would regard me as anything more than a child, Sally replied earnestly. What questions do you have? Dumbledore inquired, steepling his fingers beneath his chin, adopting a listening posture. If, Sally began, an object, say your cup, exhibited no change in appearance, yet possessed a soul, capable of conversing with you through the water it contained, how would you characterize such a phenomenon? Clearly abnormal, Dumbledore affirmed without hesitation, and indeed, exceedingly dangerous. His expression grew serious for a moment before softening. May I inquire what prompted this hypothesis? I am afraid I cannot disclose that, Sally responded, confirming her suspicions that Tom Riddle's diary was indeed linked to the Chamber of Secrets. Perhaps you were acquainted with Tom Riddle? Dumbledore's demeanor shifted to one of complete seriousness as he scrutinized Sally. Where did you hear that name? In a book. Sally replied evasively. It mentioned his connection to the opening of the chamber. A fabrication, Dumbledore declared mercilessly. I must know from whom you learned. But before he could finish, Professor McGonagall barged in, flustered. Another student, Professor. It is Gryffindor's Hermione Granger. She has been discovered petrified near the library, clutching a mirror. At that moment, during a Quidditch match, few witnessed the unfolding events. As Malfoy had claimed, Dumbledore was dismissed from his position, represented by his father, Lucius. While he gathered his belongings, Sally seized the opportunity to meet Dumbledore one last time under the pretense of wanting to see Lucius. Lucius evidently held a fondness for Sally. In truth, as Malfoy suggested, he harbored an affinity for all Slytherin students. As they conversed, Sally discreetly observed Dumbledore. The office is yours, Lucius. Dumbledore set upon finishing his packing. The password is pineapple toffee. It has just been changed, so it cannot be altered again for at least 3 months. After uttering this, he cast a contemplative glance at Sally. Sally instantly understood his implication and gently blinked in acknowledgement. Following Dumbledore's departure, the atmosphere within the school grew palpably tense. Professors and heads of houses intensified their vigilance over the students, particularly Snape, who, having learned of Sally's interest in the chamber, concocted various reasons to keep her in his office for supplementary potion lessons. Even after completing the curriculum for their grade, he would compel her to study more advanced potions, leaving her with no time for herself. One day, Ginny approached Sally, visibly anxious, as though on the verge of collapse. Her expression compelled Sally to skip Snape's class and evade the professor's gaze, meeting Ginny in a secluded space beneath the staircase. I have obtained the diary, Ginny blurted out, tears streaming down her face. I stole it from Harry, and I do not know what to do. Do not cry, Sally urged, striving to calm Ginny's frayed nerves as footsteps echoed ominously outside. Is the diary with you? Ginny nodded. Will you entrust it to me? That day, she cut Snape's lesson, returning to her dormitory with the diary in hand. The other occupants were engrossed in discussions about the chamber, and she hesitated to reveal the diary. It was not until midnight, when all were asleep, that she retrieved a quill. I am Sally Potter, she wrote. Upon finishing the first line, the diary responded. I am delighted to see you again, Sally. I enjoyed a lovely chat with your brother. That was because he is unaware of Ginny's situation, Sally swiftly wrote back. I am certain you are connected to the chamber, and I suspect that you were responsible for its previous opening. Perhaps her lengthy message delayed the diary's response. But after a moment, it replied, very interesting. Are you the default now? Sally wrote hastily. What do you truly wish to accomplish? She felt a strange kinship with Sally. Perhaps they could become friends. After the diary displayed this line, regardless of what Sally penned thereafter, she received no response. Resolving to rest, she planned to revisit this matter the following day. However, to her surprise, during breakfast, Ginny unexpectedly demanded the return of the notebook, claiming she had discovered a method to destroy it, insisting that Sally return it to her at all costs. Despite Sally's attempts to persuade her otherwise, she reluctantly surrendered the notebook. Sally thought that since she had already missed a class with Professor Snape, it mattered little if she did so again. She intended to visit Professor Dumbledore's office immediately after class to seek clues. Yet this time, the bell that signaled the end of class did not ring. Instead, she heard Professor McGonagall's magically amplified voice echoing through the corridors. All students promptly returned to their respective house dormitories, and all professors retreated to the staff lounge. Please act immediately. She understood that trouble had arisen once more. Without waiting for Professor Binns to speak, Sally quietly slipped out, having taken no textbooks with her. Where are you going, Sally Potter? Snape's voice called from behind, causing her to stiffen. Turning around, she forced a sycophantic smile and replied, to the restroom, Professor. Snape seized her, dragging her unceremoniously to the staff lounge. Students should not be here, Professor McGonagall stated. She is an exception, Snape replied coldly. I suspect that if I were to release her now, she would vanish before my eyes. At that moment, most professors had gathered, and McGonagall continued. We have a situation. A student has been taken by a creature and brought directly into the Chamber of Secrets. Professor Flitwick let out a piercing scream, while Professor Sprout covered her mouth in shock. Sally felt Snape tighten his grip on her hand, questioning, how can you be certain? The heir of Slytherin. McGonagall's face paled as she revealed a line of text that had been written beneath the previous message. Her bones shall remain forever in the chamber. Flitwick could not contain his tears. Who is it? Madam Hooch slumped into a chair. Ginny Weasley. Impossible, Sally exclaimed, successfully drawing the attention of all the professors. Before McGonagall could inquire further, Lockhart entered with a jovial demeanor. Sally ignored him, sensing that some pieces of the puzzle were aligning, yet one crucial element remained missing. Sally? Sally Potter? McGonagall called her several times, but she remained oblivious until Snape tugged at her hand, pulling her from her reverie. What is it, Professor? What do you know? McGonagall asked directly, her tone laced with hope and urgency. She glanced around, aware of the professor's gazes upon her. Recalling Professor Quirrell's incident, she swallowed her words. I know nothing, Professor. I simply feel sorrow for my dear friend Ginny. In that case, McGonagall's nostrils flared as she exhaled heavily. The heads of the houses must inform the students of what has transpired. Tell them that the Hogwarts Express will take them home first thing tomorrow morning. Other teachers must ensure that no student remains outside their dormitories. The professors rose, leaving one by one. I must return to my dormitory. Sally struggled vehemently against Snape's hold. Professor McGonagall ordered all students back to their dormitories. You cannot take me to your office. I believe I am the head of Slytherin. Snape's tone was unwavering. And this is for your own good. No, you know nothing. Sally gazed at the setting sun, her struggles intensifying. Snape escorted her to his office, shut the door, and bent down to grasp her shoulders. If you think you know more than I do, then tell me. Sally met his gaze, instinctively aware that divulging her knowledge to Snape would only further entrap her in his office. All her thoughts were mere conjectures if Snape did not act promptly. What would happen to Ginny? Snape, perceiving her silence, smirked with a hint of sarcasm. I am going to Slytherin to announce this matter, he stated, standing upright. I hope you will remain here quietly. He left without mercy, locking the door behind him. Regardless of her insistent knocking, he resolutely pocketed the key. As Sally watched the crimson sun dip below the horizon, she realized that her hesitation equated to Ginny's peril. If the student in question were a stranger, she would be indifferent, just as she had been during the earlier incidents when the chamber first opened. But this was different. It was Ginny Weasley, her friend, her confidant with whom she shared everything. There must be a way, she thought, as she began rummaging through Snape's belongings. Grateful for the many extra lessons that had familiarized her with every detail of the office, she sought spare keys or any means of escape. Unfortunately, she found no spare key, but rather a different item, a corrosive potion. Snape had been researching this substance, which could erode anything, save for Diamond. Nothing was beyond its reach. Sally gazed at the vial in her hand, then at the locked door, her resolve hardening. Chapter 27. The incantation for the headmaster's office was firmly etched in her mind. She entered successfully, searching the area where she had conversed with Dumbledore. Just as despair began to set in, she spotted a small note tucked away in an inconspicuous corner behind a chair. Tom Marvolo Riddle, I am Voldemort. In that instant, a cold wave washed over her. Everything connected. Tom Riddle was Voldemort, the heir of Slytherin, who had opened the chamber. He had ensnared Ginny using the diary as bait to reopen the chamber decades later. His words to her, perhaps we can become friends, echoed the very same words Voldemort had spoken to her a year prior. If he could now kill Ginny, did that not imply he had regained his physical form? What was his objective? Sally felt her heart plummet. Clearly, his goal was Harry. At that moment, the phoenix's long cry interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see it perched on the windowsill, clutching the sorting hat in its beak, staring intently at her. It wants you to catch it. It will lead you to a place, one of the portraits on the wall advised. Do not underestimate it. A phoenix can carry far more than its own weight. Sally, though skeptical, reached out and grasped one of its legs. The instant she did, the phoenix took flight, soaring towards a destination unknown to her. They flew through the washroom, through a large pipe Sally had never seen before, descending swiftly and directly until they reached a point several miles beneath the school. There, she spotted Ron, but there was no time for words. The phoenix led her through the rocks, halting before a stone wall. How do we open this? Sally released her grip and stood before the stone wall, scrutinizing it. She quickly realized that it was indeed a solid barrier, save for the two serpents intricately entwined and carved upon its surface, their eyes set with large, glimmering emeralds. Snakes. Sally fell into contemplation. The phoenix had brought her here, indicating she must play a significant role. Ron was outside the massive stone wall, and Harry was nowhere to be seen, suggesting he had already entered. What she shared with Harry was related to the serpents. Could it be Parseltongue? But she had no command over it. She strained to recall the moment she had last spoken it, envisioning the snake perceiving her as someone capable of understanding its tongue. Thus, Sally cleared her throat, her emerald-like gaze fixed on the true emeralds. Open. The two snakes parted, and the stone wall fissured down the middle, slowly sliding away to reveal the passage beyond. The phoenix carried her inside, landing beside Harry. "Fox!" Harry exclaimed, and as he recognized Sally behind the phoenix, his astonishment morphed into dread. "Sally, what are you doing here?" "Sally Potter." A pleasant surprise. Just as Sally intended to respond, another male voice echoed. She turned to see Tom Riddle, her tone surprisingly calm. "Perhaps I should address you as Voldemort? Which name do you prefer?" "Personally, I lean towards Voldemort. But given my current appearance, I wouldn't mind being called Riddle." The youthful Voldemort appeared far more handsome than the last time Sally had seen him a year prior. "Since our brief conversation, I've gleaned more about you from the delightful Ginny. With each revelation, my resolve to have you join my side has only strengthened. I believe the time has come. Will you choose to join me, or perish here? Perhaps there is a third option, your demise here." "Maybe," Harry coldly interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Sally. Riddle seemed to find Harry's retort laughable. "What? Just because of that phoenix and a tattered hat? Oh, don't rush. I have many questions for you both." "Continue, Sally." His focus shifted back to her. "I heard from Ginny that last year you and your brother met the grown version of me." "Yes, he uttered words akin to yours, inviting me to join him." Sally replied. "Oh, really? What did you say?" Riddle inquired, seemingly intrigued. "I refused without hesitation," Sally stated firmly, but Riddle thundered. "Liar. You hesitated, didn't you? Surely. There was a moment when you considered accepting my invitation." "Yes, that would have been the right choice. You've squandered an opportunity. However, I shall grant you a second chance, which is exceedingly rare." "I refuse," Sally declared. "Given what you've done to Ginny, I will never ally with you." Riddle's momentary fury was evident to the Potter siblings, but he quickly masked it, redirecting his words to Harry. Sally noticed Ginny lying nearby, and she quietly approached, discovering that Ginny still had a faint pulse. She was grateful for having taken something useful from Snape's office. Pouring a crimson potion into Ginny's mouth, she felt satisfaction as her breathing steadied. "Useless. You have merely prolonged her life for a brief moment," Riddle remarked. "She has surrendered her life and soul to me. Death is inevitable." Sally then witnessed the stone visage of Slytherin animate, and a colossal serpent emerged. Harry contemplated surrender, wishing to plead for mercy, yet his sister stood behind him. He must protect her, just as his mother had protected him. But what could he do without a wand? Flames blazed. His lack of a wand did not preclude Sally from wielding hers. She brandished her wand against the monstrous serpent, but her spells merely seemed to tickle it, having no effect. The flames only momentarily obstructed its sight, and Fox, the phoenix soaring above, caught its attention, engaging in combat. Sally managed to divert the serpent's focus, successfully blinding it with the phoenix's beak. Harry seized the sorting hat beside him. It was his only weapon. Instinctively, he donned it. "Harry, be careful." At that moment, as the hat fell from his head, he felt someone shove him aside forcefully, causing the contents within to spill forth. He removed the hat, picking up the resplendent sword embedded with a massive, gleaming stone, and saw Sally lying where he had just stood, the serpent's fangs having been withdrawn from her shoulder. In her final moments, she had fought to buy him time. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the thong, blood gushing forth. "What a pity," Riddle said, his voice laced with regret. "We could have been friends." "Sally could never be your friend," Harry retorted angrily. "She would risk everything to save me. That's something you could never do." "Does that even matter?" "Your pitiful sister is about to die," Riddle sneered. "Now it is just you and me. Perhaps with your sister's wand as well. You and I." They all watched as Fox dropped Riddle's diary into Harry's arms, then leaned over Sally's wound, shedding tears. "I won't allow that damned phoenix to heal her," Riddle shouted, raising his wand towards Fox. Almost instinctively, Harry thrust the thong he had just extracted from Sally into the diary. Chapter 28. Sally blinked awake, adjusting to the light, the first sight greeting her being Professor Snape's impassive expression. Memories surged back like a tidal wave, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes again. "Now that you're awake, open your eyes," Snape commanded coldly. Sally, in reflex, clenched her eyes tighter. "If you require my assistance in prying them open," Snape's tone grew increasingly stern, "the tally we will settle later will increase." With a tumult of emotions, Sally opened her eyes. Snape, seated beside her bed, stood up upon seeing her awake and called for Madame Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey swiftly conducted her examination, reporting to Professor Snape with satisfaction. With the Phoenix's tears and the potion you provided, her recovery is progressing rapidly. Aside from some difficult-to-heal bruises, the toxins have been completely expelled. Snape nodded in acknowledgement, and Madame Pomfrey, perceptive to the tension, turned to leave. Just as Sally was about to request her to stay a moment longer, Snape's glance silenced her words. Returning to his seat, Snape observed her, and Sally, with her shoulders still wounded, could only muster a strained smile in response. Using corrosive potions that nearly burned down the entire wall, disobeying my orders. Shall I enumerate the numerous school rules you have violated? I swear, Sally exclaimed rapidly. I only used a tiny bit of the corrosive potion. Just a drop can erode a table. If it accidentally touches you, by the time I rush to your aid, you would have already turned into a puddle of viscous liquid, Snape replied, recalling the unease he felt when he saw the entire wall oozing with green pus. But I saved Ginny, she said, suddenly remembering something. What about Ginny? How is Harry? Is Voldemort dead? Do not utter that name, Snape replied in a somber tone. Just as he was about to say something, Dumbledore entered the room. Apologies for interrupting your conversation, Professor Dumbledore said, but I must attend a board meeting shortly. If I do not speak with Sally now, it may be several days before I can. I have finished, Headmaster, Snape said, rising without sparing a glance at Sally as he strode out. I see no hint of survivor-esque joy on your face, Professor Dumbledore remarked, taking the chair Snape had just vacated. Harry, Ginny, and indeed all of Gryffindor are celebrating. I awarded an additional 200 points to Harry, Ron, and you, but regrettably, Slytherin still lags behind by over 20 points. Are they all right? Sally inquired. They are perfectly fine. I fear I cannot provide you with all the details at this moment, but rest assured, now that you have awakened, they will soon receive the news and will explain everything to you in time. The entire Weasley family is immensely grateful to you. Without your reviving water, Ginny might not have endured for much longer. The reviving water was concocted by Professor Snape, she recalled, sinking into despair once more at the thought of him. He must be angry with me. He may never forgive me. Silly child, Dumbledore chuckled. Do you know who was most concerned during your 2 weeks of unconsciousness? It was not Madame Pomfrey, but Professor Snape, who employed various methods to counteract the venom left by the basilisk. Alongside Professor Sprout, he exhausted every means to bring you back from the brink of death. Of course, Fox tears safeguarded your heart. I ought to give him credit for that. But as soon as I woke, Sally trailed off, recalling Snape's stern visage, unable to suppress a grimace. I assure you, his ire towards you is far less than his anger towards himself, Dumbledore said. In fact, he has always believed he failed you. Professor Snape has done his utmost. It is I who have been too disobedient, Sally admitted. Isn't it curious? You see it as your responsibility, while he sees it as his. If you had witnessed him keeping vigil at your bedside for 3 days and nights, forgoing his classes, you would know he is not truly angry with you. Listening to you comforts me, Sally said with a smile. By the way, you mentioned I was unconscious for half a month. What about the exams? This semester's exams have been cancelled, Dumbledore replied. In fact, you are set to return home the day after tomorrow. Very well, Sally said, observing Dumbledore's intention to linger. Perhaps you have more to say? Sally pondered, realizing she had said all that needed saying. Had she forgotten something? Harry told me about Riddle's words to you, Dumbledore continued. From various signs, it is evident he is quite interested in you. This is the primary reason for my visit. Do you recall the attacks you faced last summer? Sally nodded, recalling one incident in a hotel and another at the Leaky Cauldron, vividly etched in her memory. It was later confirmed that those assailants were Death Eaters. Among the few remaining. You must understand, after Voldemort's defeat, most Death Eaters either submitted to us or were imprisoned in Azkaban. The remaining Death Eaters are exceedingly valuable to Voldemort. Nevertheless, he dispatched 3 individuals to seek you, not to kill you, but to find you. This indicates your significance to him. Dumbledore paused. Thus, I hope you grasp the gravity of the situation, Sally. During the summer, I implore you to heed Professor Snape's advice and follow his instructions for at least the next 2 months. Will you? Of course, Headmaster, Sally acknowledged, understanding Snape's concerns. It became clear that Voldemort had been relentlessly pursuing her, and she had acted recklessly. Time draws near. We must depart soon, or we shall be late, Dumbledore declared, rising. Rest well, Sally. I shall see you next semester. Goodbye, Professor Dumbledore, Sally replied, adding, thank you for the guidance. This is our little secret, Dumbledore winked playfully before exiting. Upon receiving the news, Harry and the Weasley family rushed to her bedside, with Mrs. Weasley weeping profusely. What can I do to repay you, Sally? You saved Ginny's life. Perhaps, Sally replied, feigning seriousness, next time you send me a Christmas cake, it could be larger, bigger than Fred and George's combined. Absolutely, absolutely. What a good child you are. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, while Mr. Weasley gently ushered her out. Fred, George, and Percy exchanged a few words before leaving as well. Only Harry, Ron, and Ginny remained. Recounting the events to Sally in full, Ginny broke down in tears as Ron led her away. The infirmary was left with just Sally and Harry. It seems we meet in this hospital wing every semester's end, Sally remarked humorously. Can't we find a different place? Harry, however, bore no mood for jest. He hesitated, seemingly weighing his words. If you are still brooding over my push in the Chamber of Secrets, Sally began. Then I would have too low an opinion of you, he interjected. You nearly died, Harry stated. Professor Snape said, even a minute later. And you would have been beyond saving. If you had indeed died, it would have been my fault. But I didn't miss that minute, Sally countered. And it is not your fault, Harry. Put yourself in my position. If I had been standing there, facing that situation, would you have made a different choice? I don't know, Harry admitted. You would have, Sally asserted firmly. When confronted by Riddle, you instinctively shielded me. Does that not say everything? But. There is no but, Sally replied earnestly, only to break into laughter the next moment. We are siblings. Is it not entirely natural to act in such a way? I imagine when our mother shielded you to save your life, she acted without hesitation. If, Harry began. No, there are no ifs. I will never place you in danger again, not even the slightest risk. Very well, Sally sighed. But you are only a few minutes older than me, Harry. That still counts. Also, are you not supposed to call me brother? Yes, dear brother, she teased. Under Madame Pomfrey's care, Sally shoulder healed that very evening. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, she was approached by numerous students eager to inquire about the events that had transpired. She was aware that several parents of Slytherin students were Death Eaters or had been affiliated with them in the past. She said little, merely that she fainted. Malfoy's demeanor towards her had noticeably cooled, partly because she had become engrossed in her studies this semester, not spending as much time with him as she had the previous year. Furthermore, the opening of the Chamber of Secrets instilled within him an inexplicable sense of betrayal by Sally. He recognized the irrationality of this feeling, yet he could not suppress it, especially with his father having been dismissed from the board, which only exacerbated his discontent. In truth, their conversations were brief. The following day, they left the school on the express train. In the compartment, Harry repeatedly sought confirmation from Sally that she would not be returning to Privet Drive with him. Hermione and Ron had extended invitations to her, and she agreed to visit them if the opportunity arose, but she was returning to the orphanage. She refrained from mentioning that Snape was her godfather, perhaps unsure how to broach the subject, particularly with Harry, who would likely be distressed to learn of their connection. As students at the station were whisked away, Sally was the last to disembark, her luggage in hand, at the spot where Professor Snape had previously seen her off. She unexpectedly spotted him leaning against a pillar. He took her belongings without a word, preparing to leave. However, Sally stood her ground, unwilling to budge. If you are still angry with me, Sally said, her voice tinged with grievance, I shall seek out Harry's aunt and her family before they depart. Snape gazed at her, pouting in discontent, and sighed. I have left. I am going home. In an instant, they vanished from sight. Sally knew then that Professor Snape was no longer upset, and she anticipated a delightful summer ahead. In the 29th chapter, the inhabitants of Spinner's End had seemingly grown accustomed to the exceptionally diligent child who would run promptly from number 19 to number 1 every morning at 6 o'clock, only to return to the unassuming brick house at number 19. The proprietor of that house had long been absent, likely since the previous summer when the girl took residence there. Occasionally, the male occupant of the house was spotted, a man who lacked the girl's charm and approachability. His most frequent expression was one of coldness, as if everyone owed him a great debt. Having completed her run, Sally returned to number 19, flushed and sweaty, where a breakfast of hot milk, bread, and eggs awaited her at the table. This table had been procured by Snape, and it had been there since her arrival the previous summer. She could not ascertain its origin, as it appeared to have aged more than she had. Fortunately, it was sturdy enough to be used without delay once adorned with a tablecloth. Go wash up first, Snape said, frowning as he observed Sally heading straight for her meal. It is unwise to bathe immediately after exercise, but I prefer to let the sweat dry before washing, Sally countered. At the very least, you must wash your hands first. Snape insisted firmly. Sally pouted, setting down the bread she had just picked up. and hurried to wash. When she emerged, clad in a floral dress, Snape was already seated at the opposite end of the table, sipping coffee and perusing the Daily Prophet. Sally took her place, drank some milk, and began eating her eggs. Although she had little taste for eggs, they seemed to hold a significant place in her godfather's mind as a vital food for a growing child. Each day, she was to consume at least one egg, as per their agreement. "If you are unavailable to assist me with my shrinking potion essay this morning," Sally said, forcing down the last of her egg with milk, "I wish to visit Madame Malkin. Her aunt is one of the witches who survived the burnings in the 14th century, and she has told me she possesses materials I need for my paper. If I agree to join her for lunch, she would gladly lend them to me." "I recall stating that students are expected to work independently," Snape replied without lifting his gaze from the paper. "Not to seek shortcuts here. We have not systematically studied shrinking potions, Professor. In fact, that will not be covered until next semester. I suspect only Hermione's work will satisfy you." As she tore off small pieces of bread, she added, "If you are too busy to tutor me, I could borrow your textbook. I only need it for the morning." Sally soaked the torn bread in her milk before swallowing it. "In fact, we had an agreement. I would run every day during the summer and consume one egg, while you would help me with my potions homework. But summer has only just begun," Snape said, folding the newspaper and tossing it aside, where it magically settled on the coffee table. "There is still a month remaining." "Devious," Sally muttered under her breath. Of all her subjects, the most troublesome for her, aside from the absurd essay on the witch burnings in the 14th century assigned in History of Magic, was Snape's task concerning shrinking potions. "Since you do not intend to tutor me on the shrinking potion essay," Sally rose and took the Daily Prophet from the coffee table. "I must seek out Madame Malkin to complete my other paper." She then retreated to her bedroom. This summer, Snape had been unusually present, spending nearly every day at Spinner's in number 19. Aside from preparing meals for Sally, he dedicated his time to conducting potion experiments in his bedroom. Snape possessed an uncanny ability to conduct experiments wherever he desired. Sally could not leave Spinner's Inn, which comprised a mere 19 houses with fewer than 30 families. She quickly acclimated to her surroundings, though her thoughts lingered on her brother, Harry. They had exchanged letters a few times, and in a week, it would be their birthdays. Sally had early purchased a gift for Harry via all post, but Schiller had not returned. If it did not arrive that day, she would miss Harry's birthday. Madame Malkin was over 100 years old yet still remarkably spry, living alone at number 17 of Spinner's Inn. Sally was not particularly fond of her as she kept rats as pets, and there were at least a dozen visible in her home, while her cooking was not unpalatable. It tended to be overly rich, laden with oil or sugar, and Sally often wondered how Madame Malkin maintained her slender figure despite such indulgent meals. However, she was a lonely old woman, and sometimes, when Sally encountered her while shopping, she would lend a hand with her basket. After a rather unsatisfactory lunch at Madame Malkin's, Sally returned home, clutching a purple leather notebook filled with valuable and authentic information. She completed her assignment in the span of an afternoon, remarkably exceeding the required length by 4 fingers. That evening, when she returned the book to Madame Malkin, she could not resist her persistent hospitality and accepted a small bowl of her special butter soup. Upon returning home, Sally noticed that Snape was unusually absent from his room and was instead sitting thoughtfully on the sofa by the fireplace. As she entered, he spoke, "Pack your things. We are going out the day after tomorrow." "Out? Leaving Spinner's Inn?" Sally exclaimed in surprise. "But Dumbledore, I am your godfather," Snape interjected, looking at her. "Or would you prefer to remain in this little alley for the remainder of the month?" "Of course not," Sally replied. "Where are we going? Are we going on holiday?" "If you wish to interpret it that way," Snape did not deny her implication. "Do you have any places in mind that you wish to visit abroad?" Sally was utterly astonished. "Any country would suffice if you do not have a specific destination in mind." Snape did not respond to her trivial inquiry but suggested, "I recommend the Philippines. It is known for its dried mangoes." Sally interrupted him, declaring, "I refuse to visit that small island." After pondering for a moment, she proposed, "Perhaps we could go to Egypt. Did you read today's Daily Prophet? The Weasley family is there." "Are you suggesting that I accompany you to see the Weasley family and their ridiculous pyramids?" Snape retorted with a disdainful smirk, "To be frank, I have visited Egypt numerous times, and I have no desire to travel with the Weasley family." Sally attempted to envision that scenario, but found it difficult. "Then how about Thailand?" she suggested. "Sunshine, beaches, fruits. I have long wished to go there." Snape's expression suggested his dissatisfaction, yet he found no valid reason to decline. Thus he acquiesced to her proposal. "However, we cannot depart tomorrow," Sally stated, Firstly, the birthday gift I ordered for Harry from the Daily Prophet has yet to arrive. And secondly, I have not completed my potions assignment. Over the next few days, Sally sporadically managed to finish her potions coursework. She was not concerned about failing. In fact, she would be discontent if she did not receive an excellent grade, as much of her essay was based on Snape's own dictation. She had already packed her belongings for the trip to Thailand, but the gift for Harry had still not arrived. Finally, just a day before Harry's birthday, Schiller delivered the long-awaited present. The seller had written her a letter, explaining that a fire had caused a shortage of some goods, necessitating an urgent restock, which delayed the shipment. Sally was highly skeptical of the letter's authenticity, yet with less than 8 hours until Harry's birthday, it was clear that entrusting Schiller with the delivery was unfeasible. Professor Snape? Sally knocked on the door to Snape's room. Upon hearing an invitation to enter, she stepped inside. I have something to discuss with you, she said, feeling uncertain about whether her request would succeed. What is it? Snape inquired. Before we head to the station tomorrow. She studied Snape's expression. Could you take me to see Harry? You mean to take you to your aunt's house? Snape replied, regarding her with skepticism. I doubt they would welcome our arrival. It does not concern them, Sally insisted. I want to give Harry his gift on his birthday. And having Schiller deliver it today is clearly too late. Without waiting for Snape's response, she approached him, playfully tugging at his arm, saying, Please, please. Our train is in the afternoon. If we wake up early, I promise not to waste time as swift and decisive. She clung to his arm, determined not to relent until he agreed. Snape regarded her with a stern expression for a moment before finally sighing. Then we must rise early tomorrow. Yes, sir. With Snape's consent, Sally immediately released his arm and took a couple of steps back. I will conduct a final check of my luggage, she stated before exiting Snape's room. Snape sighed, refocusing his attention on his book. Nearby, a clipping from the newspaper lay open, bearing the bold black headline. The Ministry of Magic has confirmed that Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban, and Aurors are taking all necessary actions to apprehend him. The following day at 7 o'clock, while they were having breakfast, Snape handed a box to Sally. This is, is it a birthday gift? Sally asked, first bewildered, then elated. Let me see what it is. She opened the box to find a small, star-shaped object, its purpose unclear. What is this? She inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Professor Snape. Just put it away, Snape replied nonchalantly, sipping his coffee and reading the Daily Prophet. It is a fine item. This statement seemed credible. While Sally contemplated where to place the object, a bright orange owl flew in. Curiously, she retrieved the parcel, offering it some breadcrumbs and water, which it elegantly consumed before taking flight once more. A gift from Malfoy, Sally exclaimed, surprised. I thought we had severed ties. I did not see him once during my last hospital stay. Oh, a beautiful bracelet, she remarked, examining Malfoy's note. Sally, I do not know if this gift will arrive on time, as my father and I are currently vacationing in America, where there are many wondrous and practical items. I believe this storage bracelet is the most suitable choice for your birthday gift, although it has a very small capacity. Happy birthday. And I look forward to seeing you soon. A storage bracelet? Sally gasped, gently putting it on her wrist. She touched the button, and indeed, a virtual space appeared. She placed the gift from Professor Snape and the Gringotts key she shared with Harry inside, then touched the button again, causing the space to vanish. What a marvelous item, she exclaimed. Snape refrained from revealing to Sally that the price of such a fine object might equate to the annual income of an ordinary family over a decade. After finishing his coffee, he took their belongings to the carriage they would be riding and returned. Are you ready? He asked Sally. As they disapparated into Aunt Petunia's pristine living room, they evidently startled everyone present. Sally noticed that the family was dressed unusually formally today, as evidenced by Dudley's inflated chin and the barely visible bow tie. I will wait outside for you. Snape clearly detested this family. He turned and vanished from the living room. Shortly thereafter, a strange woman's voice resonated from the kitchen. Petunia, I heard an unfamiliar voice. Did I mishear? Who is this? Upon exiting the kitchen, she clearly spotted Sally and inquired with confusion. Another child from my sister's household, Aunt Petunia said with a strained smile. She felt immensely relieved that Maggie was in the kitchen at that moment. Otherwise, their ruse would have been in vain. That insufferable sister of yours. Maggie's features contorted in distaste. Just then, Harry, who had descended the stairs with Aunt Maggie's belongings, overheard her remark. He sprinted a couple of steps in disbelief and indeed spotted Sally standing in the center of the living room. Sally, he exclaimed joyfully, intending to embrace her, only to be met with Aunt Maggie's icy retort. A child without parents clearly lacks upbringing. So, this auntie is an orphan then? Sally replied with a smile. Otherwise, how could you be unaware of what upbringing signifies? How dare you? Maggie seethed, her temper flaring at being contradicted. You little wretch. Mind your language. Sally's demeanor turned frosty. Though her wand was not on her, that did not imply she could not teach this sow a lesson, without needing anyone to inform her of Maggie's identity. She could infer it from her striking resemblance to Uncle Vernon. You dare to reprimand me? Why should I not reprimand you? Sally remarked. Are you truly one of the few pigs capable of speech among the multitude? At that moment, Aunt Maggie's face flushed crimson, and an old, unattractive bulldog unexpectedly appeared at her feet, barking at Sally. All right, everyone, let us remain calm. Aunt Petunia seemed wary of the man who had just brought Sally over. His ability to appear in her living room indicated he was unlike the two children and could wield magic outside of school. Harry discreetly tugged at Sally's sleeve, prompting her to look at him, and he gently shook his head. Sally held her breath, cast a glare at Maggie, and followed Harry back to their room. That insufferable woman, she muttered upon entering. How can one speak like that? You'll get used to it, Harry replied. Are you staying here? I still have to endure her for another week. No, I'll be leaving shortly, Sally replied. You ought to teach her a lesson. Setting aside the fact that we cannot use magic outside of school, the incident with the house elf has already earned me a warning. And look at this. Harry produced a letter from Hogwarts from a nearby box. If I wish to join you in Hogsmeade, I need to find a way to get Uncle Vernon to sign this. He promised that if I didn't reveal my identity before Aunt Maggie, he would sign it for me. Poor Harry, Sally said. I hope my visit has caused you any trouble. It seems not yet. How did you arrive? Well, I'm on my way to Thailand for a vacation, so I thought I'd stop by. She initially planned to tell Harry that her godfather was Snape. But since he hadn't seen Professor Snape, she withheld that intention. I envy you, Harry said. I'll send you pictures. Sally quickly changed the subject, by the way. Here is your birthday gift. I hope you like it. Harry unwrapped the brown paper to discover a miniature Quidditch pitch. The latest toy, Sally exclaimed. You can command the teams to compete, but you'll need to be at school to play with it, as it seems to require some magic. You could also have a match against Ron. Perhaps you can study it together. That's fantastic, Harry replied earnestly. It's a pity I can't play with it now. Otherwise, my days might be much more bearable. Oh, Hermione and Ron sent your gifts here. They probably still think we're living together. And my gift, I hope you won't dislike it. Hermione's gift was a book on how to transfigure clothing and accessories, allowing one garment to become several. Ron's gift was the same as Harry's, a sneakoscope. Harry's gift to Sally was a silver hairband. Is it pretty? Sally asked, tying the hairband in her hair to show Harry. It's beautiful, Harry sincerely replied. As the clock struck 10, marking the time Sally had agreed upon with Snape, they reluctantly bid farewell. Descending the stairs, they unexpectedly encountered Aunt Maggie again. Considering Harry's situation, Sally decided to take a deep breath and walk straight out. However, it seemed that trouble found her. Aunt Maggie's mangy dog blocked the entrance, lying motionless. Go on, shoo. Harry attempted to shoo it away, yet the dog not only ignored him but also seemed poised to bite. Lippy has been with me for a long time, Aunt Maggie suddenly declared. He understands me better than some people. Sally scoffed internally, glancing at Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, who clearly wished for her to leave promptly but couldn't be overt about it. Maggie, let the child go. It's making it difficult for us to talk. Uncle Vernon attempted to interject. You're just too kind, Vernon, Aunt Maggie retorted. Such a child needs to be taught a lesson. And what lesson do you intend to teach me? Sally walked deliberately towards Aunt Maggie's dining table, causing Dudley to flee in fear at her menacing smile. Seeking a better view of the unfolding drama, Aunt Maggie fell silent as Sally picked up a buttered knife and wiped it against Aunt Petunia's pristine tablecloth. Speak, Sally demanded, raising the now clean knife between herself and Aunt Maggie, scrutinizing. What lesson do you intend to impart to this delinquent? You cannot treat me this way, Aunt Maggie stammered. Why can't I? Killing someone leads to imprisonment, Aunt Maggie shouted, gaining confidence. Indeed. It's hardly worth imprisoning someone like you, Sally replied, brandishing the knife as she moved into the hallway, pointing it at the old dog blocking the door. But killing a dog, however, she continued, I'll give you 3 counts if you don't let that dog leave. This knife will find its way to a part of it. You wouldn't dare. 3, 2. Sally showed no signs of slowing down her counting. Aunt Maggie leapt up from her seat, shouting, Lippy, come here. The old dog, hearing Aunt Maggie's call, promptly scampered to her side. What a loyal dog, Sally remarked. To have such a wretched owner. She tossed the knife onto the shoe rack with a sharp clatter. Aunt Maggie trembled, clutching Lippy, too afraid to utter another word. Harry, I'll come see you in a few days, Sally called out loudly, disregarding the others in the room, and walked straight out. Snape awaited her under a tree at the entrance. You're late, he said. I encountered an annoying person and some unexpected events. Sally did not intend to elaborate, and Snape clearly did not wish to inquire further. At that moment, a vehicle pulled up at the intersection. Shall we take this car? Sally asked curiously. We'll take this one and switch vehicles at our destination, Snape replied. Walking ahead, she missed the cold glare Snape cast at Uncle Vernon's house. His position allowed him a clear view of everything transpiring inside. Shortly after their departure, Aunt Petunia's meticulously arranged garden and the decades-old tree were consumed by a fire of unknown origin, presumed to be ignited by dry weather conditions that had sparked some flammable materials. Chapter 31. They took a bus to the station and then switched to an international long-distance bus. Snape handed the conductor 2 gold galleons, securing them the best seats, a compartment filled with food and a private restroom. The bus appeared like an ordinary long-distance vehicle, but its internal space was 4 to 5 times larger than the average bus. More importantly, it could navigate around any obstacles in its path, either leaping over or passing through them as if by magic. Moreover, it traveled at an astonishing speed and disregarded traffic lights, allowing them to reach their pre-booked inn by midnight. The inn was near the sea, and the sound of the waves could be heard even from their beds. Over the next 3 days, she and Professor Snape visited numerous renowned attractions within the wizarding world. They explored a vibrant food street, where an array of peculiar delicacies could easily surpass the terrifying flavors of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Under Sally's persuasion, Snape reluctantly indulged in a sizable bite of champagne cake, which promptly rendered his face crimson as he collapsed into a prepared lounge chair, sleeping for a full 3 hours before awakening. Sally accompanied Snape to browse local ingredients for potion making, and surprisingly, she found herself thoroughly enjoying the experience in the company of her erudite professor. However, they spent most of their time at the inn, savoring fruit abundant in sugar or frolicking at the private beach, where Sally selected a vibrant island-themed outfit for Snape, only to be met with a stern refusal. Although he had discarded his long-standing black robes, he would only consent to donning a black t-shirt and shorts. Sally worried that the nearly 40-degree heat might overwhelm him. On the 4th day, as Sally eagerly prepared for a day at the beach, Snape informed her that they were to meet someone. Is it a friend of yours? Sally inquired curiously. Snape hesitated before replying, sort of. Since it was Snape's acquaintance, Sally was keen to meet him. Upon encountering Snape's friend, who appeared to be no older than 20, she was taken aback. Sally Potter, the young man greeted warmly. I've heard much about you, and have longed for this meeting. Hello, Sally replied, feeling somewhat awkward at his overly familiar demeanor. This is Professor Harden, Snape introduced. Call me James. Professor Harden, or just James, he said. Since you're not a student of Lecherous, there's no need for formalities. In the coming days, I expect you to learn Patronus Charm from Professor Harden, Snape stated, accustomed to James's demeanor and choosing to ignore it. You have 10 days, and James will outline the specifics. I must take my leave. Wait, Sally exclaimed. I'm a bit confused. You mean to leave me in the care of this person? I apologize, Professor Harden. I mean no disrespect. And then you just leave? This was an arrangement made with Professor Harden long ago, Snape replied, and I do have matters to attend to, so the plan has merely been accelerated. What if I refuse your plan? Sally challenged, tilting her head defiantly. What can you do about it? If you refuse, Snape replied matter-of-factly, then you can forget about my signature on the application for your visit to Hogsmeade. Sally glared at Snape, who wore a smug expression, realizing he had orchestrated everything. If you two have made plans, James interjected, can I take little Sally with me then? I'll come to collect her in 10 days. Snape addressed James. I expect her to return with every hair intact. Then you must first ascertain how many hairs she possesses, James retorted, waving dismissively. You'll be late. Snape cast one last glance at Sally before vanishing from sight, leaving her in the hands of the stranger she had known for less than 10 minutes. Who could explain how a promised vacation had transformed into intensive training? Don't be so wary of me, little Sally. After all, I have known Severus for over a decade, he said, stirring his soda leisurely. He mentioned I should teach you the Patronus Charm. Why should I learn from you? Sally replied. Because, clearly, in the realm of defense against the dark arts, I am more suited than Snape. In fact, my expertise and status in this field are akin to Severus's in potions, James said, a proud expression unconsciously gracing his face. I am the authority. Upon returning to the inn, it was evident James had come well prepared. Despite Sally possessing only a wand, he could retrieve everything they required from his pristine suitcase. Mastering this advanced technique within 10 days is certainly a challenge. I won't expect you to summon your Patronus effortlessly by the 10th day, like this, he said, effortlessly conjuring a silver lion that circled Sally before vanishing. But at the very least, you should have the potential to summon it in a dire situation, even if you can succeed only once out of 10 attempts. That one instance must occur at your most critical moment. When Snape returned, weary from his travels at 2 in the morning. He had intended to visit James and Sally the following day. However, upon pushing open the door, he discovered James had prepared a meal and was waiting for him. I do not know what compelled you to stay awake for me, Snape remarked while removing his outerwear. Is there not anything that could wait until tomorrow? Had I known you would return so late, I certainly would not have waited, James replied with a smile. Snape took a seat opposite him. How is Sally? Not a hair out of place, James responded. You have a good eye. My eye has always been keen, Snape replied, taking a sip of water. So she has essentially grasped the principles of the Patronus charm? I wish for Sally to attend Lecturus. James posed another question, which was the primary reason for his visit. You know she would be better suited there than at Hogwarts. Snape placed his cup down, studying James's face, his only friend of sorts, who wore a sincere expression despite his jovial demeanor. She would be well protected at Hogwarts. She would learn self-protection more swiftly at Lecturus, James countered. I will protect her until she can safeguard herself. What of her opinion? Snape inquired. I have yet to ask her, James shrugged. As it must first be approved by you, her guardian. I fully respect her personal opinion, Snape stated directly. James exhaled in relief, stretching his limbs. I have received the answer I sought. I shall return to rest. You understand, an elderly person like me cannot stay up late. It seems Sally has successfully summoned her Patronus, Snape remarked with a hint of pride, a smile creeping onto his lips. It has been a while since you have shown such eagerness for talent. She surpasses your expectations, James teased as he departed for his own quarters. Chapter 32. The following morning, Sally awoke to find it was around 8 o'clock. To her astonishment, she realized that James had not awakened her at 6, making him as insufferable as Snape in that regard. Slipping on her slippers, she stepped out of her room to find James elegantly sipping tea at the dining table. Good morning, little Sally. Good morning, James. Sally yawned as she took a seat beside him and sipped her tea. Do we not have class today? In fact, yesterday was our final lesson. Your godfather, my friend Severus, arrived here at 2 in the morning, he replied. Oh, don't fret. Let him rest a bit. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Sally asked curiously. Through these days of lessons, what do you think of me? James inquired. His vast knowledge matched only by his irritable demeanor. In just 8 words, he left James momentarily at a loss for words. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, Do you recall the school I mentioned? The one where I teach. What SU are you, Snake? It's Literalis, James replied, rubbing his temples. It's on a small island in the Atlantic. The entire island is an academy, and the scenery is breathtaking. What does that have to do with me? Sally interrupted, bluntly asking, Do you wish to enroll? James insisted, Allow me to finish. Hogwarts is indeed the finest school of magic, and I do not wish to contest that. It has produced a myriad of exceptional talents, focusing on the cultivation of spirit and connections. However, Literalis is different. There, you will not be inundated with irrelevant information regarding power. It will teach you how to become formidable. You will learn the most potent spells, the most effective potion recipes, how to tame the fiercest beasts, and how to cultivate the most lethal herbs. Most importantly, it operates independently of any laws. Do you grasp my implication? Why would you consider me? Sally asked, perplexed. You must know I'm a student at Hogwarts and about to enter my 3rd year. Talent, my child, James replied. For your holistic development, for your innate affinity for spells. If you trust me, you shall grow strong, possibly even stronger than Severus or Dumbledore, for you are still young. Born into a time of relative peace, James produced a piece of paper bearing an exchange application. As you stated, you are already a student at Hogwarts. Yet you are eligible to apply for an exchange to another school. The duration could range from a few months to several years. I have already signed my name. If you decide, fill in the necessary details and have Severus and Dumbledore sign it. Send it via owl. We have no holidays. So you may send it whenever, sooner is better. At that moment, Severus emerged from the room. The 3 shared lunch, after which James took his leave. I hope we can meet again soon, he said to Harry, embracing a reluctant Snape before boarding the bus. How did you come to know James? She asked, puzzled. Your personalities are completely dissimilar. He is 56 this year, Snape replied calmly. It's all thanks to the beauty potion I concocted for him that he maintains this visage. Please do provide me with that recipe. Thank you. During lunch? She learned from Snape that Harry could not resist the temptation to inflate Aunt Marge like a balloon before running off to Diagon Alley. Fortunately, the Ministry had not pursued him, and he was currently residing at the Leaky Cauldron. I must head there as well, Sally remarked. The owl delivered the letter over a week ago, and I have much to procure. The usual arrangement, Snape replied. I will escort you to the Leaky Cauldron, where you may spend some time with your brother and perhaps the Weasley family, who will then take you directly to school. Why are you looking at me like that? Sally's gaze made Snape feel unnervingly self-conscious, prompting him to inquire. Because I sense you might harbor some disdain for me. Regardless, Sally felt exceptionally joyful when she met Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley family at the Leaky Cauldron. They had already purchased their school supplies but still accompanied Sally on another shopping trip. Hermione lavishly praised her potion assignment, which made Sally feel quite bashful. Her favorite pastime was watching Fred and George prank Percy, although she understood this was somewhat unethical. In contrast, the Weasley parents appeared burdened with concern. Sally had discreetly inquired if they faced any difficulties, but received only reassuring responses. A week swiftly passed, and Mr. Weasley was fortunate to borrow 2 cars from the Ministry of Magic, providing them with a comfortable ride to the station. At the station, Sally unexpectedly encountered Draco and his companions, seeking an excuse to leave Harry's side. She stealthily followed Draco onto the train, intending to surprise them. Once the 3 had settled into a compartment, Sally burst in, exclaiming, "Happy school year." Delighted by their startled expressions, she turned to Draco and said, I haven't had the chance to thank you for your birthday gift in person. I absolutely adore it. She showcased the silver necklace adorning her wrist. As a token of my gratitude, I brought you a gift as well. I intended to wait until your birthday, but I simply couldn't resist. Do come in. Or allow me to sit. Draco stood, and Sally took the window seat beside him, retrieving her prepared gift from her pocket. What is this? A necklace? Draco asked, eyeing the oval stone in the box with curiosity. It's not just a necklace, Sally replied, pulling out her wand and lightly tapping the red stone, which emitted a bright glow. Each tap adjusts the brightness, 2 taps turn it off, and 3 will automatically send a distress signal, she said proudly. When not in use, it can be worn as a necklace, and if you expose it to sunlight, the glow will intensify. Where did you acquire this? Draco asked in astonishment. A secret. Sally smiled. And I also brought dried fruits for you, goyle and crab. They are delightful, but don't consume too much at once. I've heard it's not good for your health. How was your time in America? As the train smoothly picked up speed, Sally began to reply when the compartment door swung open once more. Pansy Parkinson, with an exceedingly high-pitched voice, purred, Draco, you're here. Why didn't you let me know? It would have made it easier for me to find you. Sally was nearly taken aback as she witnessed Pansy clinging to one of Draco's arms like a serpent, yet upon noticing Sally, she managed to cast a warning glance in her direction. You, Sally stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, startled by Pansy's heavily made-up face. She understood the desire to look appealing for one's beloved, but she could not fathom the extent of self-destruction for that purpose, especially her lips. Sally couldn't shake the feeling that she had just devoured someone as child and forgotten to wipe her mouth. Draco, haven't you told Sally yet? Pansy cooed in her sickeningly sweet voice. We are now in a relationship. Sally glanced at Draco, who fixed his gaze firmly on a corner of the table. Though he did not confirm, he also refrained from denying it. Draco spent the entire summer at my uncle's house, so it was only natural for us to be together. I didn't expect Draco to be so low-key and not inform you, Pansy continued, as she attempted to sit on the bench. Sally clearly noticed this, prompting her to be exceptionally understanding as she stood up. I wish you both well. Perhaps you could make some room for me so I can give you a bit of space? Thank you very much, Sally. Before Draco could react, Pansy forcefully cleared a path for her. Sally strode out confidently, remembering to close the compartment door behind her. She cast one last glance at Malfoy, discovering him occupying the seat she had just vacated, gazing out the window. Pansy was beside him, incessantly recounting tales of their summer. Alas, it appeared she was destined to lose a dear friend. Sally pondered, realizing that they could no longer be inseparable as before. She casually chose a compartment to sit in, preparing to endure this journey alone. Her thoughts drifted to the communication request nestled within her bracelet. Perhaps she ought to respond. Lost in contemplation, she leaned against the window and succumbed to slumber, only to be jolted awake by the sudden halt of the vehicle. Outside, darkness had enveloped the landscape, and she found herself alone in the compartment. Is anyone there? She called out tentatively, but the lights extinguished abruptly, plunging her into utter darkness. Sally? Sally? She faintly discerned Malfoy's voice. He must have been nearest to her carriage. Just as she was about to reply, a chilling breeze swept over her. And the compartment door creaked open, revealing two cloaked figures, tall and imposing, standing before her. Though she could not see his face, it seemed to inch closer as the moments passed. Chapter 33. It was that familiar sensation again, akin to the last time her soul had departed from her body. Yet this time it felt as though her spirit was being forcibly torn away, as if her physical form were ensnared in icy waters, hands gradually extracting her essence. Accompanied by a bone-chilling cold. Expecto Patronum. A well-known voice echoed, and a silver dome materialized before Sally, charging at the two humanoid figures, forcing them to retreat. Though they clearly had no intention of leaving. At that moment, she heard Snape's voice, "Sally, Sally, look at me, can you see me?" As the doe radiated a silvery light, Sally glimpsed Professor Snape's face etched with concern, and she managed a faint nod. Only then did Snape seem somewhat reassured. He lifted Sally into his arms and, shielded by the doe, exited the carriage. Sally retained a flicker of consciousness, unlike the last time when her body lay paralyzed. She could at least muster some control over her movements. As Snape carried her farther from the train, she felt her autonomy gradually return to her body. "Professor," she began, and with her first utterance, she found her speech markedly more fluent. "We are almost there," Snape replied, once they had departed from the train's vicinity. "We will apparate to the gates of Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey will attend to you." "I am fine," Sally asserted, realizing she was cradled in Professor Snape's arms, her cheeks igniting with warmth. Snape dismissed her words entirely, bringing her directly to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, clearly taken aback, expressed her dissatisfaction upon learning of the Dementor's presence at the school, voicing her bewilderment at the ministry's negligence. Just as Madame Pomfrey completed her examination, declaring Sally merely weakened but otherwise unharmed, and presenting her with a generous piece of chocolate, Sally sought permission from Professor Snape to attend the opening ceremony. "Return to your dormitory," Snape commanded firmly. Despite Sally's insistence that she was perfectly well, Snape remained resolute. After watching her consume several pumpkin pasties, he personally escorted her to the threshold of her dormitory, only departing once she had entered. "After all, I attended last year," Sally consoled herself. She anticipated that Parkinson would soon discover her absence from the ceremony and would inquire incessantly. Resolving to do nothing, she decided to sleep. After the opening ceremony, in the headmaster's office, "You may speak now, Severus," Dumbledore stated, seated behind his desk, the office occupied solely by him and Snape. "The Dementors sought to claim Sally's soul," Snape declared, shuddering at the recollection. "I witnessed it firsthand. They forcibly separated her spirit from her body." "Can you be certain?" Professor Dumbledore inquired. His demeanor transformed from its usual warmth to one of solemnity. "You must grasp the gravity of this matter. The Dementors represent the ministry. I can vouch for my claim." Snape responded, "I have seen Sally's soul, and apart from this possibility, I can conceive of no other explanation. I will address this matter with the ministry. I trust you." "Severus, but we must locate those two Dementors to present our case to the authorities." Dumbledore acknowledged the seriousness of the situation. "But before that?" Snape interjected. "The Dementors linger just outside the campus. Those two, or perhaps more, could enter at any moment. I managed to rescue her once, but I cannot keep her by my side indefinitely. Perhaps you have a more prudent suggestion?" Dumbledore's expression softened. "Do share." Lethifold formally extended an invitation to Sally for communication over the summer. "James Harden has assured her safety during this time," Snape stated plainly. "I believe Sally should accept." "I have no objections, particularly with James's personal guarantee and invitation," Dumbledore replied. "As long as Sally comes to me for my signature, I will comply without hesitation." The topic seemed to reach a conclusion when Dumbledore suddenly remarked, "Since you have vanquished the Dementors, your Patronus, I can assure you no one witnessed it." Snape interjected, aware of Dumbledore's implication. "In the compartment, it was just Sally and me. I will instruct her not to speak of it. And as for the Dementors, should they possess the ability to converse?" The following day, Sally discovered her course schedule for the semester on her bedside table. She had opted to enroll solely in the Care of Magical Creatures course, thus her year would undoubtedly be considerably lighter. For instance, she had no classes that morning. After rising and partaking of breakfast in the hall, she found that Pansy and Malfoy arrived slightly later and sat directly across from her, rendering her breakfast largely uneaten. Intending to study in the library post-meal, she was approached by a Slytherin student bearing a message for her to visit Professor Snape's office. Upon arriving at Snape's office, she entered to find him not engrossed in reading or conducting experiments as usual, but rather seated in a formal manner with a chair placed before him. Snape gestured for Sally to take a seat, and she was taken aback, instinctively testing the chair to ensure its stability before sitting down. Potter, Snape began, only to be interrupted by Sally. Please, call me Sally, she replied, her voice trembling. Your manner intimidates me. Snape inhaled deeply, restraining his anger. I wish to assess the state of your Patronus. Dear? Sally exclaimed, astonished. Is there not enough space? Snape raised an eyebrow. Is your Patronus a dinosaur? Not quite. Sally replied, glancing at Snape's serious expression and realizing he was earnest. She stood, recalling the days spent traveling with Professor Snape in Thailand. Expecto Patronum. As silver mist billowed forth from her wand, it gradually took the form of a majestic horse, which gently nuzzled her hair before vanishing from sight. That is it, Sally stated. Are you satisfied? Do you know what my Patronus is? Snape inquired. That night, I vaguely remember seeing a stag, Sally reminisced. Very well. I shall now compel you to forget that my Patronus is a stag, Snape stated. If you are unable to do so, I have prepared a dose of forgetfulness potion. And the proportions are already calibrated. I can forget, Sally hastily replied. But why? Because I do not wish for others to know, Snape replied sternly. The amber-hued potion swaying in his grasp. Understood, Sally conceded. There is one more matter, Snape continued. When do you plan to depart for Leckberry? How do you? She began, then laughed. It must have been James who informed you. Rest assured, I have no intention of going. I wish to remain at Hogwarts. I hope you will go, Snape interjected. Preferably, you should leave with Professor Hardin within this week. The tentative exchange period is set for 2 years. I have already discussed this with Professor Dumbledore. Once you complete your relevant information, submit it to me, and after I have signed it, you may present it to Professor Dumbledore. You need not attend classes here for now. If all goes well, you could depart before Friday. What are you laughing at? Snape noticed Sally's expression, one he found difficult to articulate. Although her smile radiated brilliance, he discerned within it despair, pain, and indignation. You have finally grown weary of me, Sally said, her voice tinged with the threat of tears. I am clumsy, incapable of cooking or managing a household, and I cannot protect myself. I rely on you to escape danger each time. I knew this day would come. That is not what I meant. Snape seemed taken aback by her interpretation. Momentarily at a loss. I will not leave Hogwarts. It is my school. However, I shall not trouble you any longer. Next summer, Harry and I will stay with Aunt Petunia, and I will not disturb you again. With that, Sally rose and strode out of the office, leaving Snape alone. Sitting in a daze. In Chapter 34, Snape pondered throughout the night, finally unraveling the reason for Sally's anger. She had consistently displayed a lack of security, often appearing timid in his presence. Though she could brandish a knife at her aunt's house, she behaved like a docile cat around him. After clarifying his thoughts, he yearned for another conversation with Sally, yet she seemed resolute in ignoring him. Whenever he attempted to broach more personal topics, she skillfully found excuses to evade him. Nevertheless, as the headmaster, he took it upon himself to reprimand her for her potion assignment after their final lesson on Friday, detaining her in the potions classroom. You missed at least 2 steps, Snape observed sternly. Let alone the incorrect steps. What were you thinking? I wasn't thinking of anything, Professor, Sally replied, her tone flat, mirroring the emotional detachment she had maintained over the past few days. Silence enveloped the room as Snape studied Sally, who fixated on the cauldron before her. For the first time, he found raising a child to be a daunting task, especially one he was reluctant to scold. Thus, he remained patient. Shall we talk? Perhaps it was Snape's unusually gentle tone, or perhaps Sally was also curious about what he had wished to convey, but she remained silent, not seeking an excuse to leave. First, I sincerely apologize for not fulfilling my responsibilities as your guardian, which has led you into danger on several occasions. Secondly, perhaps my nature contributes to our lack of face-to-face conversations. Indeed, we have never had one. Snape, uncharacteristically anxious, preferred to face a curse than to labor over articulating feelings he had never expressed before. In any case, he said, rising as if to abandon the conversation, I have never been ashamed of you, Sally. Being your godfather has been the greatest joy of my life in the past decade. With that, he hastily opened the door. But you wish to send me away, Sally interjected. James mentioned that the school only offers 3 days off during Christmas. Otherwise, I cannot leave. There are no owls, nothing. Her voice faltered. That is a choice, Snape replied, closing the door he had just opened. I do not deny that the regulations at Leckberry can be somewhat harsh, even deemed unethical, for underage students. However, you will discover that you will have no time to concern yourself with us. There is an abundance of unknown knowledge there, and everything you seek to understand will be answered. Do not look at me incredulously. Both Professor Dumbledore and I have spent time there for exchanges. You and Dumbledore have been there? Sally exclaimed in surprise. But, of course, not while we were students, Snape clarified. Dumbledore received the invitation around 2 years post-graduation. Spent a year there, and upon his return, became a professor at Gryffindor. I, on the other hand, visited in my 20s for 6 months. This is one of the reasons I believe you should not forfeit this opportunity. I have experienced it and understand how vital and precious it is for a wizard. They have extended an invitation to you, and the lack of a specified duration indicates vast potential. Furthermore, at your age, your learning and memory capabilities far exceed those of my generation. Do you grasp my meaning? In short, you are not sending me away out of disdain or hatred. Sally seemed to comprehend, realizing it was for her own good. If all that I just articulated is reduced to this single point, Snape resumed his usual tone. Then so be it. I shall not press you further. Go on, go. Sally trotted over, embracing Professor Snape and jumping with joy. As long as you do not dislike me, I will do anything you ask. Snape coldly extricated himself from her embrace, opened the door, and stepped outside. Hearing Sally call out for him to wait while she fetched the application form. I cannot fathom how James could be enamored with such a scatterbrained individual, Snape mused. A faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. After Sally secured Snape's signature, she discovered that Professor Dumbledore was absent from his office, reportedly returning on Monday. Snape suggested she contact James first, as someone from Leckberry would need to come to fetch her, which could take some time. Sally penned a letter and dispatched it with Lestrange. The weekend approached, and if she were to depart soon, bidding farewell to her friends was essential. What? You're going to another school? Harry exclaimed in astonishment in the staff room. And it's completely enclosed. No holidays. Wait, how can there be no else? Did Professor Dumbledore agree to this? He hasn't signed yet, Sally replied, but Professor Snape indicated that they had already discussed it. Unbelievable. I remember that school. It's shrouded in mystery, and I always thought it was merely a legend, Ron remarked. Legends say it's either gods or ghosts. It is just a school, Ron. Compared to Ron, Hermione evidently exhibits a far greater degree of composure and rationality. No, that is a school unbound by any constraints. I overheard my father mention it. A place free from any treaties, where forbidden spells are commonplace in textbooks alongside dark magic. The more Ron spoke, the more incredulous he became. Are you truly certain you received an invitation? He questioned, though the place you described seemed quite different from what I understood. But the name is the same. Sally hesitated to respond. You will become exceedingly powerful, Ron asserted with conviction. I can scarcely imagine how formidable you will become. Oh, thank you, Sally replied, feeling a bit guilty. I do not want you to go, Harry suddenly interjected, plunging the atmosphere into silence. Hermione, perceptively, pulled Ron aside, creating space for the Potter siblings. Why? Although she had an inkling, Sally still inquired. Dark magic and forbidden spells are precisely what you should avoid. Have you forgotten what Voldemort said to you during your 2 encounters? If you return from that school having mastered dark magic, it would play directly into his hands. Harry said, a hint of agitation in his voice. Oh, I am certain there is more than just dark magic and forbidden spells there, Sally countered. In fact, if I were genuinely interested in those matters, I could just as easily learn about them at Hogwarts. Harry, that is not a valid reason. Yet, Harry felt compelled to articulate further, sensing that this was not the right course of action, though he struggled to express it. Just 2 years, Sally remarked. My arrangement with Professor Snape is only for 2 years of exchange. Those 2 years will not change me, Harry, and besides, we can spend every Christmas together. The air remained silent for a long while until Harry finally sighed. All right, perhaps I have been overly concerned. You are definitely being overly concerned, Sally replied dismissively. In the evening, she encountered Fred and George, who wholeheartedly supported her decision to attend Lechuros, which was precisely what Sally had anticipated. She had been contemplating how to broach the subject with Malfoy, not wanting Pansy to find out, yet they were inseparable, like conjoined twins. After classes on Monday afternoon, she approached Dumbledore's office with her application form. Come in, Dumbledore's voice beckoned, and as soon as the words left his lips, the stone door opened. Sally entered to find Dumbledore feeding Fawkes. Sally, Dumbledore smiled, forgive me for not being able to lend a hand. Please take a seat. After moving a chair from the side and sitting down, she watched as Dumbledore finished feeding Fawkes. Seeing the phoenix made her chuckle. My savior, she said. Indeed. And in your honor, I have fed him 2 extra legs of black chicken, Dumbledore replied with a chuckle, wiping his hands clean before sitting across the table from her. So, have you made your decision? Dumbledore asked straightforwardly. Sally was not surprised. Snape had informed her that Dumbledore was already aware. She handed over her application. Yes, it's tentatively for 2 years. It will certainly be a fulfilling 2 years, Dumbledore remarked, glancing at her application form. Perhaps you will learn things that others could never fully grasp in a lifetime. I hope so, Sally said, noting how many people seemed to have mythologized the place. Dumbledore paid no heed to the skepticism in her words. He produced a pin made from a blue peacock feather and inscribed his name in the designated spot for the headmaster. Then he returned the application to Sally, who expressed her gratitude and prepared to leave. Just as she stood up, she heard Dumbledore say behind her, "Stay true to yourself, will you?" "Sally, do not make me regret this decision." Though she did not fully grasp his meaning, she replied, "I will do my utmost, Professor." Upon exiting Dumbledore's office, she instinctively thought to seek out Professor Snape. She pushed open the door to the potions classroom, only to find it empty. Perhaps he is in the dungeons, she mused. Then ventured into the darkened room. The furnishings remained simple, except for a large cauldron filled with a silvery liquid emitting white smoke. Why not conduct experiments in the office? This is hardly a place for rest, Sally pondered, perplexed by Snape's rationale. By the way, why have I never seen this before? Never touch anything in the potions professor's office was the hard-learned truth Sally had vowed to remember. She swore she merely wanted a glimpse. The application form nearly slipped from her grasp as she became engrossed. As she bent down to retrieve it, she accidentally brushed against a small amount of potion. Unbeknownst to her, the substance was a pensieve, borrowed by Snape from Dumbledore to seek the reasons behind Sally's distress. At that moment, Sally inadvertently glimpsed the memory Snape had placed within it. Is it truly a good thing to know too much? Sally did not know. She only wished she could choose not to know at all. Yet, the knowledge was now hers. Chapter 35. In the Atlantic lies a region perpetually shrouded in fog, known as the Devil's Triangle, a fact well known to the inhabitants of the nearby lands. Countless individuals have sought to challenge its mysteries, yet they often vanish without a trace, only to be discovered years later in the most improbable of circumstances. When ships arrive in this area, all one can hope for is to salvage their wreckage from the surrounding waters. Should an aircraft pass through at an altitude below 10,000 meters, it will forever vanish from the flight path. For centuries, this has been unfailingly true. "You are swifter than I imagined, Sally," James remarked, clad in a gray wizarding robe, his expression brimming with delight. Plans are always subject to change. Sally gazed at the surrounding marine life, a stark contrast to the variety she had observed in the Slytherin common room, where the species were far more diverse and unusual. Indeed, reaching Lechuros, the fabled Devil's Sea, could only be achieved by this vessel, specifically designed to transport students and teachers, diving 400 to 500 meters beneath the surface. "You have changed remarkably," James astutely noted. "Have I?" Sally replied. "Perhaps." Although 4 days had passed, her mind remained filled with the sights she had witnessed. "This is not a good sign," James said, his mood darkening. "Your mind is cluttered with trivial matters, which will not benefit your future studies. You must remember, your original plan was for 2 years. And now that time has been halved." "Do not worry," Sally said, retracting her gaze from the outside, a smile gracing her lips. "These memories will only drive me to work harder and grow stronger." James remained silent, observing Sally. After a long pause, a radiant smile returned to his face. "That is the best approach." 3 months later. Sally, wait for me." A boy with skin as white as snow and lips red as cherry, clutching a large stack of books, hurriedly chased after the red-haired girl walking briskly ahead. His long golden hair flowed down to his waist, billowing in the wind as he ran, revealing his pointed ears. "Hoyt, a half-elf, half-human. If you were so slow, do not bother being in the same group as me." Sally uttered this phrase for the nth time. A month prior, during their course on dangerous creatures, James had forcefully assigned Hoyt to her group, insisting that they must collaborate on any experimental task. Finally catching her breath, Hoyt placed a hand on Sally's shoulder, panting as he declared that it was unacceptable to abandon one's partner so easily. Sally couldn't help but roll her eyes. A month of interaction had made her acutely aware of his clingy nature. She removed his arm from her shoulder, ignoring his protests, and continued walking ahead. 3 months of rigorous study had taught her the rules of this institution. It did not teach you how to be a person nor impart any useful knowledge. From 7 in the morning until noon, from 2 in the afternoon until 6, and from 7 in the evening until midnight. The schedule was filled to the brim with classes. Even so, after midnight, one could still find numerous students in the library, both young and old, as professors were on duty around the clock to address any queries at any hour. Sally had always cherished sleep, yet ever since she glimpsed those images, Each time she closed her eyes, her mind was flooded with visions from her encounters with Snape, replaying in a relentless loop as if to ensure she would not forget. She could only manage to sleep intermittently for 2 or 3 hours each night. Under normal circumstances, her body would have surely succumbed to exhaustion. However, the all-nighter culture here seemed perfectly acceptable, with a potion available to mitigate the adverse effects of sleeplessness. In a month, Sally completed the entire OWL's curriculum and passed the examinations. Now, she aspired to achieve at least 2 outstanding grades in the upcoming NEWTs after Christmas. What are you thinking about? Hoyt's voice pulled her back to reality. It has nothing to do with you, Sally replied, her gaze fixed on her book. Immediately after the NEWTs, she would face the Animagus and Apparition examinations. Should she fail, she would have to wait until adulthood to utilize those skills. I don't understand why you're pushing yourself so hard, Hoyt remarked. I always thought obtaining the NEWTs in 6 months was rapid enough. I never expected you to aim for 5. The fastest record in the academy is under 4 months, Sally replied. That may be true, Hoyt agreed. But it is unclear whether geniuses or eccentrics are more formidable. By the way, when shall we practice the mental blocking technique together? I recall it being part of the NEWTs. Sally paused her reading for a moment. She was not keen on allowing anyone to invade her mind, as she instinctively knew what clutter filled it. We'll discuss it later. That's crucial content for the exam, Hoyt insisted incredulously. I am aware, Sally replied impatiently. Fine. I just can't fathom where you find such an abundance of thoughts at your age. I've lived for decades and still don't have as many thoughts as you do, Hoyt complained, half-jokingly. If you don't close your mouth, Sally warned, extracting her wand and pointing it at him. I wouldn't mind testing my newly invented spell on you. Hoyt moaned, zipping his lips shut and bowed his head to complete his homework. After finishing classes, it was already midnight when she arrived at James's office, and as expected, he was still awake. Not given up yet? James remarked, unfazed by her presence. For the past fortnight, she had come each night to borrow his pensieve. I must find a way to organize these memories, Sally stated, placing her textbooks on a nearby desk before approaching the pensieve. Good luck, James said. With a flick of her wand, Sally extracted a strand of silvery memory from her mind and deposited it into the basin before plunging her face into it. She witnessed memories of Snape before he entered Hogwarts, alongside her mother, Lily, and their stories throughout their time at Hogwarts. As she observed their graduation, she felt her breath growing heavier. Take care of Sally, Lupin, a dark-haired man, her father, handed her as a baby to the man named Lupin. But Lupin gazed at the peacefully breathing child in his arms, pondering where to place her. You know, anywhere will do, James replied. Just don't let her appear before us again. Is there really no other way? Lupin asked, reluctant. I truly wish to find a solution, Lupin. But time is not on our side. I've spent 2 months seeking help from every renowned doctor in which I know. Yet none can explain her condition. She resembles a lifeless being, yet her vital signs are entirely normal. James appeared on the verge of a breakdown. Lily can't endure this torment. Neither can I. We lack the time and energy to care for her. Sending her away is the best choice if you have no regrets. Understanding the pressure his friend bore in a world so unpredictable, Lupin cradled Sally. Then I shall find a place to keep her safe. Thank you. With that, James vanished with a soft pop. The scene shifted, and she saw how deeply Snape cherished Lily, willing to become a double agent for her sake. She understood why he had forbidden her from mentioning that his Patronus was a doe. It represented her mother as Patronus. The moment she witnessed Snape summon his Patronus once more, she could no longer contain herself and withdrew her head from the pensieve, collapsing to the floor, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. James, ever consider it? Offered her a handkerchief. I failed, didn't I? Sally wiped her face, perhaps of a non-existent sweat, steadying her breath. I believe so, she concluded. James thoughtfully handed her a prepared mug of hot cocoa, and after sipping, she felt considerably better. I intend to try again, she declared, rising to her feet. James interrupted her, stating that if she was unaware of where the problem lay, then no amount of attempts would suffice. He took another cup of cocoa, sipping it elegantly. So, do you still refuse to acknowledge what I've told you? This was the second time James bore witness to her memories. The room fell silent. Perhaps it's simply because my father abandoned me. Don't be foolish, child, James interjected, unable to restrain himself. What you truly care about is not that at all. I've observed closely, and at 56, I am confident I understand this better than you. You can comprehend your father's choices within that historical context, meaning he is not the primary cause. Accept it, I find it astonishing as well, yet you have indeed developed feelings for Severus. Can I use the term love? He took another small sip of cocoa and continued, your intellect far surpasses that of your peers, so I wouldn't be surprised by your precociousness. However, I cannot fathom why you would go to such lengths to deceive yourself and refuse to admit this evident truth. Understand that deceiving oneself is far more challenging than deceiving others. I suggest you cease trying. Instead, contemplate how to confront these feelings, as that may prove significantly easier. He rose from his seat and departed the room, leaving the entire space to Sally. Chapter 36. No one knew what thoughts occupied Sally's mind that night. But the following day, she crossed her name off the list for Christmas leave. You must consider your decision if you do not return this year. The next opportunity will not come until next year, James advised. I have thought it through, Sally nodded in response. You must understand that avoidance is not the best solution. James remarked disapprovingly. I am not avoiding. I am merely taking a breather, Sally shrugged, replying. During this significant holiday, many did not leave at all. The greatest difference between here and Hogwarts was the absence of any alterations for Christmas, which led Sally to realize, only as the day drew to a close, that Christmas had quietly passed. She pondered whether Harry and the others missed her, if Malfoy and Pansy were still inseparable, and how Mrs. Weasley managed to keep her promise of a gigantic cake this year. Sally, Hoyt called to her. She glanced over, impatient, to see him holding a silvery crystal ball that emitted a soft glow. I heard that gifts are customary for Christmas, he said, excitement barely concealed. Merry Christmas. Sally, somewhat surprised, accepted the crystal ball and inquired curiously, what is its purpose? Illumination? Hoyt replied. Well, thank you, Sally said, placing the crystal ball in her bracelet, then lowering her gaze to continue reading, faintly sensing a gaze upon her. When she looked up, indeed, Hoyt was watching her with sparkling eyes. Is there something else? She asked, puzzled. Hoyt pouted. I have given you a gift. Where is mine? Sally faltered, realizing this place was so isolated that she had no means to procure a gift for him. I will make it up to you next year, she suggested. No, Hoyt retorted petulantly. At that moment, the midnight bell tolled, signaling the dawn of a new day and the conclusion of the day's lessons. As Sally gathered her belongings to leave, Hoyt remained seated. She initially intended to exit directly but ultimately turned back and sat down again. What on earth do you want? She asked, her impatience evident. I want my Christmas gift, Hoyt insisted stubbornly. You must be 76 by now, Sally bluntly pointed out, revealing his childishness. In human years, that would equate to merely 17, Hoyt replied. And who decreed that 76 precludes one from receiving Christmas gifts? It seemed there was indeed no such decree. Sally sighed in exasperation. Finally, she conceived a solution. I shall grant you a blessing, she stated. On Christmas Day, sing a Christmas carol, and it will bestow upon you a wonderful blessing. Very well, Hoyt reluctantly agreed. Taking a deep breath, Sally began to sing the familiar melody. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings we bring to you and your kin. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. After singing only a verse, Sally felt her eyes welling with tears and her voice choking. Hoyt, who had been lost in reverie with his eyes closed, opened them only to find Sally had already left the classroom. He grabbed their books and rushed outside, but her figure had vanished. Sally ran breathlessly to the highest point of the tower, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She gazed into the pitch-black night sky, reaching out her right hand as if trying to grasp something, yet ultimately, she clutched only the air. Leaning against the wall, she sank to the ground. Her mind filled with images of Professor Snape, angry, helpless, and most often, expressionless. In that moment of madness, she regretted not leaving during Christmas, wishing merely to catch a glimpse of him from afar. She had become irreparably lost. She could no longer deceive herself. She was in love with Professor Snape, deeply and hopelessly. It seemed that every Christmas brought snow, yet this year, on this island shrouded by enchantments, she was destined not to witness a single flake. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, a neatly wrapped gift lay quietly on the desk of the potions classroom, this Christmas, waiting for its new owner who would not arrive. Sally successfully passed her newts and subsequently excelled in her animagus and apparition examinations over the following months. She could transform into a gazelle, as she had always wished, excelling in transfiguration. 6 months passed, and students from their house would rotate. Just as Professor Snape had indicated, most would only remain for a few months before departing. After a year of study, Sally completed all her courses, freeing herself from the constraints of a rigid schedule, yet this did not ease her burdens. She became enamored with the subject of magical healing. This course intertwined various disciplines, and Sally whimsically named it magical healing, focusing on the study of injuries caused by spells. Akin to an enhanced medical curriculum, she yearned to understand the origins of her own out-of-body experiences since childhood. Additionally, she became captivated by charms, wielding magic through language to cast intriguing spells, though this was reserved for her leisure time as a form of entertainment. Of course, she also learned many dark spells. Rather than being deemed dark magic, here it was treated as ordinary magic. As long as one desired to learn, they could. Although it was still prohibited to cast the unforgivable curses on fellow students, there were instances of individuals experimenting with ants and insects. However, what captivated Sally the most were the 3 unforgivable curses. Even in this realm, references to them were lamentably scarce. Many textbooks were authored by the teachers or past geniuses of this place. Some even contained methods for counteracting the killing curse, though the conditions were exceedingly stringent. It was evident that someone had attempted it. Yet, the knowledge surrounding the 3 curses remained elusive. Sally had perused nearly half of the library without gaining more than fragments of understanding, the only certainty being their profound connection to the soul, which fueled her intense curiosity. The 3 curses, one allows time travel, another grants rejuvenation, and the last can revive the dead. Perhaps you should consult Professor Hayden, Hoyt remarked after Sally borrowed another hefty tome on the 3 curses from the library for the 7th time. He has always had a fondness for you. He will surely share what he knows. Did you think I hadn't asked? Sally remarked while registering at the librarian's desk. Most of the books here are out of print. And apart from being under the enchantment that prohibits duplication, transcription, or removal, they can only be borrowed for a maximum of 3 days. Fortunately, this particular book isn't highly sought after, allowing Sally to borrow it a remarkable 7 times this month. What did he say? Hoyt inquired curiously, casually taking the book from Sally's hands. This was a customary routine for the two. Sally always came empty-handed while Hoyt carried their belongings. No one knew when or how this habit originated. Sally rolled her eyes. It's pointless to ask. Only Mr. A knows the answer. And Mr. A only spends time at the academy on the 2nd Sunday of each month. I missed him this month. Hoyt exclaimed in surprise. Mr. A? Isn't that our principal? The founder of Regulus had adopted the codename Mr. a while at the academy. Whenever he attended events as the headmaster, he donned a distinctive silver mask. His hair a shade of gray-black. This tradition has persisted, with each principal of Regulus adhering to this rule, making their only distinguishing feature their slightly varying physiques. The principal is the sole custodian of the academy's secrets, privy to all its mysteries, and must not be exploited. Thus, even in their exalted status, upon removing their masks, they might merely be an ordinary potion merchant or an inconspicuous low-level clerk at the Ministry of Magic. But today is Saturday, and the principal will return tomorrow, Hoyt said, as if uncovering a grand secret. Can I accompany you to see him? I've been here for 3 years and have never met the principal. No, Sally firmly rejected. Moreover, I doubt the principal would appreciate being treated like a spectacle. As she mentioned this, she added, tonight, class ends at midnight. I need to slip out an hour early, and you'll have to provide me cover. But there are only 4 of us in class. And what are the chances that the principal will arrive at the school at midnight? Hoyt exclaimed. We could have prepared to wait in front of his door for a whole day, Sally said, impatiently. I can hardly wait. At 11 o'clock that night. Sally decisively excused herself under the pretense of needing the restroom. The principal's office, located at the highest tower, was designed for his convenience. It was already September, and thankfully, Regulus remained isolated from the world, eternally maintaining a stable temperature, so Sally felt neither cold nor warm. With the aid of the everlasting lamp outside the principal's office, she examined the book she had borrowed from the library. The class bell rang, announcing that it was midnight, the end of one day, the beginning of another. Containing her excitement, Sally had barely read 2 pages when the previously locked wooden door slowly creaked open. Thank goodness I didn't heed Hoyt's words, she thought, closing the book, gently knocking 3 times on the door, and then pushing it open. Inside, the room was devoid of clutter, unlike the potion classroom. And it was not at all reminiscent of Dumbledore's office, which was unmistakably an office. If it weren't for the legendary man wearing the silver mask seated there, Sally would not have recognized it as the principal's office. Apart from a desk and a solitary stool, there was not a single superfluous book in sight. At present, the only stool was occupied by the principal, who was meticulously reviewing a piece of parchment with a yellow feather quill. Sally stood there in silence, neither speaking nor breaking the stillness. She shifted her legs slightly, and after what felt like an eternity, the man finally finished examining the document. As he opened his hand, the quill and the parchment vanished in an instant. Is there something you need? A voice emerged from behind the mask. It sounded masculine. But Sally knew that there was a 90% chance it had been altered. I am Sally Potter, a student here from Hogwarts on an exchange program. After introducing herself, she promptly got to the point. I sought you out to inquire about the 3 curses. Professor Harden mentioned that only you possess knowledge of them. The principal remained silent, leaning back in his chair, appearing as if turned to stone. Sally's intuition suggested he was sizing her up. After about half a minute, he finally spoke. Leave behind a strand of hair, and return to me next month at this time. Then, I shall decide whether to share the information with you. Sally, puzzled but not inclined to ask further questions, deftly plucked a hair and placed it on the desk. May I take my leave now, Principal? She inquired. The principal nodded, and Sally turned to exit the office. Wait, he only asked for a strand of your hair? Hoyt queried for the umpteenth time during their meal. Yes, he did. If you ask me again, the lamb chop on your plate will be mine. Here, take it. Hoyt promptly forked a lamb chop from his plate onto Sally's. Do you know what he intends to do with it? No, Sally replied, savoring her garlic lamb chop, deciding to answer him one more time. Well, I guess I've run out of questions, Hoyt said, taking a couple of bites of mashed potatoes before shifting the topic. The professor is compiling the list for students returning home for Christmas. You know, that's the only significant event at the academy. Are you going to sign up? Sally paused, her fore covering. She then resumed eating without answering Hoyt. Sensing her reluctance, Hoyt refrained from pressing further. Only after they leisurely finished their last bites of mashed potatoes did Sally smile and say, Why not invite me? Have you made up your mind? Hoyt confirmed again. Hey, just because you can't leave doesn't mean you can keep me here forever. By this time next year, I should be ready to depart as well. Don't fret. I'll bring you back some delightful treats. Sally patted Hoyt's shoulder, a rare gesture of camaraderie. Who was fretting? Hoyt shrugged off her hand. You'd better hurry and leave, lest you end up crying on Christmas, which will vex me. Oh, come on. Are you really complaining about me? Sally pretended to swing the hefty book in her hands at him, and they both laughed as they exited the dining hall. Sally registered for the return trip with the professor. Since she hadn't gone home the previous year, she could take the first ship out this year. However, even the first ship would have to make many stops due to the number of students, and Sally estimated that by the time she reached Hogwarts, it would likely be Christmas Eve. The following month continued with studies. Thanks to her solid foundation, Sally excelled in the study of magical medicine. She had promised Professor Harden to compile a volume on magical medicine for the library before her departure. In addition, she devoted significant effort to transfiguration, realizing that mastering the subject could indeed allow one to conjure items out of thin air. Once again, on that fateful Saturday night, they employed the same ruse, with Sally slipping out of the classroom. This time, she ascended to the top floor, and as the class bell rang, the door opened. The principal still wore his mask, concealing his expression. After Sally entered, he handed her a letter. Upon opening it, she discovered 4 names inscribed: Mira Joyce, Hohashi Brook, Lian Kais, and Kurbat Mingchi. The 3 curses were discovered, created, and named by these 4 individuals. This is the information I provide to you. The earliest of these students lived 90 years ago, so I am unaware of their current status or whereabouts. However, he produced a blood red stone. The 4 students, although not together and having never met, were united by Kurbat, the youngest among them, who synthesized their collective experiences and knowledge. He found the other 3, and together they dripped their blood upon the stone, which could lead them to one another. By inscribing the first letter of any person's name upon its surface, if the inscription remained intact, it indicated that the individual was alive. Should the stone lose its luster, it signified that the person had passed away. The brighter the glow, the closer one was to that individual, and once found, the inscription could be wiped away, returning the stone to its original state. Do you understand? Sally nodded and took the stone, yet she hesitated before asking, May I inquire why you require a strand of my hair? The principal did not respond, merely gesturing dismissively. Understanding the cue, Sally departed, and at the moment she closed the door, the man, who had been looking down, lifted his gaze to the closed wooden door, reminiscing about the future he had seen within the crystal ball. The 3rd principal of the school, who excelled in divination, had spent 40 years storing his foresight within the crystal ball, which could be consulted until the next adept diviner emerged. Over the years, many had inquired about the 3 spells, but once successfully enacted, they would shatter all earthly laws and violate the unbreakable biological principles. Thus, only those fated, or those meeting specific criteria, could possess the key to unlock the forbidden door. He placed Sally's hair upon the crystal ball and glimpsed her future, where these 3 spells would manifest, leaving her with this information. Although he was uncertain whether this was right or wrong, he knew it would inevitably occur, for thus far no prophecy had proven false. Sally simply recounted the events to Hoyt, who recognized the gravity of the situation and prudently refrained from probing further. She did not linger in search of the 3 spells at school, but instead tucked the letter and the stone into her bracelet. Planning to ponder over them after her graduation, she had resolved to leave early, though she had not yet voiced it. At the end of December, she boarded the first boat to depart, knowing there were only 2, as she had anticipated upon emerging from the forbidden lake of Hogwarts. It was already time for breakfast on Christmas Day. Releasing the water-repelling charm from her body, she shivered despite her thick cloak. The temperate climate of Lake Ritualus had spoiled her, and she suspected that if she lingered by the shore any longer, she would surely catch a cold. Hey. Is that Sally? A familiar voice reached her ears. It was George and Fred. When did you come back? Fred inquired. You didn't even tell us. That's hardly a friend's behavior. I should return the large cake your mother sent back with you, George added with a grin. I just arrived. Sally gestured towards the lake. Could we go inside? I'm freezing. Of course, George replied. I might have some butterbeer left. Thank goodness, Sally laughed. That's exactly what I need. Upon arriving in the Great Hall, Sally realized her estimation had been off. Winter mornings dawned later than expected, and there were scarcely any students left eating breakfast. She greatly missed the carefree days of dining at Hogwarts. It seemed this wish would have to wait until noon. After having a few bites of pie, George and Fred stealthily brought her butterbeer, concealed within an opaque jar, along with Mrs. Weasley's Christmas gifts, a purple sweater and a gigantic cake, even larger than the one from the previous year. This one is even bigger, Fred remarked as he handed her the cake. Since you didn't come back last year, George and I finished your portion. Goodness. I didn't want to see cake for at least 6 months after that. Where's everyone? Why are there so few people here? Sally couldn't help but ask. My goodness, you don't know, George exclaimed, and he and Fred exchanged glances before explaining to Sally about the Goblet of Fire and how Harry was the 4th champion, adding that a Christmas ball would be held that evening. I thought I saw a few people dressed differently, Sally chuckled, sipping her beer. So it seems. Sally. She heard a voice call and turned to see Harry rushing towards her, followed closely by Ron and Hermione. Harry embraced her tightly. Why didn't you come back last year? I was so worried about you. We agreed you would return every Christmas. I got caught up with things and forgot. Sally replied nonchalantly. And you were worried about me? What about you? The 4th champion? Stop mocking me, Harry said. Ron and I had a row about it. But we've made up now. Let me look at you. Are you well? Harry scrutinized Sally. Her eyes were the same, her nose unchanged. Yet he sensed something had shifted. You've grown taller, Sally observed sincerely. She had been about the same height as Harry, perhaps even slightly taller. But after 2 years apart, he now towered over her by half a head. You've become more beautiful, Harry remarked. Sally couldn't help but smile. Hi, Ron, Hermione. How are you? I must say, Hermione, you look lovely. Thank you, Hermione replied, appearing quite pleased. The 6 of them conversed in the Great Hall for quite some time until the lunch hour approached and students began filtering in. All eyes drawn to them, Sally suspected it was due to Harry's presence, as she was not wearing Slytherin robes at that moment. They agreed to meet again that evening and then parted ways. Sally noticed several Slytherin students approaching from a distance, contemplating. She gathered the Christmas gifts she had received and rose to leave. At the entrance to the dormitory, she despaired upon realizing she did not know the password. Fortunately, she encountered a fellow Slytherin student, someone she had met a few times, who informed her of the code, allowing her to return to her dormitory successfully. The common room was sparsely populated, with most students absorbed in their own activities. Upon returning to her room, Sally was delighted to find her small bed still clean and neat, without signs of having been disturbed. After tidying her received Christmas gifts, Sally lay on her bed, gazing at the enormous octopus beneath the lake. For some inexplicable reason, she felt an urge to converse with it. Importantly, she had already devised a plan for how to face Professor Snape, although she still needed a measure of courage. However, the Christmas ball seemed like an excellent opportunity, if only she knew how to waltz. Suddenly, she sprang up from her bed. If she wanted to execute her plan, she would need to at least master a couple of steps, or at the very least, understand the principles behind it. Sally got out of bed and left her dormitory, hurrying to the library. With 3 hours remaining until the feast began, she memorized the principles thoroughly and mentally rehearsed them countless times before returning to her room to prepare herself properly. As she entered the girls' dormitory, she unexpectedly encountered the last person she wished to see, Pansy, dressed in a tacky, ruffled light red robe that while vulgar, suited her temperament. She had clearly spent considerable time preparing, eager to flaunt herself below. Upon spotting Sally, she feigned surprise, her expression dripping with disdain for Sally's attire, corduroy pants and a gray sweater. "So, it seems the person I saw in the great hall at lunch was indeed you," she remarked, her haughtiness heightened, her tone more irksome. "I didn't see you. Excuse me, please let me pass." Sally attempted to walk by, but Pansy blocked her path. "Every fourth-year student can attend the ball, even without a partner," she remarked. "At the very least, one ought to possess a gown. If you don't mind. I have one that I've worn before. It may be somewhat outdated, but it is indeed a gown. Unlike." She cast a scrutinizing glance at Sally, her expressive features betraying her thoughts. Sally felt a wave of discomfort under her gaze, suppressing the urge to cast a malevolent curse that would mar her beauty. After all, her dance partner was Malfoy, and given their years of friendship, she ought to accord him some respect. "You need not concern yourself, if you wish to enjoy this evening. Then allow me to pass," she articulated through gritted teeth. Pansy, evidently feeling she had humiliated Sally enough, slightly turned aside. Sally strode past her, deliberately bumping into her with force. Pansy yelped like a wounded animal, but Sally chose to ignore her. After Pansy vented her frustration for a time, she haughtily departed, only to find Malfoy waiting for her in the common room. As he prepared to rise, Pansy obstructed his path. "Sally is still inside," she informed him. Malfoy hesitated momentarily, a fact that did not escape Pansy's notice, inciting her jealousy. "Shall we wait for her? You have missed her greatly, have you not?" Malfoy discerned the undertones in her words and replied, "Are you accusing me?" Pansy, sensing his displeasure, quickly altered her demeanor, feigning innocence. "No. I merely think you are good friends, and it has been so long since you last saw each other." "You are right," Malfoy suddenly smiled, sinking back onto the sofa. "Perhaps I should find a different partner." "You cannot," Pansy exclaimed. "Everyone knows you are my partner, and Sally does not even possess a gown." "What significance does that hold for me?" Malfoy inquired. Pansy understood his intent, and as she approached him, she implored, "It was merely a suggestion. If you do not wish to wait, so be it. After all, she ought to return to the ball. Perhaps she could even dance with Blaise." Her words dripped with malice. One by one, they exited the common room. As Malfoy departed last, he could not resist casting a glance towards the girls' dormitory, uncertain of what he hoped to see. In the girls' dormitory, Sally stood before the mirror, inhaling deeply and exhaling, repeating the process. Everything was in place. Success hinged on this moment. Upon leaving her dorm, she was astonished to find the common room deserted. She glanced at the clock. Goodness, the ball begins in 5 minutes. Everyone must be in attendance. This was entirely contrary to her expectations. She dashed towards the potions classroom, disregarding the astonished glances cast her way, and knocked on the door, only to discover it empty. After a fleeting moment of shock, she gritted her teeth and sprinted towards the great hall. The staircases of Hogwarts remained as treacherous as ever. Yet fortunately, the hall was not far. Upon reaching the entrance, she heard no music from within, secretly relieved that perhaps the ball had not yet commenced, oblivious to the fact that a Christmas feast preceded the festivities. Thus, when she pushed open the grand doors, all eyes converged upon her. Unfamiliar faces inquired about her identity, while those who recognized her gazed in astonishment. Her long, deep crimson hair was styled into an elegant updo, with a few stray strands framing her face, rendering the otherwise mature hairstyle somewhat playful. With a touch of makeup accentuating her already striking features, she appeared irresistibly enchanting. Clad in a silver strapless gown paired with matching heels, Sally resembled a fairy who had wandered into the mortal realm. At that moment, all present, students and faculty alike, were captivated by her presence, while her gaze fixed unabashedly upon the figure seated in the corner of the staff table. As anticipated, he appeared indifferent to the ball, dressed in his customary black robes, the least conspicuous yet commanding her complete attention. Dumbledore was the first to shatter the silence, engaging in lively conversation with a colleague unknown to Sally. The atmosphere gradually revived, and Sally settled at the farthest corner of the Slytherin table, distant from the staff, indifferent to her surroundings. "Are you certain there is no Vila lineage in your family?" Ron inquired softly of Harry, only to receive a firm kick in response. "Regretful. Are we?" George whispered to Fred, who wore an unusually elegant and inscrutable smile, raising his cup of butterbeer in silent acknowledgement. Malfoy's heart raced violently the moment Sally entered. It felt as if it were beyond his control, despite having consumed several cups of lemonade to quell the sensation. He realized he was mistaken. Time had not dulled his feelings, but had intensified them, growing more fervent. Pansy clung to his arm with an iron grip, aggravating him further as he struggled to maintain composure. Dumbledore's gaze flickered towards Snape, who remained aloof in his seat, leaving Dumbledore perplexed about his thoughts. Once the meal concluded, Dumbledore instructed the students to rise. With a wave of his wand, all tables soared to the walls, clearing a space in the center. He conjured a tall stage against the right wall, adorned with musical instruments. The Peculiar Sisters rushed onto the stage, prompting thunderous applause from the audience. As customary, the first dance was to be shared with one's partner. Sally stood in a seemingly unnoticed corner, her eyes fixed on Snape, waiting for him to approach and invite her to dance, though she held little hope. As the first piece concluded, Snape remained motionless, offering not even a glance in her direction. Sally felt her courage slipping away with each passing moment. When the second dance began, several boys approached her for a dance, but she politely declined with a smile. I presume you will not refuse me. Fred materialized beside her, startling Sally. You startled me, Fred, she half-heartedly complained. Where's your partner? Fred gestured towards a girl in a red robe dancing in the hall. We all believe that dancing with but one partner all night is rather dull, he declared. So, may I invite you? Sally thought it fortuitous to find someone to practice with and was about to agree when her gaze caught sight of Snape departing. She immediately changed her mind. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Fred. Perhaps after I return, she said hurriedly, making her way out of the hall. As she navigated through the crowd, Snape's figure vanished from view. Fortunately, her studies over the years had equipped her with the skills to cast a spell to discern his direction. She found him in the garden, engaged in conversation with a man she did not recognize. As she prepared to approach, the man departed just as she did. Severus, she managed to utter, her lips trembling as she spoke his name. Snape turned, his expression inscrutable. Have your years of study rendered you incapable of basic civility? You ought to address me as Professor Snape. What if? Sally swallowed hard. I insist on calling you Severus? Snape regarded her with a serious gaze before striding past her, intent on leaving. Without thinking, she embraced him from behind. She had only just reached his chest after 2 years. I have returned. She was at a loss for words. And Snape's reaction was entirely beyond her expectations. Indeed, after a prolonged silence, a voice that seemed to provide an answer finally emerged. I miss you, Sally uttered. Snape turned around, scrutinizing the person before him with great seriousness. You should not be here, he stated. There are no fewer than 10 boys in the hall waiting to dance with you. But I only wish to dance with you, Sally insisted. Will you grant me a dance? The words of refusal lingered unvoiced, for the moonlight was exceptionally bright, revealing the panic and unease in the girl's eyes, which glistened with unshed tears, those familiar eyes. Just one dance. Ultimately, he acquiesced, though he had anticipated this outcome long before. Sally was elated, and together they left the garden. Nearby, in the bushes, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 39. At the ball, professors were permitted to dance with students. In fact, even Professor McGonagall danced with a tall, somewhat shy boy from their house, not to mention the ever-popular Professor Dumbledore, who hardly paused, exuberantly dancing one song after another. A remarkably beautiful girl almost danced with every male professor. However, none of these spectacles were as astonishing as the pairing of Snape and Sally. As the two stepped into the dance floor, nearly all eyes gravitated towards them. They avoided eye contact and displayed remarkably few expressions, yet many felt no sense of incongruity. No one had previously envisioned Professor Snape dancing, yet now they discovered his movements to be both deft and graceful. Gradually, as the music approached its conclusion, the dance floor dwindled to just the two of them. When the song ended, Dumbledore was the first to applaud, followed by a wave of applause. After a brief intermission, another tune began, and Snape departed the hall. Moments later, Sally also vanished. No one comprehended the nature of their relationship. Perhaps they were curious, perhaps surprised. But none ventured to consider it romantic. Dumbledore continued to smile as he danced with every professor or student who invited him. The only one aware of Sally's significance to Snape, and the only one who noticed the way Sally looked at Snape, her gaze was not that of a student towards a teacher or elder. In Snape's office, Sally sat beside him, propping her chin on her hand, unabashedly observing the professor, who appeared to be diligently reading. How long will you be reading? Snape was the first to break the silence, as if his principles and convictions were inconsequential in her presence. Until I see you acknowledge me, Sally replied, shifting her posture with a smile. Sir, don't you think I look lovely tonight? That hardly requires my affirmation. You already know, Snape replied flatly. You have certainly captured the attention of every boy and gentleman in the school. Including you, sir? Sally inquired. Snape set his book down and regarded her, unable to deny her beauty. In his heart, Lily's beauty embodied grace and elegance, while this enchanting girl before him radiated vitality and allure. What troubles you? I have come to see some things more clearly, sir. Sally conjured 2 glasses of champagne, handing one to Snape. In light of my impending departure in 2 days, shall we discuss something cheerful? Snape studied her for a moment, accepting the champagne and rising. Cheerful, you say? Let us see how well you have mastered your potions class. Sally nearly spat out the champagne she had just sipped, swallowing hard as she shot him an annoyed look. That's your idea of cheerful, not mine. Snape turned his back to her, a faint smile playing on his lips. Have you completed your OWLs? I have passed my newts, sir. And I've even learned to apparate and become an animagus, Sally said, her pride evident. I can transform into a Tibetan antelope. Well done, Snape replied, satisfied. It seems you have had a fulfilling year. Why didn't you return last year? Sally took a small sip of champagne to mask her underlying anxiety before smiling. The coursework was intense. You know, newts are not easily passed. Snape regarded her, aware she was not being truthful, yet he did not press her further. What do you wish to do tomorrow? Sally pondered. Can we do anything? No, Snape replied succinctly. Sally stuck out her tongue. I want to be with you. I plan to work on improving the invisibility potion, Snape stated. Will you stay in my office all day? Of course, Sally exclaimed, delighted. Do as you wish, Snape replied with a hint of resignation. The clock struck 11, indicating it was indeed late. You should return to your dormitory, Snape said, issuing a gentle dismissal. Oh, Sally said, placing the barely touched champagne on the table as she hopped down from her seat. But you have a bed in your office. That is my bed, Snape replied, enunciating each word. You're so stingy, Sally complained. Then I shall return to find you when I wake tomorrow. With that, she turned to leave. Wait. Sally turned back as a gift flew into her hands, which she instinctively caught. This is. Sally looked at the wrapped gift in surprise. A Christmas present? You should return to your dormitory, Snape reiterated. Sally glanced at the package in her hands, then suddenly dashed over to hug Snape tightly before releasing him. Good night, sir. I like you the most. With that, she hurried away. A smile crept onto Snape's lips as he returned to his seat at the table, holding the gift. Sally hummed a tune as she made her way to the common room. Passing the staircase, she suddenly remembered Fred, though she thought he wouldn't be waiting there foolishly. She decided a quick glance wouldn't hurt. She returned to the hall, only to find it completely empty. The absence of tables and chairs rendered the hall particularly vast. As she turned to leave, she noticed George standing right behind her. Why are you still here? She asked, puzzled. Because you promised to dance with me, George replied. Sally smiled. I promised Fred, not you, George. George looked surprised. You recognized me as George? Why wouldn't I? Sally replied, puzzled. Though you both look alike. There is still a subtle difference in your aura. She stifled a yawn. Since Fred isn't here, I'll take my leave. Wish him a Merry Christmas. And you too, George. Good night. With that, Sally exited the hall, leaving George pondering her retreating figure. What are you looking at, George? Fred asked as he approached from the other side. Sally just left. You arrived too late, brother, George replied. I was waiting for her, Fred insisted. Yet the glimmer of joy and regret in his eyes did not escape George's notice. She's gone, George remarked. She wished you a Merry Christmas. Oh, Fred replied indifferently. George glanced in the direction Sally had departed, then looked back at Fred beside him. We have always been together, Fred, since childhood. We feel that others do not understand our thoughts, as they do not know us. Thus, they cannot discern our true selves just by appearances, not even our mother. Our world has always revolved around each other. However, this unspoken bond has now been shattered, as your heart has made room for another, albeit a small space. Yet undeniably steadfast. Sally hummed a tune as she returned to the Slytherin common room, in unusually high spirits. When she spotted Pansy and Malfoy seated there, she even smiled and nodded in greeting before intending to indulge in a restful slumber. Sally, Malfoy called out, prompting her to halt. Turning back to regard him and Pansy's contorted expression with curiosity. You, Malfoy impulsively summoned her, yet found himself at a loss for words. The common room was sparsely populated, with only 2 or 3 individuals seated far away. After observing him for a moment, Sally shrugged and prepared to leave once more, only to have her arm seized. Malfoy, is there something you want? Sally inquired, puzzled. She thinks you're beautiful, Pansy exclaimed sharply. Don't you think so, Malfoy? You've barely taken your eyes off her all evening, as if ensnared by some enchantment. Shut up, Malfoy retorted, his patience waning. I've had enough, Malfoy. Don't forget my brother's words. Look after me properly, Pansy shot back. At that moment, the other two individuals stealthily exited the room, leaving only the three of them behind. It is precisely because of your brother's words, Pansy, that I allowed you to be my girlfriend. But from the outset, I made it clear that I do not harbor any feelings for you. You were the one who claimed not to mind. What, regretting it now? Malfoy regained his composure and spoke with haughty disdain. Pansy faltered, realizing that Malfoy had been unequivocal about his disinterest from the beginning. They had not even shared an embrace during their time together. If you cannot endure this, we can break up, Malfoy said with a cold smirk. Absolutely not, Pansy declared. I will not break up with you, Malfoy. I am your girlfriend. Then return to your dormitory. I have matters to discuss with Sally, Malfoy commanded. Pansy glared at Sally with resentment. Had her gaze possessed physical form, Sally might have felt as though she had been pierced by several daggers. With Pansy gone, only Malfoy and Sally remained in the common room. Would you sit down, please? Malfoy inquired, his tone no longer arrogant. Sally initially intended to refuse, but seeing his tentative invitation, she hesitated and nodded in agreement. Where have you been for so long? Malfoy asked. At Lecce for an exchange program, Sally replied. I've heard my father mention it, Malfoy responded, surprised. That place, it's not as extraordinary as you might think. It's just a school. Sally interrupted his fanciful notions. By the way, you and Pansy, since she is currently your girlfriend, you should not be quarreling with her over me. Malfoy began, intending to clarify that she was not, but stopped halfway. My relationship with her is not what you think. My father requires assistance from the Ministry of Magic, and her brother William is in charge of it, hence. Sally understood and sighed. All right. I just thought your taste, well, it's not quite that unique. A silence enveloped them, broken only by the crackling of the fire. I didn't know you were coming back, so I didn't prepare a Christmas gift, Malfoy remarked, noticing the gift Sally had set aside. It's fine. I didn't prepare one either, Sally chuckled. Professor Snape's gift is more than enough. Perhaps, you could call me Draco? He suggested. After all, we've known each other for so long, and I've always called you Sally. Sally gazed into Malfoy's eyes, beginning to comprehend his intentions. However, she could not accept it. If this had been a few years prior, perhaps she would have been oblivious, but now her heart could only accommodate one person. I'm sorry. Since you have a girlfriend now, it would be inappropriate for me to address you so intimately. Besides, I have grown accustomed to calling you Malfoy, she stated, glancing at the clock. It was nearly midnight, and it was time to conclude their conversation. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Sally said. Malfoy began. Is there really no chance? You will always be my dear friend, Malfoy. You were the first person I met at the academy, and I shall never forget the help you've given me. However, we can only remain friends. With that, Sally rose and departed, leaving Malfoy alone, lost in thought. Upon returning to her bedside, she was unsurprised to find Pansy waiting for her with a fierce demeanor. Sally felt no fear of her now, yet wished to avoid trouble. With a sigh, she was about to explain when Pansy's voice rang out sharply, "You harlot." The dormitory fell silent, and Sally sensed all ears were attuned to them. Mind your manners, Pansy, Sally retorted, thankful for the joy Professor Snape had bestowed upon her. Otherwise, she would not have been so composed. You are nothing but a harlot. A homewrecker, Pansy exclaimed, lunging forward. Sally's eyes turned icy as she drew her wand, pointing it at her. Pansy halted, sneering, "You can't cast a spell." "Is that so?" Sally replied. "Do you think I am as ineffectual as you?" Pansy advanced a few steps, but with a flick of Sally's wand, she cast a silent spell, binding Pansy in place. How can you? I told you, I am not like you, Sally said, maneuvering around her to place the gift neatly on her bedside before returning. I have absolutely no interest in your status as Malfoy's girlfriend. If I liked him, you would not exist in the equation at all. You merely leverage your brother's influence to secure a relationship devoid of love. Without love, can it truly be called a relationship? You resemble a frenzied queen cat, baring your claws at everyone you suspect of harboring intentions. Isn't that shameful? Pansy was seething with rage, yet rendered immobile, her mouth unable to form any curses, for she understood that Sally spoke the undeniable truth. Release her, Potter. Dark curses are not permitted in the dormitory, a girl Sally had never seen spoke up. Sally cast her a languid glance and asked, "Who are you?" "I am the prefect," she replied. "Do you wish to see my badge?" "No need," Sally shook her head. "I did not cast a dark curse." That is the first point. Secondly, where were you when she was hurling insults at me just now? I was in the washroom, she hesitated before answering. Oh. Then you may return to your washing. Sally raised her voice. addressing the prefect and everyone present. I have no qualms about letting her stand alongside that queen cat all night. The prefect's face shifted between shades of green and white, muttering about informing the headmaster the next day before retreating. No one dared to speak further. Sally transformed her dress into pajamas, then washed up. When she returned, Pansy remained frozen in her stance. "Release me," she demanded. "Not a chance." Sally yawned and scolded me profusely, truly believing I was easy to bully. Pansy, at a loss for words, was utterly enraged. "Your posture is rather uncomfortable." Sally approached, crossed her legs, and placed her hands firmly along the seams of her trousers. "Despite not wearing any, this is much better. Tomorrow morning, I shall naturally untie you. You, hastily silence yourself." As the words fell, Pansy found herself rendered speechless. Satisfied, Sally returned to her bed, while Pansy turned her back, treating her as merely a decorative object. Unwrapping Professor Snape's gift, she discovered a beautiful earring, not a pair, but a single, small, silver star-shaped stud that astonishingly radiated a starry brilliance. Accompanying the gift was a card, penned not by Snape, but by the merchant, stating it could be worn even without pierced ears, simply passing through as if one had them, painlessly. She tried it on, and indeed, the stud fitted securely on her left ear without a hint of discomfort. Tomorrow, she planned to wear this earring when she sought out her professor. With that thought, she drifted into a deep slumber, one she hadn't experienced in ages. Upon awakening, it was already past 10 in the morning. Stretching, the long sleep refreshed her spirit. Noticing Pansy still standing there, she retrieved her wand from beneath her pillow. The moment she uttered the spell, Pansy stumbled and knelt upon the ground. "Did you sleep well last night?" Sally inquired, looking down at her. "Oh, I forgot. You were under my silencing spell." With a flick of her wrist, she lifted the enchantment. How dare you?" "Nothing daunts me, Miss Pansy," Sally retorted, her eyes glinting with a coldness. "Therefore, I advise you not to provoke me again. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee you will leave my presence unscathed next time. Now, kneel there for a while, then hurry along. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave." With that, she exited the dormitory, leaving a stunned Pansy behind. "Pansy, are you all right?" A senior girl approached to help her up. "It's useless. She slapped me. I appointed you as the senior, yet you dared not speak." I never expected her to cast spells in the dormitory. The girl covered her face, speaking with grievance. "I have already reported it to Professor Snape. It's futile," Pansy declared. "Snape is so protective and so fond of her. How could he possibly punish her? Perhaps Pansy is foolish and dull." But she spoke the truth. When Sally arrived at Snape's office in a change of clothes, he was busy by the cauldron. Sally refrained from disturbing him, picked up an old book nearby, and began to browse. The cover read Half-Blood Prince, and she chuckled to herself, realizing that although it was a textbook, many notes and spells within were quite intriguing. Over the past 2 years, she had honed her ability to remember anything she wished to commit to memory. Absorbed in her reading, she didn't notice when Snape completed his experiment and returned to his desk. Finally, after finishing the book, she looked up and remarked, "No wonder James holds you in such high regard. Your achievements and talents in potion making are truly unparalleled." "Flattery," he replied. "Since you have finished, shall we discuss the little incident that occurred in the girls' dormitory yesterday? She insulted me, and I merely administered a slight punishment." Sally replied nonchalantly. "A slight punishment? Standing for nearly 10 hours? Snape inquired, his tone devoid of anger, merely curious. "I thought I would rise around 6. Sally said, "Who knew I would sleep until 10? "It seems you slept rather well," Snape remarked, half serious. "Indeed, I haven't slept so well in ages." Sally smiled. "I'm hungry," Snape observed her, realizing she was no longer intimidated by him, and sighed. "Just go eat. Together then." Sally pouted. "After their meal, I would like your assistance with potion studies. You know, my weakest subject has always been potions, and that has never changed." Chapter 41. Sally remained in the potions office until midnight, returning to her dormitory after curfew, unaware that Harry had been searching for her all day. By the time she recalled Harry and the others, she was already lying in bed, feeling a twinge of guilt. She had to leave early the next morning, and Professor Snape had promised to see her off. Perhaps she could write a letter to Harry for Snape to deliver. Although, given Snape and Harry's relationship, it would likely lead to chaos, but that was of little concern. She had resolved to request a transfer back to Hogwarts as soon as she arrived at school. Therefore, there were no particularly emotional farewells. Although Snape displayed great reluctance to deliver the letter to Harry, he ultimately consented. Sally boarded the small boat, and after a day's journey, returned to Lecherous. where she found Hoyt waiting for her at the dock. "Sally." Hoyt enveloped her in a big hug, nearly suffocating her in his embrace. Once she finally broke free, she inevitably heard, "Did you bring me a gift?" A delicious cake. She had brought the enormous cake Mrs. Weasley had sent her, as she simply could not finish such a large cake on her own, and she expressed her gratitude to Mrs. Weasley once more. "Delicious. I have never tasted such a delightful cake. My goodness, it even has a filling," Hoyt exclaimed, devouring the cake, utterly ruining his charming appearance. "If you could taste it fresh or just out of the oven, that would be truly delightful," Sally remarked, not thinking much of it, just speaking the truth. "Indeed. How wonderful that would be." Hoyt paused, his tone tinged with discernible bitterness. Sally stopped in her tracks, turning to look at him. He met her gaze, then quickly donned a shameless smile and moved closer. They walked a few more steps before halting again. "What's wrong?" Hoyt asked, puzzled, having consumed a third of the cake in a mere moment. "Hoyt." Sally gazed directly into his eyes. "Why can't you leave this place?" A warm breeze rustled through the branches, producing a soft sound. Hoyt's smile remained bright, though now it bore a hint of stiffness. After nearly a minute of silence, Sally sighed. "Fine, if you don't wish to discuss it, I shall pretend I never asked." With that, she continued on her way. However, Hoyt did not follow. He stood there, holding the cake, and after a moment, looked up to watch Sally's retreating figure, his expression one of unprecedented sadness and anguish. Until evening classes, Sally did not see Hoyt again. The teacher still called upon her to participate, indicating that James's claim that any activities must be undertaken by both was merely a bluff. Incidentally, she had intended to discuss returning to Hogwarts with James today, only to learn he had been dispatched elsewhere and would not return for a week. Since a few days were of no consequence, she didn't feel rushed. "Sally Potter," the herbology professor called her name. "Please explain the measures to take when faced with a boggart." Sally rose and gazed at the dark blue plant before her, stating that the demon vine, upon contact with human skin, would release toxins that could cause instantaneous death. Therefore, the best course of action would be to keep a safe distance and take all necessary measures to prevent its approach. Yet, it was one of the few plants that did not fear flames. So the optimal strategy would be to pierce its pouch with a sharp object to let the venom flow out. The moment the pouch was breached, it would perish. "Very well, but what if it does touch you?" the professor inquired. In truth, asking this question was rather unscientific, as Sally had already mentioned that once contaminated, death would follow in an instant. However, such was the nature of Lecky Urus, if attempts were made to unravel the Avada Kedavra, then it was hardly surprising that one might venture to tackle the mere demon vine. "Drink the living silver water, Professor," Sally suggested. Advocating for the principle of fighting poison with poison, the living silver water would concentrate the toxins in a specific part of the body, thereby granting them time for healings, with a reasonable chance of survival. "Quite right," the professor acknowledged, gesturing for Sally to take her seat. He continued the lecture, but Sally could not focus. She yearned to find Hoyt. Though lacking Hoyt's protection, she managed to exit the classroom without incident, largely due to the professor's tacit approval of her actions. She searched the library, the dining hall, and the courtyard where they often spent time, yet he was nowhere to be found. An idea struck her, and she made her way to the path leading to the dock. The dock was the only port on the island, and reaching it required traversing a shaded path concealed within the woods, where she had parted ways with Hoyt that morning. She had never ventured here at night, in truth. Who would come here if not leaving the island? Sally illuminated her wand. "Hoyt, Hoyt, are you here?" she called as she searched. She approached the dock and retraced her steps, contemplating that if she could not find him soon, she would have no choice but to venture into the jungle. Fortunately, on her way back, she spotted him behind a large tree. "What are you doing?" she asked, somewhat exasperated. "I just passed by you. You should have heard me calling." "Is hiding so amusing? If I had known." Her words trailed off as, in the next moment, she saw the tears streaming from Hoyt's eyes. Those azure orbs were filled with sorrow, yet the corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. He leaned against the tree, and Sally looked down at him. After a while, she joined him on the ground, extinguishing the light from her wand. The sudden darkness momentarily blinded her, but she quickly adjusted. She offered him a handkerchief. "Wipe your eyes, you look dreadful," she remarked. "I didn't mean to cry," Hoyt replied, accepting the handkerchief and wiping his eyes and nose, preparing to return it to Sally, who pushed it back to him. "Crying is not a shameful thing," she mused. "I used to be just like you." Memories of her days in the orphanage flooded back, alongside Fred's words on the train. After a moment's thought, she gently wrapped her arm around Hoyt's shoulder. "Let it out. Once you cry, it will be all right." She felt a shirt dampening beneath her arm. Hoyt's tears were not as heart-wrenching as her own. He remained silent, his breaths heavy but otherwise unchanged. Yet, his sorrow was so profound that it compelled her to weep alongside him. After a considerable time, he maintained his position and spoke softly. "I am a half-blood, a hybrid of elf and human. My father is a prince of the elf clan, while my mother is an ordinary wizard journalist. She was the first journalist permitted to learn about the elves in many years, and she was overjoyed. My father welcomed her as her guide, and inevitably, they fell in love. The elven race is proud, believing their lineage to be supremely noble. Thus, elves may only unite with other elves, a decree that cannot be defied. Even though such close kinship often results in not just intelligent offspring but also lowly, disabled ones, these unfit children are secretly put to death, while the healthy bloodlines are meticulously protected. My father was expected to ascend as the elven king, and none doubted it. Yet, he fell in love with my mother and fathered me. He knew this could not remain a secret for long, so he planned to send my mother away discreetly. However, on the very night everything was set for their escape, they were discovered. The entire clan pursued them. My mother begged my father to flee with her, but he understood that their elven features would render them unable to hide. He urged her to leave, stating that, as a prince, they would not harm him. But the moment he finished that sentence, he was pierced by 1,000 blades, dying with a smile, using his last strength to fend off their pursuers and help my mother escape. My mother went into hiding and ultimately took refuge in her brother's house, where she remained in the basement for 3 years before giving birth to me. Because I bore elven blood, the moment I was born, the elves became aware of my existence. They came to my mother's brother's home. My mother, at the cost of her brother's entire family, dragged her weakened body to bring me out. No matter where I go, they can find me. In this dire situation, my mother astonishingly survived for 3 months until she encountered an old fisherman who, seeing our plight, gave me a pearl to swallow, claiming it would protect me until I turned 50. At that point, I was to seek out a man named James Harden. Not long after I swallowed the pearl, my mother eventually succumbed to exhaustion. When I turned 30, the fisherman also passed away, leaving me adrift. When I reached 50, James found me and brought me here. So, do you understand? I do not wish to remain here, Sally. More than anyone, I wish to leave this place and see the world beyond, but I cannot. Too many have sacrificed their precious lives for my survival. If I do not cherish it, I would be betraying them. He exhaled these words in one breath, and then silence enveloped the air. Hoyt straightened, tears having dried, and he donned a smile that was less natural than usual as he stood and extended his hand to Sally. "Come, we must return." Sally ignored his outstretched hand. After a moment, she lifted her head and said earnestly, "If I had a way, would you be willing to try?" Hoyt gently lowered his hand, replying, "There is no way, Sally. Even James said it is due to bloodlines. There is nothing to be done." "We could give it a try," Sally insisted. "If people have attempted to break the Avada Kedavra curse, why not explore your bloodline issue?" "You do not understand, Sally. You do not grasp the gravity of this. You are merely being polite, perhaps saying this out of pity for my plight." I am never polite about such matters," Sally interrupted, and seldom impulsive. "So when I say I want to help you, it means I genuinely wish to assist. You only need to tell me whether you are willing to try and cooperate." Once more, the air fell silent. Sally leaned against the tree and said, "I will give you time to consider. For now, Why?" Hoyt asked, his tone genuinely perplexed. "Perhaps," she pondered, "it is to express my gratitude for your unwavering support over these past 2 years." In the days that followed, Sally became increasingly busy. In addition to fulfilling her promise to complete the book for the library, she delved into researching the issue of elven bloodlines. Rarely did she read history books, but she perused nearly every book related to elves in the school, ultimately uncovering the information she sought. Several centuries ago, an elf named Smith inadvertently unlocked a certain bloodline. He was deemed a simpleton and was supposed to be executed. However, his mother, unable to bear the thought, set him adrift on a river, believing that this fragile infant would not survive. Yet, decades later, a being with the mental capacity of a 4-year-old, bearing the physical traits of an elf, was discovered deep within the forest. Strangely, the elven kin could not sense his presence, and the reason remained a mystery until the night of the full moon when he transformed into a werewolf. It was then that both the people and the elves realized that this infant had been bitten by a werewolf, whose potent genes had overshadowed the elven lineage, explaining why the elves could not locate him. This incident was shrouded in secrecy, and had it not been for Sally casually flipping through an autobiography of an unknown individual, possibly a former student of the academy, she might never have learned of it. Regardless, this was indeed fortunate news. Upon James's return, Sally and Hoyt rushed to share their discovery with him. only to be surprised by his lack of enthusiasm. "Professor, I have a chance to leave," Hoyt exclaimed. "Aren't you happy for me?" James hung his coat on a hook behind the door, poured himself a glass of water, and returned to the table, observing the elated Hoyt. "Hoyt, do you know about werewolves?" he inquired. "Yes, Sally informed me, and I have read several books on the subject," Hoyt replied. "Good. You should understand that as a werewolf, you will undergo an excruciating transformation each full moon, during which you will lose all sense of kinship and become ferociously uncontrollable, despised by others. Most importantly," he took a small sip of tea, "your lifespan will plummet from several hundred years to around 100. You are already 67. If you become a werewolf, you may only have 4 to 5 decades left, perhaps even less. So, have you made your decision?" James stated seriously. We still need to consider," Sally interrupted Hoyt. "Very well," James nodded in satisfaction. "Take your time to ponder this matter. Is there anything else?" "I wish to leave school early, sir," Sally said. "I would like to conclude my studies at Reliquarius and return to Hogwarts." "Oh, if I were you." "I would wait a few more days," James replied. Without waiting for Sally to respond, he continued, "The Ministry of Magic is currently in dire need of talent. Would you care to give it a try?" "But I'm just a student," Sally exclaimed in astonishment. James waved his hand dismissively. "I have yet to meet a student capable of becoming an animagus. If you manage to secure a position at the Ministry, you would be free to use magic, merely assisting when they require help. Consider it carefully." The two left James's office in silence. Upon returning to their usual courtyard, Hoyt finally spoke. "Why didn't you let me accept James's offer?" "Because I believe there might be other ways," she replied. "You are deceiving yourself," Hoyt said. "This is the only way." After a moment of silence, a student hurried past them. Sally spoke up. "All right. I admit I hesitated. Hoyt, if you were to lose a few hundred years of your life because of this discovery, you would feel guilty, thinking it was all your fault." Hoyt finished her sentence with a sigh. "Sally, have you considered that if I do not take this risk, my life might only consist of repeating this single day? If I become a werewolf, I could live out my remaining 40 years. That too would be without regrets, wouldn't it?" Her azure eyes reflected earnestness. Sally pondered for a moment. "But you said that night." "My life is precious," he affirmed. "Yes, I still believe that now, and I will not squander it. Yet, that does not mean I cannot take risks. I will cherish it, but I will not let fear prevent me from acting. I trust my mother will support me." "You are very much like your mother," Sally remarked suddenly, gazing at him. Hoyt was taken aback, and Sally continued, "You both are filled with courage." With that, she smiled and walked towards the classroom. "Because of you," Hoyt murmured, watching her retreating figure. "What are you doing?" "Hurry up, or we'll be late," Sally called back. "All right. I'm coming," Hoyt laughed as he dashed after her, his face radiant with joy. The next day, they sought out James once more. Hoyt first expressed his stance regarding his decision, which James seemed to anticipate. He merely suggested that allowing a werewolf to bite Hoyt directly posed too great a risk. Instead, he recommended extracting the wolf's saliva or blood and introducing it into Hoyt's body, a suggestion with which Sally concurred. "And you, Sally?" James inquired. "What are your thoughts on my proposal?" "I would like to know more details, James," Sally replied. "For instance, what position would I hold at the Ministry? What impact would this have on my future?" "The Ministry has a special operations group whose members serve the Ministry but cannot be officially employed for various reasons. However, this grants them greater privileges as they directly obey the orders of the Ministry's higher-ups. As for your future, the initial purpose of joining this group is to be able to use magic confidently before adulthood. If you wish to formally work at the Ministry after your coming of age, you would only need to complete a set of procedures. However, I must warn you that few are willing to transition to official positions, as apart from orders, formal work tends to be tedious. Consequently, many individuals remain in this group until they can no longer continue, then seek another job for their twilight years. Do you understand what I mean?" "I understand," Sally nodded. "So when do I sign up?" "There's no need to sign up, as there are hardly any individuals eligible to participate. Let's put Hoyt's matter aside for now. There is no rush. In 3 days, there will be a live test, and if you pass, you can enter directly," James explained. The two departed from the office, and the 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. That afternoon, Sally arrived at James's office, which had been cleared to make space. Aside from James, 2 middle-aged men clad in black robes sat behind a desk. They requested that Sally perform transfiguration, become an animagus, and conjure a patronus, all of which she accomplished. The 3 exchanged glances, and one of them nodded, stepping out of the room. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a person whose upper body, excluding the legs, was shrouded in a black sack. "First, I must inform you," Miss Potter. That this individual is a notorious criminal who has been sentenced to death by the Ministry of Magic, the authoritative figure at the center declared. I require you to cast the Cruciatus Curse, the Killing Curse, and the Dementor's Kiss upon him. Yes, you will be his executioner. Sally looked at the individual writhing on the ground, whose mouth was presumably gagged, emitting only muffled sounds. The truth was, she had never taken a life. She first cast the Cruciatus Curse, and the man quieted down, rolling on the ground twice. He nodded, and she proceeded with the Killing Curse. The man emitted even louder sounds, curling up like a shrimp, trembling intensely. He nodded once more, and Sally almost immediately ceased the incantation, her breath becoming labored. And the sweat on her hands soaked her wand. Next, the most crucial step, the man instructed. I am sorry, sir. Sally spoke, and the man raised an eyebrow. Are you going to give up? No, sir, Sally replied. I wish for you to unveil this black bag and reveal the sins he has committed. I do not fear killing, but I cannot take the life of a man whose identity remains unknown to me. What if I told you it was an order? The man said, his tone growing heavier. Even if I were to join the group later, Sally stated, I would not accept an order without justification, sir. At the very least, I must know who my enemy is. Very well, I will tell you. Your enemy is called Cocolia. Over the past 2 decades, he has murdered more than 20 children, consuming their fingers raw before killing them. Do you wish to see his face? With a flick of his wand. Sally beheld the man's blood-red eyes, glinting with malice, fixed intently upon her. Do you see? Child, the black cloth is for your own good. You must understand that many newcomers falter upon seeing the visage of the one they are to kill. Avada Kedavra. In an instant, a flash of green light surged forth, and the man's eyes fell into a void of silence, mirroring the atmosphere of the scene. Have I passed? Sally inquired. The man was the first to react, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. He gestured to another man to remove the body and clean the area. Wait outside for a moment. I need to speak with James. Sally obediently stepped outside. She did not wait long, only about 5 minutes, before the 2 men emerged. The middle-aged man shook her hand, his grip firm and strong. Sally felt the calluses formed from years of wand use. Sally, James called from within. She entered. How did I do? Am I qualified? I believe so, James replied, handing her an identification card, its black leather cover embossed with golden letters spelling M. Oh, M. Inside was merely a number, 1135. All right. What do I need to do next? Sally asked, tucking the card into her bracelet. Nothing further, James shrugged. You are free to pursue whatever you desire. As long as you do not create a commotion, you may act as you wish. What constitutes a commotion? Sally asked curiously. That is for you to determine, James said. The intricacies of this matter are more challenging than any subject you can study. Okay, Sally replied. Then my first task is to leave here and return to Hogwarts. Also, James, I'll need to acquire the saliva and blood of a werewolf as soon as possible. It might be troublesome to contact Hoyt directly. I need you to provide me with a way to reach him. Chapter 43. Sally, are you truly leaving? By the dock, Hoyt and James stood there to bid farewell to Sally. I have delayed for a month, Hoyt, due to someone persistently requesting revisions to my magical medical manuscript. Sally shot a playful glare at James. But rest assured, once I am outside, the first thing I will do is find a way to obtain the saliva and blood of a werewolf, and then hand it over to James. I believe, at the very latest, we can celebrate Christmas together outside. Well, that gives me something to look forward to, Hoyt said. Safe travels. Take care of yourself. The two embraced, and Sally hugged James as well. Please send my regards to Severus. I will. Boarding the small boat, as it slowly submerged beneath the water, she concluded her studies at Lechaluris, equipped with newfound skills, and returned to a world brimming with opportunities, dangers, and challenges. As for her first task upon arrival, she had already contemplated it thoroughly. Upon reaching Hogwarts, due to the upcoming Triwizard Tournament, the students had been released a few days earlier than usual. When Sally arrived, the train had already departed from Hogwarts, so she regrettably did not get to see Harry. However, now that she could use magic off-campus, seeking out Harry would not pose any difficulty. She resolved to prioritize her responsibilities, and the immediate task was to find Professor Snape. Unfortunately, the potions office was eerily vacant. Sally speculated that he might have gone to see students off, considering he was the head of Slytherin House. Perhaps she should seek out Professor Dumbledore instead? Fortunately, Dumbledore's office was occupied. She heard that familiar, authoritative voice call out. Who is it? It is I, Sally, Professor Dumbledore, she announced. After a brief pause, the stone door creaked open, and she stepped inside. You've returned, Sally, Earlier than I anticipated. Have you graduated completely? Dumbledore inquired. There's no such thing as graduation in this context, Professor. However, I have indeed returned early, Sally smiled. You are correct. Now that you are here. Is it merely to inform me, or is there another matter? There is another matter, sir. Sally's expression turned serious. I wish to join the Order of the Phoenix. The air fell into silence, and Dumbledore's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Where did you hear that name? Professor Snape told me, Sally replied. Having discovered it inadvertently through Snape's pensive. I require the truth. Very well, but you must keep this confidential. Thus, Sally selectively shared with Dumbledore what she had unintentionally witnessed within Snape's pensive. This reason is acceptable, but Sally, since you already possess a preliminary understanding of the Order, you should know that it only recruits adults. Oh, I acknowledge that you have passed your newts and possess numerous advanced spells, but that is insufficient. Given that you are underage and cannot perform magic off-campus, you cannot enter the Order, Dumbledore explained. That is not a problem. Sally produced the Special Operations Group identification from her bracelet. With this, I can perform magic off-campus, and I can do so openly. May I see it? Dumbledore asked. Sally nodded, releasing the card, which flew into Dumbledore's hands. After examining it closely, he remarked, it is genuine, but this introduces another issue. Child, a more serious question. He paused, his expression earnest as he looked at Sally. Do you belong to the Ministry of Magic or the Order of the Phoenix? If the orders from both sides conflict. Sally hesitated, for in her understanding, both organizations were united against Voldemort and should logically be on the same side. Perhaps you are unaware of the situation. Dumbledore returned the card to Sally, fingers interlaced. Just days ago, during the final task of the Triwizard Tournament, your brother Harry witnessed Voldemort's resurrection firsthand. Yes, Sally, Harry was present. Do not be alarmed. He performed admirably and was unscathed. You may inquire further with him about the details. The issue arises when we reported this news to the Ministry. The Minister was unwilling to believe it. Yes, self-deception. Sally murmured. That is the crux of the problem. Since we all recognize Voldemort's return, we must take action, yet the Ministry, in its efforts to maintain an illusion of peace, will undoubtedly obstruct our actions. Thus, during this period when Voldemort is revealed to the world, though I believe it will not last long, we indeed have certain conflicts with the Ministry. Having succinctly explained the matter, he regarded Sally. So, which side do you belong to? Sally glanced at the identification in her hand, hesitating for a mere few seconds before raising her head and smiling. Principal, you described the situation as exceedingly complex. I cannot claim to understand who is right or wrong. However, there is one thing. She paused momentarily. Her smile broadening, I will always stand with Severus. If he chooses the Order of the Phoenix, please do not doubt my loyalty. Oh. That is an answer I had not anticipated, Dumbledore replied, a hint of warmth in his expression. It seems Severus is quite the capable godfather. Let's not dwell on that. Professor, you have known all along, have you not? Sally waved her hand dismissively, from the look on my face at the ball. I am certain that even if others were unaware, you had already concluded with a certainty of 7/10. Only 7/10, child. Without 9/10 certainty. I cannot assert confidence in this matter. Dumbledore, though smiling, spoke earnestly, you have affection for Severus. Sally toyed with her wand, then with a gentle flick, summoned a silver doe that gracefully ran a circle before vanishing, leaving Dumbledore astonished. My Patronus was once a horse, as you likely know. Seeing Dumbledore's surprised expression, Sally shrugged. So, you say I have affection for Severus? That is incorrect, sir. It is love. When I discovered a year ago that my Patronus had transformed into a doe, I knew I had fallen in love with Severus. But, Dumbledore's expression softened as he spoke. I am aware that age, status, and identity are all reasons that make our union impossible. Yet, sir, love is love. I have spent a year attempting to extinguish this misguided emotion, but to no avail. Sir, I also know he deeply loved my mother, just as I love him. Perhaps I am here to repay her emotional debt. Sally maintained her smile and light tone. Yet Dumbledore discerned the despair in her words. Love is not wrong, Dumbledore said gently. Child, any love that is sincere is never wrong. Thank you, sir, Sally replied. I had no intention of revealing this sentiment to anyone. As long as I can be near him, I am content. Even if it means remaining as a student or even a foster child. I ask for nothing more. If I were to refuse you, it would seem I lack compassion. Dumbledore said after a moment, sighing. I shall permit you to join the Order of the Phoenix. Severus will take you to our headquarters. Thank you, sir, Sally rose. I did not see Professor Snape in the potions office just now. Do you know where he has gone? Ah, perhaps he is escorting students. You may wait in his office, Dumbledore suggested, his tone slightly awkward. Sally paid it no mind and nodded her farewell as she departed. As the stone door slowly opened and closed, the bookcase in Dumbledore's office creaked open. At Hogwarts, secret rooms existed beyond the potions office. Sally suspected Severus would not return quickly, so she went back to her dormitory to prepare her belongings. Once packed, she returned to the potions office. Fortunate to find Professor Snape inside. Surprise! Sally exclaimed, successfully drawing the attention of the engrossed professor. I'm back. Why do you look utterly unamazed? Dumbledore has already informed me. Snape replied, turning to face her. Did you glimpse my pensieve? Ugh, how could Dumbledore reveal everything to Professor Snape? Sally chastised Dumbledore silently, then donned an ingratiating smile. Sir, I did not mean to. I only looked a little, just a tiny bit. Snape regarded her, and Sally braced herself for a reprimand, but instead heard, no next time. Oh, of course, sir, no next time. She quickly responded with a smile. Since you have already met with Professor Dumbledore, when shall we go to the Order of the Phoenix? Excited? Not particularly, Snape said, rising to gather his belongings. However, I wish to speak with Professor Lupin, Sally mentioned. Recalling the news about Lupin and Sirius that she had heard upon returning for Christmas. Lupin? Snape inquired, puzzled. What do you wish to discuss with him? Perhaps I need his assistance with certain matters? Chapter 44. In the dead of night, the streets were deserted, devoid of even streetlights. They stood before a large, black door marred with scratches, a serpent-shaped silver doorknob gleaming in the darkness. The door bore no keyhole or mailbox, appearing to require magic for entry. Yet a doorbell was present, ready to awaken the portrait of Walburga inside. The house appeared grimy and disordered from the outside, the windows filthy. I cannot believe you established headquarters in such a place, Sally remarked, casting another glance at the grimy windows and swallowing hard. I do not reside here, Snape replied. Just as Dumbledore approached, shall we not step inside for a moment, Severus? Dumbledore suggested. If there is nothing of importance, I shall refrain from entering, Snape replied. A hint of mockery in his expression. After all, I am not particularly popular. Very well, Dumbledore conceded. Standing here conversing is hardly wise. As the sole confidant, I will take you inside, Sally. Thereafter, you may come and go freely. As the door creaked open, Dumbledore took Sally's hand, leading her inside. I will find you when I am finished, Sally said to Snape, who remained outside. The door closed behind them. Sally had been here before. It was where she had been rescued during a dire moment and where she had recognized Professor Snape as her godfather. Reflecting now, she realized Lupin had been their witness at that time. This time, however, the room was evidently filled with many people, at least a dozen, without even counting carefully. Professor Lupin. Whom you know. Sirius, Harry's godfather. Alastair Moody, who taught you defense against the dark arts this past year. And, Tonks, you should be acquainted with her. Mundungus Fletcher. Oh. And the Weasley couple, you know them. By the way, Ron and the others are upstairs. Oh, and I wonder if it is appropriate to introduce all of us to her at once. Moody, one eye small and dark, resembling a bead, while the other was large, round, and vividly blue, stared intently at her. I cannot believe you would allow a 14-year-old child to join the order, he remarked. In fact, if I recall correctly, child, you are soon to be 15, are you not? Dumbledore inquired with a smile. Before Sally could respond, Moody interjected, that is still a child. Oh, Dumbledore. I cannot believe you would allow Sally to join the order. You know our enemies. Mrs. Weasley said, her eyes glistening with tears. It is precisely because I know who our enemies are that I made this decision, Dumbledore replied, then sighed. Very well. It seems you all wish to know why I permitted her to join. Sally, what do you think? Sally glanced at Dumbledore, then at the others. Before sighing and retrieving her wand from her sleeve, she resembled a curtain, and suddenly, a fox spirit fluttered out, landing on the ground. Realizing its life was in peril, the fox spirit struggled desperately. Soul capture, Sally uttered, and it immediately fell silent, beginning to spin in place. Heart-piercing curse. The fox spirit shrieked in agony, and Sally frowned. The sound was indeed quite unpleasant. Avada Kedavra. With a flash of green light, tranquility was restored. Did I perform well, Professor? Sally inquired. At least I see nothing amiss. Dumbledore replied, drawing his wand to dispose of the fox spirit. With a flick of Sally's wand, the creature was reduced to a pile of dust, vanishing without a trace. It was as if nothing had ever occurred. Very well done, child, Dumbledore remarked. Now, you may take a seat. I believe there are no further objections. Let us proceed to. Dumbledore, a man interjected. Killing a person is not akin to slaying a fox spirit. I did kill a man, Sally asserted. It was an examination, but I indeed took his life. The room fell silent again, and Dumbledore said, I was unaware of this matter. Perhaps we can discuss it in detail later. However, there is much to address. They commenced their meeting, discussing various individuals and issues, which Sally found incomprehensible, or rather, she chose not to comprehend. She felt as though she had returned to the moment the Chamber of Secrets had opened. The stakes were high. But what did it matter to her? Nearly an hour passed before the meeting concluded, with many remaining to confer with Dumbledore. Sally approached Professor Lupin. I wish to speak with you, Professor. Oh, call me Lupin, he replied, his complexion somewhat pale. Since we are now, well, colleagues. All right, Lupin, Sally said. I wish to speak with you privately. Let us converse here, Moody said, striding over from across the room. I remember you are a Slytherin student, correct? Yes, Sally replied. Moody's approach evidently capturing the attention of most present. She sighed and said, I need some blood and saliva from a werewolf. A buzz of whispers filled the room. Lupin's face grew even paler, and a woman approached, asking, What do you mean? Tonks, do not be alarmed, Lupin said. However, you do need to explain. It's an ingredient for a potion to treat a friend's illness, Sally explained. And I am in a hurry. The full moon is in a week. And I must obtain it during the werewolf's transformation. You must understand, Lupin cautioned, that a werewolf during its transformation is exceedingly ferocious, unless you kill it or incapacitate it. No. Incapacitation is impossible. You can only render it half-dead to acquire what you need. Before she could finish, a tall man with black hair and deep gray eyes stepped forward. What do you mean? You are? Harry inquired, puzzled. Sirius Black, he stated. Harry's godfather. Ah, a pleasure to meet you, Sally replied. Thank you for always looking after Harry. I've heard much about you, and you are indeed quite handsome. Thank you, he replied, his expression remaining stern. You still have not clarified your meaning. All eyes in the room refocused on her, and she glanced around in confusion before landing on Lupin's pale visage. Good heavens, she said, you do not think I intend to take Lupin's saliva and blood, do you? Their expressions confirmed her suspicion, and Sally sighed in exasperation. Even if I am not a member of the Order of the Phoenix, out of respect for Lupin's guidance and protection of Harry, I would not lay a finger on him. For heaven's sake, she continued. I merely wish to see if Lupin can provide me with information about other werewolves, preferably concerning those you are currently seeking to resolve, if possible. I would like to obtain some necessary items in the process. You can take down a rampaging werewolf? Mundungus asked incredulously. If adequately prepared, I believe I can, Sally replied. Oh, child, I cannot permit you to undertake such a perilous task. Stay here with me and help care for everyone, shall you? Mrs. Weasley insisted. Sally was at a loss for words. Lupin glanced at Dumbledore, who gave a subtle nod, prompting him to say, I am indeed tracking a Death Eater werewolf. It has committed numerous atrocities, seeking to expand the werewolf population, having already bitten over 30 individuals. I had planned to address this after the full moon, but it seems. I am eager to assist, Sally interjected. Do you know where it currently resides? He glanced at Dumbledore once more before continuing, Yew Tree Valley. On the outskirts of London, it intends to spend the transformation period there. Just out of curiosity, why does it not leave during the transformation to roam and bite others? It does not wish for them to die. It merely seeks to infect them, Lupin explained, to bolster the ranks of Voldemort's forces. All right, I understand. 3 days from now. Yew Tree Valley, she stated, glancing at Dumbledore. May I take someone with me? Dumbledore replied, perhaps. I hope to go alone, Sally insisted, her tone resolute. Dumbledore regarded her thoughtfully. Very well. Chapter 45, Sally expressed her intent to make certain preparations, and indeed, she did. No one comprehended how a 15-year-old girl managed to confront a transformed werewolf, but she succeeded. The night following the full moon, she returned to the Order of the Phoenix, bearing the werewolf's head. Although this action was clearly superfluous, it effectively silenced those who had been murmuring. She sent blood and saliva to James via an eagle. Planning to rest for a while before commencing her search for the 3 spells, she realized Ron was busy moving. So she had not seen him and returned to Spinner's End. Unfortunately, Professor Snape was no longer at Spinner's End. It seemed he had been occupied as well. Without him, Sally could not remain there, so she retrieved the red stone and inscribed the first initial of the oldest individual, M for Mirajoyce. Fortunately, the stone emitted a faint glow, indicating that the individual was still alive, albeit perhaps quite aged. Locating a person solely by a stone is a challenging endeavor. She could not apparate without a specific location, rendering it a perilous undertaking. Thus, she mounted her broom and, clutching the stone, soared in various directions, often flying for an hour before discerning the correct path. Thankfully, she ultimately confirmed that the individual was indeed to the east. Just as she was about to ascertain the precise location, Professor Snape returned. Upon his arrival, Sally lost all desire to do anything and spent the day quietly in Spinner's End, perusing some of his books. When he finally departed, Sally resumed her exploration of the whereabouts of Mirajoyce, having found herself with little else to occupy her mind. Late one night, upon returning home, she spotted a Phoenix Order owl perched on her windowsill. She retrieved a letter, which bore a message: "Your brother is in a bit of trouble. Please make haste to the safest location upon receiving this letter." Dumbledore had forbidden her from seeking Harry, thus she had refrained from visiting her aunt's house. Now, learning that Harry was at the Phoenix Order, she hurried there with utmost urgency. "Where's Harry?" she inquired as soon as she arrived. "He's upstairs, dear," Mrs. Weasley replied. "You may go see him. He's been through so much." "I will, Mrs. Weasley," Sally responded, dashing up the stairs. "Be quiet," Mrs. Weasley whispered. Sally assumed everyone was asleep. But she was sorely mistaken. Not only was Harry awake, but Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Fred, and George were all wide awake, gathered together in animated conversation. Sally enveloped Harry in a warm embrace. "Harry, I am so relieved to see you safe. If you truly cared about me, you could have come to check on me," Harry remarked. "I heard you've become an official member of the Phoenix Order now, and you can use magic freely. Is that not so, Harry?" Sally released him in disbelief, gazing at him incredulously. "Are you accusing me, my brother?" "Brother?" Harry chuckled. "You still remember I am your brother?" Sally surveyed the expressions of those present, noting the myriad of reactions that were in stark contrast to what she had anticipated. She faltered momentarily before scoffing. "It seems I was mistaken to think I would receive a warm welcome." With that, she turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Harry exclaimed. "As you said, I am now a member of the Phoenix Order," Sally replied. "I have a meeting to attend. I am quite busy." With a sharp slam, she closed the door behind her. Outside, Mrs. Black's shrill scream pierced the air, only to be abruptly silenced. Harry trembled with rage. "Did you see her?" he vented. "She thinks she is so important." "She is your sister," Hermione interjected. "You should not treat her that way, and Dumbledore did say that no one was to contact you." "But Sally single-handedly took down a werewolf," Fred pointed out. "Regardless, she is indeed contributing to the Phoenix Order, Harry. You cannot expect the world to revolve around you." With that, he and George vanished in succession. A moment of silence enveloped the room as Harry gradually composed himself. "I messed up, didn't I?" he asked. "I believe so, brother," Ron replied. The loud bang of the door as Sally left roused Mrs. Black, who had only just settled down. Sally watched as Sirius Black and Mrs. Weasley struggled to cover the portrait with a cloth. With a flick of her wand, a small black hole appeared in the upper right corner of the painting. "If you do not close that insufferable mouth of yours," Sally warned, her mood sour, "the next black hole will appear on your tongue." "Sally," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, "you cannot be so cruel. That is Sirius's mother." Sally turned to Sirius, only to realize she could not make out his expression. "I am sorry," she muttered before hastily descending the stairs. "You do not seem to be in as good a mood as I imagined," Mr. Weasley remarked, handing her a cup of cream tea. "May I inquire as to the reason?" Sally recounted Harry's attitude to Mr. Weasley. "Oh, he has always yearned to prove himself, Sally. He wishes to be included. Especially upon learning that you have joined the Phoenix Order," Mr. Weasley said, unfazed. "In this regard, he is not as mature as you." "Well, I can understand him to an extent. I am simply furious," Sally replied. "Are you aware of his using magic outside of school?" Mr. Weasley inquired. "Not yet," Sally said, surprised. "What happened?" Mr. Weasley recounted the events to Sally, who exclaimed, "But in that case, they cannot punish Harry, can they?" "Theoretically, they should not, Mr. Weasley replied with a wry smile, "but no one can guarantee that." "My goodness," Sally said. "No wonder he is so irritable. Do you know the date of the hearing?" Mr. Weasley informed her of the specific date. "Sally, dear, you ought to get some sleep," Mrs. Weasley said as she approached. "You may find an empty bed upstairs, or squeeze in with Hermione or Ginny for the night. There is no need to venture out again." Feeling exhausted, Sally bid farewell to the Weasley couple and made her way upstairs, pausing before the door on the third floor. She reflected that although she was no longer angry with Harry, she did not wish to engage with him just yet, so she ascended directly to the fourth floor. Upon opening a door, she found the Weasley twins within. Fred was in the midst of undressing and nearly cried out upon seeing Sally enter. "Oh, I thought this room was unoccupied," Sally said. "I will seek another place to sleep. The top bunk is empty, though it might be a bit dusty." "You can make do." Fred hastily donned his clothing and replied. "Oh, thank you ever so much." Sally waved her wand to clear away the dust, then laid down fully clothed, murmuring, "Good night, everyone." However, the Weasley brothers did not fall asleep so quickly. After 10 minutes, George whispered, "Is she asleep?" "I think so." Fred glanced at the top bunk and replied. "She has no guard against us at all," George observed. "Do you think that is a good thing or a bad thing?" "Who knows?" Fred said, stifling a yawn. "Sleep tight. We have cleaning to do tomorrow." "All right then," George acquiesced. Number 12 Grimmauld Place finally returned to a state of tranquility. In the ensuing days, Sally found no opportunity to converse with Harry properly, nor had she seen Professor Snape much, as she was preoccupied with various tasks for the Phoenix Order and the Ministry of Magic's Secret Action Group. Fortunately, she grew adept at her assignments, which, while noisy, posed no significant challenge. Upon learning that Harry's trial had concluded without incident, she had just confiscated a cache of contraband in a small village. After a month of such a routine, she could no longer endure the lack of personal space, especially as Hogwarts had commenced its term 2 weeks prior. Thus, she resolved to relinquish a portion of her workload, shifting her focus from fieldwork to theoretical studies within the action group. This adjustment required her to submit a satisfactory academic report each month, since she had not yet completed the formalities to return from Lichilus, in a sense. She was still enrolled there. Consequently, she was not obliged to attend classes, which was undeniably liberating. She decided to return to the academy to reminisce about her school days before seeking out the elusive Ms. M. As a member of the Phoenix Order, she enjoyed the privilege of unrestricted access to Hogwarts. She intended to greet Professor Snape but discovered he was currently teaching. Nostalgia washed over her for the days of potions class, prompting her to visit the potions office. Coincidentally, this class involved both Gryffindor and Slytherin students. Using the ready-made polyjuice potion she had taken from the potions professor's office, Hallie casually plucked a hair from a Hufflepuff girl and donned a Slytherin uniform before entering. She awkwardly settled at a table at the back, only to realize she had neither a cauldron nor any supplies, just a wand. How embarrassing. Fortunately, the potions classroom was not far from Snape's office, so she returned to retrieve his cauldron, ingredients, and textbook before pretending to engage in potion making. How she missed this atmosphere. As she stirred the concoction, her thoughts wandered. "Excuse me, if I am not mistaken, you do not seem to be a Slytherin." Snape suddenly appeared before her. Startled, Sally nearly tipped over her cauldron. She forced a smile. "Oh, Professor, you jest. I am indeed wearing Slytherin robes. Yet, as the head of Slytherin, I have never encountered you before," Snape remarked with a sinister smile. Sally's heart raced. Had he already discovered her? That could not be. She stammered, searching for an excuse when suddenly a cauldron belonging to another student emitted a foul odor. Snape frowned, shot her a glare, and left the area. Not daring to linger, she planned to sneak away when the class bell rang, except for that Slytherin student at the back. "Everyone else may submit your assignments and leave," Snape announced. One by one, students handed in their work. Just as Sally contemplated her escape, Snape approached, seized her collar, and dragged her back to the potions office. "Goodness, sir, be a gentleman," she protested. Snape closed the door, observing Sally as she gradually regained her composure, both exasperated and amused. "Have you grown so bored as to resort to this? Attending a fourth-year class while masquerading and pilfering my polyjuice potion? Just a little. How could you possibly know I am not of that year? Do you know every student in the school?" Sally exclaimed in surprise. "Of course not," Snape replied. "However, I recognize my own cauldron and textbook. Aside from you, no one would dare enter my office to take these items." Awkward. "All right, I understand, Professor. I will be more cautious next time," Sally conceded. "Next time? Do you intend to have a next time?" A slip of the tongue," Sally laughed ingratiatingly, then leaned against his arm playfully. "It has been so long since I last saw you. I have missed you." "You have been too busy," Snape retorted, attempting to shake off her embrace, but failing, he finally said sternly, "Let go." All right, I will let go." "No need to be so fierce," she pouted, releasing him. "I came to see you before embarking on a journey." Snape paused. "A journey? Where to?" "I do not know. But it may take 1 or 2 months to find someone." "Who?" "Do not make me ask you question by question," Snape said, somewhat irritable. "Want to know? Then give me a kiss, and I will tell you everything," Sally teased with a mischievous smile. You seeing Snape's expression of shock or anger. Sally felt a pang of bitterness but managed to smile. You should trust that I have enough strength to protect myself. I will write to you. I must also find Harry, so I shall take my leave. After exiting Snape's office, she searched for Harry and found Ron, but not Harry. Ron informed her that Harry was in detention with Umbridge. Curious, Sally stood at the office door, intending to wait for Harry to emerge. However, she peered through a small part of the door, shocked to see him writing repeatedly on parchment with a quill, I must not tell lies. The red ink being his own blood. Sally's fury surged, and after several deep breaths proved futile, she forcefully opened Umbridge's door with a loud bang. Who are you? Umbridge shrieked. I am a student here, Professor. Sally's anger was evident as she gripped her wand tightly. How dare you barge into the professor's office? Umbridge raised her wand at Sally. Put down your wand, Sally said, or you might hurt yourself. Umbridge sneered. You are just a student. That phrase should be directed at you. Oh, is that so? Sally retorted. If you were an Auror, perhaps we could engage in a duel. But you are merely an office-bound individual, so what gives you the right to point your wand at me? With that, she disarmed Umbridge with a flash of red light, sending her wand flying across the room. Harry watched in astonishment. You will not get away with this, Umbridge yelled, hoping her voice would summon help. Oh, be quiet, you old hag. Otherwise, I will ensure you can never speak again, Sally replied. She approached Harry, observing the raw skin on his arm, her expression darkening. What gives you the right to claim Harry is lying? He is lying, without reason, Umbridge insisted, still incredulous that a student would dare confront her. Very well, Sally said, raising her wand and advancing toward Umbridge. You wouldn't dare. There is nothing I would not dare, Sally declared, her wand glowing blue as she contemplated where to inscribe words upon her forehead. How about on your forehead? You. Umbridge realized she was serious and attempted to flee towards the door, but she froze in place, unable to move. Sally approached. This is better. I can write more elegantly. Harry, what should I write? Oh, no, don't say anything. Let me think. With her wand, she meticulously inscribed the words I'm a toad on Umbridge's forehead. The final letter could not fit, so she left it unfinished, knowing the meaning was clear. Umbridge had already fainted by the time she wrote the first letter. Sally glanced disdainfully at her, then used her wand to erase her memory, including the events of her confinement of Harry. That should suffice. She will not remember who inscribed those words, nor recall confining you. We should leave here quickly, Sally urged. Harry was utterly stunned, and after she repeatedly prompted him, he hurriedly gathered his belongings and exited with her. They first reunited with Ron and Hermione, then retreated to a secluded room. Harry excitedly recounted the events to the two. Oh, Sally, you are going to be in serious trouble, Hermione cautioned. You might even be expelled. She wants to remember who did it, Ron said, gazing at Sally in admiration. You erased her memory, didn't you? Indeed, Sally affirmed. Oh, Hermione. You needn't worry. She cannot touch me. She then turned to Harry, whose arm appeared to have healed. Oh, dear brother, why are you so foolish? With a flick of her wand, she restored Harry's arm to its original state. You are not angry with me? Harry inquired. Of course, I will. Sally replied, but even if I do, you are still my brother, and no one has the right to harm you. She continued, I am truly sorry. At that moment, I was just too agitated, Harry admitted. Since you have apologized, I shall forgive you, Sally said. Well, time is of the essence. I have much to attend to. When I leave this time, I do not know when we shall meet again. Take care of yourselves. Where are you going? The three of them asked in unison. A secret. She cast a final glance at Professor Snape through the potions classroom office and sighed, resolutely turning to leave. Chapter 47. In the pitch-black night, a Tibetan antelope traversed the mist, racing toward the riverbank, accompanied by a man with a striking face, azure eyes, and tousled golden locks that, though unkempt, did not detract from his attractiveness. Let us rest for a moment, the man spoke, seemingly addressing the antelope. You must accept reality. We cannot reach our destination tonight. The antelope's mouth was frothy with white foam, indicative of its prolonged and vigorous run. Gradually, it transformed into a girl, a beautiful maiden with waist-length red hair and emerald eyes. Then let us separate, she declared, determined to reach Hogwarts tonight, no matter what. It's still hundreds of kilometers away. The man exclaimed. You know this is impossible. Your body will not withstand it. I did not say we would arrive in one go. We shall do it in 2 stages. The girl appeared resolute. Hoyt, you need not follow. You know this matter does not concern you. Isn't it a bit late to say that? Hoyt replied helplessly. I have been by your side for a year, now, at this crucial moment. You wish to cast me aside? Very well, Sally responded. Then I shall see you in Hogwarts. With that, she turned and vanished. Insanity, Hoyt muttered, following a soft sound. He too disappeared into the night sky. The consecutive long-distance apparitions left Sally's already fatigued body even weaker. Were it not for Hoyt's timely support, she would have been unable to stand. Gazing at the chaos, warfare, and myriad spells surrounding Hogwarts, Hoyt could not help but urge, Sally, give it up. If you were in your prime, perhaps you could have made it inside, but you have just confronted Lien and have gone 3 days and nights without rest. Continuing like this. No. He snatched away the red pill Sally was about to consume, declaring, you were playing with your life. Give it to me, Sally insisted. Quickly. Abandon that thought, Hoyt said. You just took one yesterday. You need to wait at least a week. Do not make me resort to force, Sally warned. Hand it over. I would like to see what you can do, Hoyt retorted firmly. I beg you. Sally softened her tone. Please, give it to me. Hoyt regarded her for a moment before sighing. Sally consumed the pill, regaining some strength. Snatching a broomstick, she flew through the window into the headmaster's office. Just in time to see Snape put down his wand, while Dumbledore lay beside him, resembling a defeated doll. Hurry, Snape commanded, seemingly oblivious to Sally's presence. As he pulled Draco and several others from the office. At that moment, Sally jumped through the window, her body swaying perilously close to collapsing. Hoyt gently steadied her. But she shook her head and approached Dumbledore. Fortunately, his soul still lingers, she murmured, drawing her wand. As it emitted a faint golden glow, mist enveloped Dumbledore. Sally! Harry called out, attempting to rush forward, only to be halted by Hoyt. Harry was no match for Hoyt, who instructed, if you wish for these two to be well, go block the door and let no one enter. Harry glanced at the two figures. Dumbledore was dead, and he needed to catch the murderer, indeed, Snape. He looked at Sally one last time before dashing outside. As Sally's complexion grew increasingly pale, Professor Dumbledore gradually regained his breath. That will suffice, Sally. Hoyt could no longer restrain himself. Wait, Sally began, but suddenly tasted blood in her throat, immediately ceasing her incantation and spitting out a mouthful of crimson. That will suffice, Sally. Leave the rest to me, Hoyt declared, producing a pill from his bag and placing it into Dumbledore's mouth. Outside, silence began to descend. And a towering figure entered the office. Upon seeing Hoyt, he immediately became alert. Who are you? Leave Dumbledore. Unless you wish for him to perish, Hoyt replied coldly. Feel free to act. Are you suggesting that Dumbledore is still alive? Hagrid exclaimed, bewildered. But Harry, I do not wish to explain myself to you. Hoyt had little patience for such individuals. In truth, he harbored animosity towards anyone who might endanger Sally. You must have a hospital, correct? Take me there. Oh. And do not touch him. One misstep could cost him his life. Hagrid led the way, while Hoyt supported Sally. And Dumbledore's body floated in the air amidst the chaos of the school. Sally did not catch a glimpse of Snape. Indeed, how could he possibly be here? The hospital wing was bustling, and upon seeing Dumbledore's body levitating, Professor McGonagall and others nearly rushed forward to seize him, but were coldly interrupted by Hoyt. If you wish for your headmaster to truly die, feel free to come and take him. You lie, Harry shouted. I saw Snape with my own eyes. His spell struck him. That was the killing curse. After placing Dumbledore securely on an adjacent bed, Hoyt glanced at the boy, who was Sally's brother, and found him lacking compared to her. Dumbledore is not dead. He still breathes. Madame Pomfrey exclaimed. He is not dead. The crowd's faces lit up with uncontainable joy. But Sally could no longer withstand it and spat out blood. Sally, what is wrong? They inquired, but she merely shook her head. Hoyt scoffed. To pull your headmaster from the clutches of death, there can be no costless endeavor. Hoyt. Sally's voice was barely audible. Take me away from here. Go find Snape. You still wish to seek him? He is a Death Eater. Harry protested. He is a traitor. Do not speak of him that way. Sally's vision darkened, and she finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Professor McGonagall attempted to approach, but was halted by Hoyt. Perhaps we have a way. McGonagall suggested. You know she is our benefactor. We will not harm her. Hoyt hesitated momentarily before stepping aside. Mr. Weasley laid her on the bed beside Bill, while Madame Pomfrey conducted a thorough examination, gasping as she did. She has no energy left in her body. I have never witnessed such severe exhaustion, Madame Pomfrey stated. She will need at least a year to recuperate. Then let us hasten to do so, Professor McGonagall urged, before turning to Hoyt. Do you know the state of Dumbledore? Hoyt gazed at the pale-faced girl lying in bed, feeling an overwhelming reluctance to converse with the gathered company. Yet, he remembered that Dumbledore was the person she had fought desperately to save, and he suppressed his displeasure, saying, "Dumbledore has already passed away. We merely divided his soul before it completely dissipated, re-establishing the fragment that had not yet departed from his body. He holds the soul stone in his mouth. And we possess but this one. We must ensure he does not accidentally swallow or expel it. The soul stone can aid in reassembling his scattered essence. Given the timely discovery, he should regain his life in approximately a month." "What is the price you speak of?" Lupin inquired. Hoyt smirked derisively. The price was paid by Sally. She used 1/7 of her soul as a blade to sever Dumbledore's spirit. The group's gaze shifted to the girl lying in bed, devoid of vitality, their hearts laden with gratitude and guilt. Ginny began to weep softly, and soon all the women present were shedding tears. Harry stood by Sally's bedside, gripping her hand tightly. "She will be all right, won't she?" Chapter 48. A month later. Dumbledore had returned to life, yet the official word remained that he had perished. With arrangements for the funeral and will proceeding methodically, Dumbledore, having transitioned from light to shadow, continued to oversee the workings of the Order of the Phoenix. After a month of slumber, Sally regained consciousness. Though her body remained frail, everything seemed to be progressing favorably. She had healed Bill's face. Although the werewolf blood within him had not been purged, he at least appeared to be the charming young man he once was. Everyone expressed immense gratitude to Sally, with Mrs. Weasley bringing nourishing soup to the hospital daily, insisting on witnessing Sally consume it. After another month, Sally was able to rise and walk, albeit still weak. They both understood this was a consequence of the red pill. "Hoyt, please do not look at me as a mother hen regards her chicks," Sally implored. Having attempted several times to leave the hospital in search of Professor Snape, only to be thwarted by Hoyt. "You must remain here for at least another 2 months. He insisted firmly. "Do not entertain thoughts of knocking me out, Sally. I doubt you could even kill a chicken with your current strength." "Oh, heavens." Sally, lacking alternative methods, resigned herself to sitting back on the bed. Suddenly, a thought struck her. "May I write a letter to Professor Snape? Do not think he will come looking for you." "Sally, this place is crawling with members of the Order," Hoyt retorted mockingly. "Where has your intelligence gone? How can one know without trying?" Sally countered. "I do not care. Fetch Lestrange for me. I must write a letter, or I shall refuse to take the medicine brought today." After a moment of stalemate, Hoyt relented. "Very well. Wait here for me." With that, he exited the room, ensuring the door was locked behind him. "A mere door cannot confine me," Sally thought dismissively, summoning a broomstick. The school's broomsticks remained in poor condition, yet it was better than nothing. She soared out of the window, but not far before hearing an irate voice from within. "Sally." "Apologies, Hoyt," Sally murmured as she sped toward Spinner's End. Infiltrating Voldemort's stronghold was an exceedingly foolish endeavor, a fact Sally was acutely aware of. Had she been in a state of vigor, it might have been worth attempting, but now, even perched upon the broomstick, she felt herself teetering on the edge of collapse. And the thought of breaching Voldemort's lair was out of the question. Upon returning to Spinner's End, she was relieved to find no Death Eaters inside. Recalling that just a year prior, several had resided there, evidently, they had found a more suitable refuge. She attempted to concoct an antidote. Indeed, the red pill was a poison, draining one's vitality to the brink of death. Sally had merely modified it slightly, transforming it into a potent stimulant. Yet she had never found the time to study the antidote. The antidote to such poison was notoriously difficult to create, let alone with her revisions to the original formula. As she rummaged through Professor Snape's bedroom, a sudden sound from the living room caught her attention, a pop, as someone apparat into the space, gripping her one tightly. She prepared for a fight, the footsteps growing nearer. As the door creaked open, a figure she knew all too well appeared in the doorway. "Sir." The combination of nerves and flight had drained her hard-won strength, and she fainted once more. When she awoke again, it was on Professor Snape's large bed, with a cauldron simmering on the table. Just as she tried to rise, Snape walked in, carrying milk and some bread. "Your audacity grows bolder," he remarked, handing her the items. "How did you know I had returned?" Sally asked. "I have placed a charm in this house. I am aware of who enters," Snape replied. "You should not have come looking for me." "Why? Because you murdered Dumbledore?" Sally scoffed. "Come now, we both know the reasons behind it." Snape fell silent, continuing to brew the potion in the cauldron. Sally cradled the milk, inquiring, "Is this the antidote? Or else do you think I would be in the mood for experiments?" Sally chuckled. Snape remained stubborn in his words, but soft-hearted at heart, which she found delightful. "Dumbledore did not die. I healed him." Snape paused, his expression unreadable. "You should not have told me that." "Rest assured, even Voldemort would not suspect that anyone could survive the killing curse," Sally asserted. Then, as if struck by realization, she added, "Professor, if one day I were to die, That is impossible, Snape interrupted. There is no such if. I am merely saying. The antidote is ready, it is here. Take it 3 times a day. Once you finish this batch, you will be fine. I have no time to listen to your ramblings. I must leave. Wait, Sally exclaimed, jumping from the bed to stop him, but by the time she reached the door, he had already vanished from sight. Snape's antidote had always proven effective. After consuming it in 3 doses, Sally felt no lingering discomfort. She first sought out Hoyt, using flattery and charm to coax him into begrudgingly forgiving her. Together, they ventured to the Burrow, only to find that Harry and the others had already departed. She transformed a new ear for George. Though his hearing would still be somewhat impaired, he appeared as he always had. Shall we continue searching for the cursed trio? Hoyt asked. To be honest, the more I learn about these curses, the more I feel I should refrain from inquiring further. Each spell is lethal. Yet it does not seek your life, Sally replied with a laugh, her stone flickering in her hand. I am not afraid. It is precisely because you are unafraid that I am worried, Hoyt retorted. I cannot fathom how a being like you, born only once every few decades, could be you. Perhaps it is simply fate, Sally shrugged nonchalantly. And besides, Hoyt, we are merely seeking understanding. We are not obligated to act upon it. You have already acted upon it once, Hoyt reminded her. Do not think I have not noticed. The price has manifested. You have clearly become less picky with your food lately. Has your sense of taste vanished? It is merely a loss of taste. Sally remarked that she did not mind. Over the past year, they had located 3 out of 4 individuals, each possessing a modicum of understanding regarding the 3 spells. Mira Joyce was the only one among them capable of astral projection, a phenomenon whereby the soul can detach from the body and traverse freely. She proposed hypotheses and continually refined her theories. In essence, the 3 spells were not overly complex. They involved partitioning the soul into several fragments, each of which could be employed for various purposes, though no more than 7 fragments could be created. The soul served as the most effective medium for these spells. And at the cost of the soul, one could achieve rejuvenation or even reverse the flow of time. However, her understanding of resurrection, the most formidable of these abilities, remained nebulous, prompting her quest to find Kurobat. The turmoil of the times undoubtedly complicated her search, and it was evident that Kurobat was also on the move. Hoyt had departed prematurely due to certain matters, and when Sally finally located him, a full 6 months had elapsed, culminating in their reunion at a small fishing village by the sea. Thank heavens. Upon being found, Kurobat was drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming he had thought they were Death Eaters. I merely wished to learn about the 3 spells, she stated, producing a redstone. Mr. A sent us to find you. Kurobat's eyes widened in astonishment before he burst into laughter. Ah, at last, I have been awaited. In the ensuing conversation, they discovered that although Kurobat was not an astral projector, he had dedicated himself to profound research in this domain. He had consolidated all his findings and dubbed them the 3 spells. I have devoted my life to studying these incantations. The soul is the most universal currency in transactions between angels and demons, he declared. Oh, you mentioned you have experimented with it. How did you proceed? Sally recounted her experience of utilizing a fragment of the spell to sever Dumbledore's enchantment, and Kurobat grew increasingly exhilarated. Very clever, he responded. If one were to employ resurrection, it would require at least 3 fragments of the soul, which is impractical. However, this method may only be effective against spells like the killing curse that inflict harm upon the soul. If one encounters physical injury, resurrection remains necessary. What exactly is resurrection? Sally could not help but inquire. Allow me to elucidate. The principles underlying these 3 spells are identical. The soul is intangible. What we refer to as amnesia or forgetfulness, in a sense, equates to a reversal of time. If someone can control the soul, they possess the ability to reverse time, which, when applied to the physical form, results in rejuvenation. But what if a body has already perished? By means of the soul's attachment, one can restore the body to its state just hours prior, that is, when it was unharmed. Do you comprehend my meaning? So, according to your explanation, my capabilities are rather limited, are they not? Indeed, child, you are but a single soul. How much can you truly achieve? He replied, and I believe you have already tasted the cost of a lost soul. That is why we assert that the soul can only be divided into 7 parts: 2 ears, 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth, plus the most fundamental fragment, totaling 7. Once those fragments are exhausted, only death awaits you. At that moment, a newspaper was tossed in, its bold headline reading, Eternal Victory, the Death of Voldemort. Good heavens, Kurobat exclaimed, it is over, it has all come to an end. Yet Sally fixated on the newspaper, her gaze drawn to a name she knew all too well, Severus Snape. Severus was unaware of when his feelings had shifted. It was not until he miraculously came back to life that he found the girl lying beside him, lifeless, her lips still curved in a smile. At that moment, he could scarcely breathe, tears would not flow, and words eluded him. He could hardly believe she was gone. She had last asked him what he would do if she perished. In truth, he had already contemplated that if she indeed died, his own existence would be rendered meaningless. He would choose to join her in death, ensuring companionship in the next life. But now, his life had been reclaimed at her expense. If he were to take his own life, would that not equate to killing her? She must have considered this, for she was both astute and cruel. Perhaps, when he first heard her confession in Dumbledore's office, he should have recognized his own feelings sooner. He had always felt there was time left. That the moment was not right, even deceiving himself repeatedly, believing his affection for Sally stemmed solely from his inability to forget Lily. Yet, as Sally had said, self-deception is the most challenging of all. He had deceived Sally, misled Dumbledore, and fooled everyone, yet he could not deceive himself. Reflecting now, he realized that when she had rescued him from the jaws of a three-headed dog in their first year, he had likely already harbored feelings for that little girl. As for when that affection had blossomed into love, it was, ironically, at the moment she had departed from this world forever. It seems I have arrived a step too late. A man reeking of fish appeared before him, and Snape, cradling Sally, regarded him warily. Fortunately, my experiment was a success. She will thrive in another realm. With those words, the man shook his head, preparing to leave. Snape sprang to his feet, blocking his path. What do you mean by that? He rasped, his eyes bloodshot. Before her arrival, Miss Sally entrusted me with 2 fragments of her soul, the man explained. She expressed a desire to return to the past for the sake of someone. I exerted considerable effort to achieve this. She should have returned to 1960 by now. 1960. 1960. Snape murmured. Suddenly, he comprehended 1960 was the year Lily was born. Sally had gone back to seek out her younger self. Because Miss Sally used 1 fragment to traverse time, retaining only 1 fragment of her soul, she can only be reborn as an infant, the man stated. Casting a regretful glance at the lifeless Sally before making to depart, Snape halted him. Within me, I possess 3 fragments of this girl's soul, he declared. Please, allow me to return to 1960 as well. Extra Chapter 1. The Evans couple recently welcomed another baby, inheriting their father's dark hair and their mother's vibrant green eyes. This marked the 3rd daughter for the Evans family, and they named her Sally. Mom, why does my sister sleep so much? Petunia inquired, observing her sister, who spent nearly 20 hours a day in slumber. Because she is still a little baby, Mrs. Evans replied, though she too was curious. This precious child was quiet and peaceful, unlike her 2 older sisters. My lollipop for my sister, declared 2-year-old Lily, holding out a lollipop as she watched her sister's lips twitch in her dreams. Is she hungry? She just had a meal, and she is far too young, Lily. She cannot have candy yet, Mrs. Evans chuckled. Are you excited to be a big sister, Lily? Mr. Evans, having just finished washing a bottle, entered the room and smiled at the scene. Yes, I'm so excited. Lily loves her sister. Lily beamed, her face alight with joy. Petunia loves her sister too. Petunia chimed in, eager to keep pace. Sister, grow up quickly so we can play together. Penny is a year older than Lily and 3 years older than Sally. Mrs. Evans gazed at her 3 little daughters, a smile of undeniable joy gracing her face. As she casually glanced out the window, she noticed a small boy quickly crouching down. Surprised, she signaled to her husband, who nodded and stepped outside. Moments later, Mr. Evans returned with a scruffy yet clean little boy, whose clothes were tattered but somehow fitting. The child from next door, the Snapes, Mr. Evans remarked. I heard we have a new baby, and he wanted to come and see. Oh, what a delightful child. You may come closer, but do not touch her. She is far too small, Mrs. Evans said. Penny and Lily stepped aside, allowing Severus to approach the crib. As he beheld the tiny infant, a tear escaped when he noticed the star-shaped birthmark on her left earlobe. At last, after 2 long years of waiting, she had arrived. Though delayed, she had not made his wait in vain. He had been prepared to wait for her for 21 years. 7 years later, Severus slowed down a bit. The little girl called out, struggling to keep up as she stumbled along. She teetered dangerously, but a pair of hands caught her just in time. You overslept this morning. If you don't hurry, you'll be late, Severus said sternly. But, Sally whimpered. With a sigh, Severus took her hand and continued walking. If there's a next time, I won't wait for you. I understand. I promise to wake up early tomorrow, Sally said cheerfully. Mom made sandwiches today. I brought 2. And we can have lunch together. No need. I brought money, Severus replied. In this life, he retained memories from his previous existence. Having arranged to deal with his parents early on, they no longer wanted him as their emotional punching bag. They provided him with a modest but sufficient allowance each month, allowing them to go wherever they pleased without objection. Although he lacked a wand, he had plenty of ways to discipline a muggle father. "They're beef-filled," Sally exclaimed. "They're absolutely delicious." In this life, Sally had no memories of her past, yet perhaps due to a lingering essence of her former soul, she still held a special fondness for Severus. "Lily, don't you think those two seem to have known each other for quite some time?" Penny remarked, observing the two holding hands ahead. "Perhaps," Lily replied with a smile. "What's wrong with that? Severus clearly likes Sally, doesn't he?" "True," Penny agreed. "I just feel he is still too young." "Oh dear, perhaps I'm overthinking it." 10 years later, "Severus, I don't want you to go," Sally said, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Severus on the train. "Silly, you'll be coming here in a year too," Severus chuckled, watching her tears flow freely. She seemed particularly prone to crying in this life. "But I have to wait a whole year," Sally said, her words coming in fits and starts. "A year passes quickly," Severus reassured her, stroking her dark hair. "We will see each other soon, and I will write you letters and bring you your favorite treats." "All right, Sally, let Severus go," Mrs. Evans said with a hint of exasperation as she embraced Sally. "Little Sally, why aren't you saying goodbye to me?" Lily said, half amused and half annoyed. "Sister, you must bring Sally something delicious too," Sally insisted. All right, Lily sighed, realizing her younger sister had been overly sheltered, still acting like a child at 10. As the train began to move, Severus watched the little girl waving frantically from the platform until she finally disappeared from view. He then turned to find Lily studying him with curiosity. "What's wrong?" he asked, intrigued. "Nothing," Lily replied. "How can you be so certain she will receive your letters?" Severus smiled. "She will certainly receive them." Gazing at the familiar girl, he felt he could now face her with a calm demeanor. "This compartment still has space," a dark-haired boy said as he entered. "Excuse me, may we sit here? I'm James Potter." "Oh, of course," Severus replied. "Wait, where are you going, Severus?" Sally asked, watching him prepare to rise. "I'm going to the front carriage to buy something, then I'll find another place to sit." "There are 3 of you, right?" "Yes," James said, surprised. "But how did you know?" "4 of us, just enough seats," Severus chuckled. "So, Lily, see you at school." As he observed the familiar trio entering the carriage and thanking him, Severus felt a mix of emotions. In this life, he was no longer fixated on Lily. Even if they could not become friends, they certainly would not be adversaries as they had been in his previous life. The first-year curriculum was utterly mundane for Severus, filled with tedium, especially potions class, which he viewed as a waste of time. Had it not been for Sally's impending arrival at Hogwarts the following year, he would have considered applying to Dumbledore for early graduation with Newts. However, soon enough, his sentiments reached Dumbledore's ears, and as the threat of war loomed, Severus sought to provide Sally with a secure learning environment. Thus, he directly proposed joining the Order of the Phoenix. The following year, Sally indeed received her acceptance letter, bounding excitedly to find Severus. Severus, and Al brought my letter," she exclaimed, hopping with joy. "Does this mean I can go to school with you?" "Yes," Severus replied, smiling at her enthusiasm. But I'm afraid I won't keep up with the classes. My sister is so intelligent, and she says the courses are difficult. I'm scared." "Don't worry, the courses are not hard," Severus reassured her, ruffling her hair. "Besides, I'm here for you." "What house are you in?" Sally asked curiously. "My sister is in Gryffindor. She says it's a great house and hopes I can join her there." Severus paused before responding. "I'm in Slytherin." "Then I will go to Slytherin too," Sally declared without hesitation. Severus smiled. "All right." During the sorting ceremony, it was no surprise when Sally was sorted into Slytherin, her exuberance reflecting her desires fulfilled. Severus let out a sigh of relief. This version of Sally was vastly different from the last, and he had worried about her acceptance due to her non-pure blood status. Unknown to him, as the sorting hat was placed upon her head, she quietly chanted, "I want to go to Slytherin. I want to go to Slytherin," resolutely ignoring any other suggestions from the hat. After the ceremony, the hat even complained to Dumbledore about this incident. A year later, "Oh, Severus, where's my potions homework?" "It's tucked in your book." "I looked, but it's not there." "If you think your potions assignment will be in your Transfiguration textbook, you'll never find it." Sally paused, then chuckled as she discovered her assignment hidden within her potions book. "This is all your fault. You insisted I skip a year. I went straight from first to 3rd year without doing 2nd year, and I don't know why Dumbledore agreed to that. If I fail this exam, It's all your fault. Sally lamented. No worries. I have faith in you, Snape replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Now, we must hurry to class after we finish our meal. I've always been curious, Severus, Sally inquired. If you have mastered everything, why not apply for graduation? This question is too profound. You are not yet ready to comprehend it. Snape thought for a moment before sighing, choosing not to disclose the reasons to Sally. Nearby, Sirius, with watchful eyes, could not bear to leave this innocent lamb unguarded. Fate was grand. In this lifetime, he did not compete with James for Lily, yet now he had to contend with Sirius as a rival. Nevertheless, gazing at Sally, who was contentedly enjoying putting that early morning, a smile graced Snape's lips. In this life, the little one's heart belonged solely to him. Aside from attending school, he relayed everything he knew about Voldemort to Dumbledore, including the list of Death Eaters, which proved immensely beneficial to the Order of the Phoenix. Moreover, since he refrained from informing Voldemort about the prophecy, Lily and James did not meet their demise at the age of 21 in this lifetime. Following his defeat of Voldemort, Dumbledore diligently destroyed all the Horcruxes. Although it was still a great battle, Snape played a pivotal role, yet Sally remained blissfully unaware until their ultimate victory was secured. Sally progressed through her studies at Hogwarts until the age of 18. She continued to excel in Transfiguration and became Professor McGonagall's teaching assistant after graduation. Snape, likewise, assumed the position of Potions Master, and in the presence of many witnesses, they celebrated their wedding. At the age of 22, Sally gave birth to their first child, a son named Horse Snape. 3 years later, they welcomed a daughter, whom they named Hoy Snape. They devoted their lives to teaching at Hogwarts, and upon retiring at 50, they retreated to the mountains, known only to their closest companions. At 70, Sally departed first, and the following day, Snape followed suit, closing his eyes. Perhaps this was the most fitting conclusion. Epilogue 1. Among the new cohort of students, there was a prodigy. The news seemed to take flight, spreading throughout Hogwarts. Is that boy the legendary genius? A girl whispered to another as they stood on the moving staircase. With black hair, black eyes, dressed in Slytherin robes. I think I can see his name on the book. Snape. Yes, that's him. The other girl exclaimed excitedly. No wonder. I always sensed a unique aura around geniuses. I heard he hails from a Muggle family but excels in all subjects effortlessly. Oh, I just heard he even had a debate with the Potions Master. While there was no clear resolution, everyone present claimed his methods were far superior and more accurate than the Professor's. The girl spoke with the admiration of a devoted fan. He's coming our way. Snape briskly passed between the two, not pausing for a moment. He had just received a task from Dumbledore, with much still to accomplish. Hey, genius, are you skipping class today too? Suddenly, a group of fourth-year students blocked his path. They were taller than him, clad in black robes, obscuring their house affiliation. Step aside, Snape said coldly, his thoughts interrupted. It seems it's time to teach you a lesson, the leader declared, pulling out his wand and aiming it at Snape. Snape smirked inwardly, preparing to draw his own wand when a resonant voice called out from behind. Professor McGonagall, what a pleasure to see you here. I have a question to ask. The leader glanced over, spotting 4 or 5 boys greeting someone around the corner. Hesitating, he shot a furious glare at Snape before retreating. Thank us later, Severus. James and his friends approached. I can manage on my own, Severus replied. Even if you can handle it, if things escalate, it could lead to lost house points. James advised, placing a hand on his shoulder. Snape opened his mouth but then closed it again. He had numerous ways to deal with that group without leaving a trace. But it didn't matter now. He slightly turned away, still unaccustomed to his current relationship with James and the others. However, with final exams approaching, skipping class is not advisable, James continued nonchalantly. At that moment, the class bell rang, and Lupin urged everyone to hurry, prompting Snape to part ways with them willingly. Although he had attended class rarely since his debate with the Potions Master, the teachers turned a blind eye. Given Slytherin's tradition of protecting their own and the fact that he hadn't fallen behind in knowledge despite his absences. Before long, summer arrived. As expected, he received an outstanding report card via Owl, which elicited no reaction from him. If anything, it almost amused him. Yet, what thrilled him even more was Sally's acceptance letter. Severus. I received my acceptance letter, Sally shouted, standing on the lawn beneath his window. He could hear her drunken father muttering something under his breath. But he paid it no mind, donning a coat and stepping outside. Look, Sally Evans, my name. We can go to school together. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, glistening with beads of sweat under the summer sun. Snape discreetly pulled her into the shade, taking the letter from her and listening as she recounted how she discovered it while fetching milk. Wonderful. What reward do you desire? Snape asked instinctively. Let us go get ice cream. After talking so long, I'm parched, Sally exclaimed joyfully. Very well, Snape replied, handing her the letter back with the caution not to misplace it. I won't, she promised, carefully tucking the letter into her pocket. Wait for me. I'll go grab some money. No need. I have money, Snape interjected. Oh, but Sally began, yet Snape pulled her along toward the ice cream shop. And didn't I say we're celebrating? Why would I let you pay? All right then, Sally beamed. Can I order a large strawberry smoothie? Of course, Snape smiled. Unable to help but glanced back at Nina, who returned his gaze with a radiant smile. Snape increasingly felt that Nina was like a ray of sunlight, vibrant and irresistible, illuminating the shadows of his heart, making him realize how foolish he had been in his previous life, clinging to bloodlines. Thankfully, everything could begin anew. As the school year approached, he, along with the Evans family, Lily, and Sally, went to Diagon Alley to procure the necessary supplies. The Evanses truly were a wonderful couple. He wondered why he had felt such animosity towards them in his previous life. Lily, take care of your sister, Mrs. Evans cautioned, feeling a tinge of regret for having sheltered her youngest daughter too well. I hope she won't get into trouble. Don't worry, Mom, Lily replied with exasperation, having been admonished for the umpteenth time. Besides, Severus will be there. Snape made a slight bow. Then, let us depart. Safe travels, my dear child. Do let us know upon your arrival, Mr. Evans remarked. Take care, Mom and Dad, Sally exclaimed, waving her arms vigorously from the window. Oh dear, do be careful, Lily. Don't fall out, Mrs. Evans called out. I know. Just behave, Sally, or I won't buy you any sweets later, Lily threatened. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I've got this little rascal covered. You should head back and check on Penny, Sally reassured them. Indeed, we shall have a proper conversation with her, they replied. At that moment, the train began to gently pull away. Take care, I will send the little owl back to visit you, Sally added. The Evans couple watched as the train receded into the distance, disappearing around a bend before reluctantly leaving the platform. In the interlude, days at home felt unbearable for him. The family expressed astonishment and disdain at his assignment to Gryffindor, even harboring a touch of contempt. Fortunately, the school term had finally commenced. Sirius, having successfully reunited with James and Lupin, wore an expression of uncontainable joy. Hey, I heard Lily is in carriage 16, alongside her sister, James remarked, his feelings for Lily no longer a secret among the trio. Sirius frowned. That won't fit us all, and don't think you can abandon me for fun. Let us go take a look, Lupin suggested. The three approached carriage 16, opening the door. Sirius, positioned at the rear, failed to glimpse the scene within, but heard James exclaim, Hey, Severus, didn't he expect to see you here? How was your holiday? Severus glanced at the slightly awkward James and Lupin behind him, understanding the situation. He stood up and asked Sally, Would you like to join me in another carriage? Huh? Why? Sally, with a mouthful of chocolate frogs, spoke somewhat indistinctly. Because this carriage is too crowded, Snape patiently explained. Well, is my sister coming too? Sally inquired, glancing at Lily sitting nearby. Lily stammered. I heard the pudding on the train is quite delicious, Snape added, though it seemed scarce. And he was unsure if any would remain later. Then let us hurry. Sally joyfully set aside her snacks. Sister, Severus and I are off to buy pudding. Thank you, Severus, Lily replied, somewhat embarrassed. It's my pleasure, Snape replied, moving to allow space. Hey, thanks, mate. I owe you one, James grinned widely. Are we going in, or not? Sirius asked impatiently. Just then, Severus stepped out, followed closely by a charming girl resembling a porcelain doll, with fair skin, rosy lips, and sparkling eyes. At that moment, Sirius felt his heart skip a beat, as Severus walked past him with the girl. She met his gaze and instinctively smiled sweetly at him. Sirius felt his face flush with warmth. Hey, mate, what are you daydreaming about? Get in, James urged. The sound snapped Sirius back to reality, and he stepped into the carriage, glancing back at the direction the girl had gone, only to find no one there. The atmosphere within the compartment was lively, yet Sirius remained quieter than usual. James teased him lightly, but he paid it no mind. Several times, Sirius yearned to inquire about the girl, certain she was Lily's sister, but he could not muster the courage, fearing his curiosity would be perceived. Thankfully, he remembered he would see her again at the sorting ceremony, which lightened his mood somewhat. Meanwhile, Nana, carrying pudding, successfully found a compartment occupied by only one black boy. After settling in, she finished her pudding and leaned against Severus's shoulder, dozing off. While he immersed himself in a book, the compartment enveloped in silence. The boy hesitated for quite some time before finally speaking. "You're that brilliant Slytherin, Severus Snape, right?" "I am Snape. What do you want?" he replied coldly. The boy, taken aback by the stark contrast to Severus's earlier gentleness with the girl, lost his nerve. After a lengthy pause, as the moment to change robes approached, he asked, "Is she your sister?" "She is quite beautiful. Thank you, but she is not my sister. Rather, she is mine," Severus replied, ignoring the boy's astonished expression. Without waiting for further questions, he gently roused Sally. "Sally, wake up. Are we there yet?" "Soon. Get ready to change," he instructed, his tone transformed. The boy watched in bewilderment. "Ah, it's the house robes," Sally exclaimed, suddenly animated. In the brief moments that followed, Severus didn't spare the boy a glance. "We'll meet at our house," he added, as he was now a second-year student and wouldn't be taking the boat to Hogwarts. "All right," Sally agreed, joining the line of first-years. After watching Sally depart, Severus turned to find an empty carriage, spotting Sirius not far away, his gaze unexpectedly gentle, directing his attention elsewhere. Severus silently hoped it was not what he feared. During the sorting ceremony, Sally was placed in Slytherin. She dashed towards Severus, only to find him surrounded by several girls. She blinked at him, feeling somewhat flustered. Noticing the girl next to him blushing and unwilling to budge, Severus rose and took Sally to the far end of the table. Once seated, he received a contemplative smile from Dumbledore. Sally whispered to him about what the sorting hat had said, while Severus cut pieces of roast for her plate. One excitedly conversing and the other contentedly feeding, oblivious to the surrounding gazes. Sirius clearly felt disappointment at Nana's lack of placement in Gryffindor. Due to the distance from the Slytherin table, he couldn't see where Nana was seated. However, he resolved to ask Lily about her sister when they returned to the common room that night. In the interlude, Sirius, along with Lupin, James, and Lily, returned to the Gryffindor common room, occupying a corner while watching the upperclassmen mentor the first years, engaging in casual conversation. "I'm heading to rest," Lily declared, having little interest in such matters, preparing to leave. Before James could respond, Sirius blurted, "Wait, let us stay a bit longer." Lily looked surprised, and James and Lupin exchanged curious glances. Sirius opened his mouth but, noticing the number of people around, swallowed his words. Lily, puzzled, settled back down. Shortly thereafter, as the first years dispersed, the number of people in the common room significantly decreased. "Can we speak now?" James asked. "Well, it's not a big deal, just—" "You know," Sirius faltered. "Cut to the chase. Just say it. I thought we were friends." Lily spoke with a candid spirit, inquiring about her sister, Sally, and expressing a desire to learn more about her. Upon uttering those words, she felt an uncontrollable warmth rise to her face, instinctively turning her head aside, which only revealed her increasingly crimson earlobes. "Goodness, you must have a fondness for Lily's sister," James exclaimed, his tone brimming with excitement. "You could tone it down a bit," Sirius warned him, casting a fierce glance in his direction. Remus, sensing James's fervor, pulled him back to his seat and regarded Sirius thoughtfully. "Oh, Sirius, I scarcely know how to convey this, but Lily seems utterly astonished," Remus remarked. "It's merely a fondness. I believe she would make a splendid girl," Sirius hastily replied. "Of course, she is a wonderful girl, but I must be candid. I'm afraid you have little hope in pursuing Sally," Lily stated, opting for a brief pang of honesty. "Why?" "Because Sally is already with Severus," Lily confirmed. "That genius?" "Indeed," she affirmed, urging him to abandon such thoughts. For the world of Severus and Sally was one into which even they found it difficult to intrude, let alone him, an outsider. She swore her intention was merely to dissuade Sirius, yet unexpectedly, it ignited within him a peculiar sense of determination. "We'll see," he declared, rising. "As long as they remain unmarried, I still have hope." Watching Sirius's retreating figure, Lily felt a headache brewing. "He is far too mature for his age," she mused. James remained silent, perhaps because girls often struggled to comprehend this matter. Boys tended to grasp such feelings a tad earlier, after all. He himself had been smitten at first sight. "Let nature take its course," James suggested. "But is there truly no possibility for Sirius? While it is true that Severus is more intelligent, in terms of looks and background, Sirius surpasses him by a considerable margin." Lily waved her hand dismissively. "The chances are virtually zero. Never mind, I shall not fret over this. Sirius will eventually come to terms with it. I'm off to bed. Good night." Rising and taking a few steps, she turned back to add, "Despite what I said, you should still try to talk to him." "We will," James assured her. Once Lily's silhouette vanished from the girls' dormitory, Remus asked James, "Do you really intend to counsel Sirius?" "Of course, brother. I must find a way to assist him. It's rather unfortunate. I quite like Severus, and I hope for a solution that accommodates both." In the Slytherin common room, Severus cautioned the first-year student Sally, who had just been lectured by the prefect, "Don't oversleep tomorrow morning. I'll be waiting for you in the common room." "Understood," Sally replied softly, stifling a yawn. "All right." "Off to sleep," Severus said with a hint of exasperation, feeling much like his past self facing a girl unafraid of him. "Good night, Severus," Sally said sweetly. "Good night." As Sally entered her dormitory, Severus turned to leave. Sally, drowsily washing her face and preparing for bed, was suddenly intercepted by a group of girls. "What is your relationship with Severus?" the leading girl demanded imperiously. "Severus?" Sally became slightly more alert. "Who gave you permission to call him that?" The girl, mistaking Sally's response for defiance, raised her voice in irritation. "I've always called him that," Sally replied, bewildered. "Do you have something to discuss? If not, I'd like to go to sleep." "Not until you clarify," the girl insisted, pushing her. Caught off guard, Sally spun around and raced toward the entrance of the dormitory. A few girls hesitated before pursuing her. "Severus, Severus!" Nana softly called at the entrance of the common room, careful not to disturb others. A boy glanced at her and descended the stairs to summon Severus. In that moment, the group of girls followed closely behind. "Why are you running? Answer my question." "I don't know how to respond." Severus said if I encounter something related to him, I should ask him, Sally replied earnestly. "Is this girl a fool? Or is she actually quite clever, intentionally escalating the situation?" Yet, they had done nothing at all. In truth, they were overthinking it. Nana, in this reincarnation, retained only a fragment of her soul. Her intelligence was intact, but her emotional acumen lacked a bit. Compounded by her family's extensive care at home and Severus's meticulous protection at school, resulting in her somewhat naive demeanor. "I see you're just looking for trouble." Another blonde girl attempted to pull her back to the dormitory, but before she could reach Nana, a chilling voice interrupted, "If you wish to enjoy breakfast tomorrow, refrain from touching her." Severus descended the stairs in his pajamas. "Severus!" Sally exclaimed joyfully, rushing to his side, completely oblivious to how he shielded her behind him, saying, "They asked what our relationship is. I'm uncertain, but you said if I didn't know, I should ask you." Severus's expression grew increasingly frigid. In his past life, he had learned how cruel these seemingly innocent students could be, as he was one of the victims of bullying. Although in this life he received adoration and was idolized by many, he could never forget how, in his previous existence, so many looked down upon him and mistreated him. This was also the reason he found it difficult to grow close to James and others. "Severus? Severus?" Hearing Sally's tiny voice brought him back from his reverie. He struggled to compose himself, aiming to speak gently to Sally. "Let me handle this. You should return to your dormitory and rest, all right? But I'm a bit worried." She replied, "Trust me, you're feeling sleepy, aren't you? I will resolve this matter." Severus gently ruffled her soft hair. "All right," Sally obediently agreed, leaving with a sweet smile directed at an upperclasswoman she made eye contact with. "Must you pass the blame so effortlessly?" The girl who received the smile felt her heart shatter. Once he confirmed Sally's departure and ensured she could no longer hear their conversation, Severus's demeanor turned icy. Without waiting for the leading girl to explain, he declared, "I am fully aware of your intentions." His tone was chilling. Not only the girls present but even a couple of boys lingering in the common room, pretending to read while secretly observing the commotion, could feel the tension. "This time, I won't pursue any repercussions since I didn't forewarn you, but should it happen again," he revealed a sinister smile. "You should be aware that my potion-making skills are quite exceptional. Even in a common room where dark curses cannot be cast, I can make your lives unbearable." "No. You wouldn't dare. You'd be expelled." The girl retorted loudly, her voice trembling with fear, for Severus saw through her facade. "Expelled? Do you truly believe I would care?" Severus's smile grew more sinister, his delight chilling. "Let us assume I were expelled. Do you think you could remain at Hogwarts forever?" The girl appeared utterly terrified, her complexion ashen, while the remaining girls were similarly shaken. He took a few steps back, creating distance. "Therefore, I implore you to reflect before taking action in the future and learn to be accountable for your deeds." With that, he turned to leave. "Is she worth it?" the leading girl called out. "Absolutely," Snape replied almost immediately, his conviction unwavering. "I would willingly lay down my life for her." The girl had intended to inquire about his relationship with Sally, but upon hearing his declaration, she felt no further questions were necessary. With Snape's departure, the lounge returned to a state of calm, Yet the events of that night swiftly reverberated through the Slytherin dormitories and soon reached every house, even capturing the attention of the professors. As for the two individuals at the heart of the matter, one was aware but indifferent, even pleased, while the other slept soundly, relished her meals, and studied diligently, entirely oblivious to the commotion. Indeed, no one would dare to pose her any more bewildering questions. Extra Scene 1. For despite repeated reminders the previous night to avoid tardiness, Sally arrived over 20 minutes late. Snape, seated in the lounge, was unsurprised to see a disheveled Sally rush out, guilt etched across her features. "I'm sorry, Severus. I set my alarm, but," she gasped lightly. "It's quite all right. The timing is just right." Snape, having anticipated such a scenario, naturally took the hefty stack of books from her arms. "Let us eat first." Their presence attracted many curious glances. Not only was it uncommon for students to openly engage in a romantic relationship at school, but Snape's current reputation also warranted considerable attention. "It feels as though they are all watching us," Sally remarked, swallowing a mouthful of pumpkin. "Is that so?" Snape elegantly took a bite of chicken. "You must be mistaken. I find it strange. That girl's gaze is simply too intense," Sally observed, eyeing a girl seated diagonally across from them. Snape put down his cutlery and wiped his mouth. "Hurry up and eat. Once you finish, I'll escort you to your classroom." "Is your first class herbology?" "I can go by myself." Sally promptly shifted the subject. "Before I came, my sister told me I've grown up and shouldn't trouble you with everything." "Your second sister?" Sally nodded, glancing at the pudding not far away. "Yes, she said that once I start school, I'm an adult and should possess the fundamental ability to live independently." "Are you certain you can manage?" Snape asked, concern evident in his tone, though today she seemed particularly resolute. "Of course I can," Sally confidently replied. "Very well then." Snape stood and served a portion of pudding before her. "Finish this, and then be on your way." After their meal, the two parted at the entrance of the dining hall, heading in opposite directions. Sally distinctly recalled that herbology class was in the third classroom on the east side of the first floor, yet she found herself unable to reach it. The stairs seemed to conspire against her. Despite descending, she found herself led to another staircase that ascended instead. With no choice, she climbed up and sought an alternative route. However, after a few steps on a different staircase, it too shifted positions. Time was slipping away, and not wanting to be late for her first class, Sally began to jog. In her haste, she inadvertently stepped on a dented stair, losing her balance and preparing to tumble down. She closed her eyes, surrendering to fate, only to unexpectedly collide with a warm embrace. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in the arms of a dark-haired boy. "I'm so sorry," she stammered, rising hastily, only to feel a twinge of pain in her ankle. The boy swiftly steadied her. "It appears your foot is injured." "It certainly seems that way," Sally lamented. "What terrible luck." At that moment, the stairs began to move, separating their section from both ends, leaving them suspended in the middle. "Don't worry, it will reconnect shortly," the boy assured. "By the way, do you not remember me?" Sally gazed at him, noting his handsome features and tall stature, though she did not recognize him. His expression revealed her confusion, prompting a smile from him. "Then let us treat this as our first meeting." "Hello. Severus," came a voice from behind her. Sally turned to see a familiar figure standing at the staircase. "Severus?" she exclaimed in surprise. Snape, however, was not focused on her but rather on the boy beside her. From his earlier observations, he had already discerned the boy's intentions towards Sally. Though he was unaware of their prior interactions, he felt confident in his judgment. The boy, whom he recognized all too well, was Sirius Black. Sirius met Snape's gaze without fear, his eyes brimming with blatant hostility, a declaration of ownership over something he cherished. Unbeknownst to him, such a look appeared juvenile and laughable in Snape's eyes. The stairs began to move again, merging with Snape's section. Sally, limping towards Snape, had just begun to move when Snape strode over. Noticing his furrowed brow and serious demeanor, she felt a pang of unease. Instinctively, she sensed that Snape was in a foul mood. "What has happened to you?" Snape interrupted. I was hurrying to class," Sally's voice dwindled. Despite her being the injured party, she felt inexplicably guilty. Snape wished to say more, but Sirius interjected with a smile, stepping between them. "I say, the priority should be to take Sally to the infirmary." He then turned, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor. "Do you need my assistance?" Before Sally could respond, Snape swiftly approached, lifting her into his arms. He cast a cold glare at Sirius, yet his lips curved into a smile. "No need. You're about to be late for class." Sirius, nearly seething with rage, caught sight of James signaling him from a distance, forcing him to suppress his anger. "Then I suppose it's a burden I must bear." Of course, Snape replied curtly, offering Sirius no further acknowledgement as he strode away. Extra Scene 1. 5-year upset, Sally stated with certainty in the infirmary. While she could not pinpoint the reason for Snape's agitation, her intuition insisted he was. I am not, Snape replied, though he was indeed irked not at Sally, but at himself. Sirius' demeanor towards Sally stirred feelings of discomfort, akin to someone coveting a treasured possession, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of helplessness. Well, since you say so, I shall not dwell on it, Sally conceded. Yet, she was preoccupied with another concern. Are you sure you informed the professor? What if it leaves a bad impression? She muttered to herself, skipping the first class of the term doesn't bode well. It's nothing to worry about. Snape replied dismissively, but suddenly a thought raced through his mind, an idea that, once conceived, could not be quelled. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that it was worth a try. You may leave now. Madame Pomfrey approached, opened the door, uttered a few words, and then departed. I shall escort you to the classroom, Severus stated, ensuring she would not be absent, at most merely tardy. On the first day of school, a freshman could be allowed some leniency for arriving late. Having safely delivered Sally to her classroom, Snape proceeded directly to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore. Snape addressed the headmaster by name, displaying a lack of deference as he was the only one in this realm privy to the truth. What is it? Dumbledore looked up. Appearing considerably younger, his beard less pronounced. I have a matter to discuss. Snape conjured a chair and seated himself, placing his hands firmly on the desk. Adopting a serious demeanor, Dumbledore matched his gravity. Over the past year, Snape had consistently provided him with invaluable information, which he greatly valued. His mind racing through countless thoughts and possibilities. There is a first-year student named Sally Evans. Snape's expression was earnest, his gaze unwavering. I wish for her to advance a grade. Silence ensued. And then? Dumbledore inquired, astonished, his hands spread in disbelief. There is nothing further. Snape relaxed, leaning back in his chair. What is your reasoning? Dumbledore pressed, as if suddenly struck by a revelation. Wait, this girl, she cannot possibly be the one you mentioned to me. As Snape had divulged everything to Dumbledore, he unequivocally understood what was meant, nodding affirmatively. Dumbledore too eased, adopting a look of interest. Well, spare me the usual regulations. Just tell me if it's feasible. Snape replied firmly, it is not a matter of feasibility. Very well, it is not impossible, Dumbledore conceded, but regulations must be adhered to. How about this? If she can achieve all A's and at least 2 E's in her end-of-year exams, I shall officially allow her to skip a grade. How does that sound? Agreed. Snape stood, preparing to leave. Wait, I have more to discuss with you, Dumbledore interjected, regarding recent events in Drake City. Snape glanced at the clock on the wall. The first class was about to conclude. I shall come by during the lunch break, he interrupted Dumbledore, exiting promptly. Ah, truly. Dumbledore remarked with exasperation. Love can be quite disorienting. You are hardly in a position to judge others, a portrait of a former headmaster remarked to Dumbledore. At noon. In the dining hall, Snape arrived at Sally's classroom door 5 minutes before the end of class. The corridor was deserted. Faint sounds of a knight striking the wall with his sword echoed from a painting. The 5 minutes passed swiftly. Snape, Sally exclaimed as she dashed out of the classroom, her face alight with excitement. Transfiguration class was absolutely fascinating. Professor McGonagall praised me, and I even earned a point for the house, Professor McGonagall said. Sally chattered continuously as Snape accepted the heavy textbooks from her, leading her with measured steps while occasionally reminding her of the stairs. What is the matter? Sally observed Snape's unusually quiet demeanor and asked with concern. Nothing. Snape quickly returned a smile. What is the next class? Thus, the morning flew by, and the afternoon held only a brief lesson. Once the short class concluded, Snape led Sally to a relatively quiet corner. How was your first day of classes? It was tolerable, Sally replied, somewhat disheartened. In truth, apart from the morning transfiguration class, which felt manageable, the rest of the lessons seemed dreamlike. In the afternoon history of magic class, I actually fell asleep. I can hardly believe it, she lamented, frustration evident in her voice. That is normal. Professor Binns is hardly an effective teacher, Snape remarked bluntly. He produced a sheet of paper filled with notes. What is this? Sally queried, puzzled. Well, it is a compilation of potion course knowledge. He had spent the afternoon compiling all the essential concepts and tips for first and second year students in potions. From Sally's enthusiasm for transfiguration and McGonagall's comments, he recognized that her academic strengths and weaknesses had not changed in this lifetime. As the former head of her house and potions professor, He felt that achieving an A in potions by the end of the year would be a formidable challenge for Sally. He distinctly recalled that in the last life. Had he not continually provided her with extra assistance and ultimately eased her final assessments, she would have struggled to pass. But we have not yet studied potions, Sally remarked, taking the sheet and realizing that while she recognized each letter, very few words made sense when combined. I have spoken with Headmaster Dumbledore, Snape said, gazing up at the clear blue sky. If you can attain all A's and at least 2 E's by the end of the year, you will be permitted to skip second year. A smile gradually spread across Snape's face. And join me in the third year. No, that cannot be possible, Sally protested. My sister only had 1 E last year. Thus, you must strive harder than she did. Snape affectionately ruffled her hair. Do not worry. You have my support. No. I do not feel reassured at all, Sally thought internally. However, if a year of hard work could lead to attending classes with Severus in the remaining years, perhaps it was not entirely unfeasible. Extra, 6 hedgehog quills, puffkine fur, stir clockwise. Ouch. Sally clutched her forehead, glancing with exasperation at the serious expression of Professor Snape across the table. Stir counterclockwise. While Sally was deep in thought, Snape was not faring much better. His head aching as he stared at the 4 or 5 formulas he had struggled to memorize over the past week, letting out a gentle sigh. Let us conclude for today. Snape stood. He had an appointment with Dumbledore. Oh, is it ending so soon? Sally exclaimed, looking up at Snape in surprise. Well, it's been a week. You deserve a half-day off. Snape stated, and before Sally could cheer, he added, tomorrow at breakfast, I will quiz you on these points. Understood? Understood. Sally replied. Where are you going? She asked, puzzled as Snape showed no intention of staying. I have my own assignments to attend to, Snape replied. We shall meet at our usual spot for dinner. With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance. Severus has assignments too. I almost forgot he is still a student. It was no wonder Sally felt this way when Severus taught. He did so with such authority and clarity that he seemed far more like an experienced instructor than a mere student. Well, a rare day off. I shall explore Hogwarts. Stretching her arms, Sally gathered her books, intending to take a longer route back to the dormitory. It soon became evident that Sally's sense of direction was exceedingly poor. By the time she felt tired and sought a swift return, she had wandered into an unfamiliar area, open and resembling some sort of venue. Sally? A voice called from above, and she looked up to see James waving at her from the air. Wow, Sally gasped. How did you end up here? James lowered himself slightly, his feet never touching the ground, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. I got lost, she admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed to state the reason outright. James, what are you doing? Oh, Sally, how did you get here? Where is Snape? Someone was shouting loudly. Sally looked over and saw her sister Lily sitting in the stands. Go find your sister, James said with a charming smile, before soaring back into the sky. Sally jogged over to sit beside Lily, sighing with relief as she placed her book on the empty seat next to her. Lost again? Lily bluntly pointed out, showing no mercy to her sister. With no secrets to hide from her sister, Sally merely nodded, rubbing her sore arms that had been clutching the book. I couldn't find my way back after leaving the library. Goodness, you walked all the way here? Traversing half of Hogwarts? Lily exclaimed in astonishment. In a sense. You are quite impressive. And where is Snape? He said he has homework to prepare, Sally replied honestly. Oh, that's quite rare. By the way, let me introduce you to my friends. Lily suddenly remembered and introduced her companions, including Sirius and Remus. We'll head back together once James is done. All right, replied Sally, feeling weary of walking. Do you understand Quidditch? Sirius, having appeared beside her unnoticed, casually picked up the book she had placed on the seat and set it on his lap before sitting down. Not really. I've only had one flying lesson, which taught us how to pick up a broom, Sally said. But it seems quite interesting. Oh, it's very interesting, Sirius replied, then began to explain Quidditch in a simple yet humorous manner, captivating Sally and making her quite delighted. Lily glanced at Sally, not intervening. Although she doubted Sirius could win Sally's heart, she didn't mind giving that possessive man a little sense of urgency. Meanwhile, Snape and Dumbledore had finally found the person they were seeking, Lucius Malfoy. Please, sir, I know nothing, Lucius pitifully protested from a corner of his opulent mansion, fully aware that escape was no longer an option. Though he had no idea how Dumbledore had learned that the Dark Lord's Horcrux was now in his possession, he had only just received this prestigious task. He knew that if Dumbledore took it from him, he would face a terrible fate, of that he was certain. Oh, Lucius, don't be like this. Just hand it over, Dumbledore said. You are not inherently bad. And I don't wish for things to become too unpleasant between us. No, absolutely not. Lucius raised his wand, but before he could comprehend what was happening, the wand had already floated away. He fell to his knees. Oh no, please, I know nothing of any Horcrux. A diary, that is the purpose of your visit. Snape emerged from the shadows, his gaze fixed intently on Lucius. You know exactly what I mean. We intercepted you just as you returned. That diary must still be on you. He raised his wand. I have no time to waste, Lucius. Hand over the diary, and someone will ensure your safety. As long as you remain at home and wait for everything to conclude. Lucius finally broke down. This boy knew everything. The diary flew from the area over his heart and landed in Dumbledore's hands. Thank you for your cooperation. As this boy mentioned, stay home quietly for a while. And your family will come to reunite with you. With that, the two men departed from the Malfoy mansion. You shouldn't have come out, Dumbledore said calmly. At least not so early to reveal yourself. My time is precious, and I know Malfoy. He has lost his most important possession, regardless of his intentions. He is now one of the Dark Lord's most hated individuals, and he would surely want to stay far away from him. Besides, he does not recognize me. Well, you must promise to be more cautious next time. Now, let us return. We might still make it in time for dinner. Be careful. Dumbledore tried to pull Snape back, but it was too late. A venomous snake had already bitten him sharply on the ankle and was attempting to slither away. With precise incantation, Dumbledore ended the serpent's life. Oh, child, do not panic. It is merely ordinary snake venom. There will be a remedy. Dumbledore's voice faded as Snape lost consciousness, his only concern being that he might have to break his promise to Sally for the first time. Subsequently, he plunged into darkness. Sally and Lily parted ways in front of the classroom building. She needed to return her books and notes to the dormitory first. It was a pleasure meeting you, Sally, Sirius said gallantly as they separated. Likewise, Sally replied, turning away without looking back. It seems you have no intention of taking my advice, Lily remarked. Observing Sirius fixated on Sally's retreating figure with a hint of helplessness. Of course not. Sirius reclaimed his gaze, confidently asserting, I never easily give up. Upon returning to her dormitory, Sally organized her books and notes, then headed towards the dining hall. Arriving early, she was among the first to enter. She sat in her usual spot, but as the meal was served and her classmates finished eating and left, Snape still had not appeared, an unprecedented occurrence. Evans, come with me. The vast dining hall was now empty. Even the food and dishes on the tables had vanished, leaving only a used plate in front of her. Professor McGonagall appeared at that moment. Professor McGonagall, Sally exclaimed, quickly standing. Is there something wrong? I'm waiting for someone. I know. Which is why I need you to come with me, Professor McGonagall said. Firmly placing her hand on Sally's shoulder and guiding her through a seldom used corridor until they reached the headmaster's office. Headmaster Dumbledore? Sally queried, puzzled as to why she had been summoned. Sally Evans, Dumbledore stood. Just leave her to me. Thank you, McGonagall. Professor McGonagall nodded and departed. Headmaster. Her words were interrupted by a creaking sound as a hidden door slowly opened. Snape lay pale on a small bed. My goodness, Sally gasped, covering her mouth as tears began to flow uncontrollably. He is fine. The majority of the poison has been cleared from his system. He has yet to awaken, likely due to residual toxins, but we can assure you that his life is not in danger. Perhaps you could watch over him here? When he awakens, simply knock on this door, and I will be outside, Dumbledore explained. All right. Sally nodded and approached Snape's bedside. Wanting to ask why he had ended up like this, but lacking the energy to do so, she sat quietly on the stool by Snape's bedside, keeping a silent vigil. As Dumbledore gently closed the door, in a distant dream, Snape seemed to witness Sally's entrance into Hogwarts from a third-person perspective. Sharing that exhilarating moment alongside Professor Snape, he swiftly relived every experience he had shared with her. From her saving him from the jaws of a three-headed dog to him tutoring her in potions, her gift of a Christmas carol, and their dance in the Great Hall. The 13-year-old Snape observed this all with an air of indifference until he beheld Sally's demise before his eyes. This sight plunged him into a profound abyss, jolting him awake. Drenched in sweat, slightly turning his head, he found Sally lying beside him, her hand tightly clasped around his even in slumber. Her warm breaths and pulsing heartbeat gradually brought him back to reality, filling his heart with immense relief that he had not lost her. As Snape shifted slightly, Sally awakened, and, upon seeing his eyes open, tears welled up in her own. Severus, she choked out, unable to articulate further. Snape sighed, understanding her distress, and gently placed her head against his chest, feeling her sobs resonate within him. He harbored feelings of guilt intertwined with joy. She was still by his side. And how wonderful that was. Are you done crying? he asked after some time, noticing her calmness returning. Sally looked up, her eyes slightly reddened. You scared me to death, she lamented. Didn't you say you were going to finish your homework? Why are you so badly hurt? Were you lying to me? The rest of her words remained unspoken. For Snape kissed her, not on the forehead or cheek, but on the lips. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it left Sally's mind utterly blank. As if struck by a stunning spell. I'm fine. Everything's all right, he assured her, observing the silly girl before him, and his earlier worries dissipated. He ruffled her hair, prompting her to call for Dumbledore. All right. Sally, like a robot responding to a command, knocked on the door, which soon swung open to reveal Dumbledore. It seems you're all right now, he remarked to Snape, then lowered his head, addressing Sally with a gentle tone. Could you give us a moment, please? Sally nodded obediently and exited, the door closing softly behind her. It was only then that she realized the implications of her actions, her face flushing a bright red. The little girl felt shy, though she couldn't quite understand why, yet she had a hint of the reason, young love, in the lively portraits on the wall. An unknown former headmaster suddenly burst into song. Oh, be quiet, Sally exclaimed, covering her ears. Fortunately, she didn't have to endure that vexing tune for long. As Dumbledore soon emerged alongside Snape. I shall take my leave, Snape said, his expression returning to normal as he naturally took Sally's hand to bid farewell to Dumbledore. I'll be in touch if anything arises, Dumbledore replied, watching the two depart. Youth is a splendid thing, isn't it, Dumbledore? The portrait chimed in. I remember when you were young, that boy. What was his name? A curtain fell across the loquacious portrait, silencing it entirely. Youth, indeed. It is splendid. Sirius. Sally paused, prompting Snape to halt as well, albeit reluctantly. Are you going to explain this to me? Explain? What explanation do you seek? Snape chuckled. Is it why I left, or why I kissed you? Sally abruptly covered his mouth, inadvertently colliding with his amused gaze. Snape gently lowered her hand, speaking in a comforting tone. All right, no need to be upset. I did go to finish my homework. I merely encountered a few minor issues. Look, I am perfectly fine now, aren't I? Are you really all right? Sally asked, her concern palpable. Yes, I assure you, I am completely fine, Snape reiterated. By the way, didn't I mention I would return to check on your homework? Well, I know you're fine. You don't need to express it so dramatically. Unfortunately, her protests fell on deaf ears as Snape led her back to her studies. A week later, as Sally and Snape exited the library, they spotted Sirius and his companions. Snape immediately recognized that they were waiting specifically for them. Sirius, with a clear desire to speak to Sally alone, was thwarted by Snape's unyielding presence. Tomorrow is James's match. Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. Though it's a practice game, all the regular players will be participating, so it should be quite interesting. I noticed you seemed intrigued by Quidditch last time. Would you like to join us? Sirius extended the invitation to Sally. Sally hesitated. She didn't particularly care for Quidditch and struggled to decline others' invitations. After a week of studying had left her mind muddled, she felt a desire to unwind. She instinctively glanced at Snape, seeking his approval. Snape was pleased with her reaction, recognizing that a little relaxation wouldn't harm her. He nodded, granting her permission to attend. That's wonderful, Sally exclaimed, her smile radiant enough to elicit a grin from Sirius. However, his next words promptly froze that smile on his face. We will definitely be there on time. Thank you, Sirius. We? Sally suddenly realized, can I go with Severus? Absolutely not. Though he wanted to protest vehemently, the piercing gaze of Snape, which seemed to see through him, rendered him speechless. Of course you can, he begrudgingly replied through gritted teeth. That is splendid. Sally was about to say more when Snape interjected coolly, it's time to head back, Sally. All right then, see you tomorrow, Sirius, and please send my regards to my sister, James, and Remus. With that, she followed Snape out, glancing back as he turned to cast a meaningful look at Sirius. I truly sympathize with you, my friend, James said, stepping forward to comfort Sirius. Perhaps you should seriously consider what Lily mentioned. I will think about it, but not right now, Sirius replied as they departed. The following day was a Sunday. Graced with rare good weather, the sun hung lazily in the sky, not too harsh, with a clear blue expanse and a gentle breeze that invigorated the spirit. After a simple breakfast, Snape and Sally arrived punctually at the Quidditch pitch by 9 o'clock. Perhaps due to the pleasant weather, the crowd seemed larger than usual. Sally. Over here. Lily waved from the best spot in the stands. Sally and Snape made their way over and sat beside her. Sister, you arrived quite early. Not really. We just got here around 8, Lily replied, just as Sirius approached, carrying 2 cups of warm drinks. "Sally, you made it." Sirius seamlessly displaced Lily, taking a seat next to Sally, not out of a desire to push Severus aside, but because from the moment he appeared with a drink, Severus regarded him with a knowing gaze, as if he could see through Sirius's intentions. Thus, he had to nudge Lily over instead. What are you holding?" Sally inquired with curiosity. "Pumpkin juice from the dining hall. Would you like to try some?" Sirius offered, pouring a cup for Sally. After sipping a small amount, she exclaimed, "Wow, this is delicious. Is it a new variety?" "Severus, you should taste it." She readily passed the pumpkin juice to Severus, who took a glance at the ashen-faced Sirius, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, before gulping down a generous sip. "Is it good?" Quite good." Severus returned the juice to Sally. "Look, it's starting." Fortunately, the practice match was about to commence. Sally timely interrupted the awkward atmosphere, casting a reassuring glance at Sirius. For the first time, Sirius's mind was wholly elsewhere. Though Sally was beside him, he found himself unable to engage in conversation, as Severus captivated all of Sally's attention, meticulously explaining rules, techniques, and strategies infuriatingly, with even greater expertise than Sirius himself could muster. How could Severus be unaware of Sirius's feelings? For heaven's sake, while he might not be the foremost expert in Quidditch, he had once served as a professional referee in Quidditch tournaments, possessing far more knowledge about the game and its intricacies than these young novices. Yet, he had never anticipated that, despite being mentally over 40, he would still be earnestly competing with 13-year-olds and enjoying it. It appeared Severus was quite adept at Quidditch as well. After Sally unwittingly expressed her admiration for Severus for what felt like the nth time, Sirius could no longer restrain himself and interjected firmly, "Not so adept, merely somewhat knowledgeable." Severus modestly replied, although his eyes seemed to convey a different message. "Indeed, I am superior to you. What of it?" Sirius, a person of immense pride, could hardly tolerate such provocation. In a moment of impulsiveness, he declared, "Then let us compete." Sally looked at Sirius, puzzled. "You and I, let us have a contest." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a senior Slytherin who approached, leaning down to whisper something in Severus's ear. Lily and the others noticed the badge on his chest. Severus's expression turned serious. After the Slytherin finished speaking, he stood up, remaining in place as if awaiting Severus's response. After a brief pause, Severus said, "I understand. I will be there shortly." Once the Slytherin left, Sally clutched Severus's robes tightly. "Where are you going?" "I want to go too." Severus glanced at Sally, then at Lily, Sirius, and Remus. He took Sally's hand and gently removed it from his garment. "I will be back very soon, all right?" Severus reassured her. "The headmaster needs me for something, but I will return shortly. But do not worry. I will not leave the school. Hogwarts is safe, remember?" "All right." Sally finally released her grip. "You must hurry back. You can count on me." He rose, looking at Sirius, entrusting him with her care. Though Sirius was unaware of the situation's gravity, the expression on Severus's face indicated that it was anything but trivial, and he nodded. Severus turned and strode away, the green Slytherin robes billowing behind him as he walked briskly. The practice match continued, yet the number of spectators in the stands gradually increased. "Are you certain it's Voldemort's people?" Severus and Dumbledore stood atop the Hogwarts main tower, gazing at the billowing smoke rising from the horizon not far from Hogwarts. No evidence is required. In this era, only he could muster such a formidable force to systematically seek out Hogwarts. Dumbledore's brow furrowed, but I never imagined he could find this place. It seemed that Albus was in grave danger. Severus understood the implication. In his previous life, he had also been the headmaster of Hogwarts. Aware that the headmaster was the keeper of Hogwarts' secrets, and only the headmaster could divulge its mysteries. Albus was Dumbledore's predecessor, though elderly, still relatively healthy. He had dedicated his life to Hogwarts and, even if no longer the headmaster, surely knew methods to sense Hogwarts' presence. "It appears we have pushed him too hard." A cruel smile tugged at Severus's lips, his expression betraying little of a 13-year-old child. "Every Horcrux he creates, we destroy. This has undoubtedly disrupted his entire plan." His desperation was expected, but we did not foresee him attacking Hogwarts. "I heard he did the same in my past life." Similar, though Hogwarts is certainly not impervious. Even an unbreakable vow can be broken. How much easier is it to breach a confidentiality agreement? Dumbledore gazed at the rising smoke. "Now we can only hope the Ministry and the Order of the Phoenix arrive swiftly. It won't be that easy." With that, the two fell silent. Indeed, Voldemort was all in this time, and they both understood the extent of his power. At this moment, placing hope in others was foolish, All they could rely on was themselves. Hogwarts resembled a paradise, peaceful and tranquil, unbeknownst to them that the outside world was already engulfed in chaos. Quidditch pitch, why have we all gathered here? As the crowd in the stands grew, Sally switched seats, placing herself between Sirius and Lily, as the adjacent spots were already filled. I don't know. We heard it from the prefects and the headmaster. What about you? Us too. But what is it about? Why does no one know? The chatter from nearby intruded upon their ears, and Sally and the others understood that the reason was likely connected to Severus's departure. I want to find him. For the third time, Sally stood up, only to be restrained by Lily. Don't act impulsively. Severus has his reasons for leaving you here. With all the students gathered. It indicates this is a relatively safe place. But why can't Severus stay in a safe place? Sally fought back tears, but the tone of her voice betrayed her distress. Lily embraced her, providing comfort. It's all right. We must trust Severus, trust the teachers, right? Yet, as she spoke, she surveyed the area, estimating how many teachers were present. Sally, do you have your wand? Lily asked, realizing the situation might be more serious than she anticipated. I do. Sally retrieved her wand from her sleeve. Severus said to never be without your wand, no matter where you are. Good. Lily replied, you must be strong. Do you hear? Protect yourself and don't add to Severus's troubles. Understood? Sally nodded, quickly wiping the unshed tears from her eyes. Understood. Epilogue. They found them. Dumbledore withdrew his wand from his sleeve and pointed it skyward, sending a crimson signal soaring into the heavens, transforming into a brilliant beam of light that unequivocally revealed Hogwarts' location to the world. For our students, for the hope of the future, we must safeguard Hogwarts. With immense magical power, Dumbledore awakened all of Hogwarts' defensive systems. Meanwhile, on the grounds, a dozen station professors recited incantations in unison, conjuring a green barrier to protect all present students. The red barrier representing Gryffindor shielded the eastern entrance, while the green barrier of Slytherin safeguarded the Quidditch pitch to the west. A blue barrier, symbolizing Ravenclaw, emerged from the Forbidden Lake to protect the library in the north. And a yellow barrier, representing Hufflepuff, rose from the Forbidden Forest, intercepting all creatures there. The Care of Magical Creatures professor had already gathered all beings within the protection of the barriers. The impending battle was palpable. Students whispered among themselves, none daring to raise their voices, sensing the gravity of the situation from the solemn demeanor of the 14 guarding professors. At that moment, Dumbledore's voice resonated from the sky. Students of Hogwarts, now, I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, grant you permission to raise your wands and unleash every spell you have learned within these hallowed halls to defend yourselves, protect our friends, our teachers, and our school. You are part of Hogwarts, and if danger approaches, I implore you to fight for Hogwarts, the institution that has protected and nurtured you. All students drew their wands in silence, gazing intently at the barrier conjured by the life force of the 14 teachers. Mysterious creatures guarded both the Forbidden Forest and the Forbidden Lake. Dumbledore believed that if Voldemort had to choose, he would likely attack through the main entrance or the rear grounds. However, Dumbledore resolved that Voldemort would first have to confront him to achieve victory. Thus, the Eastern Front would surely become the primary battlefield. I hope your judgment is sound, Snape remarked with an icy expression, observing the thick smoke halting its advance towards the school. He is coming. No sooner had he spoken than from the forefront of the smoke, a figure cloaked in black materialized, a man whose rugged features bore a faint resemblance to youthful handsomeness, now twisted by madness. Dumbledore, we meet again, he rasped. And the tumultuous army concealed by smoke, along with the Hogwarts staff, fell into an eerie silence, as if the very air had stilled. Dumbledore approached the rooftop terrace, locking eyes with Voldemort hovering in the air. His expression was grave, devoid of past mirth. It has been a long time, Riddle. Do not call me by that name. Voldemort retorted, his tone dripping with disdain. Do not pretend to be intrigued, Albus. I am no longer your former student. I have cast aside that identity. I am now Voldemort. The smoke behind him surged upward, revealing the crowd he commanded. Voldemort displayed a cruel smile, raising his wand towards the sky. Beside Dumbledore's crimson beam, a colossal emblem appeared, a skull with a serpent emerging from its mouth, resembling a tongue, etched against the firmament. Let the festivities begin. With the protective barriers of Hogwarts shielding them from external magical assaults, those inside were able to retaliate. For a moment, Dumbledore's side held firm. Yet, Snape felt an unsettling dissonance in the air. Relying on his memories, he sought to identify Voldemort's key allies, only to find that apart from a figure known as Voldemort's right hand, Bellatrix, he recognized none of the others. These are not the principal members. The realization struck him like thunder, and instinctively, he glanced behind him. However, the expanse of Hogwarts was too vast. He could only vaguely see the green glow to the west, unable to discern the unfolding events. Severus! Professor McGonagall cast a spell towards the barrier, felling a Death Eater attempting to breach it. Dumbledore! Snape called out urgently. This is not the primary battlefield. We have been deceived. Before Dumbledore could respond, Voldemort appeared as if conjured from thin air, materializing beyond the barrier separating him from Dumbledore, his crimson and black gaze fixed intently on Snape. You are the child, he declared, his tone affirming. From the Malfoy estate. Yes, I recognize you. He recalled the serpent that had bitten him. It had been one of Voldemort's. As a chill enveloped him, Snape felt as though he had plunged into icy waters. Severus, Dumbledore's steady voice reached him. Whatever you intend to do, carry on. We shall hold the line. His tone exuded trust and warmth, restoring Snape's agency. He nodded at Dumbledore, then turned to depart. It is too late. Voldemort's voice dripped with triumph and bloodthirsty excitement. My objective shall be realized. At the Quidditch pitch, the green barrier finally teetered on the brink of destruction. Yet the barrier erected by the 14 elite professors, at the cost of their life force, stood resilient. Only 7 figures approached, the most ruthless of Voldemort's followers. They may not have been the most skilled in magic, but they shared a chilling trait. They showed no mercy, even towards children. Now, these 7 merely hovered in the air, appearing unhurried to breach the barrier. Holler, what does the master say? One man, clad in an eye mask, inquired of a purple-haired companion. Apart from the surrendering Slytherin students, the rest are fair game, Holler replied, embodying a predator amidst a coop of defenseless chicks. I relish such straightforward commands, said the masked man. So, how do we breach this barrier? Quite simply, a short, astute man surveyed the 14 teachers and identified the weakest among them. We begin here. A torrential downpour of colorful spells erupted from the 7 men, swiftly incapacitating the designated teacher, who knelt on one knee, yet stubbornly held aloft his wand. Professor Carshaw, a Hufflepuff student, cried out in distress. Let us out. Let us fight. A student led the charge, echoing the sentiment, and soon the chorus of voices grew. Silence. A commanding teacher admonished, her voice cutting through the chaos. We have risked our lives to protect you. Our foremost priority is to ensure that no student is harmed. Therefore, until we have all perished, no one is permitted to act recklessly. The first teacher fell, only to be swiftly replaced by another, as 14 teachers were systematically slain. The barrier shrank at an alarming pace. 7 teachers were the minimum requirement to sustain the barrier, and soon, the 7th teacher would also succumb. The group of 7 ceased their assault, not out of compassion, but for another reason. Students who meet the following 3 criteria, step forward, Horace declared. I assure you, you will not be harmed. This is the Dark Lord's command. We shall protect you, and you will join us, serving the Dark Lord as esteemed Death Eaters. First, you must be born into a pureblood family. Second, at least one of your parents must be a Death Eater. Third, you must be willing to swear an oath of allegiance to the Dark Lord. Now, those who meet these 3 criteria, step forward, and you shall be safeguarded. Silence enveloped the crowd. No one spoke or moved, all awaiting an uncertain fate. One member of the 7 cast a spell upon the 7th teacher, causing the barrier to tremble violently. Our time is limited, Horace sneered. I will count to 3. Those who do not step forward will be treated equally. 1, 2. A few students stood up. Horace smiled with satisfaction, only to see one student raise his wand and cast a spell into the sky, though the barrier obstructed it. The spell drew everyone's gaze. It's serious. I know you, one of the previously silent members of the 7 suddenly spoke. A child of the Black family. Oh. The Black family, Horace replied. I have a close relationship with your uncle. You had better explain the meaning behind that spell you cast. Was it merely a momentary lapse? I meant for you to die, Sirius retorted, a disdainful smile gracing his face. What did you say? Horace asked incredulously. I said, I meant for you to die. Sirius repeated, you and your band of cold-blooded murderers, despicable scum who stop at nothing. Very well, very well. Horace was evidently enraged, ascending into the air with newfound vigor. I understand your intent, but what about the rest of you? The remaining students fell silent. Do not entertain thoughts of hesitation. I understand my classmates. While there may be friction and discord between our houses, from the moment you invaded Hogwarts and murdered our teachers, you became our enemies. James proclaimed loudly. The corpses on the ground were our teachers not long ago. And in the next moment, you expect us to raise our wands against our former classmates and friends? We are human, not beasts. His youthful words carried both audacity and stubbornness, and in that moment, no one hesitated. Indeed, while we could resolve inter-house conflicts behind closed doors, at this moment, we must unite against an external foe. No one faltered, all grasped their wands tightly. The diminutive Madame Pomfrey, who had not wept as her comrades fell, now shed tears, moved by the children behind her. Intel, do you see? Do you see these children who make you proud, for whom you risk your life to protect? They're the seeds of hope. For their sake, what can we not achieve? Very well, very well. Horace pointed his wand at the seventh teacher. I have given you a chance, and you have made your choice. The tip of his wand glowed green, yet in the next moment, the spell failed to launch. A black bottle flew overhead, shattering and splattering a few droplets of liquid onto his arm. The man beside him fell silent, transforming into a puddle of yellow liquid, while his wand-wielding arm began to visibly dissolve. Instinctively, he switched his wand to the other hand, and in the next moment, his arm was severed at the shoulder, narrowly saving his life. The five turned to see a dark-haired boy sitting atop a battered broomstick, a satchel slung across his shoulder, one hand gripping the broom and the other holding a wand. Very good, very brave. State your name, child, Horace mocked, exasperated. You need not know, came the reply. Severus. The voices of Severus and Sally echoed simultaneously. Severus gazed at the faltering barrier and immediately spotted a surprised Sally within. A faint smile crept across his lips. Very good. This time he is not late. Severus, Severus, Horace muttered frantically, as if driven mad by the name. One of my arms. Very well, very well. I shall pay you a visit, hero boy. You will pay for your deeds. At his command, the remaining five launched an assault on Severus. Magic undergoes an evolutionary process, as do potions. Years hence, the genius potion master returned, his satchel brimming with his arsenal. The invisibility potion took effect, allowing him to evade the initial wave of fierce attacks. However, even Severus, faced with the onslaught of 5 frenzied Death Eaters, found himself powerless, merely focused on preserving his own life. Fortunately, the 5 Death Eaters were only stalling for time, biting until Horace could heal his injuries, eager to slay him personally. Save him, save Severus, Sally cried, weaving through the crowd towards the barrier's edge, yet unable to break through. The barrier not only repelled outside attacks but also hindered those within from reaching the outside world. Sally, calm down. Sirius and his companions quickly followed, Sirius gripping her shoulders tightly. At this moment, he admired Severus but knew that without aid, death would soon claim him. No, don't, Sally pleaded. Seeing Severus dodge a curse, only to sustain a gash on his arm, bright red blood staining his green robes, a striking contrast. And such wounds were numerous upon his body. Before Horace even strikes, he may perish from blood loss. Please, please, someone help him. I can. A flash of white light appeared, and Sally felt herself transported to another realm, one that seemed endless and void of sky or ground. All around her was white. Who are you? Can you save Severus? Sally shouted into the emptiness. I am you. A voice resonated from all directions. Surrender your body to me. Let me assist him. Sally closed her eyes, a tear rolling down her cheek. If it can save him, then take my body. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself back in the long-missed Quidditch field, where Severus lay, having been knocked to the ground, his green eyes now deeper than ever. Let go, Sally spoke. Her voice steady and calm, devoid of previous panic, instead imbued with an undeniable authority. Sirius instinctively released his grip. Sally tightened her hold on her wand and softly intoned an ancient incantation. In the next moment, she stepped beyond the barrier, appearing on the playground. Impossible. She had exited without breaching the barrier. A nearby teacher exclaimed. Sally strolled towards the Quidditch pitch, 5 figures turned away from her, caught unawares. Avada Kedavra. The stout man collapsed instantly. Forbidden spell. Another man shouted, successfully diverting Snape's attention to Sally. She regarded the remaining 4 half-men, a cruel, bloodthirsty smile playing on her lips. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. The atmosphere became tense as the 4 exchanged glances, soaring back into the air, positioning themselves behind Horace, while Sally swiftly moved to stand before Snape. Sally? Snape called uncertainly, weakened and kneeling on the ground. How did you get out? It's too dangerous. Return immediately. Sally turned her head, longing to embrace the small Snape before her, with so much she wished to express. Professor Snape, you are now my classmate. May I mildly contest her statement? You are. Sally. Snape exclaimed in astonishment, as if realizing something significant. Indeed. That familiar sensation belonged to the previous life as Sally. Professor Snape, she said, smiling as she extended her hand, I have little time. We must resolve this situation swiftly so we can converse. I have many questions for you. Snape smiled back, grasping her hand for support as he rose. This is only natural. Ha 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 ha. What a delightful surprise. Horace laughed heartily. I never imagined such astonishing students existed within a single school. State your name. You are not worthy to know, Sally replied coldly, fixing her gaze upon the figures above. I grant you 5 seconds to leave this place, otherwise you shall remain here forever. Sirius gazed in shock at the scene below. Was that Sally? Indeed, her appearance remained unchanged, yet her entire aura had transformed. Snape, however, appeared unfazed, even pleased. Very well, you are unworthy to know. Horace, infuriated yet aware that prolonging the confrontation would be futile, gestured for two to attack the barrier while he and the remaining 2 advanced towards Sally and Snape. Professor, it seems you have yet to witness my combat skills acquired from studying at Leckworth. Sally addressed the 3 approaching figures. Indeed, I have not, Snape replied, gripping his wand with a smile, fearless at this moment. I hope you do not disappoint me. I assure you, I will not. A swarm of venomous bees erupted from the ground of the Quidditch pitch, assailing the 3. Horace and his companions barely evaded, the bees relentlessly pursuing the 2 attacking the barrier. Disarm. Snape cast at Horace, who narrowly dodged once more. But in the next second, he sensed a dampness rushing towards him. Quick, dodge. But it was too late. The potion's mist enveloped the foremost man, and soon, red blisters erupted across his exposed skin. He screamed in despair, and moments later, the blisters burst, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Ugh. Sally grimaced at the sight of the fallen man. Professor, do you recall how I once mistook that red potion for pomegranate juice during my studies? Snape chuckled. Then you must remember my repeated warnings against touching my belongings. Sally shrugged. Fortunately, I have always been obedient. Snape laughed. He had never seen this girl embody the essence of that word before. Now, only 2 remained, and the 2 attacking the barrier were already overwhelmed by the swarm of bees. Orchid Bloom. This was Sally's favorite and most proficient spell, crafted by her dear friend, a half-elf named Hoyt, who also played the role of a mischievous companion. The man beside Horace clutched his stomach, horrified as he began to vomit, yet nothing emerged. Instead, a flower sprouted from his mouth, blocking his airway, leading him to suffocate to death. The magic she wielded was of a kind that even those decades later might not have heard of, let alone those from decades past. How could they withstand her powers? These children are not ordinary. Horace finally grasped this reality, but it was too late. He recalled the boy the Dark Lord sought and felt compelled to inform him. May I take my leave? A silver cord shot from Sally's wand, swiftly and accurately binding Horace's ankle. No matter how Horace struggled or what spells he cast, he could not escape. With a gentle flick of her wand, Sally pulled him down. Spare me. At that moment, Horace was stripped of his initial grandeur. The 2 attacking the barrier had perished at the hands of the relentless swarm, leaving him as the sole survivor of the 7. Professor, what do you say? Sally turned to Snape, asking like a humble student seeking guidance. Snape stepped forward, his wand aimed at Horace. You have slain 7 teachers of Hogwarts. Now, taking your lives is merely a reckoning. The tip of his wand glowed with a silvery light. Shatter. Epilogue. A fierce battle concluded, leaving behind a scene of bloodshed and 14 lost lives. Before anyone could react, Sally and Snape vanished from the field. Deep within the forbidden forest, they reappeared. Before Snape could speak, Sally collided heavily into his embrace, inhaling his familiar scent. Snape. Professor, she whispered, as if lovers exchanging tender words. And Snape held her tightly in return. It is I. Thus, you 2 have returned to the past, retaining memories of your previous life? Sally lifted her gaze to meet his. Indeed. Snape caressed her soft red hair. Are you happy? I did not expect this, Sally replied. I believed, that everything I did was merely my unreciprocated wish. It is not as you think. Snape looked into her eyes. That is the truth. Then you do have feelings for me. A sly smile flickered in Sally's eyes. Snape gazed at the girl before him, her laughter reminiscent of a playful cat, and felt transported back to a familiar time. Yet, how unfortunate. Sally nestled back into Snape's embrace. I shall soon vanish. What did you say? Snape pulled her from his arms. You will disappear? Where to? I am but a remnant soul, and I have exhausted my final reserves of strength. This body belongs to this era as Sally. I must depart. She looked at Snape, her eyes brimming with affection. You cannot fathom how envious I am of this version of myself. Snape opened his mouth but found no words. What of the original Sally? What fate awaits the innocent and devoted Sally, who wholeheartedly trusts him? What thoughts occupy her mind? Sally gently tapped his forehead, whispering, I should have departed from this world long ago. Yet, with this fragment of memory, I am already deeply content. Fortunately, he too, like myself, cherishes you. In this lifetime. May our story culminate in a happy ending. Sally perceived that Severus, in her eyes, had begun to blur. She understood that she was on the verge of completely leaving this world, and if she did not act soon, it would truly be too late. With a sudden impulse, she grasped Severus's collar and, in the next moment, kissed his lips without hesitation. As she witnessed his initial shock transform into a growing sense of agency, a faint smile graced Sally's lips. Farewell, Professor Snape. I love you, and I have no regrets. In that instant, Sally's body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Severus caught her, tenderly caressing her cheek before pressing his forehead against hers. I love you too. Severus. Upon regaining consciousness, Sally anxiously murmured his name. Severus gently brushed her hair aside and lifted her into his arms. Severus, are you all right? Sally gazed at him weakly. Her eyes filled with concern for his well-being. I am fine. But, where are we? Why are we here? What has happened? Nothing has happened. Severus observed the slowly dissipating barrier, gradually hearing the sounds of victory celebrations. He lowered his head and kissed Sally's forehead once more. Everything is well. Indeed. Everything has come to an end. They would surely be fine, very fine. In the days to come, may they be free from calamity and sorrow. I love you. Introduction. She possesses the same stunning beauty and intellect as her mother, yet she has been sorted into Slytherin. What? Rumor has it that the head of the house once had feelings for her mother. Could I perhaps benefit from that connection? Professor Snape. My potions class is the only subject in which I might fail. So, what do you intend to do about it? I cannot fathom how I could possibly fail. As long as you remain my potions professor,